The heir to the Empire's most powerful demonized family had a bright future ahead, but his kind heart would ultimately lead him to be exploited and discarded. In a first-year classroom at the Yazan City War Academy, a 7-year-old boy of noble birth was being fed by a graceful and elegant little girl. This girl was none other than Gao Shenxue, with skin as fair as snow, eyes like cold pools, and jet black hair tied up high. Her every movement exuded a poise far beyond her years. Yega, open your mouth, Gao Shenxue gently instructed, bringing a spoonful of food to his lips. I can eat by myself. Yega tried to refuse. No, you can't. Gao Shenxue's eyes were resolute. I promised my sister that once you started elementary school, I would take good care of you and make sure you don't become a picky eater. But everyone in class is watching. It's so embarrassing, Yega said, looking distressed. It doesn't matter if they watch, Gao Shenxue replied calmly. I'm your godmother. Isn't it perfectly normal for a mother to feed her child? Yega felt deeply humiliated. As the heir to the demonized Demon Mutant family of Yi City and future successor of the Empire's largest demonized family, being fed in public was a blow to his dignity. Resigned, he obediently opened his mouth to accept the spoonful of soft rice. Gao Shenxue carefully scooped up a spoonful of hot soup, gently blew on it to cool it down, and only then brought it to Yega's lips. From the back of the classroom, a boy from the northern snow city, draped in animal skins, looked puzzled. People from the central city states are really strange. 7 years old and still being fed? Hee, you don't get it. This is called eating soft rice, and it's quite enjoyable, a female mage classmate explained with a giggle. Yega's face turned crimson, and he whispered, please, let me do it myself. It's embarrassing in front of the new students from other city-states. No, be good, Gao Shenxue insisted. And so, under the watchful eyes of his classmates, Yega endured this torture and finished the entire box of food. Gao Shenxue then meticulously wiped the corners of his mouth, her movements gentle and precise. Looking at the dignified little girl in front of him, Yega sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that this gentle, graceful girl would one day become a terrifying dark villainess? Yega was not originally from this world. He came from a game called Vast Races. In this world, countless races coexisted, gene evolution was rampant, martial arts flourished, technology and cultivation thrived, and magic clashed with supernatural powers. The world's size was thousands of times that of Earth. The human race was just one of the tens of thousands of civilizations, constantly embroiled in wars with other races. The War Academy was the highest institution for cultivating extraordinary talents among humans. Last night, Yega had been deeply immersed in his favorite game when a system malfunction transported his consciousness into the game world. What should have been a fortunate event turned out to be a disaster, as he found himself in the body of the game's most tragic character. This Yega, though of noble birth, was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to harm even small animals. In the 1.5 version of the game, a traitor emerged within his family. His father Yishao died on the battlefield, his grandfather was poisoned, and his mother died of grief. Yega himself, due to his kind nature, was manipulated and ultimately left blind and crippled, with his corpse used for experiments after his death. Witnessing Yega's tragic fate firsthand led Gao Shenxue to lose faith in humanity and turn completely to the dark side. She later became a ruthless dark scientist, unleashing a devastating nanobot disaster that wiped out Yazan City and a dozen surrounding human city-states. By the 3.0 version of the game, Gao Shenxue had become a 9-star level boss, feared by all players. She had perfectly fused science and supernatural power, inventing numerous terrifying mechanical weapons. A single mech could destroy an entire civilized city-state. She built a city of technological magic and led an army of 1,000,000 dark machines to wage war against humanity, all to avenge her childhood companion. This ultimately led to the downfall of the Qin Empire, with nearly half of the human territories destroyed, all linked to this ultimate boss. If the story of this world unfolds according to this plot, then the future for both Yega and Gao Shenxue looks grim indeed. Yigu remained silent for a long time, gathering his thoughts. He glanced at the rowdy children returning to their seats and sighed softly. It was bad enough to be transported into a game world, but why did he have to become an elementary school student? What puzzled him even more was that in the game's backstory, Yigu was merely a vague figure in the memories of the main boss, Gao Shenxue. He knew very little about this character who shared his name. Look! A chubby boy with a round face suddenly stood up, proudly holding up a finger. At the tip of his finger danced a flame the size of a peanut. I conjured this magical flame after my first magic lesson yesterday. Wow! Zhang Xiaoming is amazing. Let me see. Why can't I do it even though I followed the teacher's instructions? The other children immediately gathered around, chattering in awe. Zhang Xiaoming raised his chubby chin. Of course, it takes talent. But isn't your family specialized in ghost taming? Someone asked in confusion. This is called multi-discipline training. Zhang Xiaoming raised his voice deliberately, occasionally glancing in Gao Shenxue's direction. I want to become a master of all trades magic, ghost taming, beast control, firearms, martial arts. I want to learn it all. Ha, magic is nothing. My dad says cultivation is the real path for a man. However, Gao Shenxue was indifferent to his boasting, focusing instead on using a tissue to wipe the soup stains off Yi Ji's pants. Jiang Xiaoming's face twitched in annoyance. At that moment, a little girl with pigtails bounced over to Yigu. Yigu, let's play horsey, okay? Yigu stared blankly at the adorable little girl in front of him. Through his gradually merging memories, he recognized her as Xia Xiyao, his playmate from kindergarten. But this innocent and lively girl was actually the same Xiaolingming, the chaotic demonist from the game who struck fear into everyone, the 8-star boss who massacred human guilds and ruled the Dark Realms. Yigu, you promised. Xia Xiao whined, tugging at his arm. You said if I scored higher than you in the kindergarten ability assessment, you'd be my desk mate and play horsey with me. Before Yigu could respond, Gao Shenxue calmly intervened. Xiaoyi is too weak to play horsey with you. Who are you? Xia Xiao tilted her head. I don't remember seeing you at war kindergarten. I'm his godmother, Gao Shenxue said seriously. His mother is my sworn sister, and she asked me to take him as my godson a long time ago. As a mother, it's my duty to protect him. Yigu stood awkwardly to the side. Although it was true, it was just a joke his mother had made years ago, and this little girl actually took it seriously. Xia Xiao blinked her innocent big eyes, her face full of pure anticipation. For a girl her age, such a suggestion seemed perfectly normal. Why don't we sit together from now on? She excitedly proposed. Gao Shenxue hesitated, looking around. But there's only space for 2 at each desk. That's no problem. Xia Xiao immediately responded, grabbing Gao Shenxue's hand. I can bring over another desk. The teacher won't mind. So, can we be friends? Friends? A trace of confusion flashed in Gao Shenxue's eyes. Yes, Xia Xiao said enthusiastically. My mom said that once you start school, you can make friends. We can play games, build with blocks, playhouse, and even practice together. Yeg and I have been friends since kindergarten. The 3 of us can study and practice together every day. My mom says that practicing with more people helps you improve faster. Gao Shenxue thought for a moment, then nodded lightly. Great. Xia Xiao cheered. My name is Xia Xiao. What's yours? Gao Shenxue. The other replied softly. Just then, the bell rang, and a male teacher walked to the podium. Xia Xiao stuck out her tongue. I need to get back to my seat. I'll bring the chair over in a bit. As Xia Xiao left, Gao Shenxue watched her quietly for a moment before sitting down. Yeg studied his new desk mate. Black hair tied in a high ponytail revealing a fair swan-like neck. A baby-faced complexion that couldn't hide her unusually mature and cool demeanor, exuding an aura of inapproachable strength. Hard to believe, I'm actually in elementary school with the game's main antagonist, Gao Shenxue, and Xia Xiao? Yeg thought to himself. Class is starting. The male teacher began. The civilizations of the myriad races are far more powerful than you can imagine. Not only do they possess special abilities, but many also have advanced technology that surpasses ours. What we pride ourselves on in science is just elementary school content to them. Our modern weapons are mere toys in their eyes. For humanity not to be bullied by the myriad races, it all depends on your generation's efforts. The teacher paused. That's it for history. Now we'll start the swordsmanship class. Swordsmanship is a branch of the warrior profession. Although it develops slowly at the beginning, it has immense potential later on. Many high-ranking human generals are swordsmen, which proves the value of this profession. I assume you've all learned basic sword techniques in kindergarten, but today we will formally learn sword skills. I need 2 students to demonstrate. Any volunteers? Jiang Xiaoming immediately raised his hand. Me. The teacher nodded and led him up on stage, then looked around the classroom. Anyone else? Seeing no response, he called out, Yeg, you come up and demonstrate. Yigu, such bad luck? Getting called on the first day of school? Gao Shenxue turned to look at Yigu beside her, noticing his clearly reluctant expression. She stood up voluntarily and said calmly, Teacher, I'll go in his place. The male teacher was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and asked, Why is that? Little girl, why do you want to go for him? Gao Shenxue's gaze was steady as she earnestly replied, Because I am his. Before she could finish, Yigu quickly stood up and covered her mouth. Gao Shenxue let out muffled protests, her dark, beautiful eyes filled with a hint of grievance as she looked at him. You'd better sit down, Yigu said helplessly, pressing her back into her seat. Although she would become the future high IQ, cool-headed mechanical goddess of the human race, right now, she was still an innocent child who took a joke too seriously. Yigu walked up to the practice platform. The classroom in this world had a unique layout, with a practical combat area set up between the podium and the student section. Go, Yigu! Xia Xiao in the front row cheered excitedly for him. The male teacher took 2 wooden swords from the podium and handed them to the students. You all should have previewed the basic weapon techniques I assigned yesterday, right? Show the class a couple of moves. All right. Jiang Xiaoming's eyes lit up as he gripped the wooden sword tightly. Over the past few days, he had noticed that Gao Shunxue, who was usually indifferent to everyone, only stuck close to Yigu. His ideal girl had become someone else's follower, which he found hard to accept. He was determined to defeat Yigu in this match and make Gao Shunxue see him in a new light. Just as Yigu reluctantly picked up the wooden sword, a static noise suddenly buzzed in his mind. ZZZZZZ. Following that, a transparent game panel appeared before his eyes, displaying detailed personal attribute information. Wasn't this the interface he had seen in the game map of the 10,000 races? A system notification sounded. Player has not checked in today. Check in now? Without hesitation, Yigu chose yes. After successfully checking in, he received 20,000 human empire coins and 100 points for the game exchange store. The system also awarded him a newbie gift pack. This time, he chose Pack B and immediately obtained 3 golden quality rewards. The special talent, Soul of the Artifact Spirit, the forbidden ability, Demonic Copy Technique, and a Spirit of Calamity, Pet Egg. As the golden glow sparkled, Yi Ji's eyes lit up with excitement. What the? A golden flash? Yigu exclaimed in disbelief. In all his years of playing the game Wanzhou map, he had never seen such a rare sight. Yet today, the beginner's pack had given him 3 in one go. Power surged through his body, especially in the hand gripping the wooden sword. An unprecedented strength began to spread throughout his being. This was the power of the golden special talent, Spirit of the Weapon, an innate ability to communicate with weapons, allowing him to master any weapon and unleash its full potential. This talent brought 3 astounding effects. He could create new moves in the heat of battle. All weapons in his hands would be upgraded by 1 tier. And most impressively, any weapon would receive a 13-star enhancement, which could stack with its original attributes. Looking down at the wooden sword in his hand, Yigu could clearly feel it becoming an extension of his body. The blade began to gather potent sword energy, emitting a faint hum, while a pink aura gradually enveloped its plain surface. This ordinary academy-issued wooden sword, under the influence of the spirit of the weapon, had its quality upgraded from white to blue. Its attributes were significantly boosted. Sharpness increased to 0.45, toughness raised to 0.34, strength enhanced to 16, and it gained an additional 99 physical attack. These values were the result of the 13-star enhancement. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoming, standing on the combat platform, raised his wooden sword and shouted, "Come on, I'm going to defeat you." He infused his wooden sword with a faint trace of soul energy and slashed fiercely at Yigu. The male teacher observing the scene had a glint of surprise in his eyes. From Jiang Xiaoming's move alone, he could tell the chubby boy came from an extraordinary background. In this class, Jiang Xiaoming's family was undoubtedly among the elite. He must have been receiving extensive cultivation resources since kindergarten. It was indeed impressive for a first-year student to have already reached the initial stage of the Yellow Realm and mastered basic sword techniques. Sword technique vertical slash. Jiang Xiaoming shouted angrily, swinging his wooden sword down fiercely. However, to Yigu, this move was full of flaws. Almost instinctively, he lifted his wrist slightly, and with a casual flick of his wooden sword, there was a crisp, crack sound. Jiang Xiaoming's wooden sword snapped in two, the broken blade flying over his head. At that moment, a notification appeared before Yi Ji's eyes. Congratulations, you have comprehended a new sword skill during the battle lifting sword technique. The male teacher was completely stunned by what he saw. It was only the second day of school, and he still didn't know much about his students. He had thought Jiang Xiaoming was quite skilled, but who knew that the seemingly frail Yigu was hiding such talent? Jiang Xiaoming fell heavily to the ground, tears streaming down his face from the pain. You. He pointed at Yi Ji's wooden sword and cried, "Teacher, I report. This isn't fair. His wooden sword is sharper than mine. Mine broke on contact. Don't talk nonsense. These are standardized training swords made from the same material." The male teacher walked over, glaring sternly at Jiang Xiaoming, thinking the child just couldn't handle losing and was making excuses. "That's enough for now." The male teacher turned to Yigu, patting his shoulder. "Have you practiced sword techniques before?" A little," Yigu replied vaguely. The male teacher smiled. "Great. For this lesson, you'll help me demonstrate?" Yigu hesitated. "I'd rather not." "What's the matter?" the teacher asked, puzzled. "Afraid of getting hurt? Don't worry. I'll control my strength and only use sword techniques. No soul power." Yigu hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. After Jiang Xiaoming was helped away, Yigu and the male teacher stood facing each other on the practice platform, each holding a wooden sword. "Class, pay attention. I'll first demonstrate the basic defensive moves," the male teacher said, holding his sword in one hand and placing the other behind his back. He smiled at Yigu. "Come on, attack with all your might." As Yigu hesitated about whether to use his newly mastered golden ability, a system notification suddenly appeared. Daily task: refresh, defeat the male teacher in the school swordsmanship class. Reward: 5 lucky boxes. Yi's eyes lit up, and he no longer hesitated. All right, teacher. Here I come. His stance changed abruptly, and his gaze turned sharp. The male teacher was still feeling pleased, thinking this student looked promising, but in the next instant, a flash of a sword was already coming at him like lightning. With a clatter, the male teacher's wooden sword was knocked out of his hand, and Yi's sword tip was already pointed at his abdomen. Ouch! The male teacher cried out, crouching down with a pained expression. The classroom erupted in gasps and applause, especially from the female students whose eyes sparkled with admiration. Xia Shiyao clapped the loudest, while Gao Shunxue observed Yigu thoughtfully. It took a while for the male teacher to recover and stand up, rubbing his stomach. What was that move called? How was it so fast? Yigu tilted his head, and another notification appeared before him. Congratulations, you have comprehended a new sword skill during the battle charging sword technique. I think it's called charging sword technique. The male teacher's expression grew complex, wondering if this kid might come from a prestigious swordsmanship family. Ahem, I was careless earlier, he said, picking up his wooden sword and returning to the practice platform. Let's go again. Okay, Yigu responded obediently. This time, he didn't dare to be careless. The male teacher gripped the wooden sword with both hands, his eyes becoming intensely focused as he said in a deep voice, "Come on, attack me however you like." Yigu didn't hold back and launched another move. The wooden sword traced a graceful arc through the air. After 2 crisp clashes, clang, clang, there was a sharp crack, and the male teacher's wooden sword flew out of his hands like a wild horse breaking free. These simple moves left the male teacher completely bewildered. He couldn't make out Yi's sword technique at all. It felt as if his wooden sword was being entangled by a nimble snake. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't exert any force, and his sword was easily flicked away. At that moment, a prompt echoed in Yi's mind. Congratulations, you have comprehended a new sword skill during the battle soft sword style. Teacher's hand slipped just now. The male teacher, seeing the innocent eyes of the students in the class, felt his cheeks burning and awkwardly said, "That doesn't count, let's go again." Yigu sighed softly, thinking he should take it easy to avoid embarrassing the teacher too much. All right, this time I'll attack, and you defend. The male teacher gritted his teeth and agreed, having already formed a plan in his mind. He had identified Yi's fatal weakness, his lack of height. Being young meant shorter arms, which naturally limited his defensive range. Come, the male teacher roared, bringing the wooden sword down with fierce momentum. Yigu frowned slightly, sensing the power in the strike. The sense of danger made him instinctively raise his hand and deflect with full force. Congratulations, you have comprehended a new sword skill during the battle break sword style. Crack, snap. The male teacher's wooden sword broke on impact, and he staggered back several steps before falling heavily to the ground with a thud. He stared dumbfounded at the broken sword, looking as if he was questioning his entire life. Teacher, I'm sorry, are you all right? Yigu approached with an apologetic look to help him up. He had intended to hold back, but the teacher's fierce strike had triggered his inner spirit's sense of threat, making it impossible to restrain himself. Nothing, I'm fine, the male teacher stammered in response. After class, midday. A system notification sounded in Yi's ear. Congratulations on completing your daily tasks. You have received 5 lucky boxes. Yigu smiled slightly. Although the lucky boxes were just the most common ones, typically only containing ordinary white or blue-grade items, in his unexpected situation of being transported into a game world, something was better than nothing. He immediately chose to open them. A series of notifications followed. Received 10 basic health potions white. Received B sting pistol white. Received 30 firewood white. Received 10 basic cultivation elixirs blue. Congratulations. Received 10 learning boost elixirs pink. The last notification made Yi's eyes light up. In the world of myriad races, pink-grade items were considered top-tier treasures, highly sought after by all races. In comparison, red-grade items were practically priceless, with 90 controlled by the top 10 races, and gold-grade items were the stuff of legends. Getting a pink item far exceeded Yi's expectations. When did you get so good with a sword? A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Yigu turned to see his deskmate, Gao Shunxue, quietly watching him. He casually replied, "Learned it at home. I don't remember Uncle arranging any swordsmanship lessons for you." "Well, I picked it up from textbooks, and it turned out to be quite useful," Yigu said, masking the truth effortlessly. Gao Shunxue didn't press further. She took out a pink, insulated lunchbox from her drawer, revealing a meticulously prepared meal inside. She picked up a pink spoon, scooped some rice, and brought it to Yi's mouth. "Open up." Yigu sighed inwardly. The future cold-hearted villainess in front of him was now feeding him like a doting mother. His memories told him that Gao Shinshue was the orphan of the Yi family's old steward and had been responsible for taking care of him since childhood. As he chewed the food, Yigu pondered his situation. The game system was still functioning, but there was no logout button, and the pain sensation here was 100, far exceeding the game's 15 limit. Was he truly in the real world of the game, or was there something more to it? Even though my mother asked you to watch over my meals, don't you think this might turn me into a useless person? Yigu couldn't help but say, come on, in the future head of the demon variant family, destined to be the lord of the Yi family's territory, Gao Shinshue calmly responded, it's okay. Even if Xiao Yi becomes useless, I will take care of you forever. Yigu was left speechless. At 5 in the afternoon, right after school, the entrance of the Arson City War Academy was lined with hundreds of luxury cars. Each car was attended by a sharply dressed butler or servant, ready to pick up the young masters and misses. The student body at the War Academy was quite unique. Apart from a few commoners discovered for their extraordinary talents, the majority were children of noble families from the southern regions of the empire, leaders of major guilds and sects, and top executives of powerful conglomerates. For these families, sending their children here was both an educational choice and a status symbol. Xia Shiyao keenly noticed Yigu and Gao Shinshue walking towards a car together and quickly ran over to ask, do you two live in the same place? Gao Shinshue nodded slightly. Yes. You're not really Yi Guest godmother, are you? Xia Shiyao asked, wide-eyed with surprise. Just as Gao Shinshue was about to confirm, Yigu swiftly covered her mouth, holding her still despite her struggles. He explained helplessly, of course not. Shinshue has just grown up with us. Then why did she say earlier? Xia Shiyao began. That was just us playing house. She hasn't quite snapped out of it yet. Yigu quickly interrupted. Oh, I see. Xia Shiyao said excitedly. Can I join you guys? I can pretend to be your dad. Then we'd be a family of 3. After finally steering the conversation away from the awkward topic, Xia Shiyao got into her family's car, leaving with an enthusiastic invitation for them to visit her home someday. On the ride home, Yigu seriously lectured Gao Shinshue, explaining that her remarks could cause him trouble. Gao Shinshue, however, remained expressionless, her deep, dark eyes fixed on him. But I really am your godmother. Even so, you can't say that outside. It's our little secret, Yigu patiently explained. Otherwise, my classmates will make fun of me. You wouldn't want that, would you, Shinshue? After a moment of silence, Gao Shinshue seemed to understand and nodded slightly. The butler driving the car couldn't help but smile at their conversation. In this dark world of constant conflict, the children's innocence was a rare and beautiful thing. Upon arriving at the Yi family's grand estate, even Yigu was taken aback by its scale. The estate featured magical fountains, sculptures, gardens, busy maids in uniforms, and a variety of villas and luxury cars. The scene was as grand as a video game cutscene. As soon as they got out of the car, a beautiful woman with wavy apricot-colored hair, Yige's mother, Zhou Yuqing, came rushing over. However, she bypassed her son and scooped up Gao Shinshue, showering her with affection. Oh, my dear Shinshue, I missed you so much. Zhou Yuqing kept kissing Gao Shingshu's fair cheeks, while the little girl, like a delicate porcelain doll, let her do as she pleased. After receiving numerous kisses, Gao Shinshue finally said softly, sister, we were only at school for 2 days. 2 days can still make me miss you a lot. Zhou Yuqing pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. She suddenly remembered something and turned her gaze to Jaeger beside her. Oh right, has little Jaeger been behaving today? Gao Shinshue glanced at Jaeger and replied gently, he has been very well behaved, and his performance at school was excellent. Haha, that's good. Zhou Yuqing finally released Gao Shinshue and reached out to ruffle Jaeger's hair. Little Jaeger, it's your 2nd day at school. You didn't get into any fights with unfamiliar classmates, did you? Jaeger sighed helplessly. Mom, you should know that your son isn't the kind of person who likes to cause trouble. This was true. Despite being born into a family of magical mutants before his transmigration, Jaeger had always been kind and gentle, even unwilling to harm small animals. Yes, I know. Zhou Yuqing continued to ruffle Jaeger's hair with a smile. Your only flaw is being a bit picky with food, but it's fine. From now on, I'll have Shinshue watch over your meals. Jaeger listened to his mother's words in silence. After dinner, Jaeger returned to his room alone and locked the door behind him. Standing in the spacious 50-square-meter room, he let out a deep breath. Such a large space was indeed overly luxurious for a 7-year-old. After an entire afternoon of attempts, Jaeger had confirmed that he couldn't return to his original world. Given the situation, he decided to embrace this isekai-like setup, typical of traditional web novels, and adapt to this new world. Taking a deep breath, Jaeger opened the game system panel again, and the familiar interface appeared before him. Daily tasks. Refreshes daily. Random tasks triggered by luck. Check-in. Complete daily check-ins to receive rewards. Inventory. Store items here. Attributes. View your personal attributes. Skill tree. Auction house. Auction items you wish to sell. Achievements. Earn rewards by achieving milestones. Exchange shop. Exchange points for divine level items. Map and guidebook. View maps, professions, equipment, and detailed information on various civilizations in the game. Ye Gu was well aware that the character he had transmigrated into was destined for tragedy in the original storyline. He quietly gazed at his personal attribute panel, recalling the complex history of the Yi family in this world. 1,000 years ago, a catastrophic demonic plague swept across the continent, claiming the lives of billions. During this disaster, the ancestors of the Yi family were tainted by demonic blood. Miraculously, they maintained their sanity and even gained the ability to control demonic energy, becoming the first humans capable of harnessing such power. This discovery has puzzled scholars ever since, as they have never been able to unravel the secret behind the Yi family's resistance to demonic corruption. Although the Yi family earned great military honors and was granted a viscountcy and lands for their contributions to the empire during the war, the label of demonic followed them like a shadow. A significant portion of the family's wealth came from warfare, and their ferocity on the battlefield struck fear into all races. Even the most ruthless demons would avoid direct confrontation with the Yi family's forces. However, these military achievements did not win them respect. Instead, they attracted even more hostility. Within the empire, righteous factions from the Night Watchers to the Cultivation sects viewed the Yi family as a potential threat. Duke In of the Southern Territory frequently harassed them. The chief of the Night Watchers, Nangong Ru, publicly denied the humanity of the demonic variants, and even the leader of the largest cultivation sect, Moon Palace, declared a vow to eradicate all dark races. Yigo looked at the attribute panel before him, a bitter smile on his lips. It detailed his aptitude scores across 10 major professions. Psionic profession, 69th level. Marksman profession, 61st level. Beastmaster profession, 58 level. Cultivator profession, 50 level. Mutant profession, 50 level. Spirit master profession, 43 level. Mage profession, 42 level. Martial artist profession, 33 level. Mechanic profession, 25 level. Support profession, 15 level. As the young master of the Yi family, these scores were quite satisfactory. In this world, one's aptitude directly determined their talent in various professions. The human professional system was divided into 10 major categories: martial arts, magic, psionics, cultivation, beast mastery, support, marksmanship, mutation, spirit mastery, and mechanics. Each major category further branched into numerous subprofessions. For instance, the martial arts category included swordsmen, axemen, fighters, and chi masters, while the marksmanship category encompassed gunners, archers, and cannoneers. Since he had come to this world, Yi Gu was determined to change the fate of the Yi family. As a hardcore gamer, he knew that in this world, strength was everything. As long as he became stronger, nothing would be impossible. In this world, the level of one's learning aptitude determines their potential. An A-level aptitude can place someone among the ranks of elite talent, earning them focused training at schools for the extraordinary. An S-level is considered a genius, while S-level individuals are one in a million prodigies. SS level, however, is so rare that fewer than 10 people worldwide possess it. At this moment, Yi Ge's abilities in both special powers and archery have reached S level. He opens his system inventory and takes out 10 precious learning enhancement potions. These pink grade potions, developed by a mysterious genetic company, can sell for tens of millions or even over 100 million each on the market, yet they are often unavailable despite the high price. Yigo carefully considers the 3 golden talents he previously acquired: the special power demonic copy technique, which allows him to replicate and darken enemy skills; the soul of the weapon spirit, coveted by martial artists; and the unique Beast Master's spirit pet egg spirit of calamity. He decides to prioritize boosting his learning aptitude for these 3 professions. The first potion goes down, and the system immediately prompts. Due to bloodline talent bonuses, the effect is doubled. Special power learning aptitude increases by 8 points, reaching 77S level. With the second potion, another critical hit occurs, increasing it by 6 points to 83SS level. After using all 10 potions, Yi Ge's learning aptitude in martial arts, special powers, and beast mastery all reach SS level. He casually flips open a first-year martial arts textbook, and the once obscure content now seems as natural as breathing, making him marvel at the profound change brought by this talent. An hour later, Yi Gu sits cross-legged, meditating with soul energy swirling around him. With a thunderous boom, he breaks through to the second stage of the Yellow Realm. This achievement is due both to his enhanced learning aptitude and the beginner cultivation potion he obtained earlier in the day. Just then, the dark spirit pet egg begins to crack. Amidst the cracking sounds, a small, pitch-black raven with red eyes emerges. Following the standard procedure for beast masters, Yigu cuts his finger and lets a drop of blood fall on the raven's head. The blood is absorbed, and a faint mark disappears. This spirit of calamity is fully feathered from birth, requiring none of the meticulous care ordinary young beasts need. The little creature looked up and saw Yigu, then eagerly flapped its wings and flew over. Trails of wispy black smoke followed its flight path until it landed steadily on Yiji's shoulder. Yigu extended his pinky to tease it, and the spirit of calamity gently pecked at his finger with its beak, showing an unusual level of affection. This scene was a stark contrast to the image of the spirit of calamity described in legends. It was said that these emissaries from the underworld were always rebellious and never obeyed any human beast masters. Yigu recalled a widely told story. A prominent beast master at the Heavenly Awakening level once tried to tame a spirit of calamity but ended up being corrupted by it, ultimately turning into a monstrous abomination devoid of humanity. What's so scary about this? It's clearly just a little cutie. Yigu continued to tease the small raven, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he had already mastered 3 extraordinary professions: martial arts, supernatural abilities, and beast mastery, a rarity in the current world. Typically, extraordinary individuals in this world would choose their professional direction during elementary school and usually specialize in just one. Although there was a chance to switch majors after high school, most people would never practice more than 2 professions simultaneously in their lifetime, as each required a significant amount of effort. But Yigu was different. As a transmigrator and a player from another world, he possessed a sign-in and task system unimaginable to the natives of this world. He was only 7 years old, having just started school. Based on the ages of Gao Shenxue and Xia Xiyao, he estimated that they were still in the early stages of the game, version 1.0. 10 years is enough for me to become incredibly powerful through sign-ins, AFK farming, and completing tasks, Yigu calculated to himself. When I come of age, what is there to fear from the Yi family's great calamity? With that thought, he smiled confidently, closed his eyes, folded his short legs, and focused intently on his cultivation. 2,000 years ago, the human continent was still divided, with each city-state having its own distinct style, culture, and language. The East excelled in martial arts and immortal cultivation, the West specialized in magic and machinery, the North was proficient in beast mastery and spirit communication, the South was skilled in ghost control and curses, and the Central region rivaled others with its technological prowess. It wasn't until 1,500 years ago that a powerful empire emerged, uniting all the city-states and tribes, establishing a universal defense line, standardizing language and script, and integrating the strengths of each region into the mandatory curriculum for all extraordinary individuals. This empire was known as Qin. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. In the vast, boundless green forest, 3 swift shadows darted and leaped among the dense treetops. This was the team composed of Yigu, Gao Shenxue, and Xia Xiyao. They moved with agility and in perfect harmony, advancing quickly between the large trees before stealthily concealing themselves again. At the age of 10, they were considered adults in this world teeming with diverse races and abundant spiritual energy. After systematic training, their comprehension abilities were sufficient to understand most things in this world. As cadets of the War Academy, they had to undertake missions like ordinary human extraordinary warriors. This was both a form of training and preparation to become vital combat forces for the future of the great Qin Empire on the battlefield of myriad races. Graduates from the War Academy would become the mainstay of various families and forces. The tasks they most frequently encountered involved dealing with gangs of thieves and robbers composed of ordinary humans. Although these criminals were adults, they posed no threat to elementary-level students in the Huang realm. According to regulations, elementary students' missions would not involve extraordinary criminals or creatures from other races, but reality was always full of surprises. Yigu, Xia Xiyao whispered, this mission seems to be exceeding the difficulty level of a 6th-grade graduation task. Those bandits even have guns. Yigu, hidden in the treetops, calmly observed the surroundings. Stay close to me and don't fall behind. But won't it be too dangerous to go deeper? Xia Xiyao worriedly asked. Originally, there were only 3 bandits, but now there are at least 20. Should we go back and report to the teacher? Gao Shenxue softly agreed. This is no longer an A-level task. Retreating for now would be safer. A pitch-black crow flew back and landed on Yiji's shoulder, its crimson eyes flashing with intelligence. Yigu seemed to understand its warning. It's too late, be careful. Before he finished speaking, several shadows darted out from the bushes. A masked bandit suddenly leaped from the dense treetops, wielding a sharp dagger aimed straight at Yiji's throat. As the cold light flashed, Yigu remained motionless. Die, brat! The bandit sneered, thinking he had succeeded. However, at the moment the blade swept past, Yiji's figure dissipated into a strange black mist. The mist reformed behind the bandit, and Yigu, holding a black metal straight blade, pierced through the bandit's chest with a single strike. The bandit, eyes wide open, fell heavily to the ground. Immediately, about 20 masked bandits surrounded them from all directions. The bandit leader looked at his fallen comrade and said coldly, "These kids are really ruthless nowadays. One move and he took out one of my brothers." Yiga squinted at the leader. Seventh stage of the Huang realm? It seems there's a problem with the mission intel. He scanned the surroundings and noticed at least a dozen Huang realm extraordinary individuals. This clearly exceeded the scope of an A-level task, reaching the level of a D-level task. Heh, the kids got sharp eyes. These must be War Academy students, the bandit leader remarked. The bandit leader's eyes gleamed with amusement as he drew a sharp dagger, skillfully twirling it in his hand while advancing step by step. It's a pity, really. Blame it on your bad luck for running into us during our mission. Before he finished speaking, a suffocating aura of darkness suddenly spread through the air. Yigu stood expressionless, surrounded by eerie black mist. From the mist, pitch-black ravens emerged, their piercing cries echoing in the air. First level of the Xian realm? The bandit leader's pupils contracted violently as he stared incredulously at the young boy before him. A grade schooler with Xian realm power? Are you kidding me? Are Xian realm experts so cheap these days? The other bandits hadn't yet recovered from their shock when the ravens swooped down on them. In their panic, they swung their blades wildly, only to find that each strike hit nothing but air. The ravens dissolved into ethereal black mist, which then enveloped them layer by layer in a bizarre manner. Screams of agony erupted one after another. In mere seconds, over a dozen bandits fell within the black mist. Each one clutched their own throat, eyes wide open, bodies drenched in cold sweat, their faces twisted in terror, and soon they were lifeless. Seeing this, the remaining bandits fell into disarray. Someone suddenly shouted, "This kid's a freak. Don't fight him, Hedon. Grab those two girls as hostages." A tall bandit reacted swiftly, darting behind Gao Shunxue and locking his arm around her neck, pressing a knife to her face. "Don't move, kid, or I'll slit her throat." However, Gao Shunxue remained extraordinarily calm despite being held hostage. Her face retained its perpetual icy expression, showing neither struggle nor panic. Yigu glanced at the bandit, slightly taken aback, and with a hint of oddness in his voice, he asked, "Are you sure you want to grab her?" The tall bandit froze for a moment, then noticed the buzzing sound around him. He turned his head to look around and saw four cute, spherical flying robots hovering around him. These robots had a high-tech mechanical design, each equipped with 4 small propellers for flight. Their faces were display screens, currently showing angry expressions. With a series of beep-beep electronic sounds, the antennas on top of the 4 robots emitted blinding electric currents simultaneously. The tall bandit's eyes widened, but before he could react, 4 beams of electricity converged in the air. Amidst the crackling sound, a dazzling bolt of lightning struck him directly. Ah! The tall bandit screamed as the high-voltage current hit him, causing his entire body to convulse and jump uncontrollably. A few seconds later, he collapsed to the ground, his body reduced to a smoldering, charred corpse. Witnessing this, the other bandits were shocked. However, the chubby bandit set his sights on the seemingly frail Xia Xiao, assuming she would be the easiest target. He quietly circled behind her and launched a surprise attack. Xia Xiao's face turned pale with fear, and she instinctively closed her eyes. Just as the chubby bandit's hand was about to touch her, his entire body suddenly stiffened, unable to move. Even more terrifying, his fingers began to turn wooden from the tips, with the transformation quickly spreading throughout his body. His skin turned into wood, and his hair transformed into tender green shoots. Fully conscious, he watched helplessly as he turned into a wooden statue. Xia Xiao slowly opened her eyes and, seeing the wooden statue before her, patted her chest in relief. Phew, that scared me. 15 minutes later, the remaining bandits were all tightly bound. Yigu, concerned, asked Xia Xiao and Gao Xinxue if they were all right, to which they replied they were unharmed. The bound bandit leader looked at these 3 incredibly capable youths and couldn't help but marvel at how powerful students had become. Under Yi Ji's intimidation, the bandit leader revealed the location of the tent, where the hostages were held and the soul crystals were stored. Yigu slashed open the tent, rescuing the bound hostages and discovering several sacks of precious soul crystals. These soul crystals were clearly beyond the reach of bandits of their level, indicating a more powerful force behind them. When Yigu pressed for information about the mastermind, the bandit leader insisted he didn't know, claiming they were just the laborers and had never seen the real boss. Seeing no further information could be extracted, Yigu decided to drop it. After all, their mission was merely to investigate this group of bandits. The subsequent interrogation would be handled by the night watchers and law enforcers. The group from Class 3, Grade 4 Yigu, Gao Shunxue, and Xia Zaya had just completed a level mission. Initially in a level task to investigate smuggling bandits and rescue hostages, the mission's difficulty had been upgraded, earning them a reward of 300 credits. Back at school, Yigu submitted the mission report in the task hall. When the main screen displayed the mission details, students, teachers, and staff in the hall all gasped in amazement. Fourth graders completing a level mission? That's middle school level. Yigu again. I heard their class encountered a yellow realm beast during a field trip to collect spiritual plants, and he single-handedly fought their way out. That's the son of the Lord of Yi City. Too bad he's a demonized mutant. Don't you know? No matter how talented demonized kids are, they get suppressed. It's an unspoken rule. Just as Yigu was about to head to lunch with his teammates, a voice called out from behind, "Yigu, stop right there." Turning around, he saw Jiang Xiaoming with two classmates. Holding a wooden sword with a smug expression, Jiang Xiaoming said, "Completed another level mission? No wonder you're my recognized rival. This is my 308th challenge to you, and this time, I'll defeat you in front of Schwerer." Yigu smiled wryly. "Maybe next time. I'm busy today. Are you looking down on me?" Jiang Xiaoming brandished his wooden sword. "I've learned a new sword technique just for you. What do you think, guys? Can I win this time?" A chubby boy munching on chips mumbled, "No, you can't beat Yigu." After some coercion and bribery involving snacks, the chubby boy reluctantly voiced support for Jiang Xiaoming. "Take this. Phantom sword technique." Jiang Xiaoming charged forward. With a casual wave, Yigu sent a pitch-black raven flying at Jiang Xiaoming's feet. Whoa! Jiang Xiaoming toppled over before he could finish his sentence. As Yigu walked away, Xia Xiao squatted beside Jiang Xiaoming and teased, "Failed your 308th challenge, keep trying." Meanwhile, on a high platform, Principal Jiang and Teacher Zhang were discussing Yigu. This was his third completed level mission, proving he had the skills to skip grades to middle school or even join the elite division of the War Academy. However, because he was from a demonized family and possessed a demon heart, Principal Jiang remained wary. Despite Teacher Zhang's vigorous defense of Yigu, Principal Jiang stayed cautious. Yet, considering the influence of the Yi family, especially the presence of Yi Quan, a strong figure in the Tianqi realm, as the principal of a branch elementary school, dared not act rashly. After all, even though Yi Xiong was merely a viscount, he was still a noble of the empire, not to be underestimated. In the Yi family home, the room was brightly lit. Yigu sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in deep cultivation. A jet-black crow perched atop the bookshelf, occasionally preening its feathers with its beak. Its crimson eyes sparkled with the brilliance of high-quality blood-red garnets. Suddenly, the dark aura surrounding Yigu began to fluctuate violently, swirling like a vortex. In an instant, it formed a storm of demonic energy. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, black light flashed, and the demonic energy surged forth. "Congratulations, Master Yigu." A deep, resonant voice emanated from the crow on the bookshelf, its tone strikingly incongruent with its avian appearance, more befitting a composed gentleman. "Breaking through to the second stage of the profound realm at just 10 years old, you are the first human I've ever seen achieve this. You haven't seen many human children in your lifetime, have you?" Yigu responded with a light chuckle. The crow, known as the Spirit of Calamity, coughed awkwardly. "Well, true, but in my previous lives, I've seen quite a few. In this world, the cultivation system is divided into 3 stages, encompassing a total of 11 realms. The first stage includes Yellow, Profound, Earth, and Heaven. The second stage comprises 100 souls, 1,000 spirits, myriad forms, and Azura. The third stage consists of Revelation, Saint Descent, and Soul Emperor. In the current version 1.15 of the Universal Race Map, the strongest human is only at the Saint Descent stage, placing the human race at a modest rank of 93 among all races. Yigu opened the system panel to complete his daily sign-in. The system promptly displayed, "Sign-in successful. You have received 20,000 human currency and 100 game exchange points. Congratulations. You have signed in for 3 years, totaling 1,095 days. Achievement unlocked. Hardcore player." The additional rewards were substantial. 3 million human currency, 10,000 exchange points, 100 soul crystals, and 100 lucky blind boxes along with 5 super lucky blind boxes. Checking his inventory, his current balance had reached 137 million human currency and 150,000 exchange points. Over the past 3 years, Yigu had accumulated a vast amount of resources through daily tasks, hidden quests, achievement tasks, and being forced into 24-hour AFK farming. His warehouse was stocked with everything from life restoration potions to various equipment. With anticipation, Yigu began today's unboxing. He quickly opened 100 regular blind boxes, the best item being a red-quality Earth Fiend talisman. Sighing at the results, Yigu couldn't help but lament since obtaining 3 gold-quality items from the beginner's pack 3 years ago. He hadn't seen a single gold-quality item since. 3 years of effort have led to these results, and Yigu couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. Although it matched his usual impression of how stingy domestic games could be, if the big shots knew what he was thinking right now, they might be compelled to retort. After all, Red quality items in this world are rare resources that only the top 10 races can master, something money can't buy. Isn't that good enough? Yigu shifted his attention to the remaining 5 super lucky blind boxes. The special feature of these boxes is that they guarantee at least a pink quality item, which made him hold his breath and pin all his hopes on this final chance. Come on, Yigu whispered, then began opening the blind boxes one by one. System notifications flashed continuously. Obtained Puppet Doll Iron Fist Ghost Arm Pink. Obtained Item Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill X10 Red. Obtained Accessory Necklace Heavenly Tao Life-Saving Lock Red. Obtained Cultivation Technique Sacred Purification Soul Art Gold. Obtained Spirit Pet Egg White Blood Spirit Gold. Seeing the results, 1 pink, 2 reds, and 2 golds, Yigi's eyes lit up. He was especially excited about the Spirit Pet Egg, wondering what kind of spirit pet it would hatch. The golden quality Sacred Purification Soul Art thrilled him even more. It was the top-tier technique for cultivators in the game. Cultivating this technique not only purifies soul energy and generates sacred spirit energy, but also strengthens soul nodes and can significantly extend one's lifespan even with just 1 layer of cultivation. Yigu immediately opened his inventory and found the 5 learning enhancement potions he had just obtained. It was the perfect opportunity to try boosting his cultivation class learning ability to SSS level. When the system asked, "Do you want to use the potions now?" he didn't hesitate to choose yes. The system promptly displayed the message, "Usage successful." After using up 5 secret potions, Yigu still maintained a perfect success rate. He opened his attribute panel and glanced over the rows of talents, glowing with SS level brilliance. Martial Arts 89, Magic 80, Supernatural Abilities 83, Cultivation 86, Beast Mastery 89, Support 80, Archer 82, Mutation 81, Ghost Mastery 81, Mechanic 80. Each value securely surpassed 80, the result of his relentless 3-year streak of daily sign-ins and task completions. I might be the only person in the world with SS-level talents in all professions now, Yigu murmured to himself, reminiscing about his gaming days. There was once a big spender who shelled out tens of thousands to acquire over 100 secret potions for learning. Despite 100 attempts, he succeeded only once, and it merely added 1 point to his learning ability. The guy was so infuriated he fainted and ended up in the ICU, making headlines the next day. If he could bring this top-tier account into the real world, he could easily sell it to some wealthy individual in a first-tier city and buy a house without any trouble. Unfortunately, he had abandoned that thought 3 years ago. Opening the system's inventory, it was overflowing with items. From common white gear to rare red quality equipment, all kinds of tools and materials were in abundance. He had amassed over 1,000 soul crystals, more than even a duke's treasury might hold. Hundreds of top-grade cultivation potions were neatly lined up, though they couldn't be used until reaching the 100 soul realm. He even had a considerable stash of red quality Supreme Spirit Gathering pills, which could increase cultivation speed tenfold, but for now, they were just sitting there causing him frustration. These precious resources couldn't be shown to anyone lightly. The Yi family was currently beset with internal and external troubles, and there were spies from other noble families lurking within. Any unusual movement of resources might attract unwanted attention. Looking at the stockpile, Yigu suddenly remembered his lesser-known identity in the world of the myriad races. In that realm, he was not only the sole civilian player in the top 10 of the global server, but also the mysterious merchant who secretly controlled the entire game's economy. Through clever monopolies, hoarding, and reselling, he became the hated, villainous capitalist among players. The commercial system in the game bore a striking resemblance to the real world. In the gaming world, item trading studios hold a unique place. Many players see them as legitimate professions, with some even earning enough through game transactions to buy cars and houses in real life. In his past life, Yigu was the mastermind behind a well-known studio, though he converted all his earnings into RMB. Consequently, his game character always appeared in commoner attire, presenting himself as the pinnacle of civilian skill. When Yigu saw the warehouse filled with a mountain of supplies, his eyes lit up. It reminded him of manipulating the game market in his previous life, and he wondered if he could replicate this business model in this world. He quickly opened the system auction house interface, categorized and organized the idle items in his inventory, and listed them all in one go. These items would automatically enter the top-tier extraordinary auction center of the Human Alliance, allowing him to earn corresponding profits upon sale. Holding 10 premium spirit gathering pills, Yigu pondered for a moment and decided to test the waters with 2 of them. He set the unit price at $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, a price far exceeding the actual value of 5 to 6 billion Empire coins for a premium spirit gathering pill. However, in the Human Empire, red quality items were rare, and he might just find a wealthy buyer. Under the anonymous name Black Angel, Yigu listed the auction, leveraging the system's privileges to avoid any traceable sources. The neatly organized item list made him quite satisfied. Once the items sold, he would have more funds to control the market for various rare materials. With his knowledge of future price fluctuations in game versions, A knowing smile played on Yiji's lips. Next, he checked his accumulated 150,000 game exchange points. Opening the exchange shop, he was greeted by a list of exorbitantly priced items. Ho Yi's Bow Divine level, 500,000 points. Poseidon's Trident Divine level, 500,000 points. Thor's Hammer Divine level, 800,000 points. Taishang Lao Jun's 9-turn Elixir Divine level, 1 million points. Chio's Contract Divine level, 3 million points. Buddha's Palm Divine level, 10 million points. Looking at items priced in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions of points, Yigu was rendered speechless. Even as a hardcore player who had diligently completed daily tasks for 3 years, his points were only a fraction of these items' prices. The game's pricing strategy seemed designed to challenge players. Helpless, Yigu continued using his current purple quality straight sword. In the human territory, the best equipment available for purchase was only of inferior pink quality, far from these divine-level weapons. Just then, the white spirit pet egg placed aside began to emit cracking sounds. Yigu turned to look, raising an eyebrow. Oh, is it hatching already? Where am I? Bai Shuling woke up from a state of confusion, gradually becoming aware of her surroundings. Not far away, a human boy was watching her intently. This was Yigu, a veteran player of the Myriad Races map. He was observing the small white kitten that had just emerged from the spirit pet egg. The kitten was no larger than a fist, with 2 fluffy tails adorned with sacred snow patterns and blood red, gem-like eyes that were not yet fully open. Double-tailed snow spirit cat, potential no less than that of a calamity spirit, with the same potential to reach the Soul Emperor realm, Yigu murmured to himself. He then pricked his finger and placed a drop of his blood on the kitten's forehead. A contract mark appeared briefly before fading away. Memories flooded back to Bai Zuolingsh had once been the empress of the Spirit Demon tribe. During a great war between the Spirit Demon tribe and the Blood tribe over a decade ago, she had sacrificed all her cultivation to be reborn with her memories intact. Feeling the warmth on her forehead, Bai Shuling realized she had formed an eternal contract with this human. What shocked her even more was that this seemingly ordinary human boy exuded an aura of demonic power at the Demon King level. As an empress who had witnessed the history of human development, Bai Shuling had always looked down on humans. In her eyes, humans were greedy and selfish, and demonic humans were even more brutal and treacherous. At this moment, she was filled with despair and resentment. Yigu noticed the unusually low spirits of the little spirit cat, a stark contrast to the calamity spirit he had previously tamed. The calamity spirit, perched on his shoulder, also curiously observed the new companion. Seeing the dejected kitten, Yigu retrieved a bottle of precious 5-colored divine bull's pure milk from his system space. This divine substance, which took centuries to produce just a liter, had astonishing nurturing effects. Bai Shuling had planned to feign depression and illness to gain her freedom, but the aroma of the 5-colored divine bull's milk shattered her resolve in an instant. This alluring scent was irresistible, even to a former empress of the spirit demon tribe. How could an empress like me be bought off with a bottle of milk? Bai Shuling stubbornly thought to herself, but her body had already moved forward honestly. Slurp, slurp. As Bai Shuling enjoyed the delicious milk, her eyes sparkled with excitement. So tasty. Yigu frowned slightly as he looked at the little spirit cat lying in his arms, gulping down milk. This snow-white kitten not only had an astonishing appetite, but also suddenly seemed full of energy, which puzzled him. No more. Yigu gently moved the bottle away and patted the little cat's head. You're still too small. If you eat any more, you'll get bloated. Noob, the little white cat tilted its head and let out a plaintive cry, its big round eyes staring straight at Yigu. Bai Shuling silently grumbled in its heart. This human boy is clearly toying with me. Why start feeding if you're not going to fill me up? How infuriating. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and the voice of a young mother, Zhou Yuqing, came from outside. Xiao Yigu, Shi Yao is here to play with you. Are you still sleeping in? Yigu got up to open the door and saw Xia Shiyao standing outside, dressed like a noble lady. She had her hair styled in a French braid, her tea-colored long hair flowing smoothly, and she wore a black and white dress with white tights and shiny black shoes, exuding an elegant aristocratic aura. Yigu. Xiao twirled excitedly in front of him. Do I look good today? Yes, you look great. Yigu nodded earnestly after a careful look. Xiao beamed with joy, and Zhou Yuqing, smiling, said, I'll have the servants cut some fruit for you. Take your time and have fun. With that, she left. Why are you here today? Yigu asked, a bit puzzled. It's the weekend. Xiao pouted. I wanted to come and play with you and swear. Is that not okay? It's okay. Yigu paused briefly, but our Yi family is a clan of demon tamers. You come to our territory so often. Won't your father mind? My dad doesn't care about such trivial things. Xiao huffed, walking into the room with her hands behind her back. Suddenly, she noticed Bai Shuling lying on the table. Ah, Such a cute little kitty. Xiao rushed over and scooped up by Shuling. The little cat's fur stood on end in shock, and it tried to escape but was too late. The girl hugged it tightly, rubbing her cheek against its face, ignoring its struggles. So soft, and she smells so good, Xiao exclaimed, rubbing the little spirit cat. Yigu, is this your new pet? Sort of, though I didn't buy it, Yigu replied vaguely. Xiao grew more enamored, hugging and rubbing the cat, while Bai Shuoling's face was filled with terror. What is this human girl trying to do? Her eyes are so pretty, and she has 2 tails. Xiao played with the fluffy tails, her expression turning regretful. It's too bad I don't have the talent of a beast tamer. Otherwise, I'd ask my dad to get me a spirit pet to play with. Even without the talent, you can still raise one just for fun, without expecting it to help in battles, Yigu suggested. I'd better not. Xiao stuck out her tongue. I've already killed several spirit turtles by accident. I haven't found a pet with stronger vitality than a spirit turtle yet. But that's okay. Since you're a beast tamer, I can always come to your house to play with your pets. Hearing the word always, Bai Shuoling's eyes widened even more. The spirit of calamity on the bookshelf side. Cute pets really are more popular with girls. By the way, Xiao asked, tilting her head. I heard that once spirit cats reach maturity, they can transform into catgirls. Is that true? Yigu pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, this breed of spirit cat does have the potential to transform into a humanoid catgirl. That's awesome. Xiao became even more excited, hugging and sniffing the little cat. When she turns into a catgirl, I can dress her up every day. Yigu couldn't help but laugh. He understood now why Xiao's pets never survive long. Very few pets could withstand her overwhelming enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Bai Shuoling was on the verge of tears. I am the empress of the Lingao clan, a sole emperor who rules across ages. And now, I've become a toy for a human girl, destined to be her dress-up doll. This is too humiliating. After a while, Xiao reluctantly put the little spirit cat down. After all, it's Yi Ji's spirit pet. It wouldn't be good if I accidentally harmed Xiao Zhuma's pet. Xia Xiao thought to herself. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she turned to Yigu. Yigu, do you know what day it is today? Xiao Qingmei asked, her big, watery eyes full of anticipation as she looked at him. Yigu frowned, thinking for a moment, but couldn't recall anything special about today. Today? How can you forget everything? Xia Xiao pouted in dissatisfaction. Seeing Yi Ji's puzzled expression, she didn't bother to explain further and simply grabbed his hand. Come on, let's go find Shuer first. Although Yigu was curious why this little girl was being so secretive, he let her drag him along. The 2 small figures ran down the corridor, their footsteps echoing, until they reached Gao Shenshue's room. Pushing open the door, the sight that greeted them was surprising. In stark contrast to Gao Shenshue's usually aloof personality, the entire room was filled with a childlike charm. The walls were made of colorful Lego bricks, and various cartoon flying robot toys zipped around in the air, adding a lively atmosphere to the space. Seeing this, Yigu couldn't help but think of the Futuria future where this girl, who was now immersed in a world of innocence, would become the mad inventor responsible for creating nanobots, destroying countless civilizations, and building the city of the future. Similarly, the current innocent and playful Xia Xiao was hard to reconcile with the cold-hearted Chaos Empress she would become. The game's storyline never detailed Xia Xiao's upbringing, leaving the reasons behind her drastic transformation a mystery. At this moment, Gao Shunxue, a 10-year-old girl in cartoon pajamas, was intently typing on a computer. Her high ponytail swayed slightly, and her focused face had a cool, serene quality. In front of her, 3 massive Lego-constructed screens displayed rolling lines of code and data. The computer was connected through a web of intricate wiring to a huge piece of technological equipment. Share. Xia Xiao joyfully ran towards Gao Shunxue, and the 2 little girls embraced each other tightly. Their time spent together had made them inseparable friends. When Yeg entered the room, he saw the 2 girls whispering secrets to each other. Watching their mysterious behavior, he couldn't help but sigh internally. Didn't we grow up together? Why are they still keeping secrets from me? Finally, the 2 girls finished their secret discussion. Gao Shunxue turned to Yeg with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes. Little Yeg, close your eyes. Huh, why do I have to close my eyes? Yeg asked, puzzled. Before he could react, Xia Xiao had already jumped behind him and gently covered his eyes with her warm little hands. Moments later, her clear voice began a countdown. Get ready 3, 2, 1, tada. When the hands covering his eyes were removed, Yeg saw a robot car slowly open, revealing a beautifully crafted cake inside. Cartoon robots danced around joyfully, while a screen displayed a cute emoji and played the familiar happy birthday song. It was then that he realized today was his birthday in this world. Gao Shunxue playfully pinched his cheek. How could you forget your own birthday? I didn't expect you to remember it so well, Yeg said softly. Of course. What mother would forget her child's birthday? Gao Shinshue replied with a serious tone. Yeg felt a warmth in his heart. This little girl who loved to play the role of a mother might find her childhood words embarrassing when she grew up, but the warmth he felt at this moment was real, especially for someone who had never properly celebrated a birthday in his previous life. Xia Xiao placed a crown on Yeg's head and urged him to make a wish in front of the cake. Despite not believing in birthday wishes since he was 15 in his previous life, Yeg still closed his eyes earnestly and made a wish. Yeg, what did you wish for? Xia Xiao asked curiously. If you say it out loud, it won't come true, Gao Shenshue reminded her just in time. Oh right, Xia Xiao said excitedly. Shenshue and I also prepared a gift for you. Gao Shenshue pressed a remote control, and a massive piece of technology in the room slowly opened, revealing two stunning weapons: a sleek, black cyber katana and a silver cyber longsword. These weapons were crafted by Gao Shenshue herself, using precious shadow steel that Xia Xiao had saved her allowance for an entire year to buy. As the strongest human engineer in the multiracial realm, Gao Shenshue had been financially independent since she was 7. Her technological weapons had already taken a significant place in the market. The cyber weapons she developed were not only portable and extendable, but also capable of various elemental attacks through built-in soul power batteries. Even the standard weapons used by night watchers and enforcers in various city-states were anonymously crafted by her. The standard weapons produced by Gao Shenshue are renowned for their affordability, ease of maintenance, durability, and exceptional cost-performance ratio. Surprisingly, the person supplying straight swords and pistols in bulk to the night watchers is a 10-year-old girl. Her product line also includes mechanical bombs, self-destructing robots, tech grenades, and reconnaissance drones. These items consistently top the weapon sales charts on both online platforms and the shopping malls for extraordinary individuals in your city. Aside from using shadow steel, I also incorporated nanometal during the forging process, Gao Shenshue softly explained. The straight sword is called Shadow Moon, and the long sword is named Light Departure. Upon hearing this, Yeg's eyes flashed with astonishment. Shadow Moon and Light Departure, weren't these the most mysterious red quality weapons of the human empire in the early versions of the game? The game lore mentioned that these were the first high-end extraordinary cyber weapons to perfectly combine extraordinary power and technology, crafted by a mysterious Imperial blacksmith in their childhood for a childhood friend. These weapons vanished afterward, only to reappear in version 4.75. Unexpectedly, the mysterious blacksmith was none other than Gao Shenshue. When Yeg grasped the two weapons, a transparent attribute panel immediately appeared before him. Shadow Moon Straight Sword. Level: no usage restriction. Attributes scale with user strength. Quality: red. Base attributes: sharpness 195, tenacity 180, strength 253. Soul energy battery 100. Effects: 1. Can charge with dark attribute soul energy for dark attribute attacks. 2. Absorbs 10 of the target's MP upon a successful hit to replenish its own. Special attribute: infused with the friendship and love from childhood. Weapon luck 99. Enchantment success rate increased 30-fold. Light Departure Long Sword. Level: no usage restriction. Attributes scale with user strength. Quality: red. Base attributes: sharpness 203, tenacity 257, strength 149. Soul energy battery 100. Effects: 1. Can charge with light attribute soul energy for light attribute attacks. 2. Absorbs 10 of the target's HP upon a successful hit to replenish its own. Special attribute: infused with the friendship and love from childhood. Weapon luck 99. Enchantment success rate increased 30-fold. Yeg was profoundly shocked. Gao Shenshue's ability to forge red quality weapons using only pink quality shadow steel was truly remarkable. More importantly, with his soul of the artifact spirit talent, these red quality weapons could fully unleash golden quality power in his hands. What intrigued him the most was the special attribute. As a seasoned gamer, Jaeger immediately recognized the incredible value of these two weapons enhanced by 30 times, and with a significantly increased enchantment success rate. This meant that up until 15 stars, the success rate for enhancing these weapons would consistently stay above 100. It's important to note that failing to enhance a weapon beyond 10 stars would result in its destruction, which is why most people wouldn't dare to strengthen their precious million-dollar weapons past 11 stars. What made it even more exciting was that these weapons could grow stronger with the user's abilities. To Jaeger, this attribute made them even more powerful than some gold-tier weapons. Gao Shinshue continued, actually, the handles of these two weapons can be connected to form one long weapon, adapting to different combat scenarios. Jaeger quickly found the mechanical switch on the handles and tried it out. With a click, the handles started to transform, eventually merging into a nearly tumper-long dual-bladed weapon. Although the length was a bit unwieldy for 10-year-old Jaeger, the mechanical structure allowed it to be adjusted to a more manageable size for him. Thank you. I really like it, Jaeger said, gently patting the heads of the two girls. Yay, I'm glad you like it. Xia Xiao exclaimed happily. Schwer and I discussed it for a long time, worrying you might not like it. Although it hasn't been professionally appraised, since Schwer made it herself, it should be of pink quality. Jaeger thought to himself, this wasn't just pink quality but an even higher red quality. Even the best blacksmiths in the entire southern region, and among all humans, would find it nearly impossible to forge a red quality weapon using pink quality materials. By the way, I have gifts for you too, Jaeger said, taking out 2 top-tier spirit-gathering pills. What are these? Xia Xiao asked innocently, picking up one of the pills. Spirit-gathering pills, they can help you cultivate faster, Jaeger explained with a smile. As a top student, Gao Shenxue immediately recognized the rare red-quality top-tier spirit-gathering pills, which were nearly impossible to find on the market and had once fetched a sky-high price of 7 billion at a top-tier auction. She couldn't help but wonder where Jaeger had obtained them. But there's one thing you need to remember, Jaeger said seriously. You must take these pills as soon as you get home and make sure no adults see them. Got it. Xia Xiao responded obediently. The 3 then shared a birthday cake, which quickly turned into a fun-filled cream fight. Xia Xiao mischievously smeared cream on Jaeger's face, laughing, haha. Jaeger, you look so silly. Seeing her innocent smile, Jaeger suddenly realized that being a little childish sometimes wasn't so bad. He grabbed a handful of cream and lunged at Xia Xiao. I was wrong. No, don't smear it there. It tickles. Schwer, help me. In the end, Xia Xiao sat on the floor, her clothes disheveled, hair messy, and covered in cream. Yejish and Gao Shenxue also had quite a bit of cream on their faces, though not nearly as much as Xia Xiao. It wasn't until dusk, after a phone call from her father urging her to come home, that Xia Xiao reluctantly said her goodbyes. After seeing Xia Xiao off, Gao Shenxue squinted her eyes and gently poked the cream on Yejish's cheek with her finger. Those 2 top-grade spirit-gathering pills, where did you get them? Yejish was secretly surprised. He hadn't expected someone as young as Gao Shenxue to be so knowledgeable. She truly lived up to her reputation as a top student. Top-grade spirit-gathering pills? Gao Shenxue pressed further. Don't play dumb. Even Uncle Yi couldn't get his hands on such high-quality red pills. Realizing he couldn't keep it a secret, Yejish put on a mysterious look and lowered his voice. All right, I'll tell you. But this is a huge secret. You have to promise to keep it. Not even Yujing or Xiyao? Of course not. Gao Shenxue leaned in closer, her face serious as she waited for the answer. Yejish whispered into her ear. Actually, I'm a transmigrator, someone destined to come to this world with a golden finger. Gao Shenxue was silent for a moment before glancing at him. When did you start sounding as childish and delusional as Jiang Xiaoming? Yejish shrugged. Sometimes, telling the truth makes it even harder for people to believe you. Meanwhile, at the 9-star Transcendent Auction House in Yazan City, Director Qian Zhenglai was in his office reviewing this month's auction items. The portly middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses looked utterly shocked. Just yesterday, a mysterious seller had consigned 1,000 soul crystals and over 100,000 soul stones, a quantity that even the city-state treasury of Yazan City might envy. Are you sure there's no mistake? Are these all genuine? Have they been tested? Qian Zhenglai asked cautiously, remembering past incidents where people had tried to pass off fake crystals infused with weak soul energy as genuine soul crystals. The young subordinate immediately replied, they've all been tested. The energy purity fully meets the TCC standards of the Empire Federation Transcendent Association. They're definitely genuine. Who is this seller? We don't know. It was anonymously consigned through a magic transfer mirror, with only a username left behind Black Angel. Black Angel? Qian Zhenglai stared at the mysterious ID on his computer screen. After a moment of contemplation, he said, bring me the full list of this seller's consignment. A young subordinate quickly handed over a detailed list. Qian Zhenglai took the list and casually flipped through it, but his pupils suddenly dilated. The list starkly displayed. Superior Cultivation Elixir Pink Quality 30 bottles. Yellow Spirit Grass Pink Quality 100 stalks. Small Spirit Gathering Pills Purple Quality 1,000 pieces. Advanced Life Potion Purple Quality 300 bottles. Soul Crystals Pink Quality 1,000 pieces. Soul Stones Blue Quality 100,000 pieces. When he turned to the last page, he gasped Supreme Spirit Gathering Pills. Red Quality 2 pieces. Red Quality? Qian Zhenglai held his breath. Having been in business since he was 20 and serving as the president of the Yazan City Auction House for 15 years, this was the first time he had seen red quality items on a list. The next day, the auction list was released, causing an uproar in Yazan City. Presidents of major extraordinary guilds, CEOs of financial corporations, heads of sect families, and deans of prestigious extraordinary schools, as well as important figures from Taoist and Confucian factions, Night Watchers, and Demon Hunters bureau chiefs were all stunned. Even nobles from other city-states in the southern region rushed over upon hearing the news. An auction house employee uploaded photos of the list online, sparking widespread discussion. Shocking. Red quality treasures appear at Yazan City's 9-star auction house. This topic quickly topped the trending charts, surpassing even the scheduled duel between Grandmasters Ma Tengxuan and Wang Wanda. Netizens buzzed with excitement. That's the supreme spirit gathering pill. One can increase cultivation efficiency tenfold and even reshape soul power nodes. The starting bid is $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, 10 billion per pill. Such treasures are beyond the reach of ordinary folks like us. Meanwhile, in the Yazan City Lord's mansion, Lord Wang Anzheng coldly eyed the news on his phone. As the Duke of the Southern Region and the president of the Extraordinary Association's Yazan City branch, he prided himself on his thorough knowledge of the Southern Region. Have you identified the seller? Wang asked his black-clad subordinate. Not yet. The seller used a magical transmission mirror for consignment, but we can confirm they are likely within the vicinity of Yazan City. Wang narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. On his turf, an unknown and mysterious seller had surfaced, making him feel deeply uneasy. Apart from those two exceptional red-grade spirit-condensing pills, there were also 1,000 soul crystals, 100,000 soul stones, and a heap of extraordinary materials and consumables of purple and pink quality. This wealth made Duke Wang In furrow his brows in contemplation. Even the most powerful nobles and marquises of the southern region probably couldn't gather such a collection of rare items. His suspicion about the mysterious seller grew deeper. At this moment, a subordinate dressed in black cautiously suggested, "These two red-grade spirit-condensing pills are extremely rare. Maybe we should consult Qian Zhenglai, the head of the 9-star auction house." Before he could finish, Duke Wang In whirled around, glaring sharply at his subordinate. "Idiot." His voice was as cold as ice. "Don't even think about involving the 9-star auction house. On the surface, it may seem like a small auction house, but behind it stands the Gene Company and the Myriad Tribes Commerce Union. Qian Zhenglai is just a human figurehead they put forward." He stood up and paced to the window, continuing, "The Gene Company's influence spans across the Myriad Tribes' territories with unfathomable depths. Even demons and devils dare to trade with them. Do you think you can provoke such an entity?" The subordinate's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he quickly lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I spoke out of turn." Duke Wang In gazed out the window in deep thought for a long while before finally waving his hand. "Bid for those two exceptional spirit-condensing pills." "What?" The subordinate was stunned. 20 billion for 2 pills, isn't that? Red-grade treasures are exceedingly rare. Duke Wang In gritted his teeth, his tone firm though a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. "Buy them. But the territory doesn't have that much liquid capital right now. Then levy an additional 10% tax from all the major guilds and lower-tier transcendents in Yazan City. Find a way to gather the funds quickly." "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Duke Wang In remembered something and asked, "By the way, what's the latest on the Yi family?" The man in black immediately put on a sycophantic smile and reported to Duke Wang In, "You can rest assured about the Yi family. Under the combined suppression from you and the major southern nobles, their businesses on the human continent have almost completely collapsed. Whether it's weapon shops, potion stores, elixir shops, or talisman stores, even the extraordinary item malls and online marketplaces they've invested in, they've all gradually gone bankrupt. Although the Yi family still appears to be hanging on, they are likely on the verge of bankruptcy." Hearing this, Duke Wang In nodded slightly, which matched the intelligence he had gathered. However, he immediately straightened up and said sternly, "Even so, we must not be complacent. Don't forget the Yi family's most adept tactics." With a solemn expression, he continued, "Historically, the Yi family has faced bankruptcy multiple times, but has always managed to make a comeback through war. The most classic example was 300 years ago. Yi Quan, the head of the family at the time, led only 3,000 warriors into battle and returned 3 years later with tens of thousands of troops. They not only plundered 20 city-states of dark races, seizing treasures and resources worth billions, but also rescued tens of thousands of human slaves. These freed slaves later became the most loyal warriors of the Yi family, serving them for generations. The Yi family has made such war profits at least 7 or 8 times over a millennium, with countless smaller-scale incidents. It's no wonder even the royal family is wary of them, given that they're a family that thrives on war." Thinking of this, Duke Wang An's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What has that old fox Yi Quan been up to lately?" The man in black promptly replied, "The old master has been in seclusion for cultivation and healing old injuries since his retirement. Even the Yi family members rarely see him. As for the current head, Yi Xiao, he has reached the 9th tier of the Shura realm, just one step away from the Tianqi realm. His son, Yi Gu, is 10 years old this year and has shown outstanding performance at the War Academy. He was assessed with dual-level talents in archery and supernatural abilities upon admission. However, the child seems to prefer the Beastmaster and Swordsman paths, usually completing tasks with just a straight sword and a black spirit pet crow. He has already reached the 1st tier of the Shen realm. Duke Wang In frowned slightly. Although the 10-year-old Yi Gu was extraordinarily gifted, he still needed time to grow. It was Yi Zhao's strength that concerned him. If Yi Xiao broke through to the Tianqi realm, the Yi family would have two top-tier powerhouses. It seems the Yi family has been living too comfortably these years. It's time to teach them another lesson, Duke Wang In said coldly. Meanwhile, in the War Academy's multiracial research room, an elderly white-haired man walked up to the second floor, seeing Yi Gu sitting there engrossed in his studies. The table was covered with multiracial atlases, reference books, and various chemical apparatus and alchemy tools. Yi Gu, you're here again, the old man said kindly. Yes, Grandpa Wang, Yi Gu replied, looking up with a shy smile. His innocent face made it hard to associate him with his identity as a mutated demon human. The elderly man with white hair stroked his beard, his gaze tinged with a hint of regret. Yi Gu, with your talent for cultivation, you really don't need to engage in activities suited for scholars. In this world teeming with diverse races and conflicts, combat cultivation is the mainstream. Studying languages, genetics of various races, and concocting elixirs and potions are pursuits for those without strong combat abilities. Grandpa Wang, it's all right, Yi Gu replied with a smile. I've completed all my cultivation courses. I'm just interested in the study of different races. Grandpa Wang sighed helplessly. To him, Yi Gu was obedient, mature, smart, and quick-witted, but far too stubborn. Despite scoring S-level in archery and special abilities during the entrance tests, Yi Gu chose the path of a beast tamer. Grandpa Wang, I want to exchange for a bottle of Thunder Beast Essence Blood, Yi Gu suddenly said. This request made Grandpa Wang raise an eyebrow in surprise. The Thunder Beast was a rare hybrid of the Demon and Beast clans, making its essence blood quite valuable. That will cost you 300 credits. Grandpa Wang frowned. For a combat cultivator like you, it's better to exchange for magical tools, equipment, cultivation resources, or expert guidance courses. It's fine, Grandpa Wang. I just completed a level mission, so I have enough credits. Besides, I don't lack those other things. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Grandpa Wang reluctantly fetched a bottle of Thunder Beast Essence Blood for Yi Gu. Watching this exceptionally gifted student, he sighed inwardly. Such a hard-working child, but he's on the wrong path. Yi Gu accepted the essence blood and thanked him. In reality, his interest in research wasn't genuine. In the current 1.15 version of the game storyline, humanity had yet to discover the true value of Thunder Beast Blood. It was only used for laboratory research and had been discontinued due to high costs. Yi Gu opened the game system interface visible only to him and pulled up the strategy guide. It detailed how, in later versions, Thunder Beast Essence Blood could be used to create an awakening potion for special abilities. Basic Thunder Ability Awakening Potion. Success rate, 10. Ingredients. 1 drop of Thunder Beast Essence Blood, 50g Thundergrass, 500g Dried Pine Wood Powder, 300g Soul Stone Powder, 100g Silver, 2 kilograms Purified Water. Method. Heat purified water to 80°C. Add dried pine wood powder, stir and bring to a boil, then add soul stone powder. Unlike magical professions, special abilities are innate and unique. This potion could give ordinary people a chance to awaken special abilities, although it was content meant for version 2.75. A smirk appeared on Yi Ji's face. While everyone else is stuck in version 1.15, I'm already preparing to capitalize on the riches of version 2.75. In the evening, Yi Gu returned to the Yi family estate from the academy. Just as he was about to step through the manor gates, a timid and gentle voice called from behind, Hello. He turned to see a young girl, around 10 years old, standing there. She had delicate, snow-white hair and a shy expression on her fair, oval face. Her small hands were nervously twisting together. Who are you? Yi Gu asked, puzzled by the sight of this unfamiliar girl. This is for you, the girl stammered, lowering her head as she nervously extended something towards him. Yi Gu took it and saw that it was a meticulously woven pink charm pouch, clearly handmade by her. Why are you giving this to me? Because. The girl fidgeted with her fingers, even more anxious. Thank you for saving me last time. Yi Gu scrutinized her face but couldn't recall ever meeting her. Under his confused gaze, the girl's cheeks flushed red. Thank you so much, she said hastily, bowing deeply before turning and scampering away like a frightened rabbit. Yi Gu opened the charm pouch to find a pink soul crystal inside, worth about 100,000. While it wasn't much to him, it likely represented all the girl's savings, judging by her simple clothes. Just as he was about to put the pouch away, a message box suddenly appeared in front of him. Item. Handcrafted charm pouch from a stranger girl. Quality. White. Description. A gift from a girl who is deeply grateful to you, imbued with her heartfelt gratitude and affection. It might bring you some good luck. Special attribute. Luck 10. This attribute is only effective for you. It loses its effect if transferred. The butler emerged from the house, asking, Young master, is that your friend? No, just a stranger, Yigu replied thoughtfully. This seemed to suggest that receiving heartfelt gifts could potentially bestow rare luck attributes. As the butler reminded him that his parents were waiting in the dining room, Yiji's raven suddenly returned, whispering something in his ear. Yiji's eyes sharpened. Butler, you go ahead. I need to attend to a new guest. At that moment, a man dressed in black was moving stealthily among the trees at the edge of the estate, marveling at the scale of the Yi family manor. Despite enduring prolonged suppression from other Imperial forces, this warlike, demonized family still maintained a formidable foundation. However, he dared not venture closer, knowing that the formidable Shura realm expert, Yi Shao, head of the Yi family, was in the luxurious villa. Getting any nearer would be tantamount to courting death. Look at that magical musical fountain, those imposing statues, and the servants dressed in maid uniforms. The man in black hid in the shadows outside the manor, gritting his teeth and muttering under his breath, "Damn high society, living the good life." Just as he was about to continue observing the inside of the manor, a clear child's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Want to know what it's like inside? I can take you in for a look." "Sure, huh?" The man in black was startled, his hairs standing on end. He turned to see a boy of about 10 standing on one leg on a tree branch nearby, smiling shyly. He immediately recognized the face Yigu, the only son of the Yi family, whom he had seen in photos. As a professional reconnaissance extraordinaire, the man in black prided himself on his stealth abilities, which even masters of the Hundred Souls realm found hard to detect. But how did this kid, who was only at the second level of the profound realm, discover him? More terrifying was that he hadn't noticed the boy's approach at all. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes." Yigu continued to smile, raising a finger slightly. A jet-black crow took off from his fingertip, instantly transforming into a sinister black mist and splitting into 10 crows, which flew towards the man in black with their dark feathers fluttering. The man in black agilely flipped backward to dodge the crow's attack, leaping onto another tree. Although being discovered was surprising, he just needed to escape before reinforcements arrived. After all, he was at the 6th level of the profound realm. Why should he fear a kid at the 2nd level? He quickly formed seals and chanted a spell, conjuring an orange fireball in his hand. It was the only offensive magic he knew, but it was more than enough to deal with the kid in front of him. The fireball whistled as it flew toward Yigu. However, to his shock, Yigu, without any incantation, instantly produced a larger black fireball in his hand, surrounded by an eerie dark red glow. The black fireball effortlessly swallowed the orange one and hurled towards the man in black. Boom! The top of the tree was instantly engulfed in black flames. The man in black hastily performed the ghost step, flickering several hundred meters away. He maintained a cautious half-squat position and had just breathed a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. "Ghost step? Huh? Not bad, I'll take it." The man in black turned around in disbelief, only to find Yigu standing behind him, with a chilling smile on his face. The next day, Yigu stood by the window, contemplating the surveillance on the Yi family. As a reincarnated individual, he wasn't surprised by this. In the game's storyline, it was precisely when he turned 10 that the Yi family faced a major upheaval. Duke Wang In, in alliance with the White Path faction of the Southern Federation's Extraordinary Association, began to openly and covertly suppress the Yi family. Even more infuriating was that his cousin, Yi Shangxiang, was bribed by Duke Wang In and became a traitor to the family. That same year, his father led the territory soldiers to support the front lines of the myriad races battlefield and didn't return for several years. When news finally came back, it was the devastating report that his father had been betrayed and died in battle. "Now, I'm only 10 years old. My strength is just at the Xian level. What can I change?" Yigu was pondering when a startled cat's cry suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Meow!" By Shuling, like a frightened rabbit, dashed into the room and hid behind Yigu, her fur standing on end. "Shuling, don't run." Zhou Yuqing, wearing a pink apron, chased after her into the room. Bai Shuling curled up into a ball at the sight of her, displaying a terrified expression. "Mom, what are you doing?" Yigu asked helplessly. Zhou Yuqing pouted. "I just wanted to bond with cute Shuling. I gave her a bath and fed her snacks, but she seems scared of me and won't let me hold her." Bai Shuling roared internally, a once mighty empress of the Lingao clan, a sole emperor-level being treated like a pet for a bath. "Can't you demonized humans behave like demonized humans?" As Zhou Yuqing tried to approach again, Bai Shuling burrowed into Yi Ji's clothes. Feeling the warm, furry ball hiding inside his clothes, Yigu advised, "Mom, Shuling is still young. Don't scare her." "All right," Zhou Yuqing said regretfully, preparing to leave. Suddenly, she remembered something. "By the way, the man in black from last night is dead. He committed suicide by poison. Although you removed the poison sac from his mouth, these spies seal special toxins in their veins, which explode upon failure." She gently patted her son's head. But my little Yigu thought to check the mouth, that's impressive. Before leaving, Zhou Yuqing reminded, tomorrow is your grandfather's birthday. He has reached the 8th stage of the Tianqi realm. Also, your cousin will be back. You can invite Xiao to join you. Hearing the word cousin, Yigu narrowed his eyes. Yi Shangxiang, the traitor who poisoned his grandfather in the game's storyline. The original Yigu spared him out of compassion, but this time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion in Yazan City, Duke Wang In stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his face grim. The spy he sent to monitor the Yi family hadn't reported back all day, indicating exposure. Duke, Yi Quan of the Yi family has broken through to the 8th stage of the Tianqi realm, a subordinate hurriedly reported. Duke Wang An's expression darkened before he sneered. So, the old man of the Yi family has finally come out of seclusion. He turned and instructed, inform Yi Shengxiang that our plan can commence. Yes, sir. The subordinate departed to carry out the order. The next morning, the soft glow of dawn lazily filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle light into the room. Yigu groggily opened his eyes and was about to stretch when he suddenly noticed Gao Shunxue crouched by his bedside. The girl was resting her chin in her hands, her clear eyes quietly observing him. Her fair cheeks were slightly squished, adding an irresistible cuteness to her expression. Schwer, what are you doing? Yigu asked, rubbing his eyes. Today is Grandpa's birthday. I'm here to wake you up, Gao Shunxue replied softly. In this world, she called Zhou Yuqing's sister, but referred to Yi Quan as Grandpa. This odd mix of titles was something he had gotten used to. As Yigu was about to get up, he saw Gao Shunxue already picking up his coat and giving it a shake. Ever since he had been transported to this world, he had continued the lifestyle described in the original story, letting Gao Shunxue take care of his daily needs. Having someone help him dress and wash up every morning, handing him a warm towel to wipe his face, was a luxury he found hard to resist. I can dress myself, Yigu hesitated, thinking that he was already 10 years old and couldn't keep relying on this. How else could he achieve his grand ambitions of changing his fate and conquering all tribes? So, what does little Yi want to wear today? Gao Shunxue completely ignored his struggle and continued picking through the clothes. In the end, Yigu gave up resisting. When Gao Shunxue gently wiped his face with the warm towel, he couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. Forget it. I'll step out of my comfort zone tomorrow. The Yi family's hall was bustling with guests. Yi Xiao stood beside his father, Yi Quan, speaking in a low voice. Our family's financial situation isn't looking good. Last night, little Yigu caught a spy on the outskirts of the estate. Although the spy took poison and died, I suspect he was sent by Duke Wang In. That old fox Wang In, Yi Quan chuckled, stroking his white beard. He probably still holds a grudge from 100 years ago when I gave him a good thrashing in the capital and his vital parts were kicked by the royal princess's spirit beast in front of everyone. At that moment, Yigu approached his grandfather. Grandpa, happy birthday. Even though he had overheard the conversation about the family's crisis, he still pretended to be an innocent child. After all, who would believe a 10-year-old could solve a family crisis? Haha, little Yigu. Yi Quan affectionately patted his grandson's head. Good boy. I've missed you. I haven't prepared a gift for you since I came out of seclusion. What would you like? Yi Ji's eyes lit up. I want a bunch of loyal and obedient followers. As soon as he finished speaking, someone pressed down on his head from behind. Father Yexiao silently appeared behind his son, his deep gaze fixed on him. You little rascal, what do you need a group of subordinates for at your age? Are you planning to use them to show off and fight with your classmates? Yechuan's sharp eyes stared at his son. Do you think everyone is like you were, causing trouble all the time? Yegua is such a kind and well-behaved child. Yexiao was suddenly at a loss for words, looking like he was about to cry. How did the conversation shift to him? At that moment, Grandpa, with one hand behind his back, spoke in a calm yet authoritative voice. Zero, come out. From the shadows not far behind him, a strange cocoon-like shape started to emerge and gradually formed into a human figure. It was a man with a cold expression, his silver-gray eyes devoid of any warmth. He knelt on one knee and respectfully said, Master. Grandpa spoke calmly. From now on, my grandson Yegua is your new master. How many members are left in the shadow? 103. Zero answered succinctly. Good. All of you will now be under Yegua's command. Tonight, gather the shadow and establish a soul contract with Yegua. Understood. Zero responded and then merged back into the shadows. Yexiao looked at his father in shock. Dad, are you serious? Yegua is only 10 years old, and you're putting him in charge of the shadow? Grandpa chuckled and glanced at him. I'm in a good mood today. What? You think you can teach me how to do things? No, not at all. The usually stern lord of Yi City now wore a sheepish grin like a child. Yegua stood there, stunned. He had only mentioned it casually, never expecting his grandfather to actually give him an elite force. Grandpa gently patted Yegua's head and explained in detail that the shadow would be bound by a soul contract to be loyal only to him, with each member possessing power above the Wanshang realm. He hoped Yegua would lead this unit and bring glory to the Yi family among the myriad races. Don't worry, Grandpa, Yegua said with a determined smile on his youthful face. This is not just a promise, it's a commitment. Grandpa laughed heartily. That commitment is the best birthday gift I could receive today. Nearby, Yexiao muttered under his breath. When did this kid get so good with words? Just then, Zhou Yuqing walked by and shot him a glare. Of course. Do you think everyone is as wooden as you? Even a piece of wood speaks better than you, humph? Yexiao looked bewildered, not understanding how he had become the target again. The guests in the hall gradually increased in number. Grandpa joined my father and mother in greeting them. Just then, a pitch-black crow lightly landed on Yi Ji's left shoulder. It was the Spirit of Calamity. Congratulations, my lord, the Spirit of Calamity said with a teasing tone, shaking its wings slightly. It seems that acting a bit childish occasionally has its benefits, doesn't it? Yigu gave a faint smile. Looks like my luck is good today. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of a small white shadow darting under a table in the hall. It was a petite white cat with two fluffy tails gently swaying. The blood spirit lay under the table, looking pitiful, and upon seeing Yigu, it immediately cast a resentful glance his way. Lingling, come here. Yigu beckoned gently with his finger. The usually proud little white cat surprisingly obeyed, leaping onto Yi Ji's shoulder in one swift move. It turned out that the blood spirit hadn't had its favorite 5-colored divine milk for 3 days. Though she didn't want to ask Yigu directly, she couldn't resist and came up with a plan. Hanging around Yigu to get his attention so he would call her over. However, the plan didn't go smoothly. The blood spirit circled around Yigu several times, but he was too busy talking to the guests to notice her. She fumed silently. It's just a bottle of red-grade spirit pet drink. In her past life, she had never been this humble. In the end, the little white cat succumbed to her desire. She stealthily moved under the table beside Yigu and let out a pitiful meow. If the elders of her spirit clan from her past life saw this, their jaws would surely drop. Yigu reached out and gently scratched the little white cat's chin. What are you doing here? You're just a few days old and already running around? This remark further annoyed the blood spirit. She lightly scratched Yi Ji's clothes with her paw in protest. As a beast tamer, Yigu naturally understood her meaning. You want to drink divine milk? The blood spirit immediately nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. Yigu looked around. Considering the number of experts in the hall, red-grade 5-colored divine milk would be too conspicuous. He shook his head. Not here. Seeing this, the blood spirit immediately drooped her ears in disappointment. Yigu, feeling helpless, took her to a corner and asked Gao Shunxue to keep watch. Then he took out the 5-colored divine milk. The little white cat perked up instantly, grabbing the bottle and drinking eagerly, purring contentedly. Watching the little one enjoy herself, Yigu couldn't help but chuckle. So young, and already knows how to get attention and act cute just like he used to. He had actually noticed her antics long ago but wanted to see what she would do. All right, had enough? Yigu gently patted her head. Next time, just ask directly. Don't keep wandering around in front of me. The blood spirit realized her little scheme had been seen through and blushed all over. Unfortunately, the leukocyte spirit in her cat form couldn't blush like humans. She was frustrated to realize she hadn't yet transformed into a catgirl. Otherwise, her face would be burning with embarrassment right now. What made her even more upset was that she had been discovered long ago but was deliberately ignored. With a mix of shyness and annoyance, the leukocyte spirit let out a disgruntled meow. She quickly burrowed into Yi Ji's clothes, as if that could hide her embarrassment. Yigu watched this scene, amused. What was this? Playing ostrich by burying her head? Not long after, Xia Xiao arrived at the Yi family residence. She first greeted Yigu and Gao Xinxue, then politely said hello to Yige's parents and grandfather. As the daughter of a wealthy family, Xia Xiao was well-mannered, lively, and adorable without being disrespectful. Yi Xiao and Zhou Yuqing were already familiar with this childhood friend of their son, especially Zhou Yuqing, who warmly bent down to hug Xia Xiao cheek to cheek. It was the first time grandfather Yi Quan met Xia Xiao. Stroking his graying beard with interest, he asked, So, is this our little Yi Ji's girlfriend? Innocent Xia Xiao didn't understand the meaning of girlfriend and simply nodded, Yes, that's right. Father. Zhou Yuqing quickly interjected, Xiao and Yigu are still children. Hehe, not that young. At their age, I was already. Yi Quan started but then, realizing something, sheepishly scratched his head. Hehe, never mind. I won't say more. Nestled in Zhou Yuqing's arms, Xia Xiao whispered in her ear, Aunt Zhou, I'm sorry. My parents said the situation in the southern regions of the empire is tense, and other nobles are targeting your family, so they couldn't come to visit on this occasion. As she spoke, She took out a delicate little box from her bag. But they sent a gift with me. Zhou Yuqing accepted the gift with a warm smile and said, "It's all right, Annie understands. Thank you, and please thank your parents for me." Yigu noticed that his childhood friend, Xia Shiyao, seemed off today. Xia Shiyao appeared unusually downcast, and even when her favorite pet, by Shuling, was nestled on Yi Ji's lap, she didn't reach out to pet it as she usually did. Gao Xinshui, sensing something was wrong, gently asked, "Do you have something on your mind today?" Xia Shiyao looked down, nervously twisting her fingers together. I might be transferred to the inner gate. My mom said that Lan Mi, the archmage of the Tianqi realm, has confirmed that my talent meets the requirements, and my class will be changed next week. Yi Ji's eyes flickered, but he wasn't surprised. The War Academy is divided into the inner and outer gates. Most noble children study at the outer gate, while only a select few with extraordinary talent have the chance to enter the inner gate, where they receive unknown instruction from professors of the Shura and Tianqi realms. In the game storyline, graduates from the inner gate either become major bosses, mentors for various professions, heads of different departments, or even founders of top factions. On the front lines of the multiracial battlefield, almost all the Empire's generals who fight against the dark races come from the inner gate of the War Academy. This is a good thing, Gao Xinshui said softly. Xia Shiyao pouted. But I don't want to transfer. That means I'll be separated from you guys. The inner gate campus is far from here, and the coursework is heavy. We'll have fewer chances to meet, and we won't be able to do missions together anymore. We've been friends since childhood. How can we be separated? I told my mom I didn't want to go, but she scolded me. Getting into the inner gate is an opportunity many people dream of, Gao Xinshui said seriously. You can still come find us after school. Yigu patted her head. Xinshui is right. Your future is more important. But if only you guys could come with me, Xia Shiyao said, pouting. With your talents, you definitely meet the requirements. Yigu shook his head. Xinshui and I are from families with demonized mutants. The inner gate won't accept us. Although it's not explicitly stated in the school rules, it's an unspoken rule of the Empire's Federation of Transcendence. No demonized mutant has ever been admitted to the inner gate in history. This made Xia Shiyao even more upset, and it took Yigu quite a while to comfort his clingy childhood friend. When Xia Shiyao went to the bathroom, Gao Xinshui quietly poked Yi Ji's arm and looked at him with clear eyes, pointing to her own head. You want a head pat too? Yes. Gao Xinshui nodded vigorously. Yigu sighed and gave the same long head pat to the stubborn Xinshui. Just then, a tall young man with a flashy outfit appeared at the birthday banquet. The 1.85-meter-tall youth had an air of arrogance and a faint aura of wickedness, followed by several attendants. Yigu immediately recognized him as his cousin, Yi Shangxiang, future trader of the Yi family in the game storyline. Yi Shangxiang approached Yi Quan and respectfully said, "Grandfather, as soon as I heard you were out of seclusion, I came back to celebrate your birthday." Good. Yi Quan smiled, his wrinkles bunching up on his face. "Shangxiang, I heard you've been doing well studying abroad these past few years?" "Yes," Yi Shangxiang replied. "But I've decided to return to the Southern Territory." "Oh? Why the sudden return?" "I came today to bring you some good news." Yi Shangxiang puffed out his chest slightly and said proudly, "Grandfather, I've been accepted into the inner circle of the Southern War Academy." He carefully presented a black iron plaque, intricately engraved with the emblem of a sword and musket, the very symbol of the Academy's inner circle and proof of his status as a core student. The banquet hall immediately filled with exclamations of amazement, and many guests hurried forward to offer their congratulations. Some even eagerly crowded around Yi Quan, showering praises on Yi Shangxiang's achievement. Amidst the lively atmosphere, however, Yi Xiao and Zhou Yuqing remained notably silent. This reaction was not without reason. The Yi family, known for their demonic bloodline, had long been regarded by other imperial nobles as savage, brutal, and warlike, facing both overt and covert discrimination and restrictions. Given Yi Shangxiang's demonic lineage, his acceptance into the inner circle of the War Academy was indeed suspicious, unless he had allied himself with a significant figure or other imperial nobles. Old Master Yi Quan seemed to sense this as well, but he maintained a gentle smile and said, "Is that so? Ha ha ha, wonderful. Shangxiang, your father would be very proud." Yi Shangxiang responded with a smile, though he felt a twinge of displeasure. He had just witnessed his grandfather bestow the entire shadow unit upon Yigu, simply because the latter had pleaded. Yet, as the first member of the Yi family to enter the inner circle of the Imperial War Academy, all he received was a mere wonderful. The favoritism was blatant. Since grandfather is so partial to Uncle Yi Xiao's lineage, I won't feel guilty about what I plan to do next, Yi Shangxiang thought to himself. At that moment, a middle-aged man behind his grandfather curiously asked, "Shangxiang, how did you get into the Academy's inner circle? I've heard the selection process is extremely rigorous, especially for cultivators. The spiritual root screening alone requires passing 4 or 5 stages. Unless you're exceptionally gifted, It's hard to catch the dean's attention. What level have you reached in your cultivation? Yi Shengxiong smiled and replied, Earth Realm, first stage. The crowd gasped upon hearing that Yi Shengxiong had reached the Earth Realm. Whispers spread among the people, filled with astonishment at the young cultivator's achievement. Standing beside Yigu, Xia Shiyao poked his arm with a puzzled expression. Why are they so surprised? The first stage of the Earth Realm doesn't seem that impressive, she remarked. To her, Yi Shengxiong, who appeared to be around 18, reaching only the first stage of the Earth Realm was far from exceptional. In comparison, Yi Gu had achieved the Profound Realm at the age of 10, and she herself had advanced to the 8th stage of the Yellow Realm. Gao Xinxue softly explained to Xia Shiyao, cultivators are different from other professions. In the world of many races, warriors and archers are the most common. Ordinary people can reach the preliminary Yellow Realm in just 2 or 3 years. However, while cultivators have the highest potential, their progress is incredibly slow. As the forums often say, without 300 or 400 years of cultivation, you wouldn't dare call yourself a cultivator. Even an A-grade talent might not break through to the Earth Realm until they're 60 or 70. After hearing the explanation, Xia Shiyao finally understood, but she still instinctively hid behind Yigu, sneaking glances at Yi Shengxiong. For some reason, she felt an unsettling, eerie aura surrounding him. The white blood spirit, perched on Yi Ji's shoulder, sniffed a few times and immediately showed a look of disgust. Unlike the gentle, inky demonic energy around Yigu, Yi Shengxiong was enveloped in a murky, malevolent aura mixed with a significant amount of unrefined energy. The white blood spirit instantly realized this person was a demonic cultivator. Yi Quan remained silent for a moment before patting Yi Shengxiong's shoulder. Impressive, Shengxiong. I never thought you had such potential. Yi Shengxiong inwardly sneered but outwardly maintained a smile as he replied, Grandfather, your grandson's potential is far greater than this. To tell you the truth, Yi Shengxiong stood proudly before everyone, a triumphant smile on his face. After becoming a core member of the Academy, I received a precious gift to learning enhancement elixir. This elixir successfully boosted my cultivation aptitude from 58 to 60, reaching this grade standard. And that's not all. My mentor has promised to help me secure the Academy's Onsenadicade Tongyuan opportunity. If I succeed, I can break through from the first tier of the Earth Realm directly to the Heaven Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Oh my God! And Scrade cultivation aptitude. This is unheard of. The learning enhancement elixirs from the Imperial Gene Company are always in short supply. The War Academy actually gave such a rare resource to him. It seems the War Academy truly values this young member of the Yi family, and they've promised him a Tongyuan opportunity. I used to think Yi Gu was destined to be the future head of the Yi family. Now, it looks like things might change. Yes, with Yi Shengxiong becoming a core member of the War Academy, he will surely receive training from the top mentors. Coupled with his Scrade cultivation aptitude, young Yi Gu might be left far behind in the future. Listening to these discussions, Yi Shengxiong's lips curved into a slight smirk, and a glint of pride flashed in his eyes. In reality, his words were somewhat exaggerated. The learning enhancement elixir wasn't a gift from the Academy at all. It was promised to him by Duke Wang En in an attempt to win him over. As for the Tongyuan opportunity, the War Academy mentor never agreed to it. It was just a carrot he dangled. But none of this mattered. After all, Duke Wang En still needed him, and he could always negotiate more terms later. Tongyuan, huh? Yi Quan smiled faintly. If you can get such an opportunity, it would indeed be wonderful. I will make sure you see my performance, Yi Shengxiong said with a sharp smile. I will definitely bring glory to the Yi family. Yi Quan narrowed his eyes and softly replied, good. Halfway through the birthday banquet, Yi Shengxiong quietly slipped out of the hall. After ensuring no one was around, he tiptoed into the kitchen. In the dimly lit room, he headed straight for a specific stove, pulling a slender vial from his sleeve. The pot on the stove contained a medicinal soup that Yi Quan drank daily. It was meticulously brewed from rare herbs and had significant benefits for cultivation. However, the vial in Yi Shengxiong's hand held a special slow-acting poison from a genetic company. It was colorless and tasteless, making it undetectable even to powerful cultivators. This poison required monthly doses and a special incantation to activate. The most insidious part was that the victim would show no symptoms for the first few years, only to die from soul force node failure 7 or 8 years later, a death nearly impossible to trace. A cold smile appeared on Yi Shengxiong's lips. His previous acts of kindness towards Yi Quan were all a ploy to get close enough to apply the incantation over the coming years. He had already mapped out his entire plan. Once Yi Quan secretly succumbed to the poison and Yi Xiao was eliminated by Duke Wang's men, the position of the family head would be his. As an S-level cultivator, he didn't consider Yi Gu, the young child, a threat. Without Yi Xiao and Yi Quan's protection, the boy was nothing more than an ant he could crush at will. Just as he was about to pour the poison into the pot, a young voice suddenly spoke up. Cousin, what are you doing? Yi Shengxiong jolted, nearly dropping the vial. He turned to see Yigu standing at the doorway, a raven on one shoulder and a white cat on the other, looking at him with clear, curious eyes. Nothing at all. Yi Shengxiong stammered, hurriedly hiding the vial in his sleeve and forcing a stiff smile. At that moment, the sweaty head chef walked in and froze at the sight of the two. Young Master Yigu, young Master Shengxiong, what brings you both to the kitchen? Cousin wanted to play a game of catch the spy with me. I found him hiding here, Yigu said innocently. Yi Shengxiong's heart skipped a beat. Catch the spy? Was the kid hinting at something? No, a 10-year-old couldn't possibly have such deep thoughts. It must be a coincidence. As they left the kitchen, Yigu suddenly turned back. Cousin, what were you holding just now? Were you trying to help Grandpa with his medicinal soup? Yi Shengxiong's pupils contracted, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. But before he could respond, Yigu simply smiled and walked back into the banquet hall, leaving Yi Shengxiong standing there, his clenched fists revealing his inner turmoil. For the remainder of the banquet, Yi Shengxiong was on edge. Though he believed a 10-year-old couldn't cause much trouble, the thought of Yigu telling their grandfather was unsettling. He decided he needed to intimidate the boy. After the banquet, Yi Shengxiong found an opportunity to corner Yigu in a secluded room. Cousin, is there something else? Yigu asked, puzzled. Yi Shengxiong tried to put on a friendly face, playing the emotional card. Little Yi, how has cousin treated you in the past? Yigu thought for a moment and shook his head. Not very well. When I was 3, you even took my toys. I remember that. Since you know your cousin has a bad temper and is aggressive, you should do exactly as he says, understood? Yi Shengxiong's face twisted into a menacing expression. What did you see just now? In the kitchen. Oh, are you talking about how you put something in Grandpa's soup? Yi Ji's words made Yi Shengxiong's eyes widen. Who said I did that? Do you have any proof? Without evidence, don't you dare make false accusations. Yi Shengxiong threatened through gritted teeth. Yi Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. Don't worry, cousin. I won't say a word. You better not. Yi Shengxiong's face darkened. And without evidence, Grandpa wouldn't believe you anyway. Also, if you dare tell him about what happened today, don't blame me for being harsh. As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed Yi Ji's head, his fingers digging into the slightly long black hair, yanking it back forcefully. His fierce gaze bore into Yigu, releasing a suffocating aura of demonic energy. As a demonic cultivator of the Earth realm, his devouring demon art was terrifyingly powerful, enough to make ordinary cultivators of the mystic realm weak at the knees and collapse under the pressure. However, Yi Ji's reaction was unexpected. Despite his hair being yanked violently, his eyes remained calm, showing neither fear nor anger, simply meeting Yi Shengxiong's gaze quietly. I won't tell, Yigu said with a serene smile. As long as you don't tell. Yi Shengxiong didn't immediately grasp the meaning of these words. Still puzzled, Yi Ji's legs shot out like lightning. In the next instant, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Agonizing pain spread from his lower body to his entire being, and Yi Shengxiong's howl was filled with sheer desperation. Yigu thought to himself, this might be the most dreadful scream he had ever heard in both of his lifetimes. Yi Shengxiong was caught completely off guard by Yi Ji's sudden attack. He staggered back several steps, clutching his lower body, his face turning an ashen shade. Before he could recover from the excruciating pain, an eerie black mist began to envelop Yigu. The mist, as if it had a life of its own, silently seeped into Yi Shengxiong's body through his orifices. What kind of sorcery is this? Yi Shengxiong shouted, but his blood felt like it was set ablaze, boiling within him. The intense burning sensation coursed through his entire body, as if he were submerged in molten lava, each inch of his flesh enduring the agony of 1,000 ants biting. To his horror, he realized he couldn't muster his energy to counter this force. Yi Shengxiong fell to the ground, writhing in agony, his face contorted in pain. This torment far surpassed the pain from the earlier ambush. He won't die from this, will he? Yigu asked, turning to the raven on his shoulder. He won't, the spirit of calamity replied, shaking its wings. He has demonic blood. The doomsday curse's effect on him is limited, but it will be quite painful. At that moment, Yi Shengxiong's consciousness was abruptly drawn into a blood-red space. An elderly man in red, covered in blood, his grandfather Yi Quan, appeared in the darkness, his face icy cold. Shengxiong, you wretched child. Why did you harm me? The scene shifted suddenly, and Yi Shengxiong found himself lying on his bed, drenched in cold sweat. Just as he thought it was merely a nightmare, the door burst open. A woman in red, holding a blood-stained dagger, walked in. It was Xiao Qian, whom he had used as a sacrificial vessel and caused her death. More women in red appeared, over 30 in total, each one a victim of his past atrocities. They advanced towards him, holding sharp blades, their faces filled with hatred. Yi Shengxiong tried to summon his energy to resist, but found his spiritual power completely unresponsive. Surrounded by these vengeful spirits, he let out a harrowing scream. Yi Gu observed Yi Shengxiong's crazed state on the ground and turned to the white spirit on his left shoulder. Is this blood spirit illusion? Did you do this? The blood spirit illusion was indeed the ability of the rare reedied, twin-tailed snow spirit cat, capable of making its target experience their deepest fears. This ruthless illusion directly affected the brain, delivering an intensely powerful mental shock. If we can't find a way to break the illusion and escape from the mirage in time, the consequences will be dire. The brain tissue will suffer irreversible permanent damage, leading to significantly weakened mental strength and intermittent madness at best, and resulting in becoming mentally impaired, paralyzed, insane, or even brain dead at worst. The little white cat lazily let out a meow and turned its head away with an air of arrogance. She wasn't helping Yi Gu out of goodwill. She simply couldn't stand Yi Shengxiong. Yi Gu marveled secretly at the potential of the white blood spirit, which far exceeded his expectations. In just a few days, it had mastered the forbidden blood spirit illusion, and combined with the doomsday curse, these two terrifying abilities were enough to give Yi Shengxiong a hard time. He glanced at his watch, knowing that with Yi Shengxiong's mental strength as a first-level cultivator in the Earth realm, it was only a matter of time before he broke free from the blood spirit illusion. Sure enough, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Yi Shengxiong sprang up from the ground, gasping for air, his face drenched in cold sweat and his expensive clothes soaked through. Cousin, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? Yi Gu asked with feigned concern. Catching his breath, Yi Shengxiong suddenly realized that all of this was Yi Ji's doing. You little brat, he snarled, rising to his feet in anger. What happened? Grandpa Yi Quan's voice rang out just in time. Yi Shengxiong's words were cut off, and he froze in place, feeling guilty. His earlier scream had been so exaggerated that it likely alerted half the manor. Grandpa Yi Quan, Father Yi Shao, Zhou Yuqing, several housekeepers, along with Gao Shunxue, and Xia Shiyao hurried over. Yi Go, so here you are. Xia Shiyao immediately ran to Yi Ji's side and grabbed his arm. I thought you had gone somewhere. The butler walked into the room with a puzzled expression. Young Master Yi Gu, young Master Shengxiong, did something happen just now? We heard a very shrill scream. Yi Gu looked confused. A scream? My cousin and I have been chatting here the whole time. We didn't hear anything. Grandfather was silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to Yi Shengxiong. Shengxiong, did you hear any sound? No, I didn't. Yi Shengxiong forced a smile, but the veins bulging on his clenched fists revealed that he was struggling to contain something. Yi Gu stood by, his expression calm. He knew very well that Yi Shengxiong's denial wasn't because he didn't want to tattle or because he was scared. It was because as a first-level cultivator in the Earth realm, losing to a 10-year-old child in the profound realm was incredibly humiliating. If word got out, this so-called 18-year-old genius cultivator would become a laughingstock. I see. Grandfather paused. Then it seems we must have misheard. Yi Shengxiong gritted his teeth. Not only had his attempt to drug Yi Gu failed today, but he had also suffered a silent defeat at the hands of a mere child. This was a hard pill to swallow. Grandfather, happy birthday. I have some matters to attend to at the academy, so I'll take my leave. With a darkened expression, he bowed and left. The butler, still confused, asked, What's wrong with young Master Shengxiong? He seems off. Grandfather did not answer, but gave Yi Gu a meaningful look. It was clear that a conflict had occurred between the two potential heirs of the family. However, what puzzled him was why the more powerful Yi Shengxiong appeared so defeated. Later that night, after the birthday celebration, Yi Gu completed a soul-binding contract with the Shadow Assassins in his bedroom, officially becoming their master. Zero and the others knelt respectfully on the ground. In unison, Master. Did you see what happened earlier? Yi Gu stood with his hands behind his back, his demeanor far from that of a 10-year-old child. Yes, Zero replied calmly. I intended to assist, but it seemed the master did not need it. Should I take care of the traitor? No need. Yi Gu smiled. Let him live for another 2 months. He still has some use. In the game storyline, although Yi Shengxiong was Yi Ji's most detested antagonist, he was ultimately just a pawn being used. The real concern was the person behind him. 3 days later, Xia Shiyao joined the academy's inner circle and could only visit the Yi family and meet with Yi Gu and Gao Shunxue during her free time. Faced with the rigorous coursework, she often sent crying emojis in the group chat, seeking comfort. Meanwhile, Yi Gu secluded himself in his room, focusing on alchemical experiments. Gao Shunxue, curious, came to check on him and found him in a white lab coat, carefully pouring blue potion into a small pot containing a purple liquid. Gao Shunxue stood behind him, nervously watching the bubbling liquid, fearing it might suddenly explode. In the end, Yi Gu successfully produced 10 high-grade MP recovery potions. When did you learn how to make extraordinary potions? Gao Shinshue asked, her voice filled with surprise. Yi Gu held the potion bottle, gently swirling the liquid inside, and replied casually, I picked it up during my free time. Gao Shinshue looked him up and down, frowning slightly. This isn't something you can learn just in your spare time. Being able to craft advanced alchemical potions at the age of 10 is unheard of. I didn't realize you were an alchemy prodigy. Yi Gu didn't respond, but sighed inwardly. To Gao Shenshue, this potion making seemed like a success, but to him, it was actually a failed attempt. What's this one? Gao Shenshue pointed to a lone, dark blue potion on the table. An elementary ability awakening potion, Yi Gu answered briefly. A potion? Gao Shenshue frowned in confusion. I've never heard of such a thing. Yeah, it's my invention, but it's not fully developed yet. Yi Gu picked up the dark blue potion, a bitter smile appearing on his face. In this real-world game, potion making was far more complicated than the simple formula combinations in the game. Unlike the straightforward ABCD recipes in the game, real-world potion making required precise control of fire, temperature, and humidity, as well as mastery of various specialized techniques. These skills needed years of accumulated experience and intuition, not something that could be easily described in words. Although alchemy wasn't as profound as the celestial art of elixir making, it was still incredibly difficult to even get started without 7 or 8 years of dedicated study. Given Yi Ji's current intelligence and learning ability, mastering advanced potion making at the age of 10 was already a miracle in the eyes of most people. In the current version, he could skillfully craft common potions like HP recovery potions, MP replenishment potions, and several buff potions. However, to go further and create new potions like the ability awakening potion, which would appear in future versions, was significantly more challenging. As someone aspiring to become a master of all trades, spending a great deal of time studying thick alchemical tomes, gaining experience and intuition, and then conducting innovative research felt somewhat inefficient to Yi Gu. He stroked his chin, pondering, maybe I could come up with a way to find or train a highly loyal assistant to handle this aspect for me. On the weekend, Xiaoxi Yao's school had a break, and she brought a new friend to visit the Yi family. Xiaoyi, Shuer, let me introduce you. Xiaoxi Yao said with a bright smile. This is my new friend from the academy's inner circle, Yuli. A shy little girl peeked out from behind Xiaoxi Yao, revealing a pure and innocent face under her shoulder-length white hair. She clung tightly to Xiaoxi Yao's clothes, her eyes darting around nervously. Yi Gu was stunned. Wasn't this the girl who brought her a small gift a few days ago? Is it you? Hi. Yuli's cheeks instantly turned red, and her grip on Xiaoxi Yao's clothes tightened instinctively. Wait, you two know each other? Xiaoxi Yao looked back and forth between them in confusion. Gao Shinshue spoke thoughtfully. She was one of the victims in our recent hostage rescue mission, kidnapped by those soul crystal smugglers. Really? Xiaoxi Yao looked at Yuli in surprise, who nodded lightly to confirm. No wonder you bought me breakfast the moment we met. Xiaoxi Yao exclaimed, realizing, why didn't you mention it earlier? Only then did Yi Gu understand what Yuli meant by thanks before. At the time, she was too focused on keeping an eye on the kidnappers to pay much attention to the rescued hostages. Soon, Yi Gu learned that Yuli was not Xiaoxi Yao's classmate, but an assistant to the inner circle's experimental class teacher. She had no extraordinary talent, couldn't learn magic, had no cultivation roots, and couldn't pursue the path of a warrior. She was chosen purely because of her exceptional secondary profession skills. The 4 children sat in a circle, playing a flying chess game and chatting. Xiaoxi Yao enthusiastically described the inner circle of the academy. You guys have no idea how big and beautiful it is there. The principal is a stunning beauty and the most powerful mage in the southern region. They say she's over 300 years old, but looks like she's in her 20s. She's really nice to me and even praised my talent. She then pouted. It's just a pity you can't join the inner circle. Otherwise, we could do missions together in the future. Yi Gu nodded her little head. All right, stop dwelling on it. That's not going to happen. Xiaoxi Yao pouted in disappointment. Yuli sat quietly by the side, just as silent as Gao Shinshue. However, while Gao Shunshue's aloofness was natural, she only showed warmth to Yi Gu and Xiaoxi Yao, and remained cold to others. Yuli's reticence stemmed from shyness. She would get nervous after more than 3 seconds of eye contact with Yi Gu and turn red if it lasted 10. Through Xiaoxi Yao, Yi Gu learned that Yuli came from a poor background and had always felt inferior due to her lack of extraordinary talent. In this world, the gap between extraordinary individuals and ordinary people was even wider than racial discrimination. On her previous Earth's extraordinary individuals were first-class citizens, while ordinary people were at best third class, sometimes even less valued than the spirit pets of the extraordinary. Yi Gu noticed Yuli's gaze repeatedly drifting towards the alchemical tools and rune instruments in the room, showing a clear interest in the experimental equipment. Are you interested in those things? Yi Gu asked proactively. Yuli froze for a moment, then quickly snapped back to reality and waved her hands. No. Before she could continue to deny it, Xiaoxi Yao excitedly cut in. Yuli is a super tech geek. She assists the professor in our lab classes and juggles several roles at once. Yuli's cheeks instantly turned red, and she lowered her head, mumbling softly, "No, not really. Oh, come on. Don't be so shy." Xia Xiao laughed, throwing an arm around Yuli's shoulder and started listing. Even though Yuli is just an ordinary person, she can do Muke enchanter, talisman maker, item crafter, alchemist, rune master, and she's even skilled in hacking and cybersecurity. The mentor said Yuli has extraordinary talent in these side professions and will definitely create many valuable items and potions in the future. She's bound to become super rich. Blushing furiously at the stream of compliments, Yuli looked like a ripe apple, tightly clutching Xia Xiao's arm. "Xiao, stop saying that." Yigo scratched his chin, thinking to himself. It's indeed rare for someone to master so many side professions at once, but considering Yuli's family struggles, it makes sense. In the game, side professions like enchanter, alchemist, and potion maker are often chosen by players without money to spend. Players who don't spend money can only earn by selling potions, elixirs, and providing enchantment services. These jobs are initially like pure labor, quite exhausting, and only when one becomes a top-level alchemist can they earn a decent income. Suddenly, a thought struck Yigo. Wait, Yuli. He suddenly remembered something. Could it be? In the game's version 2.75 storyline, that mysterious side profession goddess, the NPC who always wore a hooded robe, silent and hiding in the shadows, wasn't that her? This seemingly ordinary girl was actually the genius inventor who developed the awakening potion. Yi Ji's eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap! A treasure girl just fell right into my lap. Night Song's eyes calmly gazed at Yuli, lost in thought. Feeling the intense and straightforward stare, the girl blushed, quickly lowering her head, unsure where to place her hands resting on her knees. She didn't dislike the attention. She simply didn't know how to react, fearing she might not appear proper in front of her savior. Xia Xiao keenly noticed this and immediately pouted, smacking Night Song's thigh with a loud slap. "Why do you keep staring at her like that?" "Oh, sorry." Night Song snapped out of it and resumed playing the board game with the other girls. But his mind had already started plotting. 2 days later, Night Song took action. He had someone find out where Yuli lived, a narrow alley in a working-class area of Yi City. The place was filled with old, run-down apartment blocks, and Yuli's home was in one of them. Although she usually boarded at the War Academy in Yazan City, she would go home on weekends. That day, Yuli, carrying a simple backpack, was walking alone on a muddy path back home when two men in black suits with cold expressions blocked her way. Startled, Yuli timidly asked, "Excuse me, do you need something?" The tall man in sunglasses replied coldly, "Our young master would like to invite you for a drink. Come with us." The chubby man in a suit elbowed him and whispered harshly, "Idiot. She's just a kid. She can't drink." "Oh right." The man in sunglasses corrected himself. "Then how about some milk tea, soda, QQ star, whatever you like." "Little girl, you wouldn't refuse, would you?" 5 minutes later, Yuli was taken to an ordinary shop that sold items for the extraordinary. The two men led her down to the basement, which turned out to be a fully equipped alchemical lab, filled with various cauldrons and alchemical tools. The girl was quickly captivated by the peculiar equipment. "You're here." A familiar voice sounded. Night Song was sitting at a table. Seeing him, Yuli froze. "Take a seat. No need to stand." Night Song gestured. "Oh, okay. Would you like something to drink? Juice? Soda? Coffee? Anything is fine." Yuli nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothes. "Are you nervous around me?" "Yes. I mean, no." Yuli explained. "I thought you were bad people." Night Song narrowed his eyes slightly. "Well, technically, I am a bad person. According to the authorities, I'm a dangerous demonic mutant." "I know you're not. You're a good person," Yuli quickly said. "Oh." Night Song looked at her with interest. "You might be wrong there. I'm not exactly a good person." Under Night Song's gaze, Yuli blushed again, lowering her head. Night Song thought to himself, this girl is really shy. No wonder in the later stages of the game, she always hides under a thick black robe and hood, remaining the only NPC without any lines. "Why did you call me here today?" Yuli asked timidly. "No particular reason," Night Song said. "After we met the other day, I kept thinking." He paused. "What a cute little girl, and with white hair too. She must be easy to bully. One punch would make her cry for a long time." Question mark. Yuli looked confused. "Oh no." Night Song smiled gently. "What I meant was, after that day, I thought it would be great if I could become childhood friends with such a cute girl. So I had someone bring you here." This sudden and straightforward confession made Yuli's heart race. She was flustered, her ears burning red, completely at a loss for how to respond. Childhood friends? Growing up together? With Master Yigu? Yuli's surprise hadn't subsided when Yigu looked at her with innocent eyes. "What's the matter? Shouldn't kids be making more friends and playing together outside? It's just a pure friendship." No need to worry about the interests, status, and power that adults care about. He tilted his head and asked seriously, Yuli, don't you want to be friends with me? No, that's not it. Yuli quickly waved her hands in denial. That's great. Yi Ji's face lit up with a bright smile. Then he suddenly changed the topic. But, as childhood friends, you need to pass a little test first. Huh. Yuli blinked in confusion. Yigu took out a thick workbook from his bag and gently placed it on the table. Help me with my homework. I heard you're an assistant to one of the professors at the academy, so you must be really good at this, he said expectantly. Come on, this test should be easy for you. Yuli opened the workbook and saw that it was filled with questions about potion and elixir crafting. She sighed in relief. This was her specialty. At least she wouldn't embarrass herself in front of her savior. Without questioning why childhood friends needed such a test, she picked up a pen and got to work. Soon, Yuli had completed all the questions. 2M done. Really? You finished so quickly? Yiga looked surprised, then nodded in satisfaction. It's great to have you as a childhood friend. You'll help me with my homework from now on, right? Yes, Yuli replied softly. Well then, here's another workbook as a reward. Yigu placed another workbook in front of her. Yuli opened the new workbook and found that the content was still about advanced crafting of extraordinary items, but the difficulty had significantly increased. These questions were at the level of a senior extraordinary crafter, and many of them she had never seen before. They were formulas Yigu had copied from future versions of the game, not yet existing in the current game world's textbooks. Yuli looked down at the complex problems in front of her, her eyes filled with confusion. These questions were clearly beyond the standard elementary school curriculum. What's the matter? Can't figure it out? Yigu stood beside her, a faint smile playing on his lips. It seems that being childhood friends with Yuli isn't a magic solution after all. I guess I need a few more friends to help me with my homework. Tool, try harder. Yuli quickly responded. Under the light of the desk lamp, she began tackling the problems with determination. Yigu watched silently, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. An hour later, Yuli finished all the problems. However, after checking her work, Yigu shook his head and pointed out several mistakes, then began explaining them in detail. Yuli was astonished. She had never expected that someone like Yigu, a nobleman's son, would be so proficient in extraordinary alchemy. Even more surprising was that his explanations were so innovative, surpassing even the teachings of the master alchemists at the War Academy. Soon, theory turned into practice. In front of the intricate extraordinary apparatus, Yigu demonstrated how to create extraordinary potions. Yuli watched every step intently, completely absorbed in the process. When she successfully concocted a buff potion from version 1.4 under Yi Ji's guidance, she couldn't help but cheer, then shyly glanced at Yigu. Yigu looked at the perfect buff potion, inwardly amazed. He had tried this formula many times without success, but Yuli had managed to do it after seeing the formula just once. Truly, she was destined to be a future secondary profession goddess. It's about time. Let's call it a day. I'll have someone take you home, Yigu said. Is it over already? Yuli asked, a bit reluctant. It's already noon the next day. Don't you think that's enough? What? Noon the next day? Yuli finally realized how much time had passed. Mom is definitely going to worry. I need to go home. With that, she hurriedly grabbed her bag and rushed out. In the following days, the two met every afternoon after school in the basement of an extraordinary item shop. Yigu generously shared advanced potion recipes from the later versions of the game. During this time, Yuli's trust and reliance on Yigu grew, seeing him not just as a teacher but also as a confidant. At the War Academy, hardly anyone was interested in secondary professions like alchemy or rune crafting, especially among the wealthy nobles. Yigu, however, was proficient in these areas and more, including talisman crafting, formation drawing, and puppet making. This thrilled Yuli, as Yigu was the first person she could deeply discuss these subjects with. Shaoli, how about we go to the arcade after school today? Xia Xiao asked, clinging to Yuli's arm. Lately, Yigu has been so busy, and Shuer is always occupied with her inventions. I'm bored to death. I might be busy today too, Yuli replied, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. What? You're busy again today? Yeah, I made plans with a friend beforehand. Sorry, Xiao. Hehe, it's okay. I'm happy you made a friend, Xia Xiao said with an angelic smile. Your friend must be a cute girl, right? Introduce her to me sometime. Okay? Yuli lowered her head, unsure how to respond. Just then, the school bell rang. Two have to go, Yuli said hurriedly, standing up. Sure, go ahead. See you later. Yuli grabbed her small backpack and dashed out of the classroom. The bell was still ringing, but her white skirt had already disappeared through the academy gates. 30 minutes later, at their usual meeting spot, Yuli saw Yigu right on time. Hey, my little childhood friend is here. Yigu greeted her with a warm smile. This affectionate nickname always made Yuli blush. Not long ago, she was a lonely girl, but now she had formed a mentor-mentee relationship with this handsome young man. More importantly, Yigu was also her savior. So, what are we learning today? Yuli asked shyly. We're not learning anything today, Yigu replied bluntly. Noticing her puzzled expression, he pulled out two bulging pouches and pushed them toward her. These are for you. What are these? Open them and see. Yuli carefully untied the red string on the first pouch, revealing 10 soul crystals inside. The second pouch was even more astonishing. It was filled with 50 gold coins. Each coin was worth 10,000 yuan, totaling a staggering 500,000 yuan. I can't accept this. Yuli quickly waved her hands to refuse. Don't be so quick to decline, Yigu said, looking into her eyes. This isn't a gift. I want you to work for me. Work? I need someone skilled in various secondary professions, Yigu explained. I think you're perfect for the job. Yuli fell silent, seemingly understanding but still hesitated. But you don't need to give me so many soul crystals. I'm just an intermediate level professional. I'm not worth that much. Plus, you're Shi Yao's friend and my savior. If you need help, I can do it for free. You're mistaken. Yigu interrupted. Your intermediate level title is outdated. You could easily qualify as an advanced professional now. And I'm not asking you to do just one task or take on a single job. What I mean is, I want you to work for me permanently and exclusively for me. Yuli froze in place, her small mouth slightly agape, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. I've already paid the academy and bought you out, Yega said, pushing a contract toward Yuli. Of course, this is just the deposit. Yuli picked up the contract, and her hands started to tremble uncontrollably when she saw the monthly salary of 1 million federal credits and 30 soul crystals. For a poor child who grew up in the slums, this was an astronomical amount. Even a single soul crystal would require her family to sell everything they had. She remembered the soul crystal she had given Yega before, which was the reward she had saved up for months working as an assistant for a professor. Let me warn you in advance, Yega observed Yuli's reaction. This contract includes a soul-binding clause. If you violate the terms, your soul will be punished. In simple terms, it's a lifelong service contract. Of course, it applies to me as well. Once the contract is in effect, you belong to me, and I must take care of you forever. Yuli bit her lip. I don't deserve this much money. I'm just an ordinary person, a mid-level auxiliary worker. You'll regret signing me. Yega thought to himself. Having a deity-level auxiliary worker for just 30 soul crystals a month was a steal. Pretending to consider, he said, how about we change it to 20 soul crystals a month? That still feels like too much. Then 10? Still too much. All right, 5 then. Even my driver earns more than that. Although Yuli still felt unworthy, she agreed, thinking about how it would improve her family's life. After signing the contract, Yuli gratefully held the bag of gold coins and soul crystals, clenching her small fists. Thank you, Master Yega. I will work very hard. Yega looked at this naive girl, thinking she was the type to count money for someone who had tricked her. He asked Yuli to call him Little Yi like everyone else, but Yuli blushed and said it felt too intimate, even thinking Yega was not respectful enough. The way you address me is not important, Yega said, pulling out a formula sheet. I have a task for you right now. He explained that it was a formula for a special potion designed to awaken extraordinary powers in ordinary people, turning them into postnatal superhumans. Seeing Yuli's astonished expression, Yega further explained that extraordinary beings could control abilities and magic because they had TD extraordinary cells guided by extraordinary genes. Theoretically, if genes could be modified to evolve these cells, ordinary people could also become extraordinary beings. Extraordinary talent is determined by genetics. It's something you're born with. How could it be awakened through taking drugs later on? This thought had circled in Yuli's mind countless times. From childhood to adulthood, as an ordinary person, she had to learn alchemy in an environment filled with the extraordinary. Every time she clumsily mixed potions, the contemptuous glances from those extraordinary beings made her feel utterly humiliated. It was like a plain, introverted child trying to fit in with a group of lively, outgoing peers. There was an insurmountable gap between ordinary people and the extraordinary. What made her despair even more was that, even as an auxiliary profession, breaking through to higher levels required extraordinary power. Those precious high-level potions and elixirs needed the infusion of extraordinary power to be successfully crafted. Every night, curled up in her bed, Yuli fantasized about creating a potion that could awaken extraordinary power in ordinary people. Once, she mustered the courage to present this idea to her academy professor. However, she was met with a furious reprimand. The professor's reaction was not surprising in the eyes of the extraordinary. Their inherent specialness was a source of pride. If ordinary people could gain extraordinary power through scientific means, where would their sense of superiority come from? Since then, Yuli had buried this idea deep in her heart, never daring to mention it to anyone again. Until now, Yihei, a noble-born extraordinary being, had proposed the same idea. Looking at the list of materials in her hand, Yuli's hands trembled slightly. Do you really think this is possible? She asked, clutching the paper tightly, her voice filled with incredulous hope. Why not? Yiga smiled warmly. If you can imagine it, nothing is truly impossible. In fact, he knew that in the later stages of the game, there would be elixirs and sacred fruits that could directly grant someone the status of an immortal cultivator, even providing hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation. However, considering that becoming an alchemist or a cultivator of sacred plants required one to already be at the 100 Souls realm or higher, and given the rarity of such cultivators, had temporarily set this idea aside. I understand. Yuli's eyes lost their usual timidity and shone with determination. I will find a way. No, I will definitely succeed. Yiga looked at the girl in front of him, a pleased smile on his face. It was the first time in days that he had seen such steadfastness and confidence in the eyes of this usually self-doubting and timid girl. It was the look of someone who had found their purpose in life and received validation. It was only until dusk that Yiga and Yuli finally emerged from the extraordinary item shop owned by the Yi family. I'll be waiting for your good news, Yiga said, adding, if you need materials, equipment, or anything else, just come to me. All right, Yuli nodded, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, this must be kept confidential, Yiga said seriously. Whether it's the potion research or the fact that I bought you from the academy, you can't tell anyone. This is the boss's requirement, and not even Shi Yao should know. Is that clear? Yuli was about to respond when she suddenly widened her eyes and pointed behind Yiga. Turning around, Yiga saw a small head with a black ponytail peeking out from behind a large trite was Gao Shenxue. Their eyes met, and Gao Shenxue slowly asked, did I get caught? She walked over to Yiga and poked his cheek with her finger. Sneaking around with new friends behind Mai and Shi Yao's backs? Despite her words, Gao Shenxue's voice was calm, and her expression remained as composed and delicate as a porcelain doll's. Doesn't Shenxue Mama want me to make other friends? Yiga retorted. Gao Shenxue's gaze fell on the research notes in Yuli's arms. You've been with this little friend these past few days? No wonder you've been disappearing. What are you two up to? Under Gao Shenxue's questioning, Yiga had no choice but to briefly explain the situation. Potion research? Gao Shenxue was silent for a moment, her bright black eyes fixed on Yiga. For scientific research, you didn't come to me but went to another little friend? This involves alchemy and chemistry, which aren't your areas of expertise. I want to join. Don't be silly. I want to join. And so, what was originally a secret project for two became a team effort for three. 2 days later, while Yiga was cultivating in his room, he received a system notification for his daily task. Task requirement: pet by Shuoling's head for 30 seconds. Task reward: spirit-breaking pill pink 1. Yiga was already used to the system occasionally giving out odd tasks. He recalled the previous task of hiding Shi Yao's shoes, which had cost him several lollipops to make up for. At that moment, Bai Shuoling was resting on the storage cabinet. Yiga called out, Lingling, come here. The little white cat, thinking it was feeding time, excitedly jumped into his arms. To her surprise, Yiga began to vigorously pet her head, messing up her fur. After 30 seconds, Yiga nonchalantly let her go. All right, you can leave now. Bai Shuoling looked utterly confused. Congratulations on completing your daily task. You have received a spirit-breaking pill. Yeg took the translucent spirit-breaking pill without hesitation and swallowed it. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and began to activate his cultivation technique. The pill dissolved quickly within him, sending a warm energy surging throughout his body. As a specialized elixir for cultivators, the spirit-breaking pill not only significantly boosts cultivation efficiency, but can also be combined with other acceleration elixirs. Feeling the energy coursing through him, Yeg began to operate the Shengshi purification technique. In this world, anyone who practices cultivation techniques automatically becomes a cultivator. Those below the Earth realm can find low-level cultivation techniques in the library to change their vocation. However, due to the slow progress in the early stages of cultivation, many choose to transition only when they reach the 9th stage of the profound realm. While this method is feasible, it has obvious drawbacks. The earlier one transitions to a cultivator, the higher their potential and the purer their spiritual energy. Unless one practices a high-quality technique like Yeg's Shengshi purification technique, transitioning at the late profound realm is akin to self-sabotage. As the technique circulated, Yeg felt his body bathed in gentle energy. Impurities were rapidly expelled from his body, seeping out as black sweat. He could clearly feel his soul power increasing at various nodes. Boom! A soft explosion sounded within him as Yeg opened his eyes, now having broken through to the 3rd stage of the profound realm. The calamity spirit perched on the coat rack was stunned. He had just broken through to the 2nd stage a few days ago, and now he had advanced again? This completely overturned its understanding of cultivation speed. Yeg, however, was puzzled. Logically, after practicing a cultivation technique, progress should slow down significantly. Yet, He felt no hindrance and was even progressing faster than before. At that moment, the old butler appeared at the door. Young master, it's time for school. Today is an important day for the Academy's assessment. You can't be late. Understood, Yeg replied. The War Academy conducts assessments every year for all students from elementary to university levels, not just the coroner members. The assessment scores directly determine the student's treatment for the next year, including the allocation of cultivation resources and the possibility of receiving guidance from excellent mentors. Outstanding performers may even have the chance to enter the inner circle. Major forces in the Southern Realm closely watch this assessment. Night Watchers, Demon Hunters, major corporations, and guilds all extend offers to outstanding students, providing post-graduation opportunities. For noble children, the assessment results also affect their standing within their family. Although Yeg is the son of the clan leader, he faces competition from over a dozen cousins. Some have already made significant achievements on the front lines, even capturing cities from the dark races. Such competition is common among noble families in the Empire. Upon arriving at the academy, the class bell rang just in time. A teacher from the Flame Clan, enveloped in crimson flames, walked into the classroom with the lesson plan. These flames are harmless under normal circumstances, but can unleash intense heat, capable of melting anything during combat. The first round of assessments was about to begin. The Yin people don't have mouths. A buzzing sound emanated from its abdomen. Please, everyone, sit properly in your places. In 1 minute, we will begin the formal meditation. Those who can persist for 30 minutes will pass. This nearly 200 square meter special classroom was completely different from their usual learning environment. Each student sat cross-legged or with knees bent on individual mats, spaced far apart from one another. The room was silent, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. The children from ordinary backgrounds wore particularly serious expressions. For them, the Academy's assessment was their only chance to change their fate. In contrast, Yega appeared relaxed and at ease, and next to him, Gao Shenxue also seemed unruffled. This assessment consisted of 3 rounds, with the first round of meditation testing the student's mental strength and willpower. At that moment, Yega suddenly looked up and noticed a bright blue eye forming on the Salinga magical eye, indicating that a high-level mage was observing the assessment from afar. 1 minute quickly passed. The Yin instructor pressed the timer button, and the assessment officially began. Yega calmly closed his eyes and naturally entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, in the luxurious principal's office within the War Academy, a conversation about Yega was taking place. This 20-meter grand space, though sparsely furnished, exuded understated luxury. The black crystal chandelier on the ceiling and the black stone tiles on the floor were made from the rarest moon condensation black crystal, with the value of the floor tiles alone enough to purchase an army of 10,000. A beautiful woman with long silver-gray hair was lazily reclining in a sofa chair behind the massive dragon-bone desk. The nameplate on the desk read, "The greatest principal ever loaned me." This woman, who appeared to be in her late 20s or early 30s, exuded an elegant and mature aura, occasionally yawning as she played with her hair. Interesting, a student from the ordinary class actually noticed my magical eye, Lanmi said, her lazy eyes slightly opening. 4th grade, class 1? Huh? What's this little guy's name? The balding elder standing in front of the desk quickly replied, Principal Lan. His name is Yega. He's a little mage from the Yi family, the one that Duke Wang'en specifically mentioned. Yega. Lanmi tilted her head, pondering for a moment. Oh, you mean the young master from that demonized mutant family? The same family as the little guy Duke Wang'en brought in a few days ago? The Mediterranean old man nodded quickly. Noticing the strange look in Lanmi's eyes, he hurriedly added, Duke Wang'en specifically instructed that this Yi family boy is absolutely not to be admitted to the inner academy. He should be placed in the regular classes and receive no special treatment. Lanmi yawned lazily and waved her hand dismissively. I never said I was interested in him. I just thought it was a bit intriguing. Seeing her reaction, the old man visibly relaxed. At that moment, a servant rushed in and knelt on one knee. Principal Lan. Yi Shengxiong requests an audience. Yi Shengxiong? Lanmi looked puzzled. The old man quickly reminded her. He's the one you mentioned earlier, the one Duke Wang'en arranged to be admitted to the inner academy a few days ago. Oh, the one with connections. Lanmi twirled a strand of her hair absent-mindedly, a playful look in her eyes. For someone from a demonized mutant family to be personally recommended by Duke Wang'en, their relationship must be quite complicated. At Lanmi's signal, Yi Shengxiong was quickly brought into the office. He wore a sycophantic smile and was extremely respectful. Greetings, Principal. Yi Shengxiong was well aware that the person before him was not only the head of the Southern War Academy, but also the overall principal of the entire Imperial War Academy. As a formidable figure proficient in magic, supernatural abilities, martial arts, cultivation, and beast taming, Lanmi's power ranked among the top 10 in the entire human empire. Even Duke Wang'en had to speak to her in a consultative tone. The only ones who could command her were likely members of the royal family. What do you want? Lanmi asked lazily, crossing her legs and resting her head on her hand. Yi Shengxiong motioned for his servant to bring in a lavishly decorated box. I heard that Principal Lan likes to collect extraordinary spirit crystals that contain power. Our last meeting was rushed, so I specially prepared a gift this time. When the box was opened, the dazzling spirit crystals inside sparkled brilliantly. Lanmi glanced at the box, her expression indifferent. It seems your father taught you well in the art of gift-giving. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Shengxiong's forehead, but he was relieved when Lanmi continued. The items are nice. Leave them here. So, when can I start my studies? He asked cautiously. Since I've accepted your gift. Lanmi sat up straight, lightly biting her lip in thought. Yi Xiong. Yi Ding. Oh right, what's your name again? After learning his name, Lanmi instructed her servant to bring his genetic entry report and extraordinary talent analysis. Her slender fingers swiped quickly across a translucent tablet, skimming through the data. Yi Shengxiong displayed a confident smile. As a descendant of the demonized mutant family, the Yi family had always been natural-born warriors with impeccable genetic talent, never exhibiting the common madness seen in other mutant families. Yi Shengxiong's talent for cultivating immortality has reached its level, which is exceedingly rare among the human race. Lanmi carefully examined his attribute panel, noting that his learning capability for the cultivator profession was displayed at 60 points, meeting this level standard. Your demonic bloodline talent involves absorbing the yin essence of women to enhance your power and strengthen your demonic energy, correct? Lanmi asked directly. Yi Shengxiong's face showed a hint of embarrassment. As a male cultivator, having such a unique talent pointed out by a female principal was indeed uncomfortable. Noticing his change in expression, Lanmi smiled slightly. No need to be nervous. I've seen many talents like yours. Whether your strength at the age of 18 comes from such means, or whether those past partners were willing or not is not my concern. Character education is the responsibility of parents and mentors. If you become a threat in the future, the Empire's enforcers and Night Watchers will handle it. As the principal, I only care about one thing, your potential. Hearing this, Yi Shengxiong immediately relaxed, a smile returning to his face. He had anticipated that someone like Lanmi, a super-strong individual who had reached the Tianqi realm in 5 professions, must have stepped over countless bodies to get where she was today and wouldn't be concerned with such minor matters in the process of rising to power. When it comes to talent and potential, Yi Shengxiong is full of confidence. As far as he knows, only 2 people in the southern region possess level or higher cultivation talent among humans. Besides himself, the other is Xiao Yushi, the Holy Maiden of the Moon Palace, who is currently studying in the War Academy's Inner Sect elite class. The Inner Sect of the War Academy differs from the Outer Sect in that it is divided into 7 levels based on potential: pass, good, excellent, genius, outstanding, prodigy, and personal disciple. Historically, Lanmi has trained 4 personal disciples, all of whom have become renowned super-strong entities within the Empire, and have since left the human continent in search of new opportunities. Currently, there are no personal disciples studying at the Academy. Yi Shengxiong calculated silently. With his potential, he should at least make it into the prodigy class, if not the outstanding class. If luck was on his side, he might even stay close to this beautiful principal. The thought brought a meaningful smile to his face. The evaluation results for Yi Shengxiong came out quickly. He stared at the last line of the paper report in his hand. Potential assessment, pass. His entire body froze, unable to believe his eyes. This meant he could only enter the lowest ranked class within the Academy's inner circle. Suppressing the surge of anger within him, Yi Shengxiong forced a smile. Principal Lan, is there some mistake? Lanmi leaned lazily against the back of her chair, her right hand resting against her cheek, idly twirling a ballpoint pen between her fingers. Her clear blue eyes glanced at Yi Shengxiong. Are you questioning my ability to assess potential? Of course not. Then do you have any other questions? No. Just report to the Academy on the date listed. As Yi Shengxiong walked out of the Academy gates, his face was dark with anger. The people accompanying him were silent, not daring to say a word. Once they reached a secluded spot, he finally erupted, crumpling the report into a ball and stomping on it. How could I only get a passing assessment? He snarled through gritted teeth. I'm one of only 2 people in the entire southern region with S-level talent for cultivation. He quickly realized the reason. It must be because of my demonized mutant bloodline. The more Yi Shengxiong thought about it, the angrier he became. He realized that although Duke Wangan had promised to get him into the Academy's inner circle, he had never guaranteed a specific assessment level or class. Cunning old fox. In the office, a balding old man asked curiously, Principal, did Duke Wangan specifically instruct you not to let Yi Shengxiong enter a top class? Lanmi continued to play with the ballpoint pen. Of course not. His talent only matches the passing level of the inner circle. Seeing the old man's surprised expression, she elaborated. Although he has 60 points in cultivation aptitude, which meets this level standard, it's far from enough. His internal energy is murky, clearly enhanced by absorbing a large amount of external energy, yet he remains at the first stage of the Earth realm. More importantly, his mental strength is visibly damaged, which will severely affect his future cultivation. If his mental strength were intact, considering his demonized mutant bloodline, he might have been rated excellent. But as it stands, a passing grade is quite generous. I see. The balding old man nodded in understanding. Lanmi smiled. His brain's neural tissue has suffered multiple irreversible damages, affecting not only his mental strength, but also his intelligence. This seems to be a recent development. In the examination room, Yigu sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. What appeared to be a simple 30-minute meditation test was actually full of hidden challenges. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the classroom, causing the students to grimace in pain. This was a powerful sound-based spell designed to disrupt the soul energy flow within extraordinary individuals. In the end, only 5 students in the entire class managed to endure, including Yi Gu, Gao Shenxue, and the unexpectedly resilient Jiang Xiaoming. They were led to a larger metal hall, where students who had passed the test from other classes were already gathered. Hey, Yi Gu! Jiang Xiaoming sidled up to Yi Gu. This time, him definitely getting into the inner circle as a core student. Don't get left behind. Yi Gu remained expressionless. You might be disappointed. I'm sure he'll be left out. Before Jiang Xiaoming could respond, a tall male teacher with a face marred by a red scar emerged from a white metal door. His cold gaze swept over the students. Those whose names are called, step inside one by one for the assessment. Upon seeing the male teacher, many children displayed a look of fear. The classroom became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No, it can't be. Jiang Xiaoming's face turned pale, and his voice trembled. The mentor for this round of assessments was none other than Instructor Scar Tiger. No one knew Scar Tiger's real name, but his reputation at the War Academy was infamous. Once an elite Imperial soldier who was severely injured on the battlefield of the myriad races, he had since retired to become an instructor, known for his ruthless and stringent methods. He often said, "Students entering the War Academy are Imperial soldiers, regardless of age or background." Whenever a cadet performed inadequately, he would mercilessly mete out severe punishment. Whispers filled the classroom. I heard that every time he's the examiner, the difficulty is several levels higher than the others. We're doomed. There's no hope of even passing to get some training resources and credits. Scar Tiger seemed oblivious to the murmurs, merely scanning the room with a cold gaze. He looked down at the tablet in his hands. First, Class 1, Grade 6, Tang Hao. The named student stood up trembling and walked into the examination room under Scar Tiger's piercing gaze. In less than a minute, with a bang, the metal door was flung open, and Tang Hao, covered in injuries, was thrown out, already unconscious. The entire class gasped in unison. The rules are simple, Scar Tiger said with a cold smile. Stay inside for 10 minutes, and if you can walk out on your own, you pass. The subsequent assessments were like a recurring nightmare. Zhang San, Lu Hua, Gu Ju. One after another, the students were beaten and thrown out, their bodies battered and bruised. The floor was already stained with blood. It wasn't until the 20th candidate, Jiang Xiaoming, that there was a breakthrough. Though covered in wounds, he managed to endure the 10 minutes and walked out on his own. Jiang Xiaoming, you pass, Scar Tiger nodded, a rare gesture of approval. Just as a slight smile of triumph appeared on Jiang Xiaoming's swollen face, he collapsed from exhaustion before he could glance at his crush, Gao Shenxue. The medical team quickly moved in, skillfully lifting him away. Did you have a good breakfast? Gao Shenxue asked with concern, looking at Yi Gu. I brought a lunchbox. Do you want to eat something before going in? Yi Gu smiled wryly and shook his head, thinking that whatever he ate would likely be beaten out of him once inside. You've always had a weak constitution. Maybe you should sit this one out, Gao Shenxue gently advised. I haven't been frail since I was 3 years old, Yi Gu said softly. The 20th candidate, Gao Shenxue. Scar Tiger's voice echoed through the hall. Yi Gu turned to Gao Shenxue beside him and whispered encouragement. It's your turn. Good luck. Gao Shenxue nodded, stood up, and walked calmly towards the white metal door. 10 minutes later, when she emerged from the examination room, everyone was stunned. She was not only unscathed, but her pristine uniform and high ponytail were exactly as they had been when she went in. The candidates in the waiting area immediately began to murmur. How is that possible? Everyone else came out bruised and battered, but she doesn't have a scratch. Could she have cheated? Quiet! Scar Tiger finally lost his patience and shouted, silencing everyone instantly. They all lowered their heads. Gao Shenxue, you passed the test? Scar Tiger nodded to himself, relieved to finally see a competent candidate. He continued, exit through that door and prepare for the final test. Remember, no talking to other candidates. Gao Shenxue simply nodded in agreement. Before leaving, She exchanged a glance with Yigu and then exited the waiting hall. As time passed, the number of candidates in the hall dwindled. Yigu silently observed. Out of hundreds of candidates, only a few managed to walk out of the examination room on their own. Besides Gao Shenxue, the other successful candidates were all severely injured, barely standing through sheer willpower. Roughly estimating, fewer than 20 people had passed this round of testing. The last candidate, Yigu, when Scar Tiger read this name, he hesitated for a moment, quickly checking the tablet for information. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. So, it's the young master of the Yi family? Yigu stood up and, without much hesitation, walked into the examination room. As he entered, the heavy metal door closed with a resounding thud, sealing shut seamlessly. The room was pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Just as Yigu was wondering how the test would proceed in such darkness, a sudden whooshing sound sliced through the air near his ear. His body reacted faster than his mind, instinctively tilting his head to avoid the fierce surprise attack. The attacker clearly hadn't expected their meticulously planned strike to be evaded so easily. This warrior, at the peak of the 9th stage of the Xian realm, had intended the ambush to incapacitate any peer taking the test. But Yigu remained on high alert, not relaxing after dodging the initial assault. His senses had already detected that there was more than one opponent in this space. Sure enough, the sound of chaotic footsteps surrounded him from all directions, indicating a meticulously planned ambush. So that's how it is, Yigu thought to himself, realizing this was a test of close combat abilities. The examiners were all experts at the peak of the 9th stage of the Xian realm. In such unfavorable conditions, it seemed the test takers could only endure the onslaught and see who could withstand it better. However, Yigu had other plans. He narrowed his eyes as his mental energy expanded in the darkness, sensing the position of each assailant. Suddenly, dense black mist surged around him, accompanied by the piercing cries of crows. The examiners, wearing night vision goggles, watched in astonishment as reed crows emerged from the black mist. 10 minutes later, the metal door slowly opened. Yigu stepped out, his clothes immaculate and not a hair out of place. "You passed," said Instructor Scar. Yigu walked a few steps further before turning back. "By the way, do you have any healers?" "We do," Scar replied, puzzled. "Second room by the door." "Not for me," Yigu said with a shy smile. "For the examiners inside." With that, he turned and left. Scar stood stunned for a few seconds before rushing into the examination room. Light flooded into the dark room, revealing a shocking scene. More than a dozen examiners lay sprawled on the ground, with no visible injuries but pale faces and contorted expressions, as if they had experienced extreme terror. Their soul energy was nearly depleted. In the principal's office, Lanmi, who had witnessed the entire process through a magical mirror, had a strange gleam in her eyes. Hey, Dihai. The beautiful headmistress slammed her hands on the desk, leaning forward slightly in excitement. Her eyes sparkled with barely contained enthusiasm. "Did you see that? Did you see how that kid performed?" The Mediterranean-looking old man still had a stunned expression on his face, filled with shock. "Yes, I saw it clearly. It's unbelievable. That boy single-handedly defeated 17 Xian realm 9th stage examiners. And he's already reached the 3rd stage of the Xian realm, far exceeding the 1st stage level noted in his records. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic." Lanmi cheered like a child who had found a beloved toy, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Did you notice? The kid didn't even fully unleash his abilities during the fight. His potential is far from fully tapped. Who would have thought there was such a brilliant gem hidden in the ordinary class?" The Mediterranean-looking old man suddenly caught the deeper meaning in Headmistress Lan's words and quickly warned, "Headmistress, you wouldn't be thinking of bringing this child into the inner core, would you? That might be problematic considering Duke Wang En and the Federation of Extraordinary Beings' stance." Lan Mi's sharp gaze turned towards him. "Dihai, you seem particularly concerned about Duke Wang En and the Federation of Extraordinary Beings. Could it be that you've received some benefits from them?" The Mediterranean-looking old man coughed awkwardly and explained, "Headmistress, to be precise, it wasn't me personally, but the academy that accepted their donations. This season's income included their contributions of 30 combat training rooms, 100 sets of extraordinary experimental equipment, 20 alchemy furnaces, and 500 training mannequins." "Oh, I see." Lanmi thoughtfully pressed her finger against her lips. The Mediterranean-looking old man continued, "Moreover, the disciple of Yuning Palace's master and president of the Imperial Cultivators Association, Lung Yuning, as well as the sister of the Imperial Night Watch director, Nangong Ru, are currently studying at our academy. Both of these influential figures are extremely hostile towards the demonic beings." "Oh, Lung Yuning and Nangong Ru?" Lan Mi's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. "So, their disciples and sisters are also studying at my academy? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The Mediterranean elder wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, "Principal, I did mention it last month, but you were engrossed in your new magic research and didn't pay attention. Besides, he hesitated. You usually don't remember students' names. Lanmi absent-mindedly twirled her hair. I indeed have trouble remembering the names of students without talent. The elder quickly pointed out, but Principal, Lung Yuning's disciple, Xiao Yuxi, and Nan Gongru's sister, Nan Gong Qiuyu, are both top geniuses with S-level learning abilities. In reality, Lanmi was well aware of these two students' talents. As the longtime rival of the Moon Palace Master and the Nightwatch Bureau Chief, she was always reluctant to openly praise them. Suddenly, Lanmi's beautiful eyes lit up as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. She clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Right? If I admit this little Yigu into the inner circle, Lung Yuning and Nan Gongru's disciples will have to study alongside a minor demonized person. Those two arrogant women will surely go mad." Dihai. She turned to the elder. The final assessment. The inner circle and regular classes are tested together, right? The Mediterranean elder detailed the assessment rules. Outer circle students who pass the first 2 rounds can participate in the final test, with standards identical to the inner circle. Passing students become elite members, while failing inner circle students get demoted. Perfect. Lanmi said excitedly. Dihai. Arrange for Yi Gu to be in the same group as Lung Yuning or Nan Gongru's disciples. Seeing the elder's puzzled expression, Lanmi explained, this will not only increase the difficulty of the assessment, but also make his elimination justifiable if he fails. And if he actually defeats their disciples. She let out a triumphant laugh. Although the Mediterranean elder was concerned about violating the rules and giving Yigu a chance to enter the Black Abyss secret realm, he agreed that Lanmi's plan might be the best solution. After all, with Yi Ji's mere S-level learning ability, he was not particularly outstanding among the inner circle geniuses. Finally, Lanmi looked at Yi Ji's image in the magic mirror, thoughtfully resting her chin on her hand, and fell into deep contemplation. Based on the recent performance, this child's learning ability must be far beyond S-level. Lanmi gazed at the enrollment medical report in her hand, her slender fingers lightly tapping the displayed data. Beastmaster Profession Learning Ability, 58 a level. This figure starkly contrasted with the astonishing performance she had just witnessed, causing her captivating eyes to narrow with interest, her delicate face reflecting deep intrigue. At this moment, Yigu, Gao Xinxue, and Jiang Xiaoming had already arrived in a special room within the academy. The floor in the center of the room was inscribed with mysterious patterns and runes, forming an ancient array-like structure. After the rigorous screening of the first 2 rounds of assessments, only about 20 students out of the thousands from the ordinary classes of the War Academy had stood out and gathered in this room. A middle-aged teacher strode to the center of the room and announced in a resonant voice, "Congratulations on passing the first 2 tests. Next, you will have the opportunity to participate in the Secret Realm Instance Assessment alongside the core inner disciples. If you can clear the Secret Realm Instance, you will qualify to enter the inner sect." He paused before continuing. The Secret Realm opens only once a year, making this an extremely precious opportunity. Within the Secret Realm, you may encounter rare materials, top-grade spiritual treasures, and even ancient inheritances. Anything you obtain through your own strength will belong to you, and the Academy will not interfere. Hearing this, most of the students clenched their fists in excitement, their eyes shining with anticipation. Only Yigu and Gao Xinxue remained calm, as if they had long been prepared for the upcoming challenge. Now, the Secret Realm Instance Assessment officially begins. The middle-aged teacher raised his voice. You will be randomly teleported to different Secret Realm instances. The difficulty and rewards of each realm vary, so which one you enter will depend on your luck. As soon as he finished speaking, the array patterns on the floor suddenly burst into a dazzling white light. The light quickly spread, gradually enveloping everyone in the room. After what felt like an eternity, the blinding white light gradually faded. Yega slowly opened his eyes to a breathtakingly strange forest. Towering spiritual trees pierced the sky, each at least 100 meters tall, with trunks so thick it would take 5 or 6 adults to encircle them. The plants scattered across the forest floor were even more peculiar. Pitcher-sized carnivorous flowers gaped open, violet grass swayed in waves under the gentle breeze, and colorful magical fruits dotted the landscape, making it feel like a primordial carboniferous forest. Standing beside Yega were 8 other trainees. The dense spiritual energy was almost tangible, compelling everyone to take deep breaths. No wonder they call it the Black Abyss Secret Realm. The spiritual energy here is astonishingly abundant, one trainee exclaimed. Did you see that magical rune tree? I've only seen one at the Mage Guild, used for the guild master's desk, and it was ridiculously expensive. I can't believe there are so many here. We could make a fortune just by gathering some spiritual plants from the outskirts here. We should be cautious, though. The Black Abyss Secret Realm is full of dangers. We're not here for a picnic. Yega silently observed the other trainees. They were all noticeably older than him, mostly teenagers around 15 or 16, with a few already adults, and the youngest at least 13 or 14. He was the youngest among the 9. Soon, Yega recognized a few characters from the game. The impeccably dressed Chu Ruohua, son of the Lord of Wanjin City and a distant relative of the Imperial family, known in the game for his arrogance. The girl in a red mage robe, daughter of the vice president of the Mage Guild in Yazan City, exceptionally talented but extremely greedy. The tall, slender boy holding an ancient brown musket, nephew of the Demon Hunter Guild's president, whose family secretly dealt in magical beast bones, and the chubby boy with a face full of flesh, son of the nearly bankrupt Marquis Galbo, and a mechanic. The most eye-catching was a silent girl, around 15 years old, with delicate features and gentle eyes. Her skin was as smooth as jade. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her simple white dress highlighted her unique, scholarly elegance, like a fairy descended to the mortal world. Tu Xiaoyu. Yega's heart skipped a beat. As the Saintess of Moon Palace, she was incredibly popular in the game. However, this seemingly pure and kind celestial maiden eventually succumbed to inner demons, developing a dark second personality that wreaked havoc at night, ultimately being hunted down by the Empire's night watchers. Chu Ruohua quickly approached Xiaoyu, putting on his most elegant smile. Xiaoyu responded with a slight nod. The other trainees didn't even dare to approach her, as the gap between them was too vast in every way. Hey, who's this little kid? Finally, someone noticed Yega. His young age and short stature made him stand out. Chu Ruohua turned to look at Yega. How is there a child this young here? Yeah, he can't be from the demon class or the elite class, right? I've never seen him before. Hey kid, who are you? Where did you come from? Even Xiaoyu, who had been calm and indifferent, turned to look at Yega with her emotionless eyes, seemingly a bit curious about this boy. Yeager's childlike voice rang out. I'm from the regular class, 4th grade. I passed the first 2 rounds of the Academy's tests and came here for the secret realm assessment. The little white cat nestled in Yeager's clothes shuddered violently, its fur standing on end. Internally, it grumbled. He could speak normally, but he chooses to act all innocent and naive. This master in this life is a real piece of work, pretending to be a child. It's unbearable for a cat. A student from the regular class should be sent to a random low-level secret realm, right? Someone asked in surprise. How did you end up in the Black Abyss secret realm? Yeager lowered his head, looking shy like a bashful child, and softly replied, I don't know. Maybe there was a mistake in the teleportation. This statement elicited a burst of laughter. Everyone thought the kid was really unlucky. The Black Abyss secret realm was no joke. It only opened once a year, and while the rewards were the most generous, it was also the most dangerous. Even the elite from the exceptional class didn't dare to claim they could clear it easily, let alone a regular class student. Kid, Chu Ruohua said with a smirk, I think you'd better stay put. Once we clear the realm, the Academy will naturally take you back. No need to risk your life in vain. Yeager contemplated for a moment before firmly shaking his head. No, I can't do that. I worked hard for this opportunity. This declaration brought forth a few more chuckles. Most people laughed at the child's naive ignorance, feeling a sense of superiority due to their age, forgetting they were once young and reckless too. By the way, a burly student asked after laughing, What's your name, kid? My name is Yeager, the boy replied with an innocent smile. The air suddenly grew tense. The smiles on several students' faces slowly faded, and some even stood frozen, exchanging incredulous glances. Yeager, Chu Ruohua immediately followed up. Which Yi? Is it the Yi for falling Li for? It's the Yi for nightfall. The revelation froze everyone's expressions. In the human empire, no one dared to casually use the surname Yi. Is your father the Lord of Night City? Chu Ruohua asked with a frown. Yes, Yeager answered simply. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense and peculiar. The students present exchanged complex looks, eyeing Yi's shy and obedient demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the bloodthirsty war-crazed image they had of the Yi family. As a family of demonized beings, the Yi family was always seen as a symbol of disaster and savagery by the Empire's nobility, both loathed and feared. But the innocent-looking boy before them completely overturned their preconceived notions. How could he be from the Yi family? One student whispered. Relax, another student said dismissively. So what if he's a little demon from the Yi family? He's just a 10-year-old kid. Look at how timid he is. He must be the most useless one in the Yi family. Suddenly, a deafening beastly roar echoed from the distant forest, reverberating through the mountains. Every student instantly became vigilant, turning toward the direction of the sound. Soon, dozens of colossal demonic beasts came charging out of the giant forest. These beasts were more than 3 times the size of wild bears, their dark red demonic markings flowing like molten lava across their pitch-black skin. Every muscle bulged with terrifying power. These were beasts corrupted by the demonic tide, with impure demonic blood coursing through them, making them Earth realm-level threats. Yigo finally understood why everyone said this secret realm wasn't suitable for him. Even a single Earth realm demonic beast was beyond what a primary schooler could handle. Everyone, be careful, Chu Ruohua said in a low voice, drawing her jewel-encrusted longsword. The other students also took their positions. Gunners drew their guns, mages raised their staffs, and beast tamers and spirit summoners called forth their spirit pets and contracted spirits. Second tier ability Thunderstrike. Second tier magic wind blade. Third tier martial skill burst punch. First tier support skill strength amplification. The battle erupted instantly. Warriors charged ahead, mages and gunners provided ranged attacks, and the support class enhanced their allies from the rear. Their coordination was flawless. Yigu nodded silently from the side, impressed by the inner circle elite students of the War Academy, who were far superior to his classmates in the regular class. Suddenly, several demonic beasts fixed their gaze on the seemingly weakest Yigu. One massive beast lunged directly at him. A nearby support class student hesitated, unsure whether to intervene. But Chu Ruohua's glance stopped them. Why save a demonized mutant? Yigu stood motionless, as if paralyzed with fear. Watch out, Xiao Yushi shouted, but it was too late. The beast's claws came crashing down. Chu Ruohua's smug smile froze on her face. At the last moment, Yi Ji's body turned into a cloud of black mist, reappearing a few meters away. He raised a finger, and black lightning crackled at his fingertip. Copied ability Demonic Thunderstrike. Almost instantly, a jet-black bolt of lightning struck the beast's chest, scorching a large swath of flesh. The beast let out a pained roar as blood flowed from the charred wound. Leiyu, why does this skill of Yi Ji's look so much like yours? Chu Ruohua asked in astonishment. Leiyu stood there, bewildered. I have no idea. On the battlefield, the beast clutched its charred wound on its chest, howling in pain. Moments later, it bared its fangs and snarled furiously at Yigu. Oh, Yigu remarked nonchalantly. A beast of the Earth realm, huh? Seems like it has a lot of health. The beast charged at Yigu again. Unfazed, Yigu raised a hand and pointed. Another bolt of black lightning struck the beast's leg with precision, causing it to stumble forward, nearly falling. Dance for me, Yigu said, narrowing his eyes. He moved his fingers, and streams of black lightning poured out like a choreographed dance. The Earth realm beast convulsed under the electric onslaught, staggering as if performing a bizarre, jerky dance. What shocked Chu Ruohua and the others even more was that Yigu cast these spells without chanting incantations or making hand seals. What the heck? This guy can cast spells without chanting or sealing. And there's no cooldown, plus his mana seems limitless? Everyone was stunned. After enduring over a dozen strikes of black lightning, the beast finally collapsed heavily onto the ground. Its eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth, its body still twitching uncontrollably. Xiao Yushi stared blankly at the fallen beast, muttering to herself, how did he do that? Yiga glanced at his attribute panel. Soul Power MP, 142111500. The consumption isn't too high, he calculated silently. With the current soul power limit, I can cast about 300 of these black lightning bolts. Not bad, good skill stolen. The other beasts, initially planning to attack, hesitated and paced back and forth at a distance, not daring to approach. Yigu turned to them, a teasing smile on his lips. What's the matter? Do you want to dance too? In the end, over 50 magical beasts were brought down by the combined efforts of the War Academy students. The beasts' bodies quickly dissolved into black water, leaving behind scattered remnants of magic bones on the ground. Yigu, Xiao Yushi, and Chu Ruohua stood composed and steady, in stark contrast to the other students who were panting heavily. Chu Ruohua observed Yigu with a serious expression, inwardly astonished by the incredible strength this young demonic being had displayed. The magic bones transformed into spheres of light and were swiftly absorbed by the rings on the students' hands. These spatial rings were masterpieces crafted by Professor Rhodes, a master of spatial abilities at the War Academy. They were exclusively distributed to elite inner disciples as a symbol of honor and could automatically record kill data and collect spoils. Surprisingly, Yigu, an outer disciple, merely waved his hand to collect his share of the magic bones. In reality, he stored these spoils in his system's inventory, but to others, it appeared as if he was using a spatial ring. Chu Ruohua frowned, suspecting that the Yi family might have acquired this elite-only treasure through illicit means. At that moment, dazzling light screens descended from the sky, causing ripples in the air and revealing several lines of text. Congratulations on completing the first trial. The Abyssal Secret Realm is divided into 4 major areas. Please choose. 1. Wanluan Valley. 2. Pure Spirit Pool. 3. Dark Twilight Forest. 4. Abyssal Well. Yiga quickly skimmed through the descriptions of each area. This was the work of the Academy's headmaster, providing a convenient teleportation pathway into the vast Abyssal Secret Realm. Chu Ruohua pondered silently. Apart from the Abyssal Well, the other three areas were rich in resources and ancient relics. He took out a white scroll from his pouch, a life-saving artifact that could summon him back to the academy in an emergency, though it required a full 8 seconds to activate, rendering it often useless in critical moments. As Yigu deliberated over his choice, the system suddenly issued a prompt. Ding! A hidden task has been issued. Task requirements: clear the Abyssal Secret Realm or survive for 3 hours. Choose difficulty. 1. Wanluan Valley Level Death Rate 30. 2. Pure Spirit Pool Level Death Rate 41. 3. Dark Twilight Forest Level Death Rate 27. 4. Abyssal Wells Level Death Rate 99.98 inch. Seeing the staggering death rate, Yige's lips curled into a faint smile. Clearly, the human adventurers of this version still had much to learn about the Abyssal Secret Realm. The Abyssal Depths dungeon, as the first low-level ancient dungeon in the game, presents a true challenge not merely in the level and difficulty of the bosses, but in testing players' understanding and mastery of various mechanics. Within the dungeon, aside from the core area known as the Abyssal Well, the other regions are essentially peripheral zones. At the game's launch, this place was known as the Death Training Ground. Regardless of a player's level, multiple failures were necessary to gradually learn the survival strategies. Using antidotes in poison-filled areas, staying vigilant against creatures that could invade the mind, dealing with seemingly easy-to-kill monsters that cast illusions, and avoiding rash attacks on certain creatures that would result in lethal counterattacks. These complex mechanics made the map's real-life death rate as high as 99.98, perfectly aligning with the game's design where it could take 7 or 8 attempts to clear it. As detailed strategy videos began circulating online, players gradually mastered the necessary tactics, and the death rate for this map started to drop significantly. For Yege, once ranked among the top 10 in the game's civilian power rankings, the Abyssal Depths had become second nature. He knew every corner of the dungeon as if it were his own home, navigating it with ease. Without hesitation, Yege chose to enter the Abyssal Well. Instantly, the system updated with a series of tasks. Basic tasks: kill a beast, reward 100 shop points; kill a demon, reward 200 points, 10 chance to obtain a rare demon bone; kill a berserker, reward 1000 points; enter the Abyssal Well without dying, 20 chance to obtain a pink quality treasure; survive for 3 hours, reward 10,000 points and random ancient materials; defeat the Abyssal Demon Lord, reward 50,000 points, random pink quality ancient item, 1 chance to obtain red quality ancient inheritance. Hidden ultimate tasks: 1. Destroy the entire Abyssal Well, gain the dark power of all monsters, random red quality ancient demon inheritance, but permanently earn the title of enemy of the demon's hate value 99.99, making you the primary target for all demon units. 2. Kill or tame the escaped Abyssal Demon Lord. Gain territorial control over the entire Abyssal Depths dungeon. Despite being a veteran player, Yesong was still taken aback when he saw the final hidden reward control over the entire Black Abyss secret realm. His pupils contracted, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed the light screen. How could a public instance become a player's territory? Yesong frowned, pondering deeply. A shocking possibility flashed through his mind. Could my system be in developer mode? This idea reminded him of a rumor that once circulated on the game forums. The son of the CEO of Penguin received special treatment while playing this game: enhanced equipment drop rates, increased upgrade probabilities, and most importantly, a developer system that allowed him to create territories, command NPCs, and modify game rules at will. But Yesong quickly dismissed this thought. After all, in the past 3 years, aside from getting 3 gold items from the newbie pack, he hadn't felt any special privileges. At that moment, Chu Ruohua turned to Xiao Yushi with a flattering smile. Fair Yushi, which area do you plan to explore? He had a scheme in mind to use this opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Yuning Palace and pave the way for Wanjian City to obtain celestial grade materials. Xiao Yushi raised her gentle almond-shaped eyes and, without much hesitation, said, "The Well of the Black Abyss." Her answer left the other students stunned. Chu Ruohua gritted his teeth and, determined to follow Xiao Yushi, commanded the others, "You all come with me into the Well of the Black Abyss." Most of the students chose other areas in response to this order. In the end, only Yesong, Xiao Yushi, Chu Ruohua, and a chubby boy entered the Well of the Black Abyss. As the white light faded, the 4 found themselves in a desolate place. The sky was gloomy and dark, the ground was tainted black by demonic energy, and there wasn't a blade of grass in sight. The chubby boy shrank his neck and stammered, "Senior, this place is really creepy." Yesong looked thoughtfully at Xiao Yushi. He recalled that in the original game storyline, it was here that the 15-year-old Xiao Yushi had an experience that left her plagued by inner demons for life. However, the current situation had already deviated from the original plot. Xiao Yushi, who was supposed to come alone, now had 3 companions. "It seems my presence has caused a butterfly effect," Yesong mused to himself, altering part of the storyline's history. Chu Ruohua gazed at the devastated and dark landscape before him, feeling a twinge of unease. However, he forced himself to remain composed in front of Xiao Yushi, raising his voice deliberately. What's so eerie about this? We're cadets of the War Academy, extraordinary human warriors. On the battlefield of the myriad races, we'll face grotesque and bizarre dark creatures far worse than this. Is this little scene supposed to scare us? Do you plan to hide behind your commanding officer and tremble? Be careful, or your officer might just blow your brains out with a soul power gun. The chubby boy clamped his mouth shut, silenced by the reprimand. Time is short, let's keep moving, Chu Ruohua urged. The four of them cautiously advanced through the dungeon map. The ground was shrouded in a sinister blood-red mist, as if unspeakable creatures could pounce at any moment. Chu Ruohua glanced at Yigu from the corner of his eye, surprised that this kid had also chosen the abyssal well. But that didn't matter now. It was said that remnants of an ancient civilization were buried here, and it was also the domain of a certain demon lord, teeming with danger. Strange, Chu Ruohua frowned. We've been walking for so long. Why haven't we found the abyssal well yet? Before his words had faded, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a dozen demons emerged, surrounding them. Chu Ruohua was initially startled but quickly realized that these demons were only at the Xian realm level, weaker than the monsters on the outskirts of the dungeon. So the monsters here are this weak. Chu Ruohua sighed in relief. Fairy Yushi, you don't need to step in. I'll handle this. He turned to the chubby boy. Give me a buff. The chubby boy clasped his hands together. First tier support skill agility boost. As soul power surged, a beam of light enveloped Chu Ruohua, instantly increasing his agility by 150 points. With his longsword in hand, Chu Ruohua moved like a whirlwind, and in a flash of sword light, the demons fell one by one, dissolving into blood and black soul energy. Yigu watched from the side, snickering to himself. He had expected to struggle with his Xian realm strength, but encountered such a reckless NPC instead. By Shuling, the little white cat poked her head out from his collar, twitching her ears as she surveyed the surroundings, then let out a warning meow. You sense danger here? Yigu whispered. The little white cat nodded vigorously, sensing the presence of powerful ancient demon blood nearby, and the dark red mist seemed to hide lethal threats. Danger? Perfect. Yigu chuckled softly. Xiao Yushi, observing the battle, also sensed something was amiss. The demons kept appearing, murmuring strange incantations, and the blood-red mist grew thicker. She was about to intervene when Yigu called out, Fairy sister, it's best not to interfere. Chu Ruohua was showing signs of fatigue, beset by various negative conditions. Curses, poisoning, demonic corruption, lingering resentment, and mental disarray. Even with the chubby boy's healing spells, the effects were fleeting, forcing him to gulp down a bottle of intermediate life potion. At that moment, the true abyssal well revealed itself, a massive chasm as large as 2 football fields, pitch black and bottomless, pulling everything around it into its depths with a powerful suction. Chu Ruohua stared in disbelief. You call this thing a well? In the game's cutscenes, Yigu had seen the Well of Abyss countless times, but experiencing it firsthand was far more overwhelming than he had ever imagined. The ever-expanding abyss before him was terrifying enough, yet it paled in comparison to the time it had swallowed an entire kingdom. The ground surged like black quicksand, continuously sucked into the abyss by an invisible force, resembling a waterfall in reverse. Chu Ruohua cried out in alarm. Before she could steady herself, she was swept away by the flowing sand, vanishing into the pitch-black abyss in an instant. Seeing this, Yigu swiftly drew a talisman from his sleeve and, with a flick of his fingers, affixed it to Chu Ruohua's back. The little spirit cat on his shoulder, startled by the sudden turn of events, fluffed up in fear and desperately clawed at Yigu's chest, meowing anxiously as if urging him to leave. Despite having been a formidable empress of the spirit demon clan in her past life, she was now just an ordinary cat, powerless against the Well of Abyss. Gently stroking the spirit cat's fur, Yigu smiled faintly. Don't be afraid, we're already here. With that, he leaped into the abyss. Meow, the spirit cat's desperate cry echoed in his ears. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xiao Yushi slowly opened her eyes. Contrary to her expectations of chaotic darkness, she saw the ancient remnants of a lost kingdom. Towering walls, ancient fortresses, and eerie statues of monstrous creatures, all exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. The dark red sky above swirled with black clouds, marking the entrance they had fallen through. Is this really the underground world? Xiao Yushi wondered, but she quickly dismissed her doubts. In a world teeming with supernatural forces, it wasn't surprising for there to be otherworldly realms even above the sky. She knew the importance of their mission and couldn't afford to get caught up in such details. Well, if it isn't the fairy sister. We do meet again, a familiar voice called out. Xiao Yushi turned to see Yigu standing not far away, a white two-tailed spirit cat on his left shoulder and a reedied raven on his right. The boy's delicate face and shy smile made it hard to remain guarded. Xiao Yushi gazed at the face that inexplicably felt familiar yet recalled her master's warning. Anything associated with demons was inherently evil and must be eradicated. Are you alone? Where are the others? She asked after a moment of silence. We got separated by the vortex. They're probably scattered elsewhere. Yigu shrugged. Why did you warn me not to attack those creatures earlier? Those are actually spirits, not physical beings, Yigu explained. Even if you don't attack, the well of abyss will still open. If you hide your presence, you can avoid their attention. Attacking them would not only curse you with negative effects, but also attract all the creatures within the well of abyss. I see. Xiao Yushi nodded in realization, feeling grateful for the timely warning. Otherwise, she might have met the same fate as Chu Ruahua. Thank you for the warning earlier. Didn't you warn me to? Yigu chuckled. But isn't the Moon Condensation Palace known for its hatred of demonized beings? Why did you warn me? Faced with this pointed question, Xiao Yushi remained silent. Yigu didn't mind and softly said, this place is dangerous. Be careful, fairy sister. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Yi Ji's retreating figure, Xiao Yushi couldn't help but recall a scene she had witnessed days earlier at her sect. Her senior brother mercilessly executing a dozen demonized beings in front of all the disciples. Scorching blood splattered across the pristine floor of the great hall, its vivid redness glaringly harsh. A young girl stood in the center of the hall, her gaze fixed on the glaring bloodstains on the ground. The dying looks of the demonized people still haunted her mind. They retained full awareness, had never committed any evil, yet had to perish here. Her senior brother's words echoed in her ears. They became demonized because their fate was tainted. In their past lives, they must have committed vile deeds. Truly pure-hearted individuals will never be corrupted by demons or darkness. These words left her, the saintess, deeply troubled. Though she had always been the pride of Moon Palace due to her exceptional cultivation talent, she had lived a secluded life, never experiencing the conflicts of the mundane world. Her understanding of right and wrong came solely from her elders' teachings. Confronted with the reality before her, she felt for the first time that she couldn't find the answers. Meanwhile, in another dark passageway, Yigu was walking alone. Statues of various demonic creatures lined the corridor, their grotesque faces particularly terrifying in the dim light. A disturbing silence filled the air, as if invisible eyes were watching from the shadows. Yigu appeared to proceed unguarded. With each step, the demonic statues began to open their eyes one by one, their fangs revealing chilling smiles. Their whispers echoed in the darkness. Another human adventurer courting death? We've had quite a feast these past days. This one looks young. His flesh must be tender. Brothers, let's attack on the count of 3. Yi Ji's lips curled into a slight smile, but he never looked back. Just as the demons were about to launch their ambush, he suddenly turned at the end of the hall, summoning a massive black fireball in each hand, each the size of a truck tire, and without hesitation, hurled them forward. 2 rows of demonic statues stood tall in the ancient ruins. With a swift motion of his hands, Yigu unleashed 2 massive black fireballs that roared through the air like rolling boulders, instantly pulverizing the entire line of demonic sculptures. The creatures' wails echoed as they crumbled, vulnerable in their stone forms, no sturdier than ordinary rocks. Despicable humans. How dare you ambush us? More than 20 statues were ground to dust by the fireballs, and a system notification promptly appeared. Successfully killed 26 monsters, earning 2,600 system exchange points. Yigu chuckled at the shattered remains. That's what you get for pretending to be statues. The crow on his shoulder asked in confusion, Master, how did you know they were disguised monsters? Yigu thought to himself. I've memorized this map inside out. I know the monster spawn points even with my eyes closed. These beasts can be killed in one shot while in statue form, but if they wake up, it's a whole different story. Out loud, he simply replied, just a guess. The spirit of calamity looked bewildered. A guess? Seriously? All right, let's find out where Ruahua is, Yigu said, pulling out a locator invented by Gao Shenxue. The screen showed 2 moving red dots. At that moment, Chu Ruahua was navigating the underground city alone. The grand architecture bore traces of an ancient kingdom, but the heroic murals on the walls had been replaced by demonic totems. Could this be the lair of the Dark Abyss Demon Lord? He shivered, staring at the imposing hall ahead, too afraid to proceed. Since the emergence of the Abyssal Well, no student from the War Academy had completed the dungeon. Rather than risking his life for treasures and opportunities, it was wiser to retreat. As the son of the city lord of Wanjin City, he had a bright future ahead. Just as he was about to use a teleportation scroll, Yi Ji's voice rang out. After a brief conversation, the situation took a turn for the worse. Over 30 Earth-level beasts emerged from the shadows, surrounding them like hyenas closing in on prey. Chu Ruahua drew his sword and engaged, showcasing his prodigious swordsmanship. His swift wind slash was as fluid as flowing water, and his sword light dazzling, cutting down several beasts in quick succession. However, the beasts' tough hides soon left him breathless. Even more puzzling, the monsters seemed to ignore Yigu entirely. Damn it! Chu Ruohua roared in frustration. Don't underestimate the top prodigy of Wanjian City. He unleashed a Tier 3 sword technique draw slash, the brilliant sword energy cleaving through the air and slicing the attacking beasts in half. Yigu watched from the side, cheering enthusiastically. Awesome! Awesome! Swish! With the final wail of the last monster, Chu Ruohua's longsword sliced through the air in a sharp arc, slaying the last of the creatures. The bodies of over 30 monsters quickly dissipated into black mist, eerily swirling around him. Exhausted, Chu Ruohua collapsed to the ground. His longsword casually stuck in the dirt beside him, and he panted heavily. Damn it! What are these things? Not even a single magic bone dropped, he cursed under his breath, feeling the increasing discomfort from the accumulating debuffs on his body. He hurriedly retrieved a bottle of mid-grade purification potion from his storage bag and gulped it down, only to find that it couldn't completely dispel the negative effects. This place is too strange. I need to get out of here fast. Senior, you did a great job, Yigu said, appearing beside him without notice. Now, let's go check out that grand hall together. Get lost. Who wants to go with you? Chu Ruohua glared fiercely at the seemingly 10-year-old child. With no one else around, he didn't bother to maintain any semblance of decorum. He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said darkly, I'm leaving. If you want to go die, go by yourself. He then reached for a teleportation scroll. Yi Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. Senior, you probably wouldn't want the things you've done to become public, right? For instance, the soul crystal smuggling case in Yazan City a few days ago. You were the mastermind behind it, weren't you? Soul crystals? I don't know what you're talking about. Chu Ruohua's heart skipped a beat, but he tried to stay calm. You little brat. Do you dare to accuse me without evidence? Do you know who I am? Yiga calmly revealed Chu Ruohua's identity and further exposed his involvement in the murder of Marquis Pan Yuan's son. It turned out that Chu Ruohua and his associates had an affair with the Marquis's daughter-in-law and killed her when they were discovered. Chu Ruohua's face turned pale. You? How could you possibly? The Yi family's intelligence network is quite powerful, Yigu said as he took a step forward, his serene gaze carrying a sense of intimidation. You wouldn't want this matter to blow up, right? Or to see your mother weeping and begging the emperor for mercy on your behalf. Yes, yes. Chu Ruohua's demeanor changed instantly. He hastily grabbed his longsword and forced a smile. Since we're already here, how could we not see it through to the end? Good. Yigu nodded in satisfaction. Then let's go. Lead the way, please. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi navigated through the silent cityscape, arriving at a palace with an exotic design. She recalled Yi Ji's warning, finding this mature boy far beyond his years to be quite different from the demonic beings she had imagined. As she stepped into the palace, a colossal monster statue stood prominently ahead, flanked by humanoid monster sculptures wielding sharp weapons. As she approached, these figures came to life, emitting eerie laughter. Another foolish human has come to meet their end. Xiao Yushi's expression remained icy. Her slender fingers swiftly formed hand seals, and the spiritual energy in the air seemed to come alive, frantically converging toward her. Her white dress and black hair fluttered in the surge of spiritual power. Immortal art-white radiance. Her eyes gleamed with white light as she completed the hand seals. A ripple of light spread from the girl, freezing the air in the hall. All colors faded instantly, turning into a wash of gray. The hall echoed with the wretched screams of demons, their cries of despair rising and falling. Kill! Chu Ruohua gripped his long sword and charged into the adjacent hall. His entrance startled all the demons and monsters, who surged towards him from every direction, attempting to encircle him. A brutal battle ensued, with Chu Ruohua's sword flashing through the air, each strike accompanied by the howls of dying creatures. When the fight finally ended, Chu Ruohua collapsed to his knees, tasting blood in his throat as he spat out a mouthful. Smiling bitterly, he pulled out 2 vials from his pouch, a life potion and a purification potion, and drank them both. In this version 1.15, purification potions were incredibly valuable, costing 5 Imperial gold coins each. Due to the limited types of potions available, this was the only one with purification effects, and its ingredients were costly. Regular players had to be frugal when dungeon crawling, but today, he had already used more than a dozen, spending around 50 to 60 Imperial gold coins effortlessly. At that moment, a few more thunderous roars echoed through the hall. Dozens of grotesque demons emerged from the shadows, their blood-red eyes fixed on him. Seriously, more? Chu Ruohua muttered through clenched teeth, standing up and raising his sword once again. The sound of Chu Ruohua's battle with the demons echoed upstairs, while in the dungeon, Yigu seemed quite at ease. She walked around, muttering to herself, I remember there should be a chest here. Sure enough, the torchlight soon revealed an old black chest. She smashed the chest with a punch, retrieving several items. Black demon coal for weapon enhancement, a purple quality demon skull, and a surprising Finda white human plush toy. Demons collect these things, she murmured softly. She quickly cleared out the dungeon. Suddenly, she heard a faint noise from deeper within. Who's there? Yigu demanded coldly, her gaze locking onto the darkness. There was no reply, only the sound of fabric rustling against the floor, as if something was retreating. She raised her torch and took a step forward, the light illuminating the source of the sound. Yigu raised his torch, casting its flickering orange light ahead. The glow illuminated an iron door, rusty and stained with dark red blood, a dungeon entrance. Inside, several small, emaciated figures huddled together. At the sight of the light, they retreated until their backs pressed against the mottled walls. Clear but frightened eyes turned toward Yigu. Humans? Yigu raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the prisoners. Besides humans, there were demons, monsters, spirits, elves, and beastmen, all evidently slaves of the demon race. This was not uncommon in the demon territories. Dark races like the vampires often kept other races as food sources, particularly favoring humans as living blood banks, sometimes sipping from wine glasses, other times biting straight into their necks. However, Yigu recalled that the game's storyline didn't include a dungeon holding prisoners. As he pondered this, a sharp mechanical click sounded behind him, and the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of his head. Don't move, a young boy's voice commanded. Out of the corner of his eye, Yigu saw a 10-year-old boy with yellow skin and short, tousled hair. His mischievous features contrasting with the T-100 high-pressure soul energy revolver in his hand, a weapon powerful enough to kill high-level magical beings, created by Gao Shunxue in his early online works. The boy grinned triumphantly. Got you. But before he could finish, Yigu dissolved into a wisp of black mist. Before the boy could react, Yigu reappeared behind him, pressing a Shadow Moon cyber blade to his neck. Don't move. Got you. Brother. No, no, no. The boy hastily raised his hands in surrender. I'm human. 100% human genes. No demon blood at all. After some questioning, Yigu learned the boy's name was Song Jie, a wandering adventurer and former member of the Demon Hunter Guild. Despite only being at the yellow rank, 4th tier, he dared to venture alone into the Black Abyss Well, a place teeming with Earth-rank magical creatures. I'm just here to make a quick score, Song Jie said, patting his newly patched backpack. When it comes to stealth, tracking, and escaping, even heaven-rank experts can't match me. Hearing the name, Yigu pondered. Are you the Song Jie who was kicked out of the Demon Hunter Guild for flirting with the guild master's daughter? How do you know? Yigu didn't answer, but he was already certain this boy was the future renowned informant, treasure hunter, and Black Domain Gun King from the 2.0 version of the game. You're saying you'll introduce me to a job? Song Jie stroked his chin, eyeing Yigu suspiciously. Does it include meals? Of course, Yigu replied curtly. Song Jie rolled his eyes. What's the job? Just so you know, I'm not good at direct confrontation. I prefer sneak attacks. You'll be doing what you're best at: tracking, scouting, gathering intelligence, and stealing. How do you know I'm good at gathering intelligence? Song Jie widened his eyes in surprise. Has word already spread about me collecting dirt on noble girls for those rich kids in Yazan City recently? Just tell me if you're in or not. Song Jie nodded immediately. I'm in, definitely. Working for the young master of the largest magic mutant family in the Empire? That practically makes me half a nobleman. He paused, then admitted. But to be honest, I was bluffing earlier. I'm just a petty thief. I managed to sneak in here undetected because I've lived in Black Wasteland Town long enough to know the habits of these creatures. I used some scented oils that mimic their smell. An honest thief, huh? Yiga laughed. Not honest, Song Jie muttered under his breath. Who doesn't know the reputation of the Yi family? If I lied and you got mad, you'd kill me without a second thought. He thought to himself, being killed alone wouldn't be so bad. But the Yi family is notorious for their war-crazed nature. If this young master got angry and sent troops to wipe out his hometown, that would be a disaster. Relax, your current skills don't impress me, Yigu said calmly. But I'll train you and turn you into the best intelligence hunter. Really? For a kid from Black Wasteland Town, it was the first time someone from the city saw potential in Song Jie. Previously, at the Demon Hunter Guild, he was kicked out for being considered untalented. This place is pretty much cleaned out. Let's go, Yigu said, turning away, his gaze briefly lingering on the captive slaves in the dungeon cages. Song Jie followed, glancing at the captives and sighing. It's a pity. These people are too far gone with magic corruption. They won't live long, and those who do will become mutants. Maybe death is a mercy for them. Yigu remained silent, stepping out. The grand hall was littered with the corpses of magical creatures. Chu Ruohua knelt on the ground, his clothes tattered, his sword hand trembling slightly. Impressive, as always, the prodigy of Wanjian City. Yigu patted his shoulder. Let's go. The next stop is the Eastern Fortress. Still going, Chu Ruohua's eyes widened in horror. We've already cleared out over a dozen areas. Your storage ring must be almost full by now. Aren't you satisfied? As a Tier 6 extraordinary in the Earth Realm, Chu Ruohua had slain hundreds of Earth Realm magical creatures while under several negative conditions. If he weren't a prodigy among prodigies, an ordinary Earth Realm extraordinary would have died countless times. We haven't even seen the boss yet. What kind of finish is that? Yigu said, hands behind his back as he walked out. Senior, you need to see things through. Song Jia caught a glimpse of Chu Ruohua's terrifying gaze, shivering as he quickly followed Yigu. Chu Ruohua slowly stood, his soul energy surging, his sword intent fierce. In all my years, no one has ever dared to treat me like a tool. He glared at Yiji's back, gritting his teeth. You leave me no choice. Yigu stopped and turned, smiling. Thinking of killing me to silence me? You brought this on yourself. Attacking a fellow student in a secret realm should be a serious violation, right? The headmaster won't find out, Chu Ruohua said darkly. Even if she does, she won't do anything to me over a student from a magic mutant family. Despite his words, Chu Ruohua felt uneasy. Even if the headmaster didn't pursue it, if the Yi family found out, he'd be finished. The Yi family's terror was well known. They didn't care about face or reputation. Once angered, their retaliation was relentless. They'd bite like mad wolves, not stopping until their enemy was dead, even if it meant harming themselves. No one wanted to fight a lunatic. Though Yi Shao was just a viscount. If the Yi family sent their death squads, no one in the empire, except the royal family and the 4 Grand Dukes, could stand against them. But now wasn't the time to think about that. For now, Chu Ruohua only wanted to kill this annoying brat. Merry Christmas. Song Jia sensed the chilling intent to kill emanating from Chu Ruohua and had already darted to a safe distance. At this moment, Yi Ji's face was calm, his handsome yet shy boyish features now exuding a unique composure. To Chu Ruohua, however, this composure appeared as blatant provocation. Your remaining life force, soul power, physical strength, and other attributes are all probably less than 30 of your peak state. Yigu stated bluntly. Heh, dealing with a mere Shin-level kid like you. Even 20 is more than enough. Chu Ruohua sneered. Today, I'll show you just how terrifying a prodigy from the War Academy can be. Before he finished speaking, Chu Ruohua's figure blurred, leaving an afterimage as he appeared right in front of Yigu, his longsword aimed straight at Yiji's throat. Damn, that's fast. Song Jia exclaimed from the shadows. Even in his weakened state, the young master could unleash such astonishing speed. Die. Chu Ruohua's eyes flashed with anger and killing intent. Just as his sword was about to pierce Yiji's chest, the target dissipated into a wisp of black mist, accompanied by a few sharp crow cries. Chu Ruohua's eyes narrowed. He had seen this trick before in the outer forest. Several black crows swooped at him, and though he swiftly cut them down, they all transformed into eerie black mist. He retreated several steps to avoid the pursuing mist, suspecting it had something to do with Yiji's spirit pet, the crow. From within the black mist, Yigu emerged, holding a white technological longsword that glowed faintly red. Even as the future heir of Wanjian City, Chu Ruohua had never seen such a sword. As the blade approached, Chu Ruohua couldn't help but sneer. You dare engage me in close combat? The two swords clashed, producing a sharp, piercing metallic sound. Chu Ruohua's sword, encrusted with rare crystals, shattered like ice. This sword, named Lingao, was crafted by the best swordsmiths of Wanjian City and enhanced to 10 stars by top-tier southern fortifiers and enchanters, yet it broke apart in a single strike. Yi Ji's unstoppable sword pierced through Chu Ruohua's cold armor, splattering blood like spilled wine. Clutching his wound, Chu Ruohua staggered back, his face pale, while Yigu, with his blood-stained sword, advanced step by step. No, you can't kill me. My father is the lord of Wanjian City. I'm a prodigy at the War Academy. The headmaster won't allow this. Chu Ruohua finally showed fear. Yigu remained indifferent. He knew the headmaster had been observing in secret. If he wanted to intervene, he would have done so already. Third-ear sword technique draw sword slash. Chu Ruohua made a desperate last stand, extending an invisible sword aura from the broken blade towards Yigu. Copied sword technique black light draw sword slash. Yigu advanced instead of retreating, unleashing a black sword aura that devoured light. The two auras collided, and the black light instantly consumed Chu Ruohua's aura, a black line flashing across his waist. Chu Ruohua stood still for a few seconds before his upper and lower body slowly separated. He opened his mouth, but no words came out as his consciousness faded into the blood-red haze. Hiding on the side, Song Jia was dumbfounded. Wow, seriously? A Shin-level transcendent actually killed a D-level powerhouse? Yi Gu sheathed his clean sword and retrieved a spatial storage ring from Chu Ruohua's body, one that required the owner's soul power to open, intending to bring it back for Shan Shui to study. As for Song Jie's concerns about retaliation, Yi Gu merely smiled calmly. In the Qin Empire, no noble dared to openly oppose the Yi family, and as for secret schemes, the Yi family was well accustomed to them. Let's go. It's time to fight the boss, Yi Gu said. The smaller enemies in the city were nearly all cleared out. In a grand palace of the Black Abyss, built with dark crimson splendor, the towering demon lord sat on his throne. His three-meter figure exuded a suffocating aura of dominance, and his eerie visage appeared even more terrifying under the blood-red light. Who would have thought that a human adventurer would dare to venture into my domain? The demon lord's raspy voice echoed through the hall. Before his words had even faded, a gust of mystical wind swept through, and a handsome man in flowing white robes appeared in the center of the hall. Surrounded by ethereal energy, it was clear he was an immortal cultivator. It's you. The demon lord's dark red eyes narrowed. Why have you come again? The white-robed man, Li Yizhi, smiled faintly. Naturally, I've brought you new goods. With a casual wave of his hand, over 30 children, bound in rope nets, materialized in the hall. These 7 or 80-year-old children, both boys and girls, trembled in fear at the sight of the terrifying demon lord, unable to cry out as their tear ducts and vocal cords had been sealed. The demon lord chuckled with interest. Heh, you're even more impatient than I am. Who would have thought that Li Yizhi, hailed as the hero of the immortals, would collude with demons and sacrifice his own kind to advance his power? These ordinary children with no extraordinary talents would lead mundane lives if left alone. If they can become the stepping stones for my breakthrough, their value increases 100-fold, Li Yizhi said indifferently. At that moment, a cold voice echoed. Senior brother, it really is you. A young girl in a plain white dress, Xiao Yushi, appeared silently. She had long suspected her senior brother's suspicious activities and finally witnessed his vile actions with her own eyes today. Miscalculated, Li Yizhi frowned, summoning a celestial sword into his hand. I will erase your memory. Xiao Yushi's heart ached deeply. The indifferent man before her was a far cry from the gentle senior brother she remembered. She recalled the help from the demon youth Yi Gu earlier, and the line between good and evil blurred further in her mind. With a sudden burst, Xiao Yushi unleashed the terrifying spiritual power of the 9th tier of the Earth Realm, clashing fiercely with Li Yizhi in the hall. The demon lord watched with keen interest. At that moment, a childish voice rang out. Are you guys already starting a raid here? Yi Gu walked into the hall, 2 small pets perched on his shoulders, looking bashful. In the academy, within the principal's office, Lanmi lounged lazily on the principal's throne, a jade finger gently resting against her chin. The grand magic mirror before her reflected everything happening in the Black Abyss secret realm. Who would have thought that a prestigious sect like Yuning Palace would produce scum like Li Yizhi? Lanmi's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. If Long Yuning knew what her prized disciple had done, her reaction would be priceless. I wish I could see it now. Standing by the desk, the elderly man with the receding hairline, Dahai, couldn't help but speak up. Principal, is this really okay? If Chu Ruohua dies in the secret realm, Wanjian City might. People dying in secret realms is perfectly normal. Lanmi interrupted impatiently with a wave of her hand. I've said it before. Unless the secret realm collapses or some other extraordinary event occurs, I won't intervene even if they all die. If they lack the skill, they won't survive on the battlefield of myriad races anyway. Who will help them then? But, shut up. Lanmi glared at him. Dahai, you're only a bit over 200 years old. Stop nagging like those old men who've cultivated for millennia. No wonder you're balding at such a young age. She rubbed her hands together, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she stared at the magic mirror. Let's watch the boss fight. I can't believe Xiao Yeager made it to the Black Abyss Lord. I hope he doesn't die too quickly. That would be such a waste. Dahai hesitated. A Xian realm cultivator facing a Tian realm stage 9 boss, such a gap was insurmountable. What a pity for such a talented kid. If only he weren't a demonic variant. In the magic mirror, Xiao Yushi was engaged in a fierce battle with Li Yizhi. Amid the clashing sounds, Li Yizhi's sword qi, infused with celestial power, thrust forward, forcing Xiao Yushi to retreat and defend. What? Is he your friend? You still dare to be distracted now? Li Yizhi sneered. You're struggling to protect yourself. At that moment, Yeager appeared at the doorway. The Black Abyss Demon Lord's dark red, lava-like eyes flickered with surprise. I didn't expect the intruder in my domain to be a kid. Yeager looked up and stared directly at the Demon Lord. You're even uglier than in the game. What did you say? The Demon Lord's voice deepened with anger. Boy, do you know who you're talking to? Yeager chuckled lightly. Of course I do. 300 years ago, during the Nightmare War, You were defeated by the Nightmare Clan's Baron Didak and fell from the Vientiane realm to the Tian realm. Later, you used the seed of the Demon Realm tree to create the Well of the Black Abyss, turning this place into your domain. Am I right, Cameral? How do you know my true name? The Black Abyss Demon Lord's eyes widened. For someone about to die, it doesn't matter. Jaeger raised his hand, and a massive black fireball roared forth, expanding as it flew until it reached the size of a small truck, far larger than any fireball he had used against monsters before. With a thunderous explosion, the black fireball detonated on the Demon Lord's throne, and a searing black fire curtain spread instantly. Xiao Yushi, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Not only her, but Li Yiji's attention was also drawn, and he was stunned. The scene before him was beyond his comprehension. The seemingly ordinary black fireball from Yi Ji's hand rapidly expanded in the air, releasing an astonishing wave of energy. Initially, Li Yiji had been secretly mocking Yi Gu. How could a transcendent at the 3rd tier of the Xian realm dare to challenge a demon lord at the 9th tier of the Tian realm? It was sheer arrogance. But the moment that black fireball shot from Yi Ji's hand, his smile froze. This was no ordinary fireball that a typical Xian realm cultivator could conjure, and why was it such an eerie black? Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from within the black flames. A massive figure burst through the fiery curtain, charging towards Yi Gu. The three-meturtle demon lord presented a stark contrast to the less than 5-foot Yi Gu, who deftly dodged as if anticipating the attack. Boom! The demon lord's fist struck the ground, causing the entire hall to quake violently. The floor cracked instantly, the fissures spreading like a spider web, sending debris flying everywhere. Yet Yi Gu remained motionless, her gaze calm and clear. Dare to ignore me? The demon lord's roar was deafening. He believed Yi Gu had merely evaded by luck and immediately swung his massive arm in a sweeping motion. The air trembled under the impact of his Tian realm power, but just as he was about to strike, Yi Ji's form dissolved into black mist, reappearing 10 meters away in an instant. Another gigantic black fireball came hurtling towards him, its searing heat engulfing the entire space. The sheer power of this attack forced even the Demon Lord to acknowledge its destructive force, at least at the D realm level. What shocked him even more was that Yi Ji's spellcasting showed almost no visible incantations, executed with unbelievable speed. Although the Abyss Demon Lord possessed celestial level power, he was forced back 2 steps by the impact of the fireball. As soon as he regained his footing, a third massive black fireball came whistling towards him. Something's not right. The Abyss Demon Lord's eyes widened. This casting speed is impossible. Yi Gu smirked. Chanting? That's old school. His voice carried a hint of mockery. Traditionally, mages needed to wait for their internal elements to stabilize before casting another fireball, a cooldown period, so to speak. But Yi Gu defied this norm, didn't need to chant, and there was no cooldown. In a matter of seconds, Yi Gu fought while retreating, deftly dodging every attack from the Abyss Demon Lord and continuously launching dark fireballs as if they were mere basic attacks. At the entrance of the boss hall, Song Jie peeked in, covertly observing the fierce battle. The aftermath of the fight caused the entire hall to shake, with cracks forming in the ground and stone pillars toppling over. As the cracks spread towards him, Song Jie jumped aside in a panic, thinking to himself, is this new boss really only at the Profound Realm? Amidst the battle, Yi Gu glanced at Song Jie hiding by the door and reminded him through the earpiece, what are you watching for? Go do what I told you to. Song Jie snapped out of his daze and quickly left. The Abyss Demon Lord, enraged, raised his fists high and slammed them down towards Yi Gu. But Yi Gu sidestepped lightly, as if he had already predicted the move. This drove the Abyss Demon Lord nearly to madness, always just a hair's breadth away. His opponent could anticipate his every attack. In reality, Yi Gu was thoroughly familiar with this dungeon. He had once set a record by clearing it unscathed using only fireball spells, a video that garnered 18 million views and astonished players and game developers alike. Let me show you what it means to be a true master of the game. Yi Gu thought to himself. Another black fireball hit the Abyss Demon Lord square in the chin. You human brat. The Abyss Demon Lord went berserk, leaping high for a crushing blow. Yet Yi Gu remained calm, his mind replaying the dungeon strategy. The boss's first form isn't fast, avoid the demonic energy splashes. With a thunderous crash, the Abyss Demon Lord hit the ground. Yi Gu nimbly retreated, seizing the boss's 3-second sluggish period to launch 3 more black fireballs, all hitting vital points. This only made the Abyss Demon Lord more furious, but he still couldn't touch Yi Gu. On the side, Xiao Yushi and Li Yiji had long stopped fighting. The scene before them shattered their understanding. A profound realm cultivator, toying with a celestial level opponent. As a load-bearing beam was hit by a fireball, the entire hall began to shake violently. With a deafening crash, the roof collapsed. The grand and imposing Demon Lord's palace had finally collapsed. In the underground passage, Song Jie staggered forward, leaning against the wall. The violent tremors made him dizzy. What on earth is happening up there? He muttered to himself, recalling the talismans he had placed according to Yi Ji's instructions. Although he didn't understand their purpose, the current situation made him only want to escape this perilous place as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, a group of ragged children huddled in the corners of an iron cage, staring in terror at the growing cracks above and the falling dust. 80-year-old Arthur clung tightly to his younger sister, who was a year younger than him. Despite his own trembling, he tried to appear calm. "It's okay. I'll protect you. Brother, I'm scared," whispered Yezi, her voice barely audible from his embrace. With a deafening crash, the ground suddenly caved in. Fortunately, the sturdy iron cage, designed to prevent prisoners from escaping, became their sanctuary. As the dust began to settle, Arthur painfully opened his eyes, irritated by the dust. Blood was still oozing from the wound on his forehead when he saw a shocking scene. A terrifying demon lord, over 3 meters tall and entirely black, was facing off against a human boy about his age. It turned out that the Black Abyss Demon Lord had been enraged by Yigu. A powerful blow from the Demon Lord had smashed through the palace floor. Yigu defiantly raised his head. "You're in such a hurry to kill a mere mystic like me that you're willing to destroy your own palace?" The Demon Lord roared in fury, and his abdomen suddenly split open to reveal a massive mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Chaotic magical energy gathered in the mouth, exploding in a powerful shockwave. However, Yigu had anticipated this and nimbly leaped to avoid it. The magical blast swept across the iron cage, instantly dissolving the upper half as if it were made of paper. Arthur quickly pulled his sister down, watching the battle in shock. As children from a poor border village, they had always believed that humans could never defeat monsters, but everything they were witnessing now completely overturned that belief. The battle continued to escalate. The Demon Lord's monstrous mouth kept spewing magical energy, but Yigu always managed to dodge skillfully. Whenever the Demon Lord revealed a weakness, Yigu would seize the opportunity to counterattack with a black fireball. In the academy office, Lanmi and Di watched the battle through a magical mirror. Di was utterly stunned by the power Yigu displayed, while Lanmi appeared confident, as if she had anticipated all of this. She was simply curious about the black fireball spell used by Yigu. As the Empire's most outstanding archmage, Lanmi had never seen such a dark attribute fireball spell before, and there was no record of it in any ancient magical texts. If this was indeed a spell created by Yigu himself, then this young man might truly have the talent to become a magical inventor. At the very moment the Demon King's palace collapsed with a thunderous crash, Xiao Yushi and Li Yizhi had already used their immortal arts to escape. Now, Xiao Yushi hovered in the air, gazing at the ruins below with a slight frown. Why had Yigu not appeared yet? A sudden flash of cold light sliced through the sky. Xiao Yushi barely dodged it, but her wide white sleeve was torn, and blood immediately oozed from the exposed arm. Li Yizhi sneered, "Junior sister, you still have the leisure to worry about that little demon spawn when you can't even protect yourself?" Before he finished speaking, he had already formed a seal and chanted a spell, sending 3 sword shadows slicing through the air. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Yushi's eyes. With a wave of her sleeve, she shattered the sword shadows into pieces. Li Yizhi's expression changed dramatically, while Xiao Yushi's voice took on an ethereal, sacred tone. "Senior brother, you are beyond redemption." Pure white light emanated from her, gradually obscuring her figure. Her long hair and flowing robes billowed in the radiance, her gaze as profound as a goddess who sees through all. Before Li Yizhi could utter a word, he was engulfed by the dazzling light. His agonized screams followed, as if his body was being torn apart inch by inch. A moment later, the light dissipated, and Xiao Yushi's figure reappeared. No one heard her soft sigh. Just then, the ruins on the ground erupted with a loud bang. Yigu and the Black Abyss Demon King burst out from the debris one after another. The Demon King had now entered his second form, his body even larger, growing an additional 2 meters in height. His skin was covered in obsidian-like crystals, and the gaping maw on his abdomen, filled with sharp teeth, opened wider, constantly spewing smoky demonic energy. His appearance was now even more terrifying and grotesque than before. Yigu smiled as he watched the Abyssal Demon Lord enter the second phase. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The Abyssal Demon Lord's body had now expanded significantly, with enhancements in speed, strength, agility, and explosive power. More crucially, the cooldown time for his demonic energy blast had been reduced by 70, and his HP and MP regeneration rates had increased by 80, almost reaching an unlimited power state. However, Yigu knew well that the second phase of the Abyssal Demon Lord had a fatal weakness. Unlike the first phase, the boss had completely abandoned his magical defense to boost his attack power. This was the opportunity Yigu had been waiting for. Pity, Entering the second phase prematurely was your biggest mistake, Yigu said calmly. Because you won't even have a chance to reach the third phase. Let's see how long you can keep boasting, Abyssal Demon Lord. The boss roared, as the monstrous mouth on his belly spewed out an even more powerful, twice large blast of demonic energy. But Yigu didn't back down. Instead, he seized the opening left by the boss's attack and charged straight in. Xiao Yushi, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. With agile maneuvers, Yigu deftly dodged the sweeping demonic energy blasts. He knew that even a slight graze from this attack would be fatal, given his current level. But this was the perfect moment for a decisive strike. Worth the risk, Yigu continued to evade the boss's relentless energy blasts, finally reaching the Abyssal Demon Lord. Doomsday Curse, he shouted, unleashing a skill that summoned countless reedied ravens diving out of the emerging black mist. Initially, the Abyssal Demon Lord dismissed the ravens, easily dispersing them. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The eerie black mist was seeping into his body, sealing his ability to control his magic as if he were being bound. Seizing the moment, Yigu, wielding his twin weapons, Shadow Moon and Light's End, descended from above. Two swift slashes left a cross-shaped wound on the boss's tough skin, instantly draining over 33 of his health. The Abyssal Demon Lord howled in agony and staggered. Yigu gave him no respite, darting forward with lightning speed and driving his blades into the boss's belly. Finally, Yigu stepped onto the Abyssal Demon Lord's chest, approaching his throat. With a swift, crisscrossing motion of Light's End and Shadow Moon, he delivered a fatal cut to the boss's neck. The Abyssal Demon Lord's pupils dilated, and his body went rigid. Yigu landed gracefully, saying coolly, "It's over." Arthur struggled to crawl out from the collapsed dungeon ruins. His small hands were bloodied from the sharp stones, but he gritted his teeth and persisted until he reached the surface. At that moment, he witnessed a scene that would stay with him forever. The Abyssal Demon Lord, towering over 5 meters tall, was felled by the dual sword strikes of a 10-year-old boy. Incredible! Arthur exclaimed in shock. Jaeger stood before the fallen Abyssal Demon Lord, holding Shadow Moon in his left hand and Radiance in his right. According to the game's design, the Abyssal Demon Lord should have had 4 combat phases, with a transformation and full health recovery triggered when his health dropped to 20. However, Jaeger had slain him when his health was still at 30, completely bypassing the final 2 phases. TSK Tisk, I'm so devious, Jaeger murmured softly. The Abyssal Demon Lord's body began to dissolve, part of it dissipating into ethereal black mist while the rest melted into pitch-black blood. A mission completion prompt immediately popped up. Defeat the final boss, Abyssal Demon Lord, and earn 50,000 system points along with a pink-quality ancient item, the Abyssal Cursed Bone. Although he didn't trigger the one chance for a red-quality ancient legacy, Jaeger was still satisfied with the result. Xiao Yushi, dressed in flowing white robes, gracefully descended from the sky and approached Jaeger with curiosity. How did you do it? She asked. Curious, are you? Jaeger smiled lightly. Sorry, that's premium content. Can't just share it for free. Xiao Yushi looked puzzled. Premium content? Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. This was no ordinary earthquake. Even the air currents and the demonic aura within the secret realm became disturbingly chaotic. The entire abyssal secret realm seemed to be shaking, and the abyssal well in the sky, their entry point, began to contract ominously. What's happening? Xiao Yushi asked, alarmed. The Abyssal Lord is dead, and the secret realm is closing, Jaeger explained calmly. We don't have enough time to leave. Those inside the Abyssal Well can't use teleportation scrolls to return to the academy. Xiao Yushi hurriedly tried to use a scroll, but as Jaeger had said, the runes flickered weakly before going completely dark. Suddenly, the supposedly dead Abyssal Demon Lord sprang back to life. From his half-melted body, a large mouth in his abdomen shot up and curled into a ball, quickly fleeing. This was the true form of the Abyssal Demon Lord. The demon's true form, a ball of flesh with a mouth full of sharp teeth, rolled frantically into a hidden passage within the partially collapsed dungeon. Cursed humans! I will return for revenge, he shrieked as he rolled away. Suddenly, he tripped on something and crashed heavily into the passage wall. As he slid down, he noticed the walls were covered in talismans, with blue runes gradually lighting up. 10, 20, hundreds of talismans activated simultaneously, releasing blue beams that bound him tightly, rendering him immobile. What on earth is this thing? Hei Yuan de Zue let out a sharp shriek, struggling desperately. But now, he was reduced to nothing more than a giant mouth and a blob-like body, utterly powerless under the restraint of over 100 talismans. Yigu walked unhurriedly down the corridor, holding a torch. The firelight illuminated Hei Yuan de Zue, bound by the talismans. Behind him, Song Jia widened his eyes in astonishment. Wow, you actually caught a demon in this cursed place. As he got closer, Yiga noticed that the black blob had disproportionately small limbs. The massive mouth, which took up nearly 70% of its body, was surrounded by bloated folds of flesh, making it exceptionally grotesque. Yiga, what trick did you use? Heiyuan de Zue asked in disbelief. This is my dungeon. How could someone have set up so many trap talismans in advance? It's like they knew I'd escape here. Yiga calmly pulled out a blue talisman. This is a trap talisman, used by demon hunters to capture wild demonic beasts. Heiyuan de Zue suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Could this boy not only move automatically, but also predict the future? With a metallic clang, Yigu drew the Yingyu blade. Seeing the sleek, black-tech sword, Heiyuan de Zue began trembling all over. Wait, I surrender. Spare me. Before he could finish his plea, Yigu had already thrust the blade through his head. Sorry, you're too ugly. I wouldn't want such a hideous subordinate. It would be too embarrassing. At that moment, Yigu noticed a purple glow emanating from the gap in the stone door at the end of the corridor. At Song Jie's curious inquiry, Yigu gestured for him to stay put and walked toward the stone door. With a single slash, the stone door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Before him was a massive underground chamber, towering over 10 meters in height. In the center stood a dark red, oval-shaped organism, with numerous root-like tendrils connecting it to the walls and floor, continuously absorbing nutrients from the soil. Yigu pondered for a moment. This must be the demonic seed mentioned in the game's backstory, capable of growing into a demon realm tree. The pulsating, deep red mass before him resembled a fleshy heart, connected by countless tendrils. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared, offering 3 choices: burn the seed and earn the title of demon foe, hand it over to the Imperial Federation, or infuse it with his blood to become the new lord of the Heiyuan Abyss. Yiga closed his eyes for a moment, sensing that the seed was calling out to him with some sort of psychic force. Opening his bright eyes and curling his lips into a faint smile, he had already made his decision. Yiga stepped forward slowly, raising his hand. Night Song extended his palm to gently touch the surface of the seed, immediately feeling a strong surge of soul and spiritual energy. This unusual reaction startled the white blood spirit on his shoulder, causing the little cat to quickly burrow into the collar of his shirt, leaving only its head peeking out warily. Zai, you were once an envoy of the demon realm. What do you know about this demon seed? Night Song asked. The reed crow on his left shoulder began to explain. This is the last seed of the Tree of Life from the ancient civilization of the demon realm. After the tree withered, the seed's whereabouts became unknown. Top-tier powerhouses from countless dark races have been searching for it. Who would have thought it would end up with a celestial demon, likely acquired by chance? Ancient demon realm civilization? Night Song raised an eyebrow. That was billions of years ago. Zai continued. The death of the Tree of Life back then led to the largest extinction event in the demon realm, wiping out 98 of all demonkind. The current dark races are descendants of the survivors. As for why the tree died, it was the work of the gods, who were the only ones capable of suppressing the demons in that era. Night Song pondered. Although the game mentioned the gods, it never touched on this history. Perhaps it's an unreleased part of the official lore? The seed hasn't sprouted yet, Zai noted. It seems the Abyssal Demon Lord obtained it, but didn't know how to activate it. Do you know how? Night Song inquired. It requires the purest ancient demon king bloodline essence. But that's nearly impossible. The bloodlines of existing races have become too diluted. Before Zai could finish speaking, Night Song had already used his fingernail to cut his index finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the seed. In an instant, blinding black light filled the underground space. Accompanied by a deafening hum, Night Song calmly observed everything. The flames of life reflected in his clear eyes. Deep within his soul, he seemed to hear the sound of a powerful heartbeat. A crack appeared on the seed's shell, and a tender red sprout emerged. It quickly grew, its roots digging into the ground and its stem and leaves reaching upward, soon becoming as robust as a fully grown banyan tree. The white blood spirit, hiding in Night Song's clothes, was stunned. She had long sensed the pure ancient demon king bloodline within him, and now it was confirmed. A system notification followed, announcing that Night Song had become the seed's master and the new lord of the Abyssal Secret Realm, also unlocking an ancient heritage treasure chest of red quality. Night Song didn't rush to open the chest but instead checked the seed status. Currently in the sprouting phase, with full health and some self-defense capabilities. To advance to the next stage, it required 1,000 energy points, which could be obtained by absorbing surrounding nutrients or consuming any energy body. Anything that possesses energy, Night Song murmured, taking out a blue-quality soul stone from his space. The seed's roots sensed the energy fluctuation and slowly extended, pausing just before his hand as if waiting to be fed like a pet. Quite smart, Night Song remarked, handing over the soul stone. The dark red roots took it and retracted into the soil, the energy value immediately increasing by 1 point. Night Song looked up at the mysterious sapling, a faint smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, a young girl dressed in a white fairy gown was performing healing magic on a group of injured slave children. Leaf, with her innocent eyes wide open, looked up at Xiao Yushi in awe. This fairy-like sister had skin as white as snow and an ethereal presence, appearing as if she had stepped out of a painting. When Xiao Yushi extended her hand towards her, Leaf instinctively shrank back, lowering her gaze to her dirt-covered hands, hesitant to touch the fairy's pristine, jade-like palm. Seeing this, Xiao Yushi's lips curled into a gentle smile. In that moment, her radiance was like 100 flowers blooming, bright and captivating. She took the initiative to grasp Leaf's dirty little hand, and a warm, healing energy flowed from her palm, gently tending to the girl's wounds. Leaf's eyes widened even more as she stared at her arm. The wounds were disappearing at a visibly rapid pace, as if an invisible hand was wiping them away. Is this fairy magic? She marveled, a small, glistening bubble of snot appearing at her nose, which she quickly sniffed back in. Meanwhile, in a corner of the ruins, Arthur was curled up by himself. Although he had also been injured when the dungeon collapsed, what terrified him more was the uncontrollable tremor within his body. He trembled all over, his face contorted, desperately trying to suppress the impending outburst. As someone cursed, Arthur was painfully aware of how supernaturals abhorred monsters. He didn't want to relive the village's tragedy, didn't want to be driven out or killed as a monster again. But fate was cruel, and he ultimately failed to control the creature within him. A piercing howl shattered the silence, instantly catching Xiao Yushi's attention. Arthur was now engulfed in a mass of dark energy, his right eye completely blackened, with bloodshot veins spreading across his eyeball like a dark, ominous web, chilling to behold. Magic eye syndrome? Xiao Yushi looked at Arthur, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. It was a deadly condition caused by severe contamination from dark energy. Most people would die once the dark energy invaded their bodies to a certain extent, but a few would undergo genetic mutations, with magic eye syndrome being the most typical example. When the symptoms flare up, patients completely lose their sanity and humanity, transforming into berserkers impervious to pain and highly aggressive. During these episodes, their strength surges, and they attack everything around them in a frenzy. Brother! 7-year-old Yezi cried out, seeing Arthur suddenly go berserk and rushing forward. No, it's too dangerous. Xiao Yushi stopped her. Roar! Arthur let out a beast-like howl, dropping to all fours and baring his teeth as he lunged at Xiao Yushi. The surrounding children screamed and scattered in fear. Earthrealm, 5th stage? Xiao Yushi's eyes flashed with surprise. This ordinary boy with no extraordinary talent had gained such immense power after the onset of magic eye syndrome. Xiao Yushi quickly pushed Yezi aside and threw out a white silk ribbon, wrapping it around Arthur and flinging him away. But Arthur agilely flipped in midair and landed steadily. His entire body was shrouded in dark red energy, and his magic eye was as terrifying as a bottomless abyss. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Although Xiao Yushi managed to push Arthur back and severely wound him multiple times, he seemed to feel no pain, repeatedly rising to continue his assault. Finally, Arthur's outburst of dark energy shredded Xiao Yushi's white silk ribbon. Forced to retreat, Xiao Yushi formed a seal and cast Immortal Technique Spirit Shock, sending Arthur flying once more with a burst of holy light. At that moment, Yeg and Song Jia emerged from the dungeon. As Arthur charged at them, Song Jia jumped away in fright, while Yeg calmly drew the Guangli sword. Be careful. His attack power rivals that of the Heaven Realm, Xiao Yushi warned. With a simple sword flick, Yeg sent Arthur crashing into a statue, shattering it. Arthur finally ceased his attacks and collapsed in pain. Brother! Yezi immediately ran to Arthur's side. After some conversation, Yeg revealed a deep understanding of magic eye syndrome and questioned the notion that it was incurable. His words made Xiao Yushi ponder, beginning to doubt the knowledge she had previously accepted. Xiao Yushi wanted to understand the exact meaning of the statement. Yigu explained softly, Devil's Eye Syndrome is a genetic mutation caused by demonic energy corrupting humans. Even if someone is saved, the mutation is irreversible. The best outcome is to become a rational and humane demonized mutant. Like me, he paused, his gaze sharp. The righteous factions would rather see all demonized people dead. Do you think they would expend resources to study this disease and save a demonized person? Once that precedent is set, the number of demonized people will only increase, which is clearly not what some powerful figures in the Empire want. Xiao Yushi hesitated, saying, but there are indeed many cases where demonized people have harmed others. I think the Empire just wants to reduce such tragedies. Yiga looked at her coldly. If I had enough power, I could show you stories of Yuning Palace disciples causing harm every single day of the year. Are your beliefs based on truths told by others, or on your own experiences? As a time traveler, Yigu was well aware of the power of public opinion. It can blind countless eyes, create stereotypes, and construct a false world of information in people's minds. Just like those foreigners who visited China in his past life, often surprised by the gap between reality and their preconceptions. What you see is often what others want you to see. The same internal biases exist. Once people stop thinking critically, they get lost in the information illusions woven by others. Why was it that during the reign of the founding emperor of the Great Qin, demonized mutants could coexist harmoniously with ordinary people, but after the second emperor, they became frequent troublemakers and public enemies? Yiga calmly looked into the girl's eyes. Have you really never thought about this? Xiao Yushi fell into a long silence. No one had ever spoken to her like this before. She felt something deep inside her being touched, but it brought even more confusion. Yiga crouched in front of Arthur and asked, "Hey, what's your name?" Arthur looked up at him timidly. As an 80-year-old child, he couldn't understand the previous conversation, but knew that the person who defeated the demon leader was extraordinary. In his understanding, extraordinary people were always high and mighty. Even in the border village, adults would bow and scrape to please young extraordinary individuals. He hesitated, afraid of offending this extraordinary young master. Suddenly, the image of Yigu slicing down the demon lord of the abyss flashed in Arthur's mind. A thought surged up. If I could be as strong as this extraordinary person, I could protect my sister. This thought gave him courage, and he shouted, "My name is Arthur." Yigu mused silently. This name didn't exist in the game's background. The child in front of him, who had reached the second stage of demonized syndrome, yet possessed Earth-level strength, had incredible talent. In the original storyline, he either went mad as a demon eye berserker, died in the demon lord's dungeon, or was executed by the Extraordinary Association. Those geniuses who never became legends were destined to be forgotten in the river of history. How long have you had the symptoms of demon eye syndrome? Yigo asked. 2 years, Arthur replied. Bullshit. Song Jie exclaimed in disbelief. Patients with demon eye syndrome usually lose consciousness within 2 weeks. I've never seen anyone last more than 3 months. I'm telling the truth. Arthur defended himself urgently. Because I have to protect my 7-year-old sister. If I become a demon eye berserker, there will be no one to take care of her. Yigu raised an eyebrow. So you've been suppressing the symptoms for 2 years without losing consciousness completely? Arthur nodded, then looked a bit fearful, worried about being seen as a monster. All right then, prove it to me. If you can prove your resilience against the agony of the demon eye affliction, I will teach you how to control the demonic berserker power within you, Yigu said, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his lips. Of course, the condition is that you must serve me from now on. Xiao Yushi's cold expression showed a hint of surprise, while Song Jia blurted out, Really? You actually know how to control it? Arthur was momentarily stunned, then abruptly stood up, his eyes shining with determination. All right, but how do I prove it? Yigu pulled out a vial from his robes, containing a peculiar purple liquid that shimmered under the light. Drink this, and you will endure pain at the 12th level, he said coldly. If you can't withstand it, you'll die. Arthur's hand hesitated slightly at the word, die, but his resolve quickly hardened. He grabbed the vial decisively and said, You better keep your word. With that, he tilted his head back and drank the potion in one gulp. A meaningful smile appeared on Yi Ji's face. Meanwhile, Lanmi, who was monitoring the secret realm from afar, frowned. The image in the magic mirror was suddenly obscured by an eerie black fog, an unprecedented occurrence. Headmaster, it seems the entrance to the Abyss secret realm is closing ahead of schedule, Dihai said worriedly. Could something abnormal be happening in the realm? It shouldn't be, Lanmi replied, puzzled. Yigu has already killed the Lord of the Abyss secret realm. Why would it close early? It might be because the realm is connected to the life force of the Abyss Demon Lord, Dihai analyzed. Now that he's dead, the realm could be collapsing. Lanmi thought for a moment and found the reasoning plausible. All right, she said. Notify all students to evacuate. Dihai immediately used a sound transmission spell. Attention all students, the Abyss secret realm is experiencing unknown disturbances and is suspected to be collapsing. The entrance is closing ahead of schedule. All students, prepare to return to the academy immediately. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the secret realm, causing the ground to quiver. The students cried out in panic. What's happening? Is the secret realm collapsing? No wonder it felt like an earthquake just now. Stop fighting the monsters and get out. If we don't leave now, we won't make it back, someone shouted urgently. The students hurriedly stepped into the teleportation beams sent by the principal. Dihai clasped his hands together, closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, and then opened them to report, Principal, all students have been retrieved except for those at the Black Abyss Well. Except for the Black Abyss Well? Lanmi raised an eyebrow. What about Yeg and Xiao Yushi? I've already deployed the teleportation beam, but they haven't returned yet, Dihai said. Moreover, the Black Abyss Well is sealed by some sort of dark mist, and our communication spells can't get through. Lanmi pondered for a moment, tapping her finger on the table. Then I'll personally go and bring them back. Wait, Principal. Dehai closed his eyes to sense once more. They've returned. They're on the teleportation beam and will be here shortly. Is that so? Lanmi leaned back in her chair, twirling her silver-gray hair thoughtfully. What on earth were those two kids doing in the secret realm for so long after defeating the boss? A few days later, the exam results were announced. Excited cheers erupted from the classroom. Jiang Xiaoming shouted, "Ha ha ha, this is awesome." He had scored 61 points, meeting the pass mark for core inner disciples. Seeing the envious looks from his classmates, Jiang Xiaoming strutted over to where Yeg and Gao Shenxue were seated. Yeg was lounging in his chair playing a game, while Gao Shenxue fed him fruit, both seemingly indifferent to the results. "Yeg, you're so immature. You're already 10 years old and still need someone to feed you," Jiang Xiaoming said jealously. Yeg mumbled through a mouthful of melon. "What do you want?" "I scored 61 points this time. I'm in the inner circle now." Jiang Xiaoming puffed out his chest. Congratulations," Yeg replied, not taking his eyes off the game. Jiang Xiaoming frowned. "You don't have to be so down just because you didn't make it to the inner circle." He picked up the report card on the table and was stunned. Gao Shenxue had scored a perfect 100, earning the prodigy title, and Yeg's report card simply stated 2 words: direct disciple, signed by the greatest principal in history, Lan Mi. "Whoa!" Jiang Xiaoming suddenly exclaimed in class. "You all got into the inner circle too? And Yi Gu became the principal's personal disciple?" His outburst immediately drew the attention of the entire class, and all eyes turned to Yi Gu. The room buzzed with discussions. Yi Gu sighed softly and said, "Why are you shouting so loudly? But this is the principal's personal disciple we're talking about." Jiang Xiaoming gritted his teeth, his clenched fists revealing his frustration. "Damn it, I thought I finally beat you this time, but you still surpassed me. But I won't give up. One day, I will definitely beat you." "Hey, Yi Gu, did you hear me?" Despite his classmates' astonishment, Yi Gu remained unusually calm. The report card lay on his desk, but to him, it was just a piece of paper. As a genius with 10 SS-level learning abilities and a Demon King-level ancient mutated bloodline, Yi Gu was well aware that his talent was among the best in the entire human empire. However, one thing puzzled him. Why did the Academy's high-ranking officials suddenly change their attitude so drastically? Not only did they make an exception to let him into the inner circle, but he also became the personal disciple of the legendary principal who hadn't accepted a student in nearly a century. As the heir to a demonized family, destined to possibly succeed Viscount Yi Shao as the new lord of Yi City, his background should have imposed numerous restrictions on him. Yet, the principal still chose him. Was there some kind of conspiracy at play? The news quickly spread across the southern region. Lan Mi, one of the top 10 experts in the empire and the most powerful mage, suddenly taking on a disciple was already noteworthy. That the disciple was the young master of the Yi family made the topic explode instantly. When Duke Wang Yin heard the news, his face darkened with anger. Controlling the development of demonized mutant families had been an unspoken rule in the empire for centuries, one that no one dared to break. He had specifically sent a reminder to Lan Mi, but she not only brought a young demon into the inner circle, but also made him her personal disciple. Upon learning that the abyssal secret realm suddenly closed after Yi Gu participated in its trial, Wang Yin became even more cautious. Although Yi Ji's entrance exam only revealed level talents in psionics and archery, there had to be something special about him for Lan Mi to make an exception. He immediately ordered an investigation into everything that happened within the secret realm. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, Yi Shangxiong completely lost control. He shattered the crystal mirror in front of him with a punch. The broken shards fragmented his furious face, and blood dripped from his hand. As an S-level cultivator, he couldn't accept that a junior with only a Xian-level cultivation received such an honor. The differential treatment, even among those with demonized mutated bloodlines, enraged him beyond measure. "Damn it!" Yi Shangxiong stood in the middle of the room, his face contorted with rage as he roared, "Why is everyone siding with Yi Gu? It's one thing for my grandfather to favor him, but even the principal of the War Academy is biased towards him. He's nothing but an average talent, a complete waste." Nearby, an old servant tried to soothe him in a low voice. "Young Master Shangxiong, please calm down. There must be something unusual about this situation. Normally, the inner circle of the academy wouldn't accept students who have undergone demonic transformation. Yet he not only got in, but also became the principal's personal disciple." Veins bulged on Yi Shangxiong's arm, and his tightly clenched fists trembled slightly with the effort. Lan Mi had previously taken 4 personal disciples, each of them exceptionally talented. One is the current guardian mage of the Qin Empire, also the chief high priestess, head of the Yin Yang Company, and the richest person in the capital. Another is the strongest warrior among humans, renowned as the ultimate weapon master, who has fought several dark race lords of the Saint Realm without being defeated. Then there is a princess with dragon blood, who maintains the long-standing friendship between humans and dragons. The last one is shrouded in mystery, with few knowing their origins. Could it be that Yi Xiao secretly gave the principal some precious gift? Yi Shengxiong muttered darkly to himself. He remembered his father saying that in the Empire's noble circles, favors and interests were the most important currency. The old servant cautiously reminded, young Master Shengxiong, I think we shouldn't underestimate young Master Yi Gu. That night, when you fought him, although he ambushed you, you indeed had no chance to fight back. Before he could finish his sentence, the old servant was lifted off the ground by his throat, held up by Yi Shengxiong. What do you mean, no chance to fight back? Yi Shengxiong's face twisted in fury. I was ambushed. Ambushed? Do you understand? I'm an ranked cultivator. In a fair fight, I could kill him with one move. With a crisp, snapping sound, the old servant's body fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. The other subordinates, witnessing this, trembled in fear. A young subordinate quickly crawled forward and flattered. Young Master Shengxiong is absolutely right. That guy has no honor in combat. In a fair fight, he wouldn't stand a chance against you. Yi Shengxiong snorted coldly. Although he appeared disdainful, these words did soothe his agitated mind. That's right. It was just that treacherous brat's trickery. Yi Shengxiong reassured himself inwardly. The question now is, what should we do? Yi Shengxiong gritted his teeth, his face contorted. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He's become the principal's personal disciple, with Grand Sorcerer Lan Mi backing him. How can I compete with him for the head of the Yi family in the future? A young subordinate standing nearby flashed a cunning smile. Isn't it simple? If he's dead, there's no one to compete with you for the position. Dead men don't fight for family leadership. He lowered his voice and continued. According to the information I've gathered, Yi Gu and his team encountered a fatal incident in the recent trial. Chu Ruahua, the son of Wanjian City's lord, died. The Chu family must be in chaos right now. Is that so? A glint of interest flashed in Yi Shengxiong's eyes. After a moment of silence, he asked, but what does that have to do with us? The young subordinate chuckled. Not many know what truly happened in the Black Abyss secret realm. Regardless of how Chu Ruahua died, you can pin the blame on Yi Gu. Just a bit of instigation with the Chu family. Yi Shengxiong's eyes lit up instantly. Ha, you're quite clever. He reached out and patted the young subordinate's head, as if petting a dog. The young subordinate lowered his head with an obsequious smile, adopting a subservient posture. Of course. Yi Shengxiong looked ahead, a cold smile playing on his lips. Yes, perhaps I can ally with the Chu family to deal with this kid. Not only can I eliminate a threat, but I might also gain a powerful future ally. Meanwhile, Lan Mi sat in her office, twirling a pin in her hand. She quickly compiled a list of all soul crystal exports from Yazan City over the past 2 years. A thorough examination revealed significant discrepancies, with missing amounts totaling billions. Chu Ruahua obviously wasn't acting alone, she calmly analyzed. Just his identity as a student of the War Academy's elite class wouldn't give him such power. The real force behind this is Wanjian City. She handed the list to Dihai. Take this list to the law enforcement officers in Yazan City. Dihai took the list and responded. Got it? Lan Mi suddenly pouted like a little girl, dissatisfied. And call my little Yi Gu over. He's already my personal student, and yet he hasn't come to visit me in days. How rude. Happy New Year. In one of the advanced cultivation rooms at the academy, Yi Gu stood focused in the center of the combat training room. He slowly turned his palm, and a searing black flame condensed into a ball in his hand. Boom. The moment 3 combat training dummies rushed forward, they were hit accurately by 3 consecutive black fireballs thrown by Yi Gu. The fierce black flames instantly engulfed the dummies, scattering their parts all over the floor. Yi Gu exhaled gently, and then brought up his attribute panel. Character: Yi Gu. Age: 10. Race: human. Level: Xin Realm, Phase 3. HP: 14001400. MP: 140-51500. Attributes: Strength 85, Agility 91, Spirit 97, Stamina 95. Base stats: Physical Attack 253, Magic Attack 288, Defense 270, Resistance 285, Burst 300, Speed 270, Dexterity 265, Perception 290. Special attributes: Luck 5, Charisma 10, Intelligence 12. He quickly calculated his skill consumption. A single Thunder Strike cost 5 MP, while a Black Fireball required 20 MP. Although skills copied with the Demon Copy technique had no cooldown, each subsequent use increased the cost 30 MP for the second use, 45 MP for the fourth. However, the power was indeed astonishing, as evidenced by the 3 dummies equivalent to Xin Realm, Phase 3, being defeated. Yi Gu walked to the corner of the training room and swiftly adjusted the settings on the touchscreen, raising the opponent's level to D Realm, Phase 3 one full level higher than his own. The floor opened, and a more formidable steel combat dummy emerged. Copy magic dark fireball. Yi Ji's eyes sharpened as he instantly conjured a black fireball and hurled it forward. This time, the D-Realm dummy only staggered back a step before charging again. Outside the training room, Xia Xiao was curiously watching through the glass. Shuer, isn't Xiao Yi pushing it too far? She asked worriedly. Gao Xinxue shook her head, dismissing the concern while continuing to make pastries. These were all crafted from rare ingredients she had obtained in a recent trial. Ah, they look so cute. Xia Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Can you teach me? As they made the pastries, Xia Xiao cautiously asked if Gao Xinxue had made any new friends. Upon receiving a negative reply, she visibly relaxed. Inside the training room, there was another loud crash. Under the intense impact of the fifth black fireball, the D-Realm dummy finally collapsed, its parts scattering, and the residual black flames still burning. Yiga calmly analyzed. While 5 black fireballs were enough to defeat a D-Realm, Phase 3 opponent, hitting such an agile target in real combat was not easy. His previous victory over Chu Ruohua was mainly because his opponent was already weakened and injured. As for defeating the Black Abyss Demon Lord, it was largely due to his familiarity with the boss's moves. Just then, Yigu sensed a stir deep within his spirit. He immediately checked the Demon Seed panel. Current seed stage, germination, life, 100,000,100,000. Energy required for next stage, 39,110,000. Seed is absorbing nutrients from the surrounding soil and converting them into energy, 0.1, 0.2, 0.1, 0.2. Yigu discovered that as the seed continually absorbed energy and nutrients, a portion of it would transfer to him. This unexpected discovery thrilled him. Wasn't this like having a 247 automatic leveling up cheat? Leaving the training room, Yigu saw Gao Shunxue and Xia Xiao sitting at a table in the hall, making snacks. Despite her young age, Gao Shunxue moved with practiced ease and calm composure. In contrast, Xia Xiao's chubby face was covered in flour and cream, yet she earnestly pouted and wrinkled her little nose as she wrestled with the dough, looking absolutely adorable. Yigu, what are you guys doing? He asked. We're making snacks for you, Xia Xiao replied, holding up a freshly molded pastry with eyes full of anticipation. Do you like it? Yigu squatted down to take a closer look. Is this a pig's head? No, it's modeled after your face, Xiao Yi, she giggled. Without another word, Yigu reached out and pinched her soft cheeks, playfully squishing them. I was just thinking of not teasing you, but you little rascal. Ouch, ouch. Stop it. It hurts. Xinxue, help me. Xiao Yi is bullying me again. Xia Xiao mumbled through pinched cheeks. Gao Xinxue tilted her head and said slowly, but don't you always end up happy after he bullies you? No. Xinxue, don't say such things. Nearby, a white-furred creature named by Shuoling yawned and curled up into a fluffy ball. Its snow-patterned tails wrapped around its body. Humans are so strange. They like to pinch each other, and the ones being pinched still find it enjoyable. Suddenly, Yi Ji's smartwatch beeped. In this advanced technological world, most people use smartwatches instead of phones for communication. The caller ID showed it was the dean. Answering the call, Gu Hai's holographic image appeared. Yi Gu. The principal wants to see you in her office. Now. Yes, right now. After ending the call, Yi Gu shrugged at the two girls. I have to go see the principal. All right, we'll wait for you to come back, and then we can leave together, Gao Xinxue replied. Walking through the expansive campus, Yigu finally reached the building housing the principal's office. It resembled a castle more than a school building. Several guards stood like statues and did not stop him. A maid in a uniform led him into a spacious office. Inside, a beautiful woman with gray hair and blue eyes sat in a swivel chair behind a dragon-bone desk, gently rocking. This legendary grand mage, Lanmi, was even more stunning than Yigu had imagined. Surprised that I brought you into the inner circle and accepted you as my personal student? Lanmi asked with a smile. Yes, Yigu admitted honestly. Even though you come from a family of magic-transformed mutants, your potential is worth making an exception for, Lanmi said, narrowing her eyes. I'm curious, how did a Xian realm transcendent manage to solo a Tian realm demon boss? That's unheard of in human history. Just lucky, I guess. It seems you're not ready to tell the truth, Lanmi said, twirling a strand of her hair playfully. But it'll allow you to keep some secrets. Just remember to repay your teacher in the future. Come here. Lanmi gestured. Let me take a good look at your foundation. Although Yigu felt something was off, he walked over. Unexpectedly, the beautiful principal immediately pinched his cheeks, kneading them like dough. Haha, you're even cuter in person than in the video. Yigu sighed inwardly. Why do I get the feeling this new teacher is a bit unconventional? Yuga's face was being mercilessly pinched by the beautiful Principal Lanmi. At only 10 years old, he was completely powerless to resist. This was probably karma for bullying Xia Xiao earlier. Indeed, what goes around comes around. Principal, Can you stop now? Yuga whimpered. Reluctantly, Lanmi released her grip and pretended to jot something down in the notebook on her desk. Not bad. Strong bones, exceptional talent, extraordinary potential. You're a good candidate, Yuga thought to himself. She's just been pinching my face. How can she see extraordinary potential? He sneaked a glance at Lanmi's notebook and saw she had written, cute, obedient, doesn't resist, great to pinch, a delightful little one to keep around for more pinching. Yuga, from now on, you are my student, Lanmi said while twirling her pen. In this academy, no one will discriminate against you for being a demonized human. If any professor gives you a hard time because of your bloodline, just let me know, and I'll make sure they regret it. Okay, principal. Since you're now my personal student, don't call me principal anymore. Call me teacher or sister, Lanmi said with a smile. All right, good. Lanmi put down her pen, her expression suddenly turning serious. Now, we have something very important to do. Yuga straightened up at her words. What is it? Lanmi looked serious. Have some fun. Huh. Yuga looked confused. The scene shifts to the grand hall of Yuning Palace. Long Yuning sat at the head, her expression furious. Her body trembled slightly with anger beneath her purple immortal robe. The disciples stood in rows, silent and fearful of provoking their notoriously temperamental master. Sire, is what you said true? Did your senior brother really do such a despicable thing? Long Yuning asked coldly. Xiao Yushi nodded slightly, her face remaining calm and composed. Yes. The disciples exchanged glances, shocked that their righteous and talented senior brother could be such a hypocrite. Crack! Long Yuning crushed the teacup beside her into powder. I can't believe Iji would do such a thing, tarnishing the reputation of Yuning Palace. If he weren't already dead, I would have personally skinned him alive. At these words, all the disciples except Xiao Yushi shuddered. They knew well their beautiful master's methods. Although Yuning Palace was the top righteous sect of the human race, Long Yuning was ruthless towards those who broke the rules, even more so than many dark sects. At that moment, a disciple entered with a watch in hand. Master, Principal Lanmi of the Imperial War Academy, is on a video call. Long Yuning frowned. Lanmi? What does she want? Upon connecting, the screen displayed a recording of Li Yiji's conversation with the Demon Lord of the Abyss. Seeing Li Yiji's ambitious and wicked smile, the disciples who had still harbored some hope for their senior brother were completely disillusioned. Lanmi! Long Yuning shouted angrily. What are you trying to achieve by showing me this? Lanmi's holographic image appeared, leisurely reclining in her office chair. Oh, just a little mishap involving your disciple during our academy's assessment. As the principal, I thought I should give you an explanation. Is that so? I don't want to expose you, but you're clearly trying to mock me. Long Yuning fumed. Oh? Ha ha ha. No, not at all. Is it really that obvious? Lanmi giggled. Long Yuning. Lanmi grinned and said, oh, it's really not a big deal. Even the most prestigious sects can have a few rotten apples. If you ask me, it's probably because your cultivation methods are too rigid and suppressive. We're in the modern age now, yet you're still preaching about abstinence and detachment, isolating yourselves in a remote celestial mountain. No wonder some of your disciples end up going astray. Long Yuning's face turned cold instantly. What do you know? These are the rules of our Yuning Palace, established by our ancestors and unchanged for 1,000 years. Precisely because they haven't changed, they should be adjusted to keep up with the times. Lanmi interrupted before Long Yuning could finish. Forget it. I know you're going to start lecturing me about ancestral teachings and grand principles. I'm not interested. I didn't come here just to mock you. There's something else I need to discuss. What is it? Long Yuning snorted. Lanmi's lips curled into a playful smile. Your disciple Xiao Yushi almost had her memory wiped in the Black Abyss secret realm. If she had faced Li Yiji and the Abyss Demon Lord alone, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the very least, you should thank that kid from the Yi family. Long Yuning's eyes widened. What are you talking about? He was just another participant in the secret realm, fighting the Demon Lord for his own benefit. Why should I thank him? That's a bit unreasonable. Lanmi shook her head. A small kindness should be repaid generously. He genuinely saved your disciple. Isn't Yuning Palace supposed to be a paragon of righteousness and etiquette? Besides, you can ask your precious disciple if she received any other help from Xiao Yigu in the dungeon. Long Yuning turned to Xiao Yushi. Is this true, Yushi? Xiao Yushi nodded calmly. Yes, without his help, I might not have even reached the Demon Lord's lair. Lanmi seized the opportunity. Want me to pull up the footage for you to see? No need. Long Yuning gritted her teeth. If Yushi says it's true, I will thank him in due time and repay the favor. Why wait? Lanmi immediately directed the scene to a bewildered Yigu standing nearby. He's right here. You can thank him directly. Seeing Yi Ji's innocent expression, Long Yuning became even more infuriated. Lanmi, you did this on purpose. Of course, Lanmi said with a cheeky smile. A righteous sect like yours can't be too proud to say thank you, can it? You know, as a master, your words and actions represent the sect and influence your disciples. You wouldn't want Yuning Palace to be seen as arrogant and ungrateful, would you? Enough. Lung Yuning took a deep breath. Since Yushi received help from the young master of the Yi family, Yuning Palace owes him a debt of gratitude. I am willing to thank him. The image of Lung Yuning on the screen caught Yigu by surprise. The legendary head of the top human cultivation sect looked like a teenage girl with a baby face, standing less than 1.6 meters tall, appearing even younger than Xiao Yushi. No wonder many new disciples mistook her for a junior sister until they experienced her strict teachings and learned how formidable this thousand-year-old master truly was. Thank you. Lung Yuning stood in front of Yi Ge's holographic projection, gritting her teeth. You helped Yushi, so Yuning Palace owes you a favor. If the Yi family ever needs assistance, Yuning Palace will be there. Xiao Ning, you look scary when you grit your teeth like that. Lanmi teased from the side. Are you thanking him or planning to eat my little Yigu? Mind your own business. Lung Yuning glared at her. I'm thanking Yushi's benefactor. This has nothing to do with you, principal. All right, I won't say anything. Lanmi turned to Yigu. So, Yigu, do you accept her thanks? Yigu shrugged. I don't mind. In the grand hall of the Yuning Palace, the words I don't care echoed, leaving all the disciples and elders present in stunned silence. This was a promise made personally by the palace master of the Yuning Palace, something many would covet. Yet this young boy dismissed it so lightly? An elder woman looked at the 10-year-old child before her and shook her head in disapproval. She believed that this child would one day regret his arrogant words. Lung Yuning snorted, her face as cold as frost. Such a young kid, and already trying to act cool. Despite her words, she was unwilling to argue with a 10-year-old child. Whether you care or not, a favor owed will be repaid by me, Lung Yuning. With that, she shot an irritated glance at Lanmi, who was watching the scene unfold with a smile. Is this satisfactory? Lanmi lightly tapped her lips with her finger, feigning reluctance. Since little Yigu doesn't care, as his teacher, I have nothing more to say. Teacher? Lung Yuning raised an eyebrow. So the rumors are true? You really took him as your personal disciple? Yes, is there a problem? Lung Yuning hesitated, her gaze lingering on Yigu for a moment before she sighed. Forget it. Take care of yourself. All right, I'll hang up now. Bye-bye, Xiao Ning. Lanmi blew a playful kiss through the holographic screen. Next time your Yuning Palace disciples get into trouble, I'll chat with you again. Before Long Yuning could respond, Lanmi had already cut off the communication. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, and the disciples remained silent, knowing it was best not to provoke their master at this moment. Everyone, leave. Sheer, stay behind. Once the others had left, Lung Yuning turned to Xiao Yushi. Tell me, what really happened in the Black Abyss secret realm? Did that little devil truly help you? Xiao Yushi summarized her experiences in the secret realm. After listening, Lung Yuning quickly pieced together the situation. The little devil must have known about the Yuning Palace's code of repaying debts, which was why he had helped. The thought of a 10-year-old child being so cunning made her shake her head in disbelief. When Xiao Yushi mentioned the captives of the Black Abyss Demon Lord, especially the children who had been imprisoned, and that they had all been taken back to the Yi family by Yigu, Lung Yuning grew even more concerned. She recalled the actions of Yi Quan, the ancestor of the Yi family. The rescued captives had ultimately become the Yi family's loyal warriors, subjected to the harshest training, turning into killing machines. How is this any different from falling into the hands of the dark races? Lung Yuning said worriedly. These children are likely to be brainwashed into becoming the Yi family's warriors, and those without talent might end up as slaves. Xiao Yushi looked calmly at her master. Master, if we hand these captives over to the Federation Extraordinary Association, what do you think their fate will be? They have been imprisoned in the Black Abyss well for a long time, tainted by demonic energy, suffering from conditions like demon eye syndrome and demon blood syndrome, with some even becoming demonic mutants. If they really exhibit these symptoms, will the Federal Association of Supernaturals actually take care of them? Lung Yu furrowed her brow and looked at Xiao Yushi, puzzled by her question. She replied seriously, the Federal Association of Supernaturals, as the unifying organization of all righteous forces within the Empire, will naturally do everything in its power to treat those afflicted and help them return to normal life. Xiao Yushi shook her head gently, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Master, you've been on the mountain for too long, detached from the mundane world. The current situation is no longer the same as it was during the reign of the late emperor. These words struck Lung Yu like a thunderbolt. She stood frozen in place, staring at her disciple in disbelief. This was the first time Yushi had ever spoken to her so bluntly. What on earth had happened to cause such a drastic change in her once obedient disciple? Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the War Academy, Lanmi had just finished a holographic communication and couldn't resist pinching Yi Ji's cheeks. You have good potential. Don't worry, I'll make sure to train you well. After she had her fill of teasing, she picked up a pen and began to take notes seriously. Noticing Yi Ji's resentful gaze, Lanmi cleared her throat and changed the subject. Since you're my student now, here's a welcome gift from your teacher. With a wave of her hand, 3 beams of light materialized on the desk, forming 3 items. A War Academy Inner Circle iron badge engraved with a sword and musket, identical to the one held by Yi Shengxiong, granting access to many advanced privileges within the academy. A precious storage ring with a capacity of 1,000 cubic meters, a rare treasure unique to the War Academy in the current era, and a small box containing 2 pills emitting a faint red glow. Yigu stared at the 2 pills, frowning slightly. Why do these look so familiar? Supreme Spirit Gathering Pill? Yigu repeatedly examined the pill in his hand, looking utterly shocked. Oh, you actually recognize this high-quality treasure? Lanmi asked, blinking her eyes. It's quite rare in the human kingdoms. I've seen it in books, Yigu replied, trying to appear calm while secretly thinking about the few remaining pills in his system space. He quickly opened the system panel to check the auction house, and sure enough, there was a notification. 2 Supreme Spirit Gathering pills had been sold, and the earnings had been credited to his account. Impressive, you're well informed, Lanmi said with a smile. I bought these 2 pills from a mysterious seller at the auction house for 20 billion. It was pricey, but treasures of this quality are worth it. See, your teacher treats you well, right? Got it. Yigu responded softly. Lanmi explained in detail, take 1 pill, and it will enhance your cultivation speed 10-fold for a year. Remember, 1 pill at a time, save the other for next year. After a moment of silence, Yigu looked up and said, Teacher, why don't you keep one for yourself? No need. Lanmi waved her hand dismissively. I have specialized cultivation medicine, and this would conflict with it, but I just became your student. Yes, Lanmi shrugged, but I can't stand seeing good potential go to waste. Yigu smiled as he placed the pill into his spatial ring. All right, you can go now, Lanmi said. I'll let you know when the next class is. Remember to cultivate diligently, or next time I might have to spank you. I understand. Wait, just as Yigu was about to leave, Lanmi called out again. After giving you so many gifts, isn't it fair for the teacher to ruffle your hair a bit? That evening, when Yigu returned to the Yi family estate, Gao Xinxue noticed his flushed cheeks and curiously asked, Xiao Yi, why is your face so red? Yigu could only mumble an excuse. He couldn't exactly say it was because the headmaster had been teasing him. What did the headmaster say to you? Xia Xiao pressed. Nothing much, just gave me some gifts and told me to study hard. After dinner, Yigu asked the butler about the 2 children he had brought back and learned they were in Villa number 7. At that moment, Arthur was feeling incredibly anxious in the villa. Coming from a small border village, the palace-like estate was overwhelming to him. He held his sister's hand tightly, recalling the terrifying stories about the family of demonized mutants from his village. But he had made up his mind. He would become a killing machine if necessary, as long as he could protect his sister. The maid of the villa first led Arthur and Yezi to a clean room. She handed each of them a clean set of clothes and, with a warm smile, pointed to 2 adjacent rooms. These rooms will be yours from now on. Take some time to get familiar. Arthur stood frozen. This was nothing like what he had imagined. He had expected something akin to the Abyss dungeon, where he would be crammed into a dark cell with a dozen other slaves, fighting for a spot to sleep and food to eat. In that place, only the fiercest survived without being bullied. These survival rules had been ingrained in him since the day he was captured and sold as a slave. Even in the border village, life wasn't much better. In that lawless area, the Empire's reach was non-existent, and strength was the only truth. The village chief only favored those who bribed him. Yezi initially hid timidly behind her brother, but soon she was captivated by the room's cleanliness. The little girl looked around with wide eyes and a slightly open mouth, her hair bobbing as she moved. Excuse me, Arthur called out to the maids who were about to leave, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Can we really stay here? Ma'am. The maids paused, then burst into laughter. Arthur felt his face flush with embarrassment, not understanding why they found his question amusing. Don't call us ma'am, one maid said, waving her hand dismissively. We're just servants here too. These are standard servant quarters. We all live in places like this. Arthur's eyes widened in shock. Servants could dress so well and live so comfortably? This is the servants' lodge, another maid explained. Everyone living in this villa works for the Yi family. The maid soon started chatting about other things, chattering about the endearing qualities of young Master Xiao Yi, from his living quarters to his demeanor, even debating who might get his head pat on their birthday. After the maids left, Arthur and Yezi remained standing in the middle of the room, holding their clothes, too afraid to change or sit down. Yezi's eyes sparkled as she looked at the clean, soft bed, ready to jump onto it, but Arthur stopped her. Wait, Arthur hurriedly cautioned, filled with worry. If this was a mistake and they, tainted by the dark blood, dirted the room. It might anger the young master, and they could be thrown to feed the beasts. Although Yezi didn't understand, she obediently stood by her brother's side. Her gaze kept drifting to the bread and milk on the table, her mouth watering and a bubble of snot forming as she looked. In the Abyss dungeon, even a moldy piece of bread required a fierce fight to obtain. The siblings stood there for hours until Yigu arrived. "What are you standing around for?" Yigu asked, puzzled. "Kids from the border can't be that clueless about bathing and changing clothes, right? Or do you not know how to use a water heater?" Seeing Arthur stammer, Yigu glanced at the time. "I'll give you 10 minutes. Bathe, change clothes, and eat some bread. If you can't manage that, forget about becoming a warrior. You'll be cleaning the sewers tonight." "Yes." Arthur snapped out of his daze and quickly responded. 10 minutes later, Arthur and Yezi stood before Jaeger, their bodies now clean and emitting a faint scent of body wash. They looked much more refreshed. Jaeger nodded approvingly. "Follow me," he said. As they walked through the manor's corridors, every servant they encountered stopped to bow respectfully. "Good evening, young Master Jaeger." Some maids even playfully remarked, "Young Master Jaeger, you look even cuter today." Others proactively requested punishment, saying, "Young Master Jaeger, don't forget to punish me for entering the wrong restroom." These reactions left Arthur, who was following behind, utterly dumbfounded. Servants asking for punishment? This was beyond his comprehension. Jaeger led them to a spacious training room. The room was equipped with advanced training apparatus and data recording instruments. Two servants approached and affixed suction cup-like sensors to Arthur's body. He stood still, cooperating without a word. "Trigger your demonized syndrome," Jaeger ordered directly. "I want to see how well you can control it." "But the demonized syndrome triggers randomly. I can't control it," Arthur replied softly. "No, you can control it now," Jaeger said calmly. After enduring pain above level 12, patients with demonized syndrome can harness their berserker power. "You've already crossed that threshold." Arthur was stunned. "Really?" Jaeger didn't answer. Instead, he activated a combat automaton. The mechanical warrior locked onto Arthur and slowly advanced. "Prove it to me. Prove that you can not only control the episodes, but also maintain your sanity while in a berserk state. Only then can I trust you, and only then can you protect your sister." "All right." Arthur gritted his teeth and faced the combat automaton without hesitation. His right eye gradually turned blood red, with veins bulging out. His face became ferociously distorted. Surging demonic energy erupted from within him, accompanied by a beastly roar. He lunged at his opponent like a crazed beast. The old butler, standing nearby, whispered, "Young master, can patients with demonized syndrome really stay lucid?" Jaeger smiled and explained the game's lore. In the current version, there is no profession known as demonized berserker. All patients with demonized syndrome are considered incurable. It wasn't until version 3.25 that this profession was developed, becoming one of the most powerful combat professions. Sounds of collision echoed from the training room. In just 2 minutes, Arthur had torn the level 9 combat automaton to pieces. Panting heavily, he turned and walked towards Jaeger. The old butler nervously stepped in front of Jaeger, but Jaeger signaled him not to worry. Arthur knelt on one knee. "Young Master Jaeger, I did it." At that moment, Jaeger felt the call of the demon seed. The system indicated that the tree of the underworld had completed its sprouting phase and was ready to advance. He instructed the old butler to continue training Arthur, then returned to his room. Using Shadow Moon, he drew a cross slash in the air, tearing open a portal to the abyssal realm. Jaeger stepped through the dimensional portal and entered the abyssal realm. This space had become his exclusive domain, and through the connection with the demonic tree, he could clearly sense the presence of every living being within it. Reaching the underground demonic tree, the sight before him left Jaeger astounded. What had once been a mere sprout of a demonic seed had now grown into a towering tree over 20 meters tall, majestic like an ancient banyan. The trunk was adorned with dark red demonic runes, and its gnarled roots dug deep into the ground, with countless branches sprawling throughout the underground space. The core, pulsating like a heartbeat, was encased within layers of roots. Is this really just the end of the sprouting phase? Jaeger scratched his ear, finding it hard to imagine its future scale. A system prompt appeared. Demonic tree has entered the growth phase. Health, 500,005,0000. Mana, 100,001,0000. Soul points, 1. Current traits, 1. Possesses self-defense capabilities within the abyssal realm. 2. Can influence the entire domain's ecosystem, creating demonic plants and demonic aura. 3. Can nurture demonic creatures. Type depends on host attributes. Energy required for advancement, 0.50000. The system prompt continued. The demonic tree can undergo one nurturing or evolution process with the following options. 14. Nurture different types of demonesses. 5. Evolve roots to enhance defense capabilities. Why are they all demonesses? Yega showed a perplexed expression. Considering the current closed state of the abyssal realm, enhancing defense didn't seem urgent. After some thought, he chose option 4. Consuming 1 soul point and 10,000 mana, the nurturing process began. 10 minutes later, a massive dark red bud trembled gently and then blossomed. A demoness with long, dark red hair that reached the ground appeared at the center of the bud. Her hair still connected to the demonic flower, drawing the last nutrients like an umbilical cord. When she opened her heterochromatic eyes, her exquisite beauty was fully revealed. Master, she called softly. Through conversation, Yega learned that her name was Honko, a product of the fusion between the demonic tree and his cells. As an avatar of the demonic tree's consciousness, she not only mastered human languages but could also assist in managing the entire demonic realm, promoting the growth of the demonic tree, and continuously enhancing her powers with the tree's evolution. Though the ancient demonic realm has been destroyed, as long as the demonic tree exists, a new demonic civilization can be nurtured, Honko explained slowly. She then transmitted the entire expandable range of the demonic realm to Yega. The system updated the map of the myriad races, displaying the full map of the abyssal realm, including areas like Wanluan Valley, Purification Pool, and Dark Twilight Forest. Honko indicated that these regions would be covered by demonic plants within 3 days, and the demonic influence would continue to expand. However, the demonic realm and the myriad races continent in the terrestrial world are not in the same dimension, but are independent spaces similar to the divine realm, Honko added. Of course, once our power is strong enough, we can invade the terrestrial world as well. Yigu pondered deeply, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The abyssal secret realm was destined to evolve into a true demonic world, reminding him of the racial power rankings from the game's lore gods at the top, demons second, and humans all the way down at 93rd. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he thought about the impending complete evolution of the demon world tree, which would give rise to an army with pure ancient demonic bloodline. Even if the Empire intended to annihilate the Yi family, what was there to fear? Meanwhile, in the Moon Palace's main chamber, Lung Yuning sat on her bed, her brow furrowed. She was thinking about her disciple, Sheer, whom she had watched grow up. The once obedient and respectful girl, who saw her as the most trustworthy elder, had now become so rebellious. A mere 6 months at the Southern War Academy had given Sheer the audacity to openly defy her. Lung Yuning bit her lower lip, her slender fingers clenched into a fist. She recalled that everything had been normal when Sheer returned to the palace before her assessment last week, but her attitude had drastically changed afterward, constantly speaking in defense of the young master of the Yi family. Could it be that the Yi boy has bewitched Sheer? She wondered. Grabbing the pillow from her bed, she placed it on her lap and began to pound it with her fists, as if it were Yigu himself. Just as she was venting her frustration, Elder Sun's knock came from the door. Composing herself, Lung Yuning allowed her to enter. Elder Sun brought up an incident from 2 years ago. While leading her disciples to exorcise demons and save people at the Empire's border, she had discovered a special little girl who seemed to possess the ancient bloodline gift of life spirit. Despite being only 4 or 5 years old, the girl had the ability to briefly purify land tainted by dark toxins. At that time, the demonic tide was overwhelming, and I had to abandon the rescue, Elder Sun said apologetically. But just a few days ago, when the abyssal secret realm opened, I sensed that familiar life spirit aura again. I heard that young Master Yigu had rescued many human children from the realm, so I went to the border from back then and finally found out the girl's name. Lung Yuning fell into deep contemplation at these words. The emergence of an ancient bloodline undoubtedly signaled that extraordinary changes were unfolding. After listening to the report, Yezi and Lung Yuning fell into deep thought. After analyzing the situation, they concluded that the child was most likely taken to the Yi family. Palace Master, this is no trivial matter, Elder Sun said gravely. If that child has indeed fallen into the hands of the Yi family, the consequences could be disastrous. Lung Yuning frowned deeply. Although Sheer owed the young master of the Yi family a favor, Elder Sun's words made her take the issue seriously. A favor is minor, but if a child with the life-nurturing talent falls into the hands of a demonic family, she will surely suffer inhumane treatment, Elder Sun said urgently. They would train her to become a killing machine, possibly use soul-stealing methods to seize her bloodline, and ultimately dissect her for research. These words sent a shiver down Lung Yuning's spine, and cruel images flashed through her mind. Her hand unconsciously gripped the edge of the table. Absolutely not. Here's what we'll do. You take 100 spirit-gathering pills to the Yi family and say it's to repay the favor. You must bring the child back. If they have other conditions, agree to them. Elder Sun was about to leave, but turned back to ask, what if the Yi family refuses to release her? As long as we offer enough benefits, they will let her go, Lung Yuning replied calmly. But what if the child herself doesn't want to come back with me? Lung Yuning shot him a look. Do you really think that's possible? Just as elder son was about to leave for the third time, Lung Yuning suddenly changed her mind. Wait, I'll go myself. She recalled Shier's earlier words. Master has been away from the mortal world for too long. It is no longer the era of the previous emperor. Lung Yuning snorted softly. I want to see for myself what the mortal world has become. Meanwhile, the growth of the demon realm tree far exceeded expectations. In just 2 days, it had grown from 20 meters to over 100 meters tall, with its canopy piercing the clouds. The life energy emitted by the demon realm tree had completely transformed the Black Abyss secret realm, filling it with dark attribute spiritual energy. Various ancient demon plants began to bloom, and the colorful magic pattern trees bore enormous demon fruits. Once these fruits mature, they will give birth to new demonic creatures. The tree roots continued to extend outward, expanding the realm of the demon world. In the Yi family bedroom, Yi Gu was meditating. Through his connection with the demon realm tree, his power had skyrocketed in the past 2 days, advancing from the 4th stage of the mystic realm to the 7th. This astonishing rate of growth was mainly due to one reason: spending money. The demon realm tree could devour anything with energy and convert it into nutrients, including Imperial gold coins. These coins were not ordinary gold but special currency containing high-pressure energy, similar to spirit stones and cultivation novels. Thanks to the generosity of a beautiful teacher, Yi Gu, now holding over 2 billion, finally experienced the joy of spending money to gain power. In 2 days, he had spent 200 million and achieved the feat of leveling up 4 times. Whoosh, Yi Gu opened his eyes and exhaled slowly. This rapid increase had exceeded his body's ability to adapt. Although his soul power nodes had lit up 4 times consecutively, it had come too fast and too intensely. He decided to pause and let his body adjust before continuing. Looking at his hands, Yi Ji's expression was complex. As the only top 10 player on the PvP leaderboard who was a free-to-play player in his past life, he had intended to reach the top through sheer skill. However, now he had become a player who could grow stronger without effort, simply by spending money. Yega left his room, hands tucked into his jacket pockets, as he walked down the hallway of his family's mansion. At the corner, a petite figure caught his attention. Yezi was standing at the entrance of a large study room, her signature cowlick gently swaying with her movements. She gazed into the room with innocent, curious eyes but hesitated to step inside. Oh, young Master Yega. Upon noticing Yega approaching, Yezi quickly turned around and clumsily bowed. The 7-year-old girl, due to long-term malnutrition, was as small as a 5-year-old. What are you doing here alone? Yega asked, a gentle smile playing on his lips. I'm playing hide and seek with Sister Xiao and Sister Shenxue, but I got lost. Yezi explained, looking up with her small face. Understandable. Yega nodded. The mansion was indeed immense, comparable to a university campus from his previous life, with some areas he still hadn't explored. Noticing Yezi's interest in the study, Yega asked, are you interested in books? He then recalled that in this world, commoners had very limited access to books. Although the Great Qin Empire had been established for over 1,000 years, many aspects of development were still lacking due to the threat from various races. It was a world with a stark divide between the rich and the poor, the extraordinary and the ordinary, the nobility and the commoners. If you're interested, let's go in and take a look, Yega said. This is the servant's study room. Nothing forbidden here. He led Yezi into the study, watching as the little girl curiously examined her surroundings. At the large central table, Yega picked up a book. But I suppose you don't know how to read yet? Yezi nodded vigorously. Yega motioned for her to sit down. Though hesitant due to her status, Yezi obediently complied. Yega taught her the correct way to hold a pen, then guided her hand to write the characters for Yezi. This is your name, he said with a smile. Next, he cast a first-level spell, spiritual reading, causing the book to emit a white glow. I've enchanted this book, he explained, handing her a writing guide. Follow the strokes, and the magic will help you understand the meaning and pronunciation of the words. Yezi held the writing guide with both hands, her eyes sparkling with hope. If I learn to read, can I also study magic? Can I help you like brother does? Of course, Yega replied with a smile. Although Yezi's extraordinary potential was still unknown, Yuli was researching awakening potions and should have results soon. Just then, Xia Xiao and Gao Shenxue ran in. Curious, Gao Shenxue crouched by the table. Are you teaching her how to write? Yes, Yega shrugged. You were playing hide and seek, and she got lost. Xia Xiao glanced at their joined hands, biting her lip slightly. Xiao Yi, I have some diagrams on ability control from the academy that I don't understand. Could you also help me with them? Huosha's streak of purple light descended from the sky over the city of night. Lung Yuning, clad in a light purple celestial dress, appeared atop a high-rise building. Her cold, clear eyes surveyed the city shrouded in darkness. Her dress and long, dark hair fluttered gently in the night wind. A thin purple veil concealed her childlike, adorable face, which starkly contrasted with her authoritative title as Sect Master. As the head of the Empire's largest immortal cultivation sect, her mature voice paired with her youthful appearance often drew surprised glances from those who met her for the first time, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. "So, this is the Night City," she murmured, observing the bustling city governed by Viscount Yi Shao. Despite its modest size, the streets were lively and vibrant under the Yi family's administration, with night markets emitting tantalizing aromas and a pervasive sense of life. In just a few centuries of seclusion, the mortal world has changed so much. Lung Yuning sighed softly. "It's much cleaner than the ancient city, and the buildings are all new. This is nothing like the night city of terrible rumors." A whiff of enticing fragrance caught her attention, sparking her curiosity, but she quickly gathered her thoughts. "I should head to the Yi family first." In an instant, she transformed into a wisp of purple smoke and reappeared on a tree branch outside the Yi family estate. Several guards patrolled near the entrance, unaware of the presence of this peak-level celestial being. Just as she was about to descend, she hesitated. As the master of Yuning Palace, who had never initiated a visit before, she found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Should she directly seek out the young master? That seemed too arrogant. Approach old Master Yi Quan? But they weren't familiar. Her master had taught her to avoid worldly affairs and focus on cultivation. Apart from a great human war a millennium ago, she had rarely ventured out, making her as socially awkward as someone with social anxiety. "Should I fetch Elder Son?" she pondered, then shook her head. "If my disciples knew their master couldn't handle such a small task, it would bring disgrace to Yuning Palace. Especially that rascal Lan Mi, who would seize the chance to mock me." Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. "It's just a visit to the Yi family. How can it be harder than reaching the celestial peak?" Thus, this mighty cultivator stood in the cold wind, spending the entire night mustering the courage at the Yi family's doorstep. Meanwhile, inside the Yi family study, the atmosphere was warm and cozy. Yi Go, Xia Xiyao, Gao Shenxue, and Yi Zi were gathered around a table reading. A raven preened its feathers atop a bookshelf, while a white cat lazily napped on the table. Yi Gu was supervising Xia Xiyao with her homework. She occasionally glanced at him, grumbling, "You weren't this strict when teaching Yi Zi to write." Yi Zi had never held a pen before, Yi Gu explained. Pouting, Xia Xiao complained. "Studying like this is no fun." She hopped off her chair and shook Yi Ji's shoulder. "Stop studying abilities and play games with me." "What do you want to play?" "Pretend horse ride." Yi Gu lightly knocked her on the head. "You're 10 years old. Why are you still playing such childish games?" "Because you never played with me when I was little," Xia Xiao said, rubbing her head, feeling wronged. "Not now. Maybe later." "How much later?" 8 years later. That's too long. By then, you'll think it's too childish to play with me." Xia Xiao huffed and extended her pinky. "Pinky promise. You can't complain no matter how many times I want to ride." Yi Gu looked at her outstretched pinky, momentarily speechless. In the Moon Palace, the first light of dawn began to appear. Elder Sun entered the palace master's chamber, noticing 2 maidservants sweeping fallen leaves in the courtyard. Upon seeing him, they immediately greeted him with a bow. He nodded slightly and asked, "Has the palace master woken up?" One of the maidservants respectfully replied, "The palace master went out traveling and has not yet returned. A whole day and night have passed, and she's still not back?" Elder Sun frowned slightly. With the palace master's speed, she could have made the trip 20 times over. What could be causing such a delay? Meanwhile, at the Yi family estate, with no classes on the weekend, Xia Xiao had stayed overnight at the Yi family home, sharing a bed with Gao Shenxue. In the morning, Yi Gu entered Gao Shenxue's room, hearing the sounds of 2 girls splashing and playing in the bathroom. "Knock, knock, knock," Yi Gu tapped on the door. "Didn't we agree to go to the magic amusement park at 9? It's already 10. The playful noises from the bathroom quieted down, and Xia Xiao's voice came out, "Almost done, almost done. Just wait a bit longer, shall ye?" Yi Gu sighed and sat on the sofa, flipping through a book. At that moment, an eerie shadow slowly moved across the floor, seemingly appearing out of nowhere without a physical form. "What's the matter?" Yi Gu asked calmly. Zero's figure emerged from the shadow, kneeling on one knee. "Master, several suspicious individuals have entered the Night City territory, behaving strangely. Have you confirmed their identities? They appear to be from the Chu family of Wanjian City, disguised and using fake IDs to enter the city." Yi Gu understood immediately. As expected, they have come. Clearly, the Chu family knows that Chu Ruohua died by my hand. After a brief conversation, Zero suggested capturing these individuals, but Yi Gu waved him off, analyzing their possible motives and deciding on a strategy of entrapment. At this moment, Lung Yuning stood atop a large tree outside the Yi family estate. As a peak-level expert in the Tianqi realm, she could easily conceal her presence. Soon, a black stretch limousine drove out of the gate, carrying Yi Gu and the other 2. Several dark figures immediately followed the car, stealthily moving through the bushes. Lung Yuning noticed that these people, like her, had been lurking there all night. After a moment of thought, she realized, so that's it. It seems there are others just like me, unsure of how to make the first move. In the city of Wanjian, atop a certain pavilion, the scene stands in stark contrast to the modern architecture of Yi City. Wanjian City exudes a unique blend of Eastern cyberpunk aesthetics, where ancient design meets futuristic technology. Traditional eaves and brackets are illuminated by flashing neon lights, creating a distinctive visual impact. As a city that reveres martial arts, Wanjian City not only produces skilled swordsmen but also strictly prohibits the use of magic and supernatural abilities. Almost every resident, regardless of status, carries a sword, and the quality of the sword often symbolizes one's social standing. At this moment, the city lord, Chu Wanha, is seated across from Yi Shengxiang. Chu Wanha's hand, gripping a teacup, is bulging with veins in his anger. I still can't fathom how Ruohua could have died at the hands of a mere novice in the Xuan realm. Yi Shengxiang's visit coincides with a period of intense fury within the Chu family over the death of Chu Ruohua. As an unseen century prodigy, Chu Ruohua's untimely death is hard to accept. What adds to the frustration is the Southern War Academy's dismissive explanation, claiming he died in a secret realm during an assessment. It wasn't until Yi Shengxiang's explanation that Chu Wanha realized the truth: the killer had become the personal disciple of Lan Mi, the most powerful mage of the human race. This discovery further fueled his rage. Upon investigation, it turned out that the killer, named Yigu, was merely a double-scrade talent in learning ability, yet had received such an honor. Chu Wanha's anger intensified. His son, Chu Ruohua, had been Wanjian City's most promising candidate to awaken as a sole swordsman, the heir he had painstakingly nurtured. He had invested heavily, 4 or 5 learning enhancement potions, over 20 spirit-gathering pills, and even hired the Empire's top equipment master to craft and enhance his exclusive sword. Finally, he had managed to get him into the Southern War Academy as a core student, only for this tragedy to strike. City Lord Chu, there's no need to worry, Yi Shengxiang said with a confident smile. Once my cousin is dead, I'll be the best candidate to inherit the Yi family. When I become the head, we can expand our trade cooperation, and I promise you a 20% profit share. Chu Wanha eyed him with interest. Besides Yigu, don't you have other outstanding siblings? What makes you so confident? After Yi Ji's death, I'll be the only one in the Yi family to have entered the inner circle of the Imperial War Academy, Yi Shengxiang boasted. Moreover, Duke Wangan has promised to support my bid for the family head position. Hearing this, Chu Wanha understood Yi Shengxiang had allied himself with Duke Wang'an, explaining how a magically mutated individual could become a core student. Outwardly, he smiled. Very well. Your provision of the Yi city's defense layout and false identity IDs has indeed been a great help. Inwardly, he mocked Yi Shengxiang's naivety. After a few more pleasantries, Yi Shengxiang, still elated by his connections with Imperial elites, was abruptly questioned by Chu Wanha in a serious tone. Are you sure that defense layout is accurate? Absolutely, it was given to me by my father. Yi Shengxiang replied confidently. With this layout, as long as you avoid the hidden sentries, the Azura Realm sword assassin you send will find killing that Xuan Realm nobody a piece of cake. Good, Chu Wanha sighed in relief. Sending an Azura Realm assassin to deal with a Xuan Realm novice had its own significance, because he absolutely cannot allow failure. This time, Chu Wanha has dispatched assassins from the Azura Realm who are not only exceptionally powerful but also highly experienced. They are masters of assassination techniques and experts in covering their tracks, ensuring that every operation leaves no trace behind. Chu Wanha is well aware that any slip-up in this assassination attempt would result in the Yi family's frenzied retaliation. The Yi family, known as war maniacs who even the dark races avoid, is not an enemy he wishes to provoke. Although the blueprint provided by Yi Shengxiang is indeed genuine, neither Chu Wanha nor Yi Shengxiang is aware of a crucial fact. Since the day Yi Xiao became the head of the family, the layout of Yi City's sentry post has been overhauled at least 3 times. The current hidden sentries of the Yi family form an invisible web spread throughout every street in Yi City. Any outsider below the Tianqi realm cannot evade this surveillance unless the Yi family deliberately allows it. At this moment, outside the Yi City Magic Amusement Park, those kids seem to be heading to the amusement park. A man cloaked in black stood among the bushes, his face wrapped in bandages, his eyes coldly fixed on the vehicle carrying Yigu and his group as it entered the park. Mr. Hailang, are we going to act in the amusement park? Another black-clad assassin asked in a low voice. Of course, the bandaged man slowly drew a gleaming short sword. This kind of place is perfect for creating chaos and carrying out an assassination. Follow my lead when the time comes. Yes. Several figures swiftly emerged from the roadside bushes. Moments later, a figure in a purple fairy dress silently floated over. Lung Yu, puzzled, watched the direction in which the assassins had disappeared. Strange, What are these people up to? They don't look like they're just antisocial. In the magical amusement park, Yega stood in front of a stall, pointing at a special power staff on the shelf, and asked for the price. The stall owner rubbed his hands together, grinning obsequiously as he quoted 300 coins, then quickly lowered it to 200 coins. Yega took the staff, waited a few times, and satisfied, paid the money. He handed the staff to Yezi, the little girl next to him. Her cowlick quivered as she took it, and in a childish voice, she said she couldn't afford it. Yega explained that he was lending it to her, and she could pay him back after earning money as a servant in the Yi family. Yezi's eyes sparkled with joy, a bubble of snot appearing as she lovingly caressed the staff, which was taller than she was. Last night, your sister Shinshue taught you the basics of special powers, right? Yega asked calmly. Yes, she did. Give it a try. At that moment, Xia Xiao and Gao Shinshue walked over. The two girls were dressed identically in white dresses, cat ear headbands, and long socks, looking like a pair of elegant sisters from a wealthy family, each holding an ice cream cone. Xia Xiao offered one to Yega, playfully insisting he bend down to take a bite. Though Yega found the request a bit exasperating, he complied, earning a satisfied head pat from Xia Xiao. Gao Shinshue noticed the staff in Yezi's hands and questioned if it was too soon, given that they had only started teaching her basic spells the day before. Xia Xiao agreed, saying it was unwise to buy a staff without a talent test. But Yega, confident, smiled and asked Yezi to demonstrate. Yezi gripped the staff tightly, and after a few seconds, a green glow emanated from the mana stone at the tip. Although the light quickly faded and she couldn't cast it again, it was enough to prove her talent. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance. The magical Ferris wheel had exploded and was starting to collapse, and they were directly underneath it. The amusement park plunged into chaos, with screams reverberating everywhere. Not far away, Lingao noticed everything. She recognized the power Yezi had used as the legendary life spirit ability and also spotted a dozen assassins hidden among the crowd. Facing the collapsing Ferris wheel, Yega remained calm and simply shouted, Xiao. Xia Xiao immediately understood, clasping her hands together and showcasing her prowess as a core student of the War Academy. First-tier power barrier. Liao always believed that the moment of a killer's strike was an art form. To him, the fleeting expressions of panic, fear, and confusion on the prey's face just before death were the perfect masterpiece. When he saw Yi Gu and his group enter the magical amusement park, he immediately began meticulous preparations. He carefully studied the terrain, crafting a seamless assassination plan in his mind. Chu Wanha's warning still echoed in his ears. This mission had to be clean and efficient, leaving no trace. If captured, he had to commit suicide immediately to avoid the Yi family's ruthless vengeance. Most importantly, everything had to look like an accident. A slight smile played on Liao's lips. Creating accidents was his specialty. Only tasteless, low-level assassins would opt for a frontal assault. The plan was set in motion. Xia Xiao cast her first-level power, Barrier, forming an invisible shield above Yi Gu and his companions. The timid Yezi, frightened by the sight, let out a yelp and clung tightly to Yi Gu, closing her eyes. Yi Gu watched calmly as the Ferris wheel collapsed with a thunderous crash. The massive amusement ride struck the invisible barrier and began to transform its metal structure, gradually turning to wood, sprouting branches and leaves, eventually becoming a giant circular tree. But this was just the beginning. At the moment the Ferris wheel was about to fully transform, the magic stones inside it suddenly exploded. These previously stable energy stones turned into a cloud of crystalline dust, drifting down like snowflakes. From his hidden position, Liao signaled the surrounding assassins. Several silver threads shot out from different directions, binding Yi Gu tightly. The invisible threads immobilized him, and the falling magic stone dust was about to engulf him. Yi Gu chuckled. These assassins had crafted a clever trap using silver threads to restrict his movements and letting the magic stone dust burn him to death. Once the threads were retrieved, it would all look like an accidental death. No one would question why a powerful cultivator couldn't evade the dust because there would be no trace of the silver threads. But they had clearly underestimated their target. With a wave of his hand and the cawing of crows, a strange black mist emerged, enveloping Yi Gu and his companions. As the magic stone dust ignited into a firestorm, they had already reappeared 20 meters away in a safe zone. Liao was shocked by this ability and immediately revised his strategy, ordering a direct assault. 18 assassins of the Qinpa realm charged from all directions, short swords aimed at Yi Gu. Before Gao Shenxue and the others could react, a cold-faced man suddenly appeared, blocking the assassins. It was Ling. With a casual wave, he manipulated the surrounding shadows to devour the attackers. The air filled with horrific screams as several assassins fell instantly. Simultaneously, other shadow warriors revealed themselves, ready for battle. They seemed to have set up an encirclement from the very beginning, determined to eradicate these assassins completely. Liao's pupils shrank suddenly, and a chill ran down his spine as he saw Ling's reflection. This person was actually a formidable master from the Shura realm. What shocked him even more was that the other shadow warriors were also extremely powerful, with the weakest among them having reached the Wanxiang realm. As an experienced assassin, He Liao knew the importance of assessing the situation and making swift decisions. Without hesitation, he chose to retreat. However, the current circumstances set off alarm bells in his mind. The young master of the Yi family not only had a Shura realm protector, but also numerous elite warriors secretly guarding him. Even more suspicious was the fact that the enemies seemed to have known about their movements all along. This mission felt like walking right into a trap. Could it be that we were exposed the moment we entered the city? Was the surveillance map provided by Yi Shengxiong fake? He Liao cursed inwardly, but now was not the time to find out. The priority was to escape quickly. As an assassin, He Liao prided himself on his speed. Among all human professions, assassins were unmatched in swiftness. As long as his opponent wasn't a master from the Tianqi realm, he was confident he could escape unscathed. Even the Shura realm warrior wouldn't be able to catch him. Just then, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A stunning woman in a purple celestial dress blocked his path. Tianqi realm? He Liao froze, finally realizing that this was an elaborate trap. Lung Yuning gazed at him intently. So, you're not just reclusive. You're assassins planning to kill the young master of the Yi family, aren't you? Under the terrifying pressure of a Tianqi realm master, He Liao couldn't move a muscle, cold sweat drenching his body, and he didn't even have the courage to speak. Perfect. I was wondering how to repay the favor I owe Sierra, Lung Yuning said calmly, sending a light palm strike through the air. Ugh, He Liao spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying like a broken kite. He Liao's entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lying there, disbelief flashed in his eyes. What the hell? Where did this powerful Tianqi cultivator come from? Lung Yuning descended gracefully from above, her expression cold and unfeeling as she approached him. Who sent you to kill him? She demanded icily. He Liao didn't answer, instead giving a bitter smile. Heh, never thought I'd see the day I'd fail a mission. For an assassin, there's only one end to failure: suicide. Lung Yuning's brow furrowed, and she acted swiftly. Her 5 fingers curled, and an invisible hand of air clamped down on He Liao's jaw. With a sharp crack, she crushed it, stopping him from biting down on the poison capsule in his mouth. He Liao was unfazed. It's useless. The poison capsule isn't my only way out. My veins are sealed with a special toxin. Once I activate a certain martial technique, the poison will spread throughout my body. With that, he closed his eyes, ready to end his life. But soon, confusion clouded his face. Huh, what's happening? He opened his eyes to find a sinister black mist enveloping him, seeping into his body. Nearby, Yi Gu had cast the Doom Curse of the Calamity Spirit, a skill that puts the target in a magic-sealed state, blocking all energy channels and soul power nodes. After the lesson learned from the spy's suicide outside the Yi family residence last time, he wasn't about to give his enemy the same chance again. Sweat poured down He Liao's face as he desperately tried to activate the toxin, but his soul power nodes felt completely blocked, unresponsive. Yi Gu walked over leisurely. Don't bother. It's pointless. Normally, with your Shura level power, you'd break free from the Doom Curse quickly. But after taking a hit from a peak Tianka level master, your health and stats are probably down to less than 5. With that, he suddenly pulled out a brick from behind and smashed it against He Liao's head before he could react. Ugh. He Liao's vision went black, and he fainted, his last thought being the humiliation of being knocked out by a brick. Not long after, Ling led the Shadow Warriors to subdue the remaining assassins and brought them before Yi Gu. Master, a few managed to commit suicide. We couldn't stop them, Ling reported softly. Yi Gu nodded in understanding and inquired about the casualties among the tourists. Learning that only 19 had minor injuries and there were no deaths, he nodded in satisfaction and ordered the captives to be taken back to the Yi family for interrogation. Lung Yuning watched all this with a complex expression. I didn't expect you to care about the safety of commoners. Yi Gu gave her a puzzled look. They're all citizens of Yi City. My father is the city lord. Isn't it normal to care about them? Then he scrutinized Lung Yuning. Wait, I think I know you. Aren't you the Auntie Yuning from the palace who was video chatting with my teacher in the school office the other day? Lung Yuning. What did you just call me? Lung Yuning's tone was clearly displeased. Yi Gu was startled. Huh, but my teacher said you're over 1,000 years older than me. Then how about calling you Grandma Yuning? This left Lung Yuning momentarily speechless. She turned away with a cold snort. That damn Lan me again. Despite her outward show of anger, she couldn't help but steal glances at the boy in front of her. His clear, handsome features made him look like he had stepped out of a painting. Such striking looks, even more so than Sheer when he was younger. Could Lanmi have taken him as a disciple just because of his good looks? She wondered to herself. Just kidding, Palace Master Lang. No offense meant. Yigu dropped his playful demeanor and adopted a more mature tone. But I'm really curious, why is Palace Master Long here? This question made Long Yuning uncomfortable. She couldn't possibly admit she had been standing outside the Yi family's gate all night. I was just passing by, she said, trying to sound composed. I just arrived in Yi City and intended to visit your family. You helped Sheer in this assessment, so I consider the favor repaid. A favor? Where? Yiga looked around. Long Yuning frowned. The leader of those assassins earlier. If it weren't for me, wouldn't he have escaped? Yigu smiled calmly and revealed the truth. The assassins had been noticed since they entered Yi City yesterday. The Shadow Unit had already set up a triple-layered perimeter around the amusement park. Even if the Black Fang leader had escaped, he would have had no way out. Lung Yuning was astonished. She hadn't expected the young master of the Yi family to be so shrewd. But, Yigu suddenly changed the subject. Didn't you say you just arrived in Yi City? How did you know those assassins were lurking outside my house all night? Lung Yuning's expression froze. Seeing her reaction, Yigu seemed to remember something and said playfully, could it be that you arrived last night but didn't bring your retinue? So you were too shy to ring the doorbell? Lung Yuning's face turned crimson. Impossible. She hastily defended herself. I am the palace master of the largest human sect, Yuning Palace. A Tianqi realm peak expert. How could I be so timid? Just as she was about to continue, Gao Shenxue and Xia Shiyao approached with Yizi. Xiao Yi. Xia Shiyao ran over and, seeing Lung Yuning, asked curiously, huh? Who's this pretty lady? Lung Yuning's gaze fell on Yizi, her eyes sparkling. Is this little girl Yizi? Yes, Yigu replied. I rescued her from the Black Abyss secret realm. As your intelligence suggested, she possesses the ancient forest sacred beast's bloodline ability life spirit. Lung Yuning looked at Yigu in surprise. How did you know I was here for? Yigu explained that her intentions were written all over her face. Calling Yizi by name upon seeing her indicated prior investigation, and the reason for the investigation was undoubtedly her ancient bloodline ability. Though you are a revered palace master, you're even more straightforward than I imagined. This comment made Long Yuning clench her fists. This seemingly shy boy had a mischievous streak, just like Lan Mi. Since you figured out my purpose, I'll be direct, Long Yuning said. Name your terms. Terms? You mean, like buying this child as if she were merchandise? Don't be ridiculous. I mean, Lung Yuning wanted to say she wished to rescue Yizi from the clutches of the Yi family, but the words wouldn't come out. What she had imagined as a dark and terrifying demon city was now bathed in sunlight. The little girl she thought would be tormented was instead wearing new clothes, holding a toy, and playing happily in the amusement park. Everything was vastly different from her expectations. What is going on here? Lung Yuning was deeply puzzled. Actually, there's no condition to take someone away from me, Yiga shrugged, speaking casually. If Yizi wants to go with you, I don't mind. Really? Lung Yuning's eyes lit up with surprise. Yes, of course. I never force anyone to stay, Yigu replied calmly. Hearing this, Lung Yuning immediately approached Yizi, crouched slightly, and smiled gently. Little one, would you like to come with me? I'll teach you to cultivate and become an immortal like me. Huh. Yizi's innocent face first showed confusion, then she shook her head vigorously. No. Why? Lung Yuning was taken aback. Yizi quickly darted around Gao Shenxue and hid behind Yigu, clutching his clothes tightly. She peeked out and said firmly, I am already young master Yiji's servant. Lung Yuning's expression grew complex as she tried to persuade her. Following me to cultivate and becoming a revered immortal. Wouldn't that be better than being a mere servant? Yizi shook her head like a rattle. I don't want to be revered, and I don't want to control the elements. I want to help young master Yigu achieve great things. She tightened her grip on Yiji's clothes. Seeing the pure and determined look in Yizi's eyes, Lung Yuning was puzzled. This didn't seem like someone under the influence of dark magic. Could it be that she was simply too young to understand the difference between being an immortal and a servant? Palace Master Long, Yizi has made her choice, Yigu said with a smile. Lung Yuning sighed softly and took out a green jade pendant, handing it to Yizi. Alright then, if that's the case, I won't force you. Keep this, it's a gift from me. Yizi accepted the jade pendant with a confused look. Lung Yuning then turned to Yigu and waved her hand, producing a cluster of light. Here are 100 spirit gathering pills, a token of gratitude for helping Sheer in the secret realm. Thank you. Yigu accepted them readily and said seriously, don't worry, Palace Master Long. Since I've accepted your gift, I certainly won't tell anyone that you're too shy to even ring a doorbell. You stop making things up. I am not shy. Lung Yuning was flustered. Yes, I believe you. Yigu nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, in a tea house in Wanjian City, Chu Wanhe and Yi Shangxiong had been sitting all day. Earlier that morning, He Liao had informed them that Yigu and his group had gone to the magical amusement park. They thought it was a perfect opportunity for an assassination. However, no further news had come since then. Chu Wanhe's hand trembled slightly, cracking the teacup he was holding. Young Master Yi, are you sure the lookout positions you provided were correct? Absolutely. Yi Shangxiong frowned, sensing the assassination had likely failed. Chu Wanhe downed his tea in one gulp and slammed the cup down. It seems we don't need to wait any longer. The mission has failed. Although Chu Wanhe assured himself that professional assassins would end their own lives if they failed, an ominous feeling lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. In the dark dungeon of the Yi family, flickering green torches cast an eerie hue over the damp air. Yi Ji's silhouette appeared at the end of the dungeon corridor, accompanied by a tall jailer. Young master, we're here. The jailer opened a cell that reeked of decay. Dozens of black iron chains bound He Liao to the wall, his face marked with fresh branding scars. Upon regaining consciousness, He Liao immediately tried to channel his soul power to activate the toxins within him, but each attempt made the marks on his face burn like fire, causing excruciating pain. Don't waste your energy, Yigu approached and said. Do you know why we only use green torches here? These nether flames, combined with the prisoner markings on your face, can suppress anyone's soul power. Even a master at the Shura level would be no different from an ordinary person in here. I won't say a single word, He Liao responded hoarsely. Tough guy. Seems like you have the professional ethics of an assassin, Yigu remarked, gripping He Liao's face. No matter. I'll speak directly with your mind. Lingling, it's your turn. I'll get you something nice to eat later. Yigu rubbed his cheek against the white blood spirit on his shoulder. The little cat rolled its eyes. You only think of me at times like this? Despite her grumbling, she cast a blood spirit illusion. Under the illusion's influence, He Liao's pupils dilated, tears streamed down his face, and his expression became increasingly hysterical as he let out anguished screams. 15 minutes later, he confessed everything in a daze. So, it was Chu Wanhe and Yi Shangxiong colluding, Yigu said calmly. Once He Liao fell unconscious again, he turned to the jailer. Did you record everything? Yes, the jailer confirmed. After watching the interrogation footage, Yi Quan remained silent for a long time. Yi Xiao and Zhou Yuqing exchanged a look. I never expected Shangxiong to do something so foolish in the end. Yi Quan sighed, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. Why didn't you report his betrayal during the birthday feast? Yi Quan asked Yigu. Yigu explained that at the time, Yi Shangxiong had already destroyed the evidence, and reporting it rashly would only exacerbate internal conflicts within the family. He elaborated on the complex relationships among the various branches of the Yi family, and why he chose to wait for the right moment. Yi Quan nodded in approval. It's rare to see such foresight in you. But you could have told your grandfather privately. I know Grandpa cares for me the most. Yigu smiled innocently, but I believed you had already noticed and would investigate quietly. As long as you were aware, that was enough. Yi Quan gazed at the moonlit window, lost in thought. Yi Xiao asked how to handle the situation, and Yi Quan simply said, you are the head of the family. Do what needs to be done. The Yi family has always had one stance on traitors. 3 days later, Yi Shangxiong's entire branch, including all his close associates, vanished from the Yi family. Yi Shangxing narrowly escaped disaster because he wasn't at the Yi family estate at the time. At this moment, he was curled up in the corner of a dingy rented room in Yazan City, where he'd been hiding for several days. The room was dimly lit, and Yi Shangxing's haggard face was deathly pale. His lips tinged an unnatural purple. His hands clutched his hair tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Those assassins had ultimately fallen into Yega's hands. The thought made him grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Chu Wanhe, you idiot! Didn't you say they were professional killers who would commit suicide if they failed? He knew all too well that once exposed, the Yi family would never spare a traitor. The demonized mutant families had zero tolerance for betrayal, and he didn't even dare to think about going back to beg his grandfather for mercy. At this moment, not only was he uneasy in Yi City, but even in Yazan City, he couldn't sit still. Yi Xiao would definitely send assassins to eliminate him. That man was ruthless. Every nightfall, he would shiver involuntarily, as if something in the darkness outside the window was always watching him. He didn't dare to go to the War Academy either. With his barely passing grades, Principal Lanmi wouldn't protect him. He didn't dare to touch the money in his personal account for fear of being tracked by the Yi family. This shabby rental room was taken from a civilian couple he had killed. Days of hiding without seeing daylight had left Yi Shangxing almost without water, unshaven, and in tattered clothes, far from the dashing young nobleman he once was. Cold sweat constantly broke out on his forehead, and he frequently experienced hallucinations, his mental state nearing collapse. Why has my mental strength deteriorated so much? He rubbed his temples fiercely, biting his lip to force himself to stay calm. Continuing to hide here was a dead end. He had to come up with a plan. Seek refuge with Duke Wang En? Impossible. Now that he had lost his value, he'd be lucky not to be silenced. Turn to the Chu family? Chu Wanhe was already in trouble himself. After much consideration, Fleeing Qin was his only option. If he could escape to the neutral territory of the other races, he might have a slim chance of survival. But before leaving, a vicious glint flashed in Yishengxing's eye. She had to kill Yega. Meanwhile, Yega was receiving personal guidance from Principal Lanmi. This always smiling and beautiful principal was actually a relentless drill master. She had arranged a training schedule for Yega that was nearly 20 times more intense than before, covering all extraordinary professions: martial arts, archery, mechanics, magic, psionics, cultivation, beast mastery, support, mutation, and ghost control. From theory to practice without missing a beat. The rigorous training quickly showed results. In just a few days, Yega had broken through from the 7th level of the Xuan realm to the 8th. Lanmi gently patted his cheek and smiled. Little Yega, it seems you have many secrets that your teachers don't know about. It's all thanks to the supreme chi gathering pills you gave me. Yega tried to brush it off. Lanmi rolled her eyes at him. Don't give me that. Even if you took 10 supreme chi gathering pills and their effect stacked, it wouldn't be possible. But I won't press you on it. She smiled warmly. How's your grasp of the tier 3 spell, Flame Burst, that I taught you yesterday? Basically mastered. Lanmi's eyes lit up, and she snapped her fingers. 3 Tian realm combat puppets slowly rose from the ground. Here's a test for you. Lanmi smiled warmly and said, you are allowed to use one skill only. You need to take down all 3 Tian level combat dolls. If you succeed, I promise to grant you one request, anything within my power. Yiga didn't show much interest in the reward his teacher promised. His mind was already racing, analyzing the difficult task ahead. Defeat 3 Tian level dolls with just one skill. He murmured to himself, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his leg. The most straightforward solution came to mind: gather the dolls together and use Flame Burst's explosive radius to take them all out at once. Flame Burst, an advanced version of Fireball, usually requires a D-level mage to cast. Given his current Shin level 8 tier strength, using this skill would undoubtedly mean casting beyond his level. In the Imperial War Academy, where geniuses gather, casting beyond one's level is considered a hallmark of talent, and core inner disciples see it as a fundamental skill. However, the cost of casting beyond one's level is significant. Not only is the power greatly reduced, but the MP consumption also increases exponentially. Because of this, most geniuses, even if they master this ability, rarely use it in actual combat. It serves more as a testament to their prowess. The dilemma now is that Yigu must not only cast beyond his level, but also span 2 major realms and simultaneously take out 3 Tian level dolls. After a moment of deep thought, he seemed to grasp the key to the problem and looked up. All right, I understand. Let's do this. Not so fast, Lanmi said, narrowing her eyes with a mischievous smile. I haven't finished yet. I only mentioned the reward, not the punishment. If you win, I'll give you the reward. But if you fail, you'll get 100 spanks from me. Yigu was stunned. What? Yigu looked troubled. Teacher, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Oh, don't worry about it, Lanmi said seriously. I promise I'll be gentle. I won't hit hard. Even if it's not hard, it's still embarrassing for a 10-year-old boy to get spanked. Yigu took a deep breath. All right, I'll try. In the training ground, the joints of 3 celestial combat mannequins creaked, and their eyes suddenly glowed red, locking onto Yigu as their target. Lanmi gracefully floated to the corner sofa, tapped her fingers lightly, and smiled. Let's begin. The 3 mannequins launched their attack instantly. Yigu remained still, calmly observing their movements. Their speed was astonishing, and their attack angles varied, making it impossible to eliminate them all at once with a fire blast. One mannequin suddenly leaped in front of Yigu, delivering a fierce downward kick aimed at his face. Yigu swiftly sidestepped, dodging the blow that shattered the floor. At that moment, a scorching fireball came at him from the side. Yigu quickly ducked, and the fireball grazed over his head. There's even a mage-type mannequin? Yigu frowned. This was completely unexpected. Warrior-type mannequins were standard at the academy and relatively cheap, but he hadn't anticipated such a diverse array of opponents. To his surprise, the 3rd mannequina gunner raised a large-caliber rifle and fired at Yigu in rapid succession. Bullets sparked against the ground as Yigu dodged continuously. Warrior, mage, and gunner. The 3 professions formed a perfect attack chain. Their coordination was seamless, far surpassing the intelligence of ordinary mannequins. Glancing at Lanmi on the sofa, Yigu noticed several faint blue threads of soul energy extending from her fingers. She was controlling them. Teacher, that's so unfair. You're cheating. Yigu protested. How is it cheating? I never said these were AI-controlled. Lanmi blinked her beautiful eyes. You can give up if you want, but there will be a tiny little punishment. Resigned, Yigu continued to face the increasingly fierce onslaught. After careful observation, he noticed that the mage's casting interval was about 5 seconds, and the gunner was using an Imperial Enforcer Standard M79 rifle with a 20-round magazine, taking 3.5 seconds to reload. Seizing the opportunity, Yigu suddenly leaped and maneuvered behind the gunner. He gathered a ball of black flame in his palm and struck the mannequin's back. But instead of exploding, the fireball rolled forward like a giant wheel, pushing the gunner ahead. The ball swelled in size, eventually forming a massive black fireball that engulfed the gunner and barreled towards the other two mannequins. Lanmi finally understood Yi Ji's intention upon seeing the scene. He aimed to hit all targets in one strike, like bowling. But that was no easy feat. With a slight smile, Lanmi moved her delicate fingers, and two combat puppets immediately leaped in different directions, dodging the incoming dark fireball. The explosion radius of this ordinary fireball spell was much smaller compared to a flame burst spell. Even a flame burst couldn't cover such a wide area. Yigu, you lost. Lanmi was about to say when suddenly, there was a loud boom. The black fireball sent the marksman puppet flying several meters before exploding violently between the other two puppets. From the massive black fireball, hundreds of red fire pellets scattered like fireworks. As soon as these pellets approached the remaining two combat puppets, they triggered secondary explosions. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of the chain explosions, Lanmi watched in shock. The core of that dark fireball had concealed a flame burst spell. Through multiple explosions and splashes, the combination spell's impact range extended to nearly 200 square meters. A puppet's head, blasted away, rolled to Lanmi's feet, its steel surface dented and scorched. These were heaven-tier puppets. Though they lacked intelligence, their attributes matched the average levels of their respective professions. All three puppets within the blast radius were shattered to pieces. Even the warrior puppet with the highest defense was left with only a broken shell. Teacher, does this count as a successful challenge? Yigu asked, exhaling and smiling. Lanmi gazed deeply at him. This power is enough to kill a heaven-tier transcendent. Did you create this spell yourself? Yes, because a simple flame burst couldn't find the right attack angle. I came up with this idea on the spot. On the spot. Lanmi pondered. This child indeed had a talent for innovative magic, but how could he stabilize the fusion of two different energies? Such attempts were highly risky and could easily backfire. I'll consider it completed, Lanmi said with a gentle smile. But you also cheated. The original task only allowed the use of flame burst, so I've decided to give you both a punishment and a reward. It wasn't until nightfall that Yigu left the War Academy, muttering about how even a 300-year-old apocalypse-tier master could play tricks on students. He decided not to use his reward immediately, planning to save it for when he truly needed it. Moonlight bathed the city-state as Yigu walked alone along a quiet path. He was heading to the small shop where he had previously met with Yuli, as she mentioned having new potion research to share. Stray cats, dogs, and nocturnal birds occasionally approached him, thanks to his exceptional affinity with animals as a beastmaster. Suddenly, a suffocating dark aura, laden with intense killing intent, surged from a distant, dark alley. All the animals scattered in a panic. Yiga calmly turned to see a man emerging from the shadows. Yi Shengxiong. His face was twisted with rage, eyes gleaming with hatred, and he unleashed his demonic energy without restraint, glaring at Yigu like a vengeful wolf. Yigu didn't show any surprise when he saw Yi Shengxiong. Under the moonlight, Yi Shengxiong's figure looked particularly haggard, with strands of gray already appearing in his hair. His eyes, more than ever, held a crazed and menacing glint. The demonic aura emanating from him clearly told Yigu that this man had jumped directly from Earthrealm Stage 1 to Earthrealm Stage 3. Seems like you've used the blood sacrifice technique? Yigu said with a faint smile. This method, which involves burning one's lifespan for a chance to break through, is not uncommon among cultivators. Typically, after breaking through to the 100 Souls realm, a transcendent's lifespan significantly increases, and their aging slows down with each level they advance. However, when faced with a bottleneck, many choose to gamble with the blood sacrifice. For someone as young as Yi Shengxiong to resort to such means, it was clear he was desperate. Yigu, today is the day you die. Yi Shengxiong roared, black demonic aura surging from his body. Last time you caught me off guard, but this time, you're doomed. Before he finished speaking, he charged like a mad beast, the demonic energy in his palm forming a massive ghostly claw, brimming with murderous intent. Yigu casually activated the shadow step, his figure seemingly shifting instantly, effortlessly dodging the attack and reappearing behind Yi Shengxiong. As Yi Shengxiong turned in shock, he was met with a resounding slap. Smack! Yi Shengxiong was sent flying, crashing into a nearby utility pole, snapping it in half. Yigu glanced around, confirming that Yi Shengxiong was alone and that no shadows had triggered any alerts. Weren't you just at Mystic Realm Stage 2 before? How could you possibly reach Mystic Realm Stage 8 so quickly? Yi Shengxiong struggled to his feet, questioning in disbelief. Yigu, take a guess. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yi Shengxiong launched another attack. Yigu merely raised a finger, and a bolt of black lightning struck Yi Shengxiong's thigh. Several more bolts followed, shattering all the joints in his body. The alley echoed with his cries of agony. As Ego contemplated how to merge the black lightning strike with the dark fireball technique, he calmly said, "If you hadn't come to me, you might have lived a few more months. I never even considered you a threat, didn't even bother sending assassins after you." Yi Shengxiong's face twitched with regret. As Ego turned to leave, he summoned Ling to handle the aftermath. Amid Yi Shengxiong's final screams, everything returned to silence. Meanwhile, the lord of Wanjian City, Chu Wanhe, had not slept for days. Since receiving the news of Yi Shengxiong's annihilation, he had been in a state of anxiety and tension. Although the exact reasons were still unclear, he had an unsettling suspicion that the Yi family might have discovered Yi Shengxiong's betrayal, possibly linked to the assassins he had sent. Even though he kept reassuring himself that Yi Shengxiong might have been exposed for other reasons, the ominous premonition lingered, refusing to dissipate. Chu Wanhe sat at his desk, his mind consumed by the matter at hand. In the room, his wife clung tightly to a photo of Chu Ruohua, their son, tears streaming down her face. Since their son's death, she had been crying incessantly. "How much longer are you going to wait?" She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes red with anger. "When will you kill that bastard who took our son's life? Since the last failed assassination attempt, you haven't done anything. Do you even care about avenging our son?" Chu Wanhe rubbed his temples, trying to suppress his irritation. "Not now. After the failed attempt, Yishao will be on high alert, and Night City's defenses will be tighter. Acting now would be too risky. Any mistake could lead them right to us. Then do it in Yazan City." His wife spat through gritted teeth. "He's not always in Night City. Doesn't that little demon go to school at the Yazan City War Academy?" "No." Chu Wanhe immediately rejected the idea. "He's a personal student of Lan Mi, the headmaster of the Imperial War Academy. Making a move near the academy not only reduces our chances of success, but also risks offending one of the top 10 human warriors. You're always making excuses. How long are you going to drag this out?" His wife fumed. "It's just a minor demon in the Xin realm. What's so complicated about killing him?" Chu Wanhe didn't respond. His marriage to his wife was a political alliance. She had royal blood and was a distant relative of the current emperor. Her pampered upbringing had made her domineering, and once she got angry, she didn't consider the consequences. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in. "Lord Chu, urgent news. It appears Mr. Blackfang and his team are not dead. Night City publicly executed several assassins who tried to kill Yi Gu today, and they were identified as Blackfang's men." Chu Wanhe's pupils contracted, and his face turned pale, aging him a decade in an instant. He waved his hand to dismiss the subordinate, ignoring his wife's taunts entirely. He knew deep down that if Blackfang and his team were captured alive, they must have confessed. If Yi Shengxiong was exposed, then his wife continued her tirade. "Forget it. I won't count on you, you coward. I'll contact my sister in the capital to hire assassins. That brat takes a carriage back to Night City every weekend. We'll strike then. Hey, give me all the information you've gathered, including that old steward's." Smack. A loud slap interrupted her words. Chu Wanhe's fury erupted as he slapped his wife across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the room. "You brainless idiot." His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was hoarse. "When will it end? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. You have no idea how serious this is." He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "Have you ever been a city lord? Fought in a war? How many times have you dealt with the treachery among the nobles of the empire? You've never even been a minor leader. You lack experience, knowledge, ability, and achievements, yet you constantly criticize me with your limited understanding." Chu Wanhe's face twisted with rage. "Do you really think Wanjian City is like this because of you? Reading too many online fantasy novels made you think your little brain is enough? You have no clue what this world is really like. If I had followed your advice, Wanjian City would have been swallowed up by other nobles long ago. I've tolerated you for too long, you brainless fool." His wife stood in shock, her trembling fingers gently touching her now swollen cheek. She stared at her husband in disbelief. You dare to hit me?" For years, she had been the dominant one in their relationship, and her husband had always given in to her. She had never imagined that Chu Wanhe would resort to such violence. With a sharp clang, Chu Wanhe drew the sword from his waist, his expression terrifyingly fierce. "Hit you? I could kill you. Do you believe me?" His wife shuddered, suddenly feeling weak. She looked fearfully at the man she barely recognized, sensing that something was terribly wrong and fearing he might do something drastic in his rage. What's wrong with you?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "What happened? Why?" At that moment, a subordinate rushed in. "City Lord, a letter for you. It's from Viscount Night Owl." Chu Wanhe's body visibly trembled. "Give it to me." "Yes, sir." The subordinate handed over the letter and quickly left. Chu Wanhe nervously picked up the letter, staring at the black and red wax seal. The seal bore the emblem of a half-to-month crest of the Knight family, the Empire's largest clan of genetically mutated beings. He paused, gritting his teeth, and reluctantly broke the seal. Chu Wanhe was well aware that in this era of rapid information exchange, nobles rarely used such formal letters unless it was a matter of great importance. His fingers trembled slightly, as if he already had a premonition, but he still forced himself to open the envelope. The letter contained only one line. Do you want the price, or the war? It was signed Night Owl. Chu Wanhe's face instantly turned pale, and he staggered before collapsing heavily into the chair behind him. The letter slipped from his limp fingers. What's wrong? His wife asked anxiously. See for yourself, Chu Wanhe replied, his lips white and his voice hoarse. His wife picked up the letter and asked in confusion, what does this mean? Isn't it obvious? Chu Wanhe's face seemed to age 10 years in an instant. The Night Owl has found out that we sent someone to assassinate his son. He's forcing us to choose either we pay the price, or we go to war with the Yi family. Would they really dare declare war on us openly? His wife frowned. The rules among nobles are different from those of commoners, Chu Wanhe explained solemnly. As long as they have solid evidence, all the consequences will fall on us, and they won't bear any responsibility. Then let's fight, his wife said dismissively. You're a count. Are you afraid of a mere viscount? Fight. Chu Wanhe broke out in a cold sweat. If we go to war with a demonized family, we wouldn't last 3 days even if we gave it our all. Just then, Chu Wanhe's communication watch suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Lanmi, the principal of the War Academy. In the holographic projection, Lanmi lounged lazily in her office chair, her legs clad in stockings crossed, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Mayor Chu, long time no see. Principal Lan, what can I do for you? Oh, nothing major, Lanmi said, munching on a snack. I just noticed some discrepancies in the Soul Crystal export records from Yazan City over the past few years. We're talking billions. I've already handed the data over to the royal family and the enforcers. After the call ended, the room fell into a deathly silence. Chu Wanhe slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant. When he had planned the assassination, he had never imagined it would come to this. Now he faced not only the Yi family's retaliation, but also had no way to seek help from the royal family. What should we do? His wife asked in a panic. Chu Wanhe stood up, his expression grave. I'm going to see Duke Wang In right now. Is this the potion you created? Yigo asked, holding an oval-shaped vial, examining the shimmering deep purple liquid inside. Yes, Yuli replied, her head bowed, letting her silver hair hide her slightly anxious eyes. She clutched her dress nervously. This potion had taken her an entire week to perfect. Although it had proven successful on lab mice, she couldn't help but feel nervous presenting it to her mentor and childhood friend. Have you tested it? Yigu inquired. Yes, Yuli reported in detail. The tests on lab mice met all your expectations. It's a first-tier scouting awakening potion, with a 50 chance of awakening scouting abilities upon consumption. The white quality abilities have about a 40 chance, blue quality around 30, and the higher the quality, the lower the probability. However, it hasn't been tested on humans yet. That's enough, Yigu said with a confident smile. You're a genius at your craft. I have complete faith in your abilities. This potion will surely work on humans as well. I trust my childhood friend implicitly. Hearing this, Yuli felt her head spin slightly. The thought of, Yigu trusts me, swirling in her mind. And stop calling me young master. And drop the formalities, Yigu added. Just call me Xiaoyi, like Shui does. I can't, Yuli said, blushing. After some discussion, they decided that in private, she would call him brother, and in public, she could address him however she felt comfortable. Yigu took some food from his inventory and invited Yuli to join him for a meal. Though she initially declined out of humility, she eventually sat down at Yiji's insistence. During their meal, Yigu noticed Yuli was wearing new clothes and learned they were a gift from Shui, marveling at Shui's nurturing nature. After their late-night meal, Yigu reminded her, although the scouting potion is ready, you shouldn't use it just yet. Most people can only have one type of ability in their lifetime, so this choice is crucial. Wait until we develop a potion more suited to you. Okay, Yuli agreed, albeit with some regret, noting that developing a new potion might take a long time. I don't think it will, Yigu said, placing a new blueprint in front of her. This is the formula and detailed process for a second-tier ability awakening potion. Yuli stared at the blueprint in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Yuli stared blankly at the potion recipe in front of her, her mind filled with confusion. It had taken her nearly a week to complete the first-level potion, and yet Yega had already presented her with the formula for the second level. The speed was simply overwhelming. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this recipe? Yega noticed her expression and asked. No, it's not that. Yuli shook her head. You said the first-level recipe was something you had just developed recently, but this? Yes, Yega nodded. I just came up with this new recipe in the past few days. Seeing Yuli's shocked expression, he added with feigned innocence, isn't this kind of thing supposed to be as easy as making up an essay for language class? Meanwhile, at the Duke's mansion, Duke Wang In was already aware of Chu Wanha's purpose for this visit. He sighed and shook his head. You're putting yourself in a dangerous position. I thought only a wastrel like Yi Shengxiong would make such a mistake, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless. Chu Wanha, pale and desperate, pleaded, Duke, please help me. I'm afraid I can't help you. Duke Wang In walked to the window and gazed at the dazzling night outside. However, I can help you delay the capital and the enforcer's investigation into the Soul Crystal smuggling case. He turned to face Chu Wanha directly. The second emperor has always wanted to eradicate the Yi family, but lacked the opportunity. I've discussed this with His Majesty. If you can use this chance to eliminate the Yi family, the emperor might overlook your past mistakes. Chu Wanha calculated in his mind. Even without considering the Yi family's elder, Yi Quan, their chances in Wanjian City were less than 10%. Clearly, the emperor just wanted to use them to probe the Yi family's strength. I hope the Duke can lend me some extraordinary warriors, Chu Wanha tentatively asked. Lend? Duke Wang In cast a disdainful glance at him. Do you even deserve it? Chu Wanha remained silent. As he left the Duke's mansion, he took a deep breath, his expression grave. It seemed he had no choice but to use the last trump card his father had left for Wanjian City. When Yega returned to the demon realm, the sight before him was astonishing. The area had expanded to more than 3 times the size of the original Black Abyss secret realm, filled with vibrant demonic plants. In the center of the black-purple forest, the demon realm tree stood 1,000 meters tall, reaching into the swirling vortex of the Black Abyss well. Suddenly, several ghostly figures floated out from the dark forest. Yega became alert, but these female half-spirits merely bowed to him respectfully before leaving in an orderly manner. Honko appeared at the right moment, dressed in a black and red gown, her fiery red hair cascading down to her waist. She could now walk like a normal person. She explained to Yega that these were demon spirits, the lowest tier of demonic beings created by the demon realm tree, primarily responsible for gathering spiritual resources. All the demonic territories I've seen before were decaying lands with severe demonic pollution. Why is this place different? Yega asked. Honko smiled. The seed was activated by your blood, so it naturally inherited your will. Something that appears dark on the surface can contain entirely different substances within. Darkness doesn't necessarily bring pollution and harm. Yigu nodded in agreement. So, how long until demon warriors can be bred? Very soon, Honko replied, closing her heterochromatic eyes for a moment to sense the surroundings. Please follow me, master. They walked through the forest and arrived at a massive tree with red demonic markings. This giant tree, nurtured by the demon realm, had grown to over 50 meters tall in just a few days. Its branches were laden with black, heart-like fruits that pulsed rhythmically. As they spoke, one of the black fruits fell from the tree, and its shell cracked open. From the pulp emerged a creature the size of an adult medium-sized dog. Covered in fur that resembled black smoke, it had a form somewhere between a lion, tiger, and bear. Though its eyes were not fully open yet, it already had a pair of sharp fangs as long as human fingers. This is a first-tier demon fang beast, Honko explained. It's still in its juvenile stage, but it will mature in about a day. Currently, the demon realm tree has 306 soul points. Without considering other demon realm creatures, it can produce 306 of these demon fang beasts. She paused. Master, will you be needing these demon warriors soon? Yigu remained silent for a moment before nodding lightly. Yes, I might. Back at the Yi residence, Yigu lay on his bed, resting while teasing by Shuling with a cat toy and some milk. The little spirit cat kept trying to snatch the milk from his left hand, but was always thwarted by the cat toy in his right hand, forced to endure a belly rub. Just then, his watch beeped twice. Come in, Yigu said calmly. A small figure climbed in through the window. It was Song Jia. Hello, boss, he said with a sheepish grin, tugging at his backpack. Why climb through the window when there's a perfectly good door? If I hadn't given prior notice, you might have been mistaken for a thief, Yigu said, exasperated. Force of habit, Song Jia said, scratching his head awkwardly before turning serious. I have important information. Wanjian City is mobilizing its army, even recalling extraordinary warriors stationed at resource points in various ethnic regions. After learning that the intel came from scavengers and adventurers, Yigu silently admired the early talents of this future renowned intelligence broker. Song Jia continued, reporting that he had found a group of wild drifters tainted by demonic energy who were willing to fight for their lives. The two discussed the characteristics of these people, and Yigu elaborated on the saying that harsh environments breed tough individuals. Although the young Song Jia looked puzzled, he was clearly affected by the conversation. Finally, Yigu handed Song Jia a black ID card and a bottle of purple demonic potion. This is your identification for Yi City, proving you're part of the Yi family. This potion will help you awaken reconnaissance abilities and become an extraordinary individual. Potion? Song Jie exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide open. It can awaken superpowers? How is that possible? When I was tested at the Demon Hunter Guild, it clearly showed I had no talent for superpowers. Drink this potion, and you'll gain superpowers, Yi Gu said calmly. However, what grade of power you awaken depends on your luck. Since Song Jie had already signed a soul contract to become his employee, betrayal was not a concern. Overjoyed, Song Jie accepted the potion and praised enthusiastically, "Boss, you're so generous. I wish you good health, wealth, and many beautiful wives." With that, he turned to leave through the window. "Wait," Yi Gu called out. "Gray smoke, come out." As soon as he spoke, a tall man with a face full of burned scars and dressed in black appeared from the shadows. Song Jie was startled by the sudden appearance. Whoa! Gray Smoke was the most skilled in intelligence gathering among the shadow troops. Although not the best fighter, his reconnaissance abilities were unmatched. However, his lack of social skills meant he wasn't as connected as Song Jie. Your current reconnaissance, exploration, and escape skills are still quite rough, Yi Gu introduced. This man will be your mentor. He will train you to become a true reconnaissance expert. You're really going to train me? Song Jie scratched his head with a grin. I thought you were just joking before. I need you to help me weave a vast intelligence network across this land in the coming years. You think I can do it? You absolutely can, Yi Gu smiled. Because I know your future. Song Jie paused, then solemnly said, with your trust, I will do my utmost. Yi Gu turned to Gray Smoke. There's an opportunity now. Take Song Jie with you to investigate Wanjian City and find out their specifics and hidden cards. Yes, master, Gray Smoke responded respectfully. After they left, a white spirit cat on the cabinet watched Yi Gu intently. As the former empress of the spirit demon clan, she noticed something unique about this young demonic human that she couldn't quite put her finger on. When Yi Gu turned to look at her, the white spirit cat quickly pretended to sleep. But Yi Gu called softly, Lingling, come here. Meow, the little spirit cat acted aloof. Don't be so haughty. I know you've been spying on me for a while. Meow. Who's spying on you? The little spirit cat meowed indignantly. But when Yi Gu took out a bottle of colorful cow's milk and shook it, she couldn't help but swallow. It smells so good. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Yuqing peeked in. Xiao Yi Gu, are you asleep? Grandpa is at the cemetery behind the manor and wants you to come over. Yi Gu went to the cemetery at the back of the manor, where not only the Yi family members were buried, but also all the warriors who had sacrificed their lives for the family. Yi Quan was standing alone in front of a towering black monument, gazing at the densely inscribed names. These are the names of the extraordinary warriors who died fighting the alien demon tides on the battlefield of 10,000 races with the late emperor, Yi Quan explained. Back then, I was very close to the late emperor, one of his first ministers. When we were young, we even used to pee by the river together. Seeing Yi Ji's thoughtful expression, Yi Quan continued, to be honest, the only person I've admired in my life is the late emperor. He achieved what no one before him could. Many higher-ranked races are still divided into several factions internally, but our human race achieved unity, which is why our ranking jumped from beyond 500 to 93. But why? Yi Gu hesitated. You want to ask, if our Yi family were founding heroes, why is our position in the empire so difficult? Yi Quan sighed. It's because the late emperor is gone. The royal family's politics are far more complicated than the internal issues of noble families like ours. Although you often act naive, I know you're quite mature and understand what I mean. Yi Gu stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Yi Quan's gaze grew deep as he continued. The late emperor was indeed an extraordinary figure. With his level of cultivation, he could have lived much longer and maintained his throne through sheer strength. In the history of the human race, only 3 individuals have ever reached the Shanglin realm, and the late emperor was one of them. But he knew that relying solely on Shanglin realm power was not enough to contend with the formidable myriad races. Yi Quan turned to Yi Gu, his tone becoming serious. You are still young and have yet to see many powerful races. Their strength is not only superior, but their civilizations are far more advanced than ours. This is why the late emperor chose to perform the blood sacrifice to attempt to break through to the sole emperor realm. So, it seems the blood sacrifice failed? Yi Gu asked softly. Yes, Yi Quan's eyes flickered with sadness. On his deathbed, the late emperor made me promise to protect the human race and the empire. That's why, even though the empire now secretly hinders our Yi family, I have no choice but to turn a blind eye. Yi Gu fell silent. This part of the storyline was never mentioned in the game's original main plot. Perhaps his crossing over had prompted the world's will to fill in these gaps. But none of that mattered now. Since he was in this world, he had to treat it as a real existence. Yi Quan continued with a sigh. The empire may have wronged me, but I have never wronged the Empire. People often say that humans only unite in the face of extinction, but the truth is, even then, some will choose to surrender and survive, while others will choose to fight to the death. Yi Gu nodded vigorously in agreement. Yi Quan went on. The late emperor founded the empire and gathered the strength of the human race, but it all depended on him. He passed away too early, leaving many unfinished tasks, and the second emperor clearly cannot carry on his legacy. However, I believe that someone in the future will be able to accomplish what he could not. At this point, Yi Quan looked meaningfully at Yi Gu. Although I promised the late emperor to protect the empire, that was my promise. When it comes to your generation, I hope you can make your own judgments. The conversation then shifted to a more pressing matter. Yi Quan inquired about why Chu Wanhe had sent Shura realm assassins to kill Yi Gu. After hearing the details, Yi Quan insisted that Yi Gu must resolve the issue himself and shared his own experiences of competing for the family head position in his youth to motivate his grandson. After Yi Gu left, Yi Shao emerged from the shadows, expressing concern about the test. Only then did Yi Quan reveal the truth. It was merely to encourage Yi Gu to face challenges bravely. Even if he lost to Chu Wanhe, it wouldn't be disgraceful. On the contrary, causing some damage to Chu Wanhe would add leverage for Yi Ji's future bid for the family head position. Finally, Yi Quan sternly kicked his son and ordered him to secretly ensure Yi Ji's safety, leaving Yi Shao both amused and exasperated. Yi Gu returned to his bedroom, and Ling's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Master, how do you plan to deal with this? Ling asked in a low voice. The Lord of Wanjian City, Chu Wanhe, is a third-stage Azura swordmaster with thousands of extraordinary warriors under his command. Without leveraging the family's power, we stand little chance of victory. A faint smile played on Yi Ji's lips. Grandfather has indeed given me quite the challenge this time. In a game, this would be a hell-level difficulty. Ling observed Yi Ji's expression. Despite his words about the trouble ahead, his demeanor exuded confidence. Ling, Yi Gu asked, if you were to face Chu Wanhe on Yanon, what are your chances of winning? Ling pondered for a moment. Although I am only a first-stage Azura, Chu Wanhe is at the third stage. However, in a fair duel, I am confident I can win. But the battlefield is never fair, and as the city lord, Chu Wanhe surely has numerous protective artifacts. Yi Gu nodded in agreement. In this world, the boost from equipment is crucial. Between opponents of the same level, the gap between one fully equipped with height ear gear and another with basic gear is significant. He recalled his past life as a common player. Even with the 10th rank in the global server, using a blue wooden stick against the top player only managed to deplete a tenth of the opponent's health after a 300-hit combo. Yi Gu calculated silently. His shadow unit consisted of 103 members, with Ling being the only Azura. The rest were all myriad forms realm experts. Additionally, he had a trump card, a combat doll named Iron Fist Ghost Arm from a lucky blind box, although it could only be used once. Ling, have you ever heard of Sun Tzu? Yi Gu suddenly asked. Ling shook his head in confusion. Yi Gu chuckled. In another realm, a man named Sun Tzu taught everyone to fight cunningly and without honor. Ling was even more puzzled, unable to understand why having a grandson would turn people into cunning fighters. Could it be the manifestation of some deity? Meanwhile, in Wanjian City, you say the Yi family's boy claims he'll deal with me alone? Chu Wanhe's face darkened. What arrogance! A trusted aide knelt down and analyzed. My lord, this is likely a ploy by Yi Shao to gild his son. On the surface, it seems Yi Gu is challenging you alone, but in reality, there will surely be elite troops supporting him, possibly even multiple Azura masters and strategists. Chu Wanhe nodded in agreement. If they truly believed their opponent was just Yi Gu, they would fall into a trap. At that moment, a swordsman hurried into the hall and knelt to report, My lord, the swordsmen are ready. The 13 golden swordmasters have already rushed back to Wanjian City overnight, and 300 elite swordbearers are standing by within the city, awaiting the city lord's orders. Chu Wanhe nodded in satisfaction, then led a few trusted aides to the secret chamber of the Chu family. Standing before the heavy stone door, Chu Wanhe's expression was grave, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. One of his aides asked in a low voice, Master, are we really going to break the seal on that thing? Chu Wanhe replied, his face pale. What other choice do we have? Our opponent is the Yi family. In a fair fight, we stand no chance. The aide fell silent. With a rumbling sound, the stone door of the secret chamber slowly opened. The chamber itself was not large, and in the center stood a stone pedestal with a jet-black sword embedded in it. The blade was wider than a palm and emitted swirling black smoke. A faint image of a coiled black dragon could be seen on the hilt. Half of the sword was deeply embedded in the pedestal, while the other half was tightly bound by several rune-inscribed iron chains. The demon sword, Dark Soul Ghost Dragon, Chu Wanhe murmured, his expression growing even more somber. The aides standing behind him could feel the overwhelming malevolent energy emanating from the sword, their faces turning ashen. Chu Wanhe hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. This sword was a relic of his father's, discovered by chance in the underground battlefield of the 10,000 races. As the last trump card of Wanjian City, even the Empire was unaware of its existence. The Dark Soul Ghost Dragon was a demonic sword of golden quality, with the soul of an evil dragon sealed within it. It was a weapon with a true spirit. This arrogant dragon never submitted easily, and to this day, no one had been able to truly wield it. Even a powerful Shura realm warrior like Chu Wanhe would have to pay a heavy price to use this sword, trading 100 years of life for a brief period of use. What was more terrifying was that the wielder could be devoured by the ghost dragon at any moment, turning into a mindless monster. If he weren't at his wit's end, Chu Wanhe would never consider using this demonic sword. One misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Chu Wanhe, his face tense, reached out and grasped the hilt of the demonic sword embedded in the stone platform. In an instant, dark mist started swirling around as unsettling whispers emanated from the blade, like murmurs from the abyss. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and released his grip. Just then, a trusted aide rushed in. "My lord, Princess Longying of the 9th Dynasty is here. Why would a member of the royal family come here?" Chu Wanhe was startled. "Where is she? Make sure she doesn't get near the secret chamber." If the royal family discovered the existence of the demonic sword, the consequences would be dire. "Rest assured, my lord, Princess Longying is waiting in the reception hall." Chu Wanhe finally relaxed a little and left the secret chamber, heading to the reception hall. Despite being only 12 years old, Longying already exuded an extraordinary aura. Her delicate nose, pure eyes, and every gesture radiated nobility and elegance. As the most cherished daughter of the second emperor, she was exceptionally gifted, having reached the heavenly realm at just 12. Even more astonishing, her intelligence and maturity were beyond her years, and she had once captured 100 Souls Realm demon from 100 steps away on the battlefield. At this moment, Longying, dressed in a flowing black robe adorned with dragon patterns, was sipping tea while seated. Her face, as exquisite as a rare gem, bore a calmness that belied her age. 2 imposing Imperial guards stood by her side. "To what do we owe the honor of Princess Longying's visit to Wanjin City?" Chu Wanhe asked with a smile. "My father wishes to know if City Lord Chu is prepared for war with the Yi family." Longying's voice was as clear and melodious as wind chimes. "Well, of course, we are prepared," Chu Wanhe replied, though a hint of hesitation was evident. Clearly, the royal family intended to use this opportunity to gauge the true strength of the Yi family. The Yi family has had many dealings with dark forces in recent years. According to my father, they have clandestine transactions with these dark entities, though concrete evidence has been elusive, Longying continued. "My father said that if you can eliminate the Yi family, your smuggling of soul crystals will be dealt with leniently. The Empire will also refrain from intervening in the conflict between the two families." In the conversation that followed, they discussed rumors that Yi Gu, the young master of the Yi family, intended to handle the matter personally. When it was mentioned that Yi Gu had become the personal disciple of Principal Lanmi, a hint of regret flashed across Longying's face. She had once studied at the War Academy but had not been accepted as a personal disciple by the legendary principal. Several days later, Chu Wanhe, expecting an immediate attack from the Yi family, found that they remained inactive. He had no choice but to stay holed up in Wanjian City, keeping his extraordinary warriors on high alert. Meanwhile, Yi Gu continued his routine at the War Academy. Today, the principal was giving an open lecture, attended only by the Academy's most talented, outstanding, and exceptional students, as well as those ranked as personal disciples. Yi Gu sat in the front row, flanked by Xia Shiyao and Gao Xinxue. These 2 exceptional students were allowed to sit in the front row thanks to the principal's special permission, drawing envious glances from many noble students. The public lecture hadn't officially started yet, and the large classroom was a bit noisy. Yi Gu sat quietly in the front row, focused on writing down formulas for casting abilities in his notebook. Complex strings of characters formed intricate patterns on the paper. Sitting next to him, Xia Xiao rested her chin in her hands, leaning in to observe. While the characters were familiar to any student at the War Academy, their combinations made them as inscrutable as ancient texts. These formulas seemed to be attempts at merging 2 different elemental skills to create a new one. Watching Yi Gu write each symbol, Xia Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the vast difference between them, despite being students of the same academy. Meanwhile, Longying arrived at the back door of the classroom, accompanied by 2 Imperial guards dressed in black. "You 2 wait outside," she instructed calmly. "I don't want to cause too much commotion." After the guards stepped back, she used a disguise spell to alter her appearance before entering the classroom. As a former student of the War Academy, she still retained the privilege of attending the monthly public lectures. Standing at the back, Longying scanned the room and quickly spotted Yi Gu in the front row. "So that's Yi Gu? Not bad looking. But who are those 2 girls with him? Isn't the front row reserved for the headmaster's personal students?" She quietly took a seat in the last row, planning to observe this young prodigy who had been admitted by the legendary headmaster under special circumstances. After a while, Xia Xiao grew bored of watching Yigu write and lay her head on the desk, staring at his profile. She kept shifting her position, sometimes brushing her leg against his, other times nudging his arm with her elbow, trying to get his attention. Finally, Yi Ji's pen accidentally touched her nose. He turned to see Xia Xiao lying on the desk, her bright eyes looking up at him, her face adorably squished. What's up? Nothing, Xia Xiao stuck out her tongue. You keep writing. I'm just lying here, admiring my childhood friend's divine looks. Gao Shenxue also leaned over. Are you working on a new ability?
Yes.
Yi Gu twirled his pen and began to explain the development of abilities for ability users. He talked about his unique replication ability and the elemental fusion experiment he was attempting. As a top student, Gao Shenxue quickly grasped the meaning behind Yi Ji's formulas. The two of them discussed the possibilities of merging lightning and fireball abilities, analyzing the risks and potential solutions. Meanwhile, Xia Xiao felt completely lost, her mind spinning. What are they even talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? After receiving Gao Shenxue's advice, Yeg immediately came up with a few more good ideas. He quickly jotted down the new inspirations in his notebook, planning to try them out later. At that moment, Gao Shenxue took a banana out of her bag, gently peeled it, and offered the tender fruit to Yeg. Ah, she gestured with her lips slightly parted. Yeg blushed instantly and instinctively looked around. There are too many people watching. Let's eat it after class, he whispered. You need to replenish your energy to think clearly, Gao Shenxue said, her calm eyes fixed on him with a gentle but firm tone, like a mother caring for her child. Don't worry, I'll peel it for you. Just keep writing and open your mouth to eat. Yeg felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was a lecture hall that could hold over 300 people, and he was sitting in the front row, as Lanmi's top student, attracting everyone's attention. It was a stark contrast to his days in the corner of a regular classroom. Under Gao Shenxue's insistent gaze, Yeg reluctantly opened his mouth and took a bite of the banana. He could hear whispers behind him and saw people pointing out of the corner of his eye. His toes were practically digging into the floor. Just then, Xia Xiao's eyes lit up, and she whispered into Gao Shenxue's ear, Shuer, do you have any other snacks? Let me feed him too. We'll do it together from both sides. Gao Shenxue handed her an orange. Xia Xiao quickly peeled a segment and cheerfully brought it to Yeg's mouth. Open up. When Yeg hesitated, Xia Xiao immediately put on a pouty face. So you only eat what Shuer feeds you, and not what I feed you. Fine, I get it, there's always a favorite. I'll just go cry under the covers later. Yeg had no choice but to accept the alternating feeding from the two girls. The murmuring behind him grew louder, and his toes had metaphorically dug out a 3-bedroom apartment on the floor. From the back row, Long Ying stood with her arms crossed, puzzled by the scene. At that moment, Lan Mi strode into the classroom in high heels. The room fell silent instantly, with all students respectfully focusing on this legendary figure of the empire. She stepped onto the podium, her lazy, ocean blue eyes scanning the room, quickly noticing Long Ying in the back row. Although she saw through the disguise, she merely smiled and began her lecture. This year's batch of geniuses and prodigies seems larger than usual, Lan Mi remarked, lifting a finger. A piece of chalk floated up and wrote, War of the Races on the blackboard. She began recounting the history of the War of the Races. This war began millions of years ago. With each era, civilizations have fallen, and new races have risen. As students of the War Academy, you've been told since childhood that you are the hope of humanity, the future masters of the battlefield. But war is far more complex than you imagine. It involves strength, strategy, costs, morale, intelligence, and many other factors. Over the long years, the races have divided into 2 major factions. The light faction, led by the gods, including humans, spirits, and demons, and the dark faction, led by the demons, including vampires, nightmares, and night terrors. Additionally, there are neutral races like the insectoids and giants. Although conflicts occasionally occur within the same faction, during large-scale battles, the races still unite. The human race is a relatively young species, with only 300,000 years of history in the vast tapestry of all races. Compared to other species, the establishment of human civilization is even shorter, spanning less than 10,000 years. In the classroom, Lan Mi stood at the podium, her gaze sweeping over the attentive students below. Her voice was clear and firm. Among the myriad races, the top 10 have civilizations that span billions of years. These advanced civilizations not only possess extraordinary weapons and bioarmor technology, but have also survived numerous interspecies wars and cataclysmic events. Their cells have evolved over eons, becoming vastly different from what they once were. In the audience, Yigu listened quietly, while Gao Shenxue and Xia Xiao diligently took notes beside her. However, not everyone in the classroom was as focused. Some of the noble students looked bored, having heard tales of interspecies wars since childhood. The histories of the divine and demonic races are the oldest, said to have existed since the dawn of chaos, Lanmi continued. Although the gods have seldom appeared since their ancient victory over the demons, their majesty still looms over all races. Divine decrees are typically conveyed by the demi-humans and then passed on to other races in the light faction. Those who refuse to submit, the demonic bloodlines, are labeled as the dark races. Just as Lanmi began discussing the importance of strategy and warfare, a loud voice erupted from the fifth row. A confident boy stood up and declared, "Principal, strategy is just a trick of the weak. If you have enough strength, tactics are meaningless. Can an ant, no matter how smart, topple an elephant? I aim to be that elephant." The classroom fell into a stunned silence. There were no expected applause or agreements, only an awkward stillness. The newly admitted student suddenly felt uneasy and lost. In the last row, Longing watched the scene with folded arms and a cold expression. Although the student's position in the fifth row indicated his exceptional talent, his current behavior revealed his immaturity. Lanmi's lips curved slightly as she calmly replied, "You're right, an ant can hardly shake an elephant. But the issue is, no one is born an elephant. As the 93 redranked human race, we must clearly understand that even the gods and demons, who now stand at the pinnacle, were once the weakest beings in the universe. They rose to their divine status through brutal wars among tens of thousands of species billions of years ago." Lanmi looked at the boy with a half-smile, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Her voice was calm yet each word cut like a knife. "The so-called elephant unafraid of ants is just basking in the glory of your predecessors. Extraordinary talent? Superior genes? These are gifts left to you by those who came before. A good family, money, status, power, treasures, and the various elixirs you've consumed since childhood. These external aids are what give you the edge over weaker individuals." She paused, her gaze piercing. "I have just one question for you. Aside from these advantages given by others, what unique accomplishments have you achieved on your own?" The boy was rendered speechless by this confrontation, his face flushed with embarrassment. Long Ying, sitting in the last row of the classroom, listened intently. As the ninth princess, she felt this deeply. Though renowned for her exceptional talent within the royal family, she knew that talent was merely a weapon, and the wielder's wisdom determined success or failure. Without wisdom to match her gifts, she would end up unworthy of her position. In the brutal competition of the royal court, she had witnessed many gifted individuals fall from grace. Some met untimely deaths, others became puppets, and some had their talents stripped away. Nobles born with silver spoons in their mouths often believed they were the protagonists of the world, only to be harshly awakened by reality. Lanmi, with a meaningful smile, continued, "That's why I said from the beginning, you don't truly understand war. You noble children have studied the history of wars among various races since you enrolled, using magic to memorize the rise and fall of each race. But you've never grasped the true significance of this knowledge." She looked around at the core students in the classroom, her tone growing solemn. "Listen, you children who bear great expectations. As the headmaster of the War Academy, I hope that in the future, you won't use your strength to bully the weak. Instead, I want you to challenge those stronger than you, to rise above your station." Lanmi squinted, her gaze sweeping over each student. "I look forward to seeing one of you, a true warrior among ants, topple an elephant someday." Long after leaving the Academy of War, Yigu still couldn't shake Lanmi's words from his mind. Standing at the podium now, he couldn't help but feel a twist of fate. Today's lecture topic was war, and he was about to face a battle of his own. After class, he filled his notebook with a flurry of new ideas but lamented that his current opponent wasn't a significant challenge, far from the ant versus elephant analogy. Lanmi cleared her throat, her gaze sweeping over the classroom. "As I mentioned earlier, you youngsters have no real understanding of war. Today's lesson is to give you a true sense of it, to feel the world's pain." The students exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the headmaster's intentions. Lanmi theatrically scanned the room before finally saying, "Let's have a demonstration. Yigu, you'll be our example." Yigu knew in his heart that Lanmi would choose him regardless. He rose and walked to the front, standing beside his teacher. "Now, we need an opponent," Lanmi said with a smile. "How about that boy from earlier? I bet you're still feeling indignant. There's your chance to prove yourself." The boy hastily tried to decline, but under Lanmi's goading, he reluctantly stepped up to the podium. Lanmi lightly touched her finger, and a radiant orb of light slowly formed before them. She meticulously explained the rules of a magical simulation called war. The two would lead different nations in a battle, retaining their current knowledge and skills but losing all memories of the real world, fully immersing in their roles. When Lanmi announced the allocations, the room erupted in shock. Tang Shan, the boy, would command 500,000 elite warriors and 30 million civilians, while Yigu had only 3 elite warriors and 50 civilians. The stark disparity stunned everyone, including Long Ying at the back of the class. Lanmi added that time in the simulation flowed differently. 1 year equaled just 1 minute in the real world. She upped the stakes by promising Tang Shan 10 spirit convergence pills if he won, but exile from the inner sect if he lost. As the two prepared to enter the simulation, Lanmi whispered to Yigu that the memories gained from this experience would be permanently retained, making it a rare opportunity. Yigu nodded in understanding. As he reached out to touch the orb, blinding white light engulfed his consciousness. Night Song slowly opened his eyes, and the world around him gradually came into focus. The campfire flickered in the night, casting a warm glow over the makeshift camp comprised of several simple tents. 3 extraordinary warriors sat with him around the fire, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Scattered around the camp were a few ragged militia and women, their faces etched with exhaustion and their eyes filled with numbness. Memories surged like a tidal wave. He was a prince of a fallen empire, his parents brutally killed, and the palace overtaken by enemies. In the final moments, a group of loyal followers had fought to the death, allowing him to escape with a handful of servants. This was a world of the extraordinary, with professions such as warriors, mages, psychics, archers, mechanics, and beast tamers. These settings made Night Song realize, with a start, that they were strikingly similar to a large online game he had played in his previous life. "Your Highness, we must keep moving," an elderly warrior with white hair said anxiously. "You are the last of the royal bloodline, and Tang Shan will surely send people to hunt you down." "I know," Night Song replied briefly, falling into deep thought. "Your Highness, our food supplies are running dangerously low," another young warrior whispered. "If this continues, the servants will likely start deserting." This world was not a mere game. It was entirely real. Everyone had their own emotions and thoughts. If their basic survival could not be guaranteed, they would choose to leave. "Don't worry, I'll find a way," Night Song thought to himself. If this world truly mirrored that game, perhaps he could find a way out. Meanwhile, Tang Shan was reveling in his victory. As a transmigrant, he retained some memories from his previous life, including various talents and extraordinary abilities, although the specifics of how he arrived in this world seemed to be obscured. 3 years passed swiftly. In the first year, Night Song vanished without a trace. Early in the second year, intelligence suggested he had fled to the northern border and perished in the dark-tainted wasteland there. By the third year, Tang Shan had begun his lavish palace life. In the fourth year, the spy who had once brought news of Night Song's death came bearing 30 beautiful maids from overseas. Greed flashed in Tang Shan's eyes as he heavily rewarded the spy. In this remote small country, he could finally indulge in the luxuries befitting a local despot. From then on, Tang Shan became increasingly indulgent, spending his days lost in the pleasures of music and dance. 2 of his concubines bore him 2 children, and the comfortable life without any threats on this land made him lose interest in his cultivation. 5 years passed, yet his power remained stagnant at the 7th level of the Earth realm, and he had no time to attend to national affairs. Time flew by the 6th year, the 7th year, until the 10th year. Tang Shan continued to revel in his hedonistic lifestyle. However, by then, the mounting issues could no longer be ignored. When a minister nervously reported that the court's revenue had turned negative, Tang Shan casually waved it off and ordered a 5 tax increase to cover the deficit. In the 11th year, the crisis fully erupted. When Tang Shan saw the population report, the sharp decline in numbers infuriated him. Faced with his questioning, the minister, sweating profusely, revealed the harsh truth. Years of famine had led to numerous deaths from starvation or forced people to flee the territory. But this was just the tip of the iceberg. Neglect of education had caused the overall strength of the territory's extraordinary individuals to plummet from an average of the Earth realm down to the profound realm, and now, even those in the Yellow realm were scarce. More worrisome was that after the death of the old minister who once held the fort at the Myriad Phenomena realm, the strongest remaining figure was an elderly general at the Thousand Souls realm. As the older generation of powerful individuals passed away, there wasn't enough new blood to take their place. To make matters worse, a series of bankruptcies among the territory's mining merchants led to massive unemployment among miners. Hearing this string of bad news, Tang Shan's face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? Why have so many merchants suddenly gone bankrupt? Their territory was rich in mana stone deposits. In this extraordinary world, mana stones were the most crucial energy source. Their unique conductivity and stability perfectly controlled various supernatural energies, including magic, soul power, spiritual energy, and primal force. For instance, the spirit-charged handgun invented by Gao Shunxue would be impossible without the stable conduction of mana stones, as the energy bullets would otherwise cause the gun to explode. This resource was not only vital for humans, but also indispensable for all the races on the continent. In this world, the status of mana stones far exceeded that of oil, electricity, and nuclear energy combined on Earth. It was thanks to the abundant mana stone deposits in his territory that Tang Shan could enjoy a prosperous life. But then, calamity struck. Upon hearing the news of mining merchants going bankrupt one after another, Tang Shan frowned and asked, "Are our mana stone veins exhausted?" The old minister shook his head bitterly. "Your Majesty, the deposits are still plentiful, enough to be mined for centuries. But times have changed. A new type of synthetic liquid energy has emerged on the continent. This cheap energy can almost completely replace mana stones, and is already widely used among all races. Who would choose expensive mana stones now? The price of mana stones has plummeted to 1/10 of what it once was, and has become nothing more than a decorative item. Which race invented this?" Tang Shan asked in shock. "Rumor has it that it was developed by a small human nation." The news hit like a bolt from the blue. From the 12th year onward, the nation gradually declined, with problems arising one after another. Tang Shan tried to pivot to other industries, but failed repeatedly, worsening the situation instead of salvaging it. The number of superhumans in his territory dwindled from 500,000 to 100,000. By the 13th year, Tang Shan found it hard to sleep. Every industry he invested in inexplicably failed, as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything. Sending people to investigate yielded no results. By the 15th year, the territory was in turmoil. Famine led to a crime wave, and there were even incidents of superhumans rebelling against the court. Although the rebellion was suppressed, the situation had become untenable. Desperate, Tang Shan decided to lead the remaining tens of thousands of superhuman warriors to plunder others. He chose a weaker dark race tribe as his target, which temporarily alleviated the territory's crisis. But in the 16th year, disaster struck. An army of 100,000 surrounded the city, including survivors of the plundered dark race, as well as warriors from the human, spirit, dark, flame, beast, and elf races. The war lasted only a week. Out of 60,000 superhuman warriors, 40,000 fled, and of his 19 children, 17 were killed. The cries of his concubines were constant, and death reports flooded in. When the enemy forces breached the palace, Tang Shan abandoned his family and fled in panic under the cover of his loyalists. During the 3 days of his escape, nightmares tormented him. The horrific images of his wife and children kept flashing in his mind. His face became gaunt, his hair turned white, and he was in a daze. At that moment, a sentence suddenly echoed in his mind. "I told you, you little ones don't understand war at all." Tang Shan trembled and finally grasped the meaning of those words. His so-called war was nothing but bullying the weak. At night, he sat alone by the campfire, the cold seeping into his bones. "Bring me my clothes," he commanded. Silence surrounded him. Gradually, footsteps emerged from the darkness. Looking up, he saw himself surrounded by warriors from various races, those he had invaded, dark race survivors, beastmen tainted by dark energy, and numerous human warriors. They respectfully parted to make way, and Yi Gu approached slowly, gazing at him with a cold, indifferent look. As Tang Shan saw Yi Gu, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened, his lips trembled, and his fingers shook as he pointed at Yi Gu, as though he had seen a ghost crawling out of hell. You. He couldn't even form a complete sentence. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Looking at Tang Shan's dust-covered, tattered clothes, Yi Ji's thoughts drifted back 16 years. Back then, he had just escaped from the palace and was nothing more than an ant to Tang Shan, who could crush him at any moment. On the run, he had suffered more than a stray dog, heading north and tasting the bitterness of life. But today, their roles had completely reversed. Once high and mighty, Tang Shan was now the ant, while Yi Gu had grown into a formidable force to be reckoned with. Yi Gu gazed coldly at Tang Shan, and his dark pupils suddenly glimmered with an electronic light, resembling a cyber warrior from a futuristic sci-fi movie. Streams of data rapidly flowed through his eyes, unfolding a data panel visible only to him. Character: Tang Shan. Age: 32. Level: Earthrealm, Stage 7. Health HP: 644189000. Soul Power MP: 426860000. System data remains unchanged. This system was not a gift from the heavens, but Yi Ji's own creation. As a time traveler without any cheat-like abilities, he didn't receive an overpowered system like in the novels. However, with his SS-level mechanic talent, he developed a multifunctional cybertech eye over 16 years. This was his first bionic implant, capable of reading data, storing items, thermal scanning, and more. In addition, Yi Gu was proficient in alchemy and could create third-year potions, allowing him to build an army of superhumans. He also invented an artificial energy source to replace mana stones, laying the foundation for immense wealth. Looking at Tang Shan's pitiful attribute panel, Yi Gu frowned slightly. 16 years had passed, yet this former emperor was still stuck at Earthrealm, Stage 7. Clearly, his life had been wasted. Tang Shan frantically moved backward until his back hit a large rock, then he shouted in panic, "Guards! Where are my guards? Seize them!" A warrior beside Yi Gu sneered, "Guards? Are you still dreaming?" Hearing this, Tang Shan's face grew even more terrified. At that moment, he suddenly noticed many familiar faces standing beside Yi Gu. Those loyal soldiers who had once fought and bled for him were now in Yi Ji's camp. Even more shocking was the sight of the informant who had once brought him beautiful women. The man was there, smoking a cigarette and smirking at him. Is it you? Tang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief. The informant leisurely lit his cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled slowly. Of course it's me. Who else did you expect? A terrifying thought began to form in Tang Shan's mind. He turned sharply to Yi Gu. So this man is... Yes, Yi Gu interrupted calmly. I had him tell you I was dead to make you completely lower your guard. Those women who threw themselves at you, those beauties claiming love at first sight, they were all part of my plan. The large sums of money you gave him became my startup capital. All these years, your business ventures failed because I was controlling the market from the shadows. And 2 years ago, 4 of your 18 ministers were already my people. Tang Shan's face turned ashen, his eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't believe that Yi Gu, who had fled the palace like a beaten dog with only 50 followers, could have risen to such power. You think the war began a week ago? Yi Gu said coolly. You're wrong. The war started 16 years ago. You've just been in the dark all this time. Tang Shan opened his mouth, but no words came out. It's time to end this, Yi Gu said indifferently. To be honest, you're not even worth killing with my own hands. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. A hulking warrior with a fierce look approached, wielding a heavy, broad-bladed axe. No, no, Tang Shan cried out in despair. With a sickening thud, blood splattered across the snow, as vivid as spilled wine. His agonized screams echoed through the forest, startling a flock of crows that took to the gloomy sky with caws of alarm. Yi Gu and Tang Shan simultaneously returned from the illusion to the grand lecture hall of the War Academy, opening their eyes once more. Tang Shan let out a terrified scream, drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing Yi Gu in front of him, he collapsed to the ground as if he'd seen a ghost. Yi Gu, on the other hand, remained silent, quickly processing the memories from the 16 years he had spent in the illusion. Though these memories were born of an illusion, they were as vivid as real-life experiences. He understood clearly that the experiences, feelings, and knowledge he had gained over these years were invaluable treasures, just as Lanmi had sight a chance worth more than gold. The students in the lecture hall stared in astonishment. For them, only 16 minutes had passed, yet they had no idea what kind of duel the two had experienced. Lanmi glanced at the clock, a slight smile playing on her lips. 16 minutes, which is 16 years faster than expected. It seems that in the face of absolute arrogance, even the greatest foundation can crumble. The room buzzed with murmurs and discussions. Long Ying, sitting in the back row, frowned, seemingly pondering how Yi Gu had managed to bridge such a vast gap in strength to achieve victory. Xia Xiao excitedly patted her chest. Great, Yi Gu won. Gao Xinxue, however, calmly stated that she had never doubted Yi Gu would win. Tang Shan remained on the ground, his face ashen. This defeat meant he would be expelled from the inner circle of the academy, unable to face his family. At Lanmi's signal, 2 instructors escorted him away. Lanmi then announced the next round of combat training. She mused to herself that these students were fortunate to have such an opportunity, as creating the white illusion light sphere consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy and could only be maintained for a day. As the other students lined up for their paired battles, Lanmi turned to Yi Gu, smiling as she asked if he wanted to go again. Just then, Long Ying suddenly requested to duel with Yi Gu. Although Yi Gu didn't recognize the disguised Long Ying, he readily agreed. Lanmi gave a knowing smile. The young master of the Mutant Gene clan versus the Empire's most gifted princess. This match will certainly be interesting. Long Ying gave Yi Gu a meaningful look before both placed their hands on the light orb, and a white glow enveloped their figures. After school, Yega, Gao Shunxue, and Xia Xiao sat on the leather seats of a long black sedan. Yega was engrossed in reading a book, while Xia Xiao, sitting opposite, excitedly discussed her simulated war experiences with Gao Shunxue, sharing her achievements like a child who had just finished a game. Both girls had emerged victorious in the illusion, defeating their opponents in just 2 years. Swinging her feet clad in black shoes, Xia Xiao exclaimed, "The principal's illusion is amazing, like playing a massive holographic game. I can't wait to experience it again." Such illusions are very draining, Gao Shunxue explained, shaking her head. Even the principal can't use them frequently. What a pity. Xia Xiao nodded, then turned to Yega. Xiao Yi, I heard you were challenged in class today. Did they pick you on purpose? Yega yawned lazily. Yeah? So, how did it go? Did you win? Xia Xiao asked, blinking her eyes. Of course I won, Yega replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Long Ying sat in another luxurious car, accompanied by 2 guards. The elderly man in the front passenger seat noticed her unusual expression through the rearview mirror and asked with concern, "Your Highness, is something troubling you? Did something unpleasant happen at school?" Longing didn't respond, staring blankly at her lap. She had suffered a crushing defeat in the simulation, lasting less than 3 months. As the most talented princess of the empire, known as the strongest mind, she had lost miserably in every aspect: leadership, strategy, mindset, control over subordinates, and she couldn't even articulate how she lost. "Uncle Lee," Longing spoke after a long silence, "I want to return to the War Academy to study." A few days later, Chu Wanhe had someone monitor Yega's every move, only to find that he maintained his usual routine, commuting between the War Academy and his family home. The Yi family showed no unusual activity. They neither mobilized troops to attack Wanjin City nor dispatched assassins. This left Chu Wanhe, Night Owl, and Yi Quan puzzled. When they learned that Yega spent his days off shopping and watching movies with Xia Xiao and Gao Shenxue, Night Owl covered his face in exasperation. Didn't he say he would handle it himself? Zhou Yuqing rolled her eyes at him. "Why are you so anxious? Don't you trust your own son?" The next day, in the underground lab of the family's artifact shop, Yega placed a notebook and a potion in front of Yuli. "This is the method and a sample for crafting a third-ear potion." Yuli was astonished, bowing in guilt after learning that Yega had recently completed the third-ear potion. "I'm sorry, young master. I've only finished half of the second-tier potion. I'm so useless." Seeing Yuli's reaction, Yega felt a bit embarrassed. He had spent a full 16 years in the illusion world, experiencing countless failures before mastering the third-ear potion. Yuli, on the other hand, had completed half of the second-tier potion in just over a week, showcasing a talent far surpassing his own. "All right, you don't need to blame yourself. You've done really well." Yigu gently patted Yuli's head and then took out a material ratio sheet from his pocket, handing it to her. "Besides the potion, there's something else." "What's this?" Yuli asked curiously as she took the sheet. "A synthetic liquid energy that can replace the effects of the mana stone," Yigu explained. "I need your help to mass produce it." "Huh?" Yuli looked stunned, as if she had misheard. "Replace the mana stone?" Turning to Gao Shenxue, Yigu continued, "Shuer, there's something else I need your help with." "What is it?" "Come over here and take a look." Yigu quickly operated the computer. Gao Shenxue leaned over to look at the screen, her long black hair gently brushing against Yiji's shoulder. "What is this?" "I've named it System." Yigu pointed to the design on the screen and explained in detail. "It integrates the functions of a computer and a communication watch, and includes attribute scanning and analysis as well as item storage like a space ring. I want to design it as an implantable prosthetic." Gao Shenxue studied the design for a while. "Interesting idea." However, she glanced at Yigu meaningfully. "This design is very professional. It doesn't look like something an amateur could create. When did you learn all this?" A friend helped me design it," Yigu replied awkwardly. Gao Shenxue's clear eyes stared directly at Yigu, making him feel uneasy. She reached out and pinched his cheek lightly. "A child who lies to his mother is not a good child. Can Shenxue Mama indulge me just this once?" "Sure." "Then please pretend you didn't notice. If I pretend not to know, what will I get in return?" "Anything Shenxue Mama wants." Gao Shenxue hesitated. "It's okay. Shuer can take her time to think about it," Yigu said before asking, "How long will it take to make this?" "A day." "A day?" "The design is very detailed, with all the parameters included." "One day is not difficult," Gao Shenxue said calmly. Yigu marveled silently. What took him 3 years in the illusionary world, these seemingly adorable childhood friends could accomplish so effortlessly. "By the way," Gao Shenxue suddenly asked, "I heard from my sister that you plan to go to war with Chu Wanhe? Why haven't you taken action yet?" Yiga smiled. "Who said I haven't taken action? The fact that even you think so means that Chu Wanhe and those nobles watching the Yi family must think the same. In reality, the war has already begun. Chu Wanhe just doesn't know it yet." A few days later, Yigu was in his bedroom when Hui Yin and Song Jia emerged from the shadows. "Boss, the stuff you gave us is amazing," Song Jia said excitedly, pointing to his right eye. "I've already gathered all the data on Chu Wanhe." He detailed Chu Wanhe's situation. A 51-year-old third-stage Shura-level extraordinary being, a swordsman by profession, equipped with a full set of high-star pin-quality gear, with combat power comparable to a 9-stage Shura level. Hui Yin added information about Chu Wanhe's personality traits and daily habits, noting that he was suspicious and cautious, leaving little room for opportunity. "No," Yigu said with a playful smile. "Everyone has a weakness." Hui Yin looked curious at his words. "Are you saying that the kid from the Yi family went shopping with 2 girls today?" Chu Wanhe stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, his brows furrowed. Sunlight streamed through the lattice, highlighting his tense expression. "Yes, my lord," Old Xiao replied respectfully, kneeling on the ground. He was a plain-looking middle-aged man with a flat nose and a scruffy beard, dressed in an unremarkable gray outfit. As the head of intelligence in Wanjin City, His forgettable appearance was his best disguise. For years, he had been one of Chu Wanha's most trusted confidants. I understand. You may leave, Chu Wanha said after a moment of silence, waving his hand dismissively. After old Xiao left, Chu Wanha paced back and forth in his bedroom, his leather boots thudding heavily on the floor. For 2 consecutive weeks, the information he received was of no value. On the surface, the Yi family's silence should have been a relief, but this eerie calm made him even more uneasy. No news meant no way to predict or counteract. I think you're overreacting, his wife consoled him from the side. Maybe the Yi family is just bluffing. They wouldn't dare go to war with us. Besides, they only sent a young boy. What do you know? Chu Wanha snapped, turning abruptly to glare at his wife. Even if that Yi Gu knows nothing, the Yi family would never remain idle. You have no idea how terrifying these demonized mutants can be. At that moment, a young man hurried in. Chu Wanha recognized him as Zhong, old Zhao's capable assistant, who had been with him for 5 or 6 years and was a promising spy. My lord, may I speak with you privately? In another room, Zhong lowered his voice to deliver shocking news. Old Xiao has betrayed you. What did you say? Chu Wanha's face darkened instantly. Zhong detailed the evidence he had uncovered, including other Yi family moles planted in Wanjian City. This revelation sent chills down Chu Wanha's spine. If the head of intelligence had turned traitor, the consequences would be dire. The next day, Chu Wanha found an excuse to send old Xiao away and ordered a search of his quarters. Under the bed, they found 3 large chests filled with Imperial gold coins, totaling 15,000 pieces, valued at 150 million yuan. This enormous sum was far beyond what old Zhao's legitimate income could explain. When old Xiao was summoned for questioning, he could only kneel and beg for mercy, stammering without offering any reasonable explanation. His pale face and trembling hands spoke volumes. Chu Wanha saw his hesitant demeanor and assumed he had confessed. His eyes turned red with anger, and in a flash, he struck with his sword. Lao Xiao didn't even have time to react before he fell into a pool of blood. In his final moments, Lao Xiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Over the years, he had indeed embezzled quite a bit under Chu Wanhe's command. But he always believed that, given his capabilities, Chu Wanha would at most make him atone for his crimes through service, especially when Wanjian City was in dire need of manpower. Little did he know that Chu Wanha would be so resolute as to take his life outright. As he looked at the rapidly cooling corpse on the ground, Chu Wanha felt increasingly heavy-hearted. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to remove Lao Zhao's body, while he pondered his next move. Lao Zhao's death had cost him a vital source of intelligence, and even more troubling was the fact that he no longer knew whom to trust. After some deliberation, Chu Wanha decided to promote the young man, Zhong, who had reported the Lao Xiao incident to him. This decision quickly proved effective. Zhong demonstrated extraordinary skills in gathering intelligence, continuously providing Chu Wanha with various pieces of information. He revealed that the number of traders in Wanjian City bought off by the Yi family was far greater than it appeared on the surface. The list even included key figures like the 13 golden swordmasters and 300 elite swordsmen. When Zhong handed over a detailed list of traders, Chu Wanha was so furious that he trembled all over. He immediately ordered a thorough investigation of everyone on the list. The investigation results came back quickly, and the number of suspects was shockingly high, reaching 30 to 40 people, which enraged Chu Wanha even more. However, the reality was not as dire as it seemed. Among those investigated, only 7 or 8 were actual spies, recently bought off by Hui Yin and Song Jie. These were low-level swordsmen, whose meager daily wages made them easy targets for bribery with large sums of money. When the swordsmen were first bribed by Song Jie and his group, they were indeed puzzled. They stroked the heavy gold coins in their hands, wondering. As low-ranking warriors of the Yellow and Black realms in Wanjian City, who neither had access to important secrets nor possessed remarkable combat skills, why would the Yi family spend so much to buy them off? However, their doubts were quickly drowned in ecstasy when they saw so many gold coins for the first time. This scheme, like a chess piece being played, began to ferment within Wanjian City. When the real undercover agents on the list were captured, even the innocent ones found it hard to earn Chu Wanha's trust again. Meanwhile, a more damaging rumor started spreading among the lower-tier swordsmen. It was said that Chu Wanha had come into contact with a forbidden demonic artifact and had been corrupted by its spirit, driving him to madness and causing him to kill indiscriminately. The Yi family's army is at our gates, and our commander has lost his mind. Such statements fueled the fire among the people. If you want to survive, flee while you can. Although many angrily denounced this as a morale-damaging rumor, the fact that Chu Wanha had indeed executed quite a few people recently lent it some credibility. Panic began to spread, and some swordsmen secretly fled Wanjian City with their families. This deepened Chu Wanha's suspicions. Whether these people were truly spies or not, deserting the city in its time of crisis was a capital offense. He started a maniacal hunt for these traitors, executing several swordsmen who attempted to escape. This brutal behavior only served to validate the previous rumors, making more people believe that Chu Wanhe had indeed gone mad. Consequently, more and more people fled, and those who stayed were filled with anxiety, plunging the entire Wanjian city into a vicious cycle. When Song Jie reported these developments to Yi Gu, the latter's lips curled into a meaningful smile. It's going even better than expected. Boss, you're a genius. Song Jie gave a thumbs up. Your plan is truly cunning. Before he could finish speaking, a slap landed on the back of his head from Hui Yin. Show some respect to the master. At Yige's signal, they gathered close to listen to the next phase of the plan. After the two left, Yigu leisurely lay on the bed reading a book, while Gao Shenxue sat beside him, carefully feeding him fruit with a toothpick. So you've been holding back all this time to wage a psychological war? Gao Shenxue asked gently. Exactly, Yigu said, chewing on the fruit. Someone as paranoid as Chu Wanhe tends to overcomplicate simple matters. It's both his strength and his weakness. But what if Lao Shao confesses everything after being captured? Put yourself in his shoes, Yigu countered. If you'd done many bad things and weren't sure which ones your boss had discovered, would you confess everything? Gao Shenxue nodded thoughtfully, understanding his intention. Chu Wanhe is in chaos now, but it's not enough. Yigu narrowed his eyes. We still need to deliver the final blow. Sure enough, just as Chu Wanhe started to calm down and realize there might be another layer to all this, a message from Zhong shattered his regained composure. Pushing open his wife's bedroom door, the scene before him completely broke his mental defenses. Chu Wanhe's eyes instantly turned blood red. Bastard! Chu Wanhe stood at the doorway, frozen by the sight before him. His wife was lying naked in bed with one of his trusted subordinates. The moment she saw him, she let out a terrified scream. Traitor! Chu Wanhe, blinded by rage, drew his sword and charged towards the bed. The subordinate reacted swiftly, rolling off the bed and throwing a small black sphere. With a loud bang, the room filled with smoke. When the smoke cleared, both of them had vanished. Breathing heavily, Chu Wanhe slashed wildly at everything in the room like a mad beast. Just then, he noticed a letter on the table, stamped with the distinctive black and red seal of the Yi family. He quickly tore open the envelope, finding only a single line. Well, Lord Chu, guess how many of your subordinates are still loyal to you? It was signed Yi Gu. Chu Wanhe's face twitched slightly at the sight of the name. Why was a letter from the Yi family here? Could that subordinate be one of theirs as well? Clenching his fists, veins bulging, the letter crumbled to ash in his grip as his soul power surged. Meanwhile, the adulterous pair had escaped to a tea house in a small town outside the city, where they met Yigo. Transformation reveal. With a soft incantation, the supposed wife transformed into Song Jie, and the subordinate reverted to his true form, Hui Yin. Standing respectfully behind Yigu, Ling asked, Master, Chu Wanhe is completely disoriented. Should we attack now? It's about time, Yigu replied calmly. Take 20 shadows to finish the job. In his current state, 3 shadows would suffice, but let's be thorough. Ling nodded and melted into the shadows. At that moment, Chu Wanhe entered his secret chamber, once again facing the demonic sword Dark Soul Dragon embedded in the ceiling stone. Unlike his previous fear and hesitation, his eyes now held only a cold, murderous intent. The sword seemed to sense his hatred, emitting eerie whispers and black mist. Ha ha ha. Chu Wanhe laughed maniacally. I've got no way out. I have only one condition. I want to kill the Yi brat. Annihilate the entire Yi family. With that, he unhesitatingly drew the sword. With a deafening dragon's roar, dark clouds enveloped Wanjian City. Chu Wanhe, wielding the demonic sword, emerged from the chamber, encountering his returning wife. Terrified by his cold gaze, she trembled. But before she could speak, the sword had already pierced her body. The black mist consumed her flesh, leaving no trace behind. In the tea house outside the city, Yigu awaited news. 2 hours later, Ling and Hui Yin returned hastily, whispering a few words in his ear. Yi Ji's eyes narrowed as he slowly stood up. Yigu, Song Jie, Ling, Hui Yin, and the others arrived at Wanjian City, only to be met with a chilling sight. The city, renowned for its classical Eastern architecture, was eerily deserted. The open gates and the silence both inside and outside the city were suffocating. The streets were strewn with the vendors' unsorted stalls, as if a bustling market had suddenly been paused. Yiga carefully observed the surroundings, catching a faint, lingering trace of demonic energy in the air. He bent down to pick up a broken wooden sign on the ground. The cut was clean, with traces of demonic energy, clearly severed by a demonic weapon. We've searched the entire city and haven't found a single soul, reported Ling from the side. That's impossible, Song Jie exclaimed in disbelief. My master and I were here just this afternoon playing a role-playing game, and everything was perfectly normal. The white spirit on Yi Ji's left shoulder uneasily scratched at his shoulder with its claws, while the black spirit on his right shoulder flapped its dark wings in alertness. Master, I sense a dangerous presence. Please be cautious. Yi Ji's expression grew serious. Everyone, stay alert. It seems there's a powerful demon lurking in this city. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of demonic energy rapidly approached. With a deafening crash, a building in the southwest corner collapsed, and a humanoid figure shrouded in black energy burst through the wall. A violent black wind swept in, and Ling immediately commanded 100 shadow warriors to form a defensive formation, with 20 of them standing protectively in front of Yigu, weapons at the ready. The demonic creature was enveloped in black energy, its body covered in eerie dark red demonic patterns. Its muscles and bones were grotesquely distorted. It let out an earth-shattering roar, its terrifying aura sweeping through like a black tornado. Despite being fully demonic, its face was still faintly recognizable. It was Chu Wanha. Holy crap! Songjie exclaimed, ducking into a nearby building, clearly unable to handle an opponent of this caliber. Yi Ji's eyes fixed on the weapon in the demonic Chu Wanha's hand, a jet black greatsword. The blade was wider than an adult's hand, with dark red patterns emitting an ominous black aura. The hilt bore the faint image of a coiled black dragon. The moment Yigu saw the sword, his pupils contracted sharply. The Dark Soul Ghost Dragon Sword? Yi Ji's pupils suddenly contracted. This legendary ancient demonic sword was infamous in the game Myriad Races Dominion. It was said to have destroyed several civilizations in the ultra-ancient era. In the game storyline, the sword wouldn't appear until version 4.79 and was only featured in the official weapon encyclopedia, making it unattainable by players. Back then, the dark spirit within the sword controlled the minds of several NPCs, turning them into villainous bosses. Kill you all. Chu Wanha's voice was hoarse and chilling, his eyes completely blackened, clearly controlled by the sword's spirit. His face was twisted and deformed, grotesque beyond human recognition. Boom. The demonized Chu Wanha charged at the group like a berserk beast. The members of the Shadow Force immediately sprang into action, skillfully using their abilities to engage the monstrous foe. This guy, Song Jie muttered from his hiding spot, swallowing hard. Could he have devoured everyone in this city? Yi Ji's heart sank. With the power of the sword spirit, a fully awakened ghost dragon could obliterate entire civilizations, let alone a single city like Wanjian. He couldn't fathom why Chu Wanha possessed this sword, as it deviated entirely from the original game plot. Clearly, his presence had triggered a butterfly effect, causing the sword to appear prematurely. Rumble. The shadows circled Chu Wanha, synchronously throwing chains to bind his limbs and torso. But the demonized Chu Wanha's strength had multiplied several times over. He struggled wildly, drooling and roaring like a beast. Gripping the sword with both hands, he swung it fiercely, sending out a black sword aura accompanied by the terrifying roar of the ghost dragon. All the chains snapped instantly. Boom. Zero, gray smoke, and dozens of other shadow members were blasted away by the powerful dark energy. The demonized Chu Wanha let out a maniacal laugh, and the dark sword in his hand emitted an eerie, sinister sound. I will kill you all. His voice was filled with violence. Ling struggled to get up from the ground, frowning. The aura emanating from the demonized creature made his heart pound. Master, you should leave immediately. We'll handle this. He gestured as he spoke. Following his command, dozens of shadows swiftly leapt to strategic high points and took their positions. Moving in perfect unison, some began chanting spells, while others formed seals with their hands. Magic rune confinement, supernatural power ghost vine bind, dark arts spectral shackles. Various control skills instantly immobilized the demonized Chu Wanha. Ling drew his long blade and charged forward, followed closely by a dozen warrior-type shadows. The gleam of their blades flashed, and multiple streaks of cold light slashed towards Chu Wanha. However, the demonic aura around Chu Wanha solidified into an impenetrable exoskeleton, causing all physical attacks to merely produce crisp clinking sounds without causing any harm. Roar! Chu Wanha bellowed in rage, effortlessly breaking free from the control skills. He swung his dark sword in a wide arc, the blade grazing Huaxian's arm. With just a moment's contact, the demonic energy corroded Huaxian's arm into blood, which the dark sword immediately absorbed. Huaxian reacted swiftly, cutting off his own left arm to prevent the demonic energy from spreading through his body. Yi Ji's expression turned grave. He knew that Chu Wanha's power had surged to the Apocalypse realm after being possessed by the Dark Sword, making the Shadow Troops no match for him. However, since the possession was recent, the forbidden spirit within the Dark Sword, the Ghost Dragon, likely hadn't fully awakened yet. Everyone, fall back, Yigu said calmly. Although Ling looked at Yigu in confusion, as a death guard, obedience was the first rule. With Yi Ji's stern command, All the shadows immediately retreated, leaving Yi Gu to face Chu Wanhe alone. Seeing Yi Gu, Chu Wanhe's pitch-black eyes emitted more dark red demonic aura. "I will kill you," he roared, charging at Yi Gu. Hiding in the shadows, Song Jie exclaimed, "What the hell?" He thought Yi Gu was courting death. Bai Shuling was also startled. What is he thinking? In an instant, Chu Wanhe reached Yi Gu, thrusting the dark sword into Yi Ji's chest. However, the blade only penetrated an inch before it could go no further. Yi Gu stood firm, his bright eyes locked onto Chu Wanhe's, blood dripping down his clothes. The dark sword absorbed the blood, but did not exhibit its usual killing intent. Instead, it trembled continuously. Chu Wanhe's expression turned confused as the sword seemed entirely out of his control. Yi Gu slowly grasped the blade, letting its sharp edge cut into his palm. The dark sword's trembling intensified, as if in extreme fear. The demonic aura around Chu Wanhe gradually dissipated, his eyes clearing, and his expression shifted from ferocious to bewildered. When he fully regained his senses, he found the dark sword in Yi Ji's hand, who was gently stroking its blade. What a fine dark sword. Everyone present, including Ling, Huixian, Song Jie, and the other shadows, as well as the two spirit pets on Yi Ji's shoulder, showed expressions of shock. Only the spirit of calamity remained somewhat composed, recalling that Yi Gu had once used his blood to activate the seed of the demon world tree. Realizing this had something to do with the ancient demon king's bloodline within Yi Gu. Damn! Song Jie rubbed his eyes vigorously. What the heck is going on? Chu Wanhe trembled as he questioned. How could a mere Xian realm demonized mutant like you control the dark sword? Yi Gu planted the dark sword in the ground, holding the hilt with both hands, and smiled. Yes, I'm quite surprised myself. Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Chu Wanhe's face was still filled with disbelief, his lips trembling as he repeated, "Impossible. How could a kid like you control the ghost dragon demon sword?" Yi Gu calmly watched the man in front of him, who had lost all reason. The forced possession by the demon sword had caused irreversible damage to Chu Wanhe's mind. He was no longer the composed and self-disciplined lord of Wanjian City. "You've lost, Chu Wanhe," Yi Gu said lightly. "Impossible. Impossible." Chu Wanhe screamed maniacally, suddenly drawing another sword from his waist tiger soul. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yi Gu. "You little brat from the Yi family, I'll kill you." Before he finished speaking, he charged forward, his movements erratic and without any form. Yi Gu didn't move an inch, knowing that he wouldn't need to take action this time either. Sure enough, after Chu Wanhe took just 2 steps, Ling's figure flashed like black lightning, and his long blade slashed across Chu Wanhe's neck. Blood spurted out, and a head flew high into the air. Looking at Chu Wanhe lying in a pool of blood, Yi Gu remained expressionless. With the fall of the Lord of Wanjian City, the Chu family would be completely erased from the Empire's noble ranks. This war between the two great families of the human empire had lasted only 2 weeks, and the actual combat time was less than 10 minutes. Bai Shuling, perched on Yi Ji's shoulder, looked at her master with a complex expression. As Yi Ji's spirit pet, she had witnessed the entire process. Initially, she thought Yi Gu was too naive to accept the challenge from Chu Wanhe human Earl in the Shura realm. However, now, with just over 100 people on their side, they had defeated the Chu family, which had thousands of extraordinary warriors, through strategy alone. Such a method of warfare was something she had never seen even as the empress of the Lingao clan. Yi Gu turned to Huiyin, who had lost an arm, and asked, "Huiyin, how are you?" "Master, I'm fine." Huiyin bowed respectfully. "For a death warrior, losing an arm is nothing, but you were injured by the demon's sword. You haven't been tainted by demonic energy, right?" Yi Gu asked. "That could lead to demon eye syndrome like what happened to Arthur." "I cut off my arm in time. I wasn't tainted." "That's good. When we get back, I'll have someone fit you with a prosthetic, better than the original." "Thank you, Master." Huiyin's eyes showed a hint of gratitude. "Hee boss, you're amazing. We didn't lose a single person in this battle." Songjie laughed. "But what do we do next?" Yi Gu explained that according to the Empire's noble laws, since the Chu family had attacked first, they could take all the valuables from the city but could not occupy Wanjian City. With the current Viscount rank of the Yi family, they could only possess a territory of corresponding size. This city-state would eventually be handed over to another noble by the royal family. Hearing that they could take the treasures, Song Jie's eyes lit up. Yi Gu immediately ordered the start of the transportation of valuables, with half to be handed over and half for personal keeping. The shadows quickly dispersed to search for valuable items. Yi Gu then opened the gate of the demon realm, releasing over 300 demon fang beasts to assist with the transportation. Although the shadows were initially frightened by the demon fang beasts, they were reassured once they learned these creatures were Yi Ji's subordinates. As the transportation was in full swing, a sudden cry from Song Jie echoed, "No, no, no, don't kill me." Yigu rushed to the scene, only to see a woman dressed in light swordsman's armor with a black ponytail holding a sword to Song Jie's throat. Seeing Yigu and the others arrive, the female swordsman grabbed Song Jie's collar and pressed the sword against his neck, shouting warily, "Don't come any closer." Yigu stopped 5 meters away and signaled for the others to halt as well. This was a young woman, around 18 years old, with finely chiseled features and an air of confidence about her. She wore a light silver armor, which glowed faintly with runic symbols. This was the level 1 basic enchantment for swordsmen, providing a 30-point defense boost. The standard issue longsword from Wanjian City in her hand bore a special mark on the hilt, indicating her rank as captain. Yigu observed the black-haired, commanding swordswoman, finding her face somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Li Shuang warily eyed Yigu and his group, her bright eyes filled with vigilance. Her longsword was pressed against Song Jie's neck. Despite Yi Ji's young age, as the young master of the Empire's largest family of mutant enchanteds, his ability to subdue Chu Wanhe was not to be underestimated. Not to mention the presence of Ling, Grey Smoke, and the fully evolved Magtooth beasts. These Magtooth beasts were twice the size of wild bears, their muscles like dried lava, with menacing tusks. They growled at Li Shuang, eyes fixed on her. In the room, several other female swordsmen in light armor stood tensely in defensive stances. "Don't come any closer," Li Shuang shouted sharply, "or I'll kill him." "So, there are other survivors in this city," Yigu said flatly. "Wanjian City has fallen, and Chu Wanhe is dead. Why continue this futile resistance? Surrender? You expect us to become your prisoners?" Li Shuang retorted coldly. "Being a prisoner is better than losing your life. You've survived Chu Wanhe's massacre by sheer luck. Is this pointless fight worth it now?" Li Shuang hesitated. She had indeed led some of her subordinates to safety after sensing Chu Wanhe's dark energy, witnessing the city's downfall firsthand. More surprising was that this young master of the Yi family had managed to defeat the demonized Chu Wanhe. As Li Shuang and Yigu faced off, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared in her vision. The world spun, and when she regained her senses, Song Jie was gone. Grey Smoke had taken advantage of her distraction to rescue him. Almost simultaneously, a scream pierced the air. Yigu had captured another female swordsman, Xiaoyu, holding a shadow moon blade to her neck. "Now, don't move," he said, the blade drawing a thin line of blood, "or your friend here won't make it." "Captain!" Xiaoyu trembled, calling out. Under the illusion's influence, she was powerless to resist, and her fear was magnified. Li Shuang glared at Yigu, "Despicable. I'm a mutant. Isn't being despicable expected?" Yigu chuckled, then revealed Li Shuang's identity: the future Valkyrie of the South, the first female soul sword wielder, who would even become a boss after being demonized by the Dark Soul Dragon Sword. 3 seconds to decide. Yigu pressed the blade harder, or she dies. 3, 2. Wait. Li Shuang finally relented, throwing her sword to the ground. "I surrender. But you must not harm the others." "That's more like it." Yigu nodded in satisfaction. At the Yi family mansion, a subordinate hurriedly ran in, knelt before Yi Xiao, and urgently reported, "Master." The young master led the shadow troop to attack Wanjian City at noon. Yi Xiao's expression brightened at the news. "Oh, so, the boy finally decided to take action? Did he see some opportunity?" After a moment of thought, he instructed, "All right, you take some men and protect him in secret. Winning or losing is not important. Even failure is a valuable lesson for young Yigu. But his safety must be ensured." "Well," the subordinate hesitated, "the young master has already returned." "What?" Yi Xiao looked puzzled. "Young Master Yigu has already captured Wanjian City and returned victorious. He not only killed Chu Wanhe, but also seized over 100 chests of treasure and captured more than 300 female swordsmen." Yi Xiao stood there in shock. "Didn't you say he set out at noon?" "It's only been a few hours." Yi Quan, standing nearby, stroked his white beard and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, that's my grandson for you. I knew I wasn't wrong about him." The news quickly spread through the noble circles of the southern region. The fact that Chu Wanhe, an earl of the empire and a Shura realm master, was defeated by a boy whose cultivation had not yet reached the Xian realm was astonishing. Dihai initially couldn't believe it, and repeatedly verified the information before confirming its accuracy. Wanjian City had become a dead city, with all valuable items looted. He immediately went to report to Principal Lanmi. "Your news is too slow," Lanmi said calmly, her eyes still on the documents in front of her. "Yigu is my personal student. Such achievements are nothing surprising." She adjusted the thin-framed glasses on her nose. "By the way, Princess Longying will be returning to the academy to continue her studies." Meanwhile, at Longying's residence, Butler Li was reporting the incident to her. Longying remained focused on her book and said calmly, "I expected this outcome long ago. I just didn't think he would win so quickly." At the Duke's mansion, Duke Wang In frowned deeply upon hearing the news of the city's massacre. He suspected that Yi Xiao might have secretly assisted Yi Gu to pave the way for him. But regardless, he could not allow the Yi family to continue their rise unchecked. Prepare the carriage, Duke Wang In said with a steely expression. I must go to the capital. The capital city, the Imperial Palace. Upon the grand throne sat a man dressed in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns. He was Long Hai, the second emperor of the human empire that ruled over countless territories. His deep black eyes radiated an aura of authority and command as he gazed at Duke Wang In, who stood bowing before him. Duke Wang In, with his hands clasped together, detailed the unfolding situation to Long Hai. After listening, a flicker of coldness flashed in Long Hai's eyes. I never expected Chu Wanhe to be so incompetent. He didn't even need the Night Owl to make a move. He was defeated by his own son. What a disgrace. Your Majesty, Duke Wang In continued, the old patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Quan, has broken through to the 8th stage of the Tianqi realm, and it is said that Yi Xiao could also break through at any moment. Now, the Yi family has produced a genius youth, Yi Gu, who has even been taken as a personal disciple by Lan Mi. If this demonic family continues to grow unchecked, it could pose a threat to the empire. Lan Mi hasn't taken a personal disciple in a long time, has she? Long Hai mused, stroking his chin. Indeed. Although Lan Mi rarely accepts disciples, those she chooses invariably become top-tier warriors of the human race. Long Hai snorted coldly. This Lan Mi, knowing the empire's stance towards the Yi family, still chose to take in this young demon as a personal disciple. What is her true intention? Could she have been bribed by the Yi family? At that moment, a stunning woman dressed in black silk stepped forward. She was Ji Lian, the only oracle of the Great Qin Empire. She produced a bundle of intelligent scrolls and elaborated on the schemes Yi Gu had orchestrated in Wanjin City over the past 2 weeks. Undercover agents, betrayals, public opinion manipulation, and deserters, each step meticulously planned. Meanwhile, at the Yi family residence, Yi Gu sat cross-legged on his bed, meditating. In his consciousness, he could clearly sense the demon realm tree rapidly absorbing the heavenly materials and treasures plundered from Wanjin City. With the demon realm tree serving as an experience pool, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the 3rd stage of the Earth realm in one fell swoop. TSK. Having an experience pool to feed off of makes leveling up incredibly easy, Yi Gu thought to himself. This rate of advancement was entirely beyond normal expectations. Generally, during childhood, due to the incomplete development of soul power nodes, leveling up was extremely slow. Some people would live to 100 years old and still be stuck in the 1000 soul realm, with no further progress. But he had broken through several realms in just a few days. If word got out, he would undoubtedly be considered a monster. In the dark, damp air of the Yi family dungeon, a tense atmosphere pervaded. Li Shuang and her hundreds of female swordsmen were imprisoned here, most of them huddled in corners, seeking some semblance of security from each other. Captain, what do you think that Yi family young master plans to do with us? One of the female swordsmen asked in a trembling voice. Li Shuang bit her lip, hesitant to speak. As someone who was not good at lying, she found it hard to offer any comforting words. Falling into the hands of the demonic Yi family, she had already prepared herself for the worst. I'm sorry, Captain, Xiaoyu said, bowing her head. If it weren't for me being captured, you would have surely escaped with your skills. It's not your fault. Li Shuang shook her head. They had so many experts set up at that time. Our fate was sealed from the beginning. In the corner, a female swordsman curled up in a ball suddenly spoke. That cute little young master of the Yi family. Do you think he might feed us to some beasts? I'm still so young, haven't even been in love. You're in a place like this and still thinking he's cute. Another swordsman interjected, but quickly added, although, he is kind of cute. I haven't been in love either. I haven't even held a boy's hand. More swordswomen began to sob. Being fed to beasts might be the best outcome, someone whispered. I heard the Yi family has a terrifying demonic skill that uses young women as cultivation vessels. Stop it. That's too scary. Others quickly silenced her. Li Shuang clenched her fists, making a silent vow in her heart. Whatever that young master plans to do, let him come at me. I must protect these girls. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the cell. Yi Gu appeared at the cell door, escorted by guards, and the room fell silent. His eyes scanned the cell before settling on Li Shuang. You, come out, he gestured. Li Shuang stood up, her determined gaze unwavering. The guard opened the cell door, and Yi Gu smiled faintly. Follow me. Under the worried eyes of the other swordswomen, Li Shuang followed Yi Gu out of the dungeon and into a villa. On the way, she wasn't handcuffed or chained, which made her both furious and wary. Occasionally, a maid would pass by in the hallway, but there were no guards in sight. Li Shuang considered overpowering Yi Gu, but recalling her previous failure due to his bizarre illusion abilities, she decided against it. Soon, Yi Gu led her into a room and closed the door. This place is nice. Let's have a chat. Yigu smiled at Li Shuang, his pale and delicate face adorned with a shy yet obedient smile. Li Shuang couldn't help but bite her lip as she looked at the boy in front of her, who was so handsome that he didn't seem human. The female sword fighters were right. This young master was indeed extraordinarily charming. His skin was fair, his features were nearly perfect, and he exuded a heartwarming, innocent aura. Who would have thought a boy could look this good? Li Shuang thought to herself. But beneath this angelic appearance lies the heart of a devil. Taking a deep breath, Li Shuang forced herself to remain calm. Yes, I want to talk to you. I hope you can spare my subordinates. I'll take full responsibility for everything. Whatever you want to do, direct it at me. Yigu nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You do have the responsibility befitting the female captain of the swordfighter squad. In that case, sign this. As he spoke, he placed a black scroll on the table and slowly unrolled it, revealing a dense array of text. What is this? Li Shuang asked, puzzled. Why don't you take a look and find out? Li Shuang picked up the scroll and read it carefully. Her face changed instantly. A soul contract? The contents of the soul contract shocked her. It required the second party to unconditionally serve the first party within the agreement's scope, and any thought of rebellion would result in severe soul punishment, causing unbearable pain. Although Yuli had also signed a soul contract before, it was mutual. Yuli would work for Yigu forever, and Yigu was obliged to support her for life. But the one in front of her was purely tyrannical, demanding everything from Li Shuang while Yigu had no obligations at all. Li Shuang stared at the black soul contract scroll in her hand, silent for a long time. The edges of the scroll glowed with a faint, eerie light, as if reminding her of the fate she was about to face once she signed. She would be forever bound to Yigu, becoming his puppet. Yigu leaned back gracefully in his chair, his expression calm. Have you made up your mind? Do you want all my subordinates to sign this kind of contract? Li Shuang asked, her voice trembling slightly as she looked up. Of course not. Yigu chuckled softly. These contract scrolls are rare. They require paper made from divine wood, runes inscribed by a level 9 or higher rune master, and a complex ritual with only a 20 success rate. Even the Duke's mansion of the Empire has only a few. I just need you to sign it. Your female swordsmen are loyal to you. Controlling you means controlling them. Li Shuang bit her lip. She knew her subordinates too well. Those girls, though fearful of dying in battle without ever experiencing love, would never betray her. Fine, I'll sign, she said, looking Yigu in the eye. But you must promise not to harm them. If you need to do anything, come at me. As a captive, do you think you have the right to negotiate? Yi Ji's smile was playful. However, I can't agree to your request. Just remember to repay me properly. You better keep your word. Li Shuang picked up the pen, hesitated for a moment, and finally signed her name on the scroll. Yigu, satisfied, put the scroll away, a meaningful smile on his face. Now that our relationship is established, you should understand your duties. The treatment of your subordinates depends entirely on your performance. A chill spread through Li Shuang's body, but she quickly composed herself. As the regiment commander, she couldn't show weakness. I understand. Lord Yigu, I will obey your orders. Yigu stood up and gestured for her to follow. As Li Shuang trailed behind him, her mind involuntarily recalled the anime plots her subordinates had shared, causing her cheeks to flush. To her surprise, Yigu led her to a vast arena. In the center, 300 to 400 warriors dressed in Yi family uniforms were training. Most were young men, with a few boys like Arthur, clumsily practicing with blunt swords. These people were either prisoners rescued from the abyssal well or scavengers from the wilderness, all bearing signs of demonic contamination. From now on, you'll be responsible for training them, Yigu said. As the captain of the female swordsmen of 10,000 Sword City, I trust you're skilled at this. These people are now in your hands. Li Shuang stood frozen in disbelief. Did Yigu bring her here just for this? Yigu tilted his head slightly, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What else did you expect, Commander? Li Shuang's face flushed, and she stammered, unable to find her words. These people have no formal training, Yigu said seriously. Most of them come from the wilderness, surviving by theft and murder. They are wild by nature, and you must be responsible for their discipline and education. Li Shuang looked at the people in the arena, thought for a moment, and nodded. All right, I understand. She felt confident about managing the soldiers. Yigu took out a uniquely shaped sword and handed it to her. This is the Tiger Soul Sword. It used to belong to the former lord of Wanjian City. Now, it's temporarily yours. For me. Li Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. You're one of us now. Equipping my soldiers with weapons is only natural, Yigu said calmly. Thank you, sir. Li Shuang accepted the Tiger Soul Sword with mixed feelings. At that moment, a young girl's voice called out, Master Yigu. Yigu turned to see Xiao Yezi running towards him. The 7-year-old girl barely reached his chest. Though she was smaller than her peers due to malnutrition in her early years, her face had recently gained a healthy glow thanks to the care she received from the Yi family. Yezi stopped in front of Yigu, placing her hands in front of her and bowing deeply. Hello, Master Yigu. Yigu looked at the adorable little girl, a gentle smile unconsciously appearing on his face. He reached out to gently pat her head. What are you doing here? Looking up, he saw Xia Xiyao and Gao Shenxue walking over, clearly having accompanied Yezi. Sister Xiyao and Sister Shenxue brought me here. Yezi looked up with eager eyes. I want to watch brother practice. Master Yigu, when can I train with him? I'm already big enough. I want to learn how to fight. I want to become one of your warriors and help you in the future. Yigu gazed softly at the little girl and patiently explained. Your talents lie elsewhere. In the future, you will become a powerful psychic, not a warrior. For now, focus on learning how to control your abilities from Sister Xiyao. Okay. The girl, Yi blinked her innocent, large eyes, still not fully understanding the differences between the various extraordinary professions. Can a psychic also help Master Yigu? Of course, Yigu nodded with a smile. There will be many times in the future when I'll need your help. All right. I'll work hard on my abilities so I can help Master Yigu conquer the world, the little girl declared earnestly, causing Yigu to smile wryly. Standing nearby, Li Shuang watched the scene unfold. She was surprised to see the young, demonized noble gently patting the head of a girl who was clearly a servant. At that moment, Xia Xiyao and Gao Shenxue walked over. Xia Xiyao curiously eyed Li Shuang and whispered in Yi Ji's ear, Xiao Yi, who is this lady? A prisoner we captured a few days ago during the battle at Wanjin City, Yigu replied casually. But now she's one of my subordinates, just like Arthur and the others. Hearing this, Xia Xiyao couldn't help but scrutinize Li Shuang more closely. This woman's beauty rivaled that of Yi Ji's mother, which made Xia Xiyao, who had grown up as Yi Ji's childhood friend, feel a twinge of unease. She knew all too well about the maids in the Yi family who were infatuated with Yigu. Xiao Yi. Xia Xiyao clung to Yi Ji's arm and whispered nervously. My mom said that beautiful women are the best liars. You're going to be the heir of the Yi family, so you can't let a pretty subordinate distract you from your duties. Just as Yigu was about to tease this little jealous one, the old butler approached and announced, Master Yigu, the head of the family requests your presence. An emissary from the Imperial capital has arrived. Yigu raised an eyebrow and quickly headed to the noble reception hall with Gao Shenxue and Xia Xiyao. His father Yi Shao, grandfather Yi Quan, and mother Zhou Yuqing were already seated there, accompanied by a group of royal guards and eunuchs. The most striking figure was a beautiful woman dressed in mysterious black veils, embroidered with strange patterns and characters. Her face was stunning, and her eyes held an ethereal, sacred quality. She's incredibly beautiful. Xia Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Gao Shenxue observed closely and said, the divine patterns and characters on her clothes, I've seen them in ancient divine clan texts. They are symbols of the divine clan. Yi Ji's eyes sparkled with recognition. He knew this woman Jilian, the only divine priestess of the human empire and the representative of the 11th extraordinary profession that would appear in future versions of the game. The divine sorcerer. Her status in the empire was second only to the emperor, and even the 4 Grand Dukes treated her with great respect. Her visit to the Yi family was a significant deviation from the original game plot. Clearly, his effortless defeat of the Chu family had caught the attention of the royal family. Yigu became alert, thinking the royal family had once again sent someone to cause trouble. But soon, the scene before him dispelled his doubts. In the hall, his father, Yi Shao, was engaged in a courteous conversation with the legendary priestess, Jilian. Both of them appeared relaxed, with the polite smiles typical of nobility, showing no signs of tension. Jilian noticed Yi Ji's arrival and turned to him. Her eyes, deep as the night sky, scrutinized the young man. Is this your son, Yigu? Yes, Yi Shao responded concisely. Jilian nodded slightly. To be chosen by Master Lan Mi of the War Academy is proof that this child possesses extraordinary talent. Perhaps in 10 years, the Empire will have a new legendary figure. Yi Shao allowed himself a faint smile. He'll need to survive until then first. These are cruel times. No matter how great the talent, it's meaningless if one doesn't live through it, wouldn't you agree? The gods will protect every faithful child of the light. Jilian replied, her expression as calm as ever. She then changed the subject. Regarding the Chu family. At the mention of the Chu family, a flicker of emotion crossed Yi Zhao's eyes. Jilian continued, His Majesty has been informed that during the War Academy's recent trial, it was Yigu who uncovered the Chu family's smuggling of soul crystals and assisted the Imperial enforcers in tracing the source of the illicit funds. In recognition of his contributions, His Majesty has sent me to deliver a reward. With her gesture, a group of eunuchs in Imperial black uniforms carried several large chests into the hall, placing them neatly on the floor. This turn of events took Yigu by surprise. Judging from his father Yi Zhao's slightly astonished expression, he hadn't expected this outcome either. However, Yi Shao quickly regained his noble composure and smiled politely. We are grateful to His Majesty. A top-tier genius is the future hope of our people. The Empire naturally values such talent, Jillian remarked. I also hope the Empire will one day see a new supreme warrior, like the late Emperor, who will be renowned among all races. Yi Shao couldn't quite decipher the royal family's intentions behind these words, so he simply nodded lightly. The conversation that followed was relaxed and casual. The priestess, with her holy demeanor, displayed an unexpected adeptness in steering the dialogue, skillfully managing each topic with a finesse that showcased her noble upbringing. As evening approached, Ji Lian rose to take her leave. Yi Shao, accompanied by Zhou Yuqing and Yi Gu, escorted her to the door. Before parting, Ji Lian's serene eyes met Yi Xiao's. Viscount Yi Shao, since the late emperor's passing, misunderstandings may have arisen between the Empire and the Yi family due to the machinations of traitors. With the myriad threats facing us now, including frequent incursions by the dark races at the border, His Majesty hopes to resolve these unnecessary misunderstandings. I understand, Yi Shao replied solemnly. Just before departing, Ji Lian whispered a few words to Yi Shao, leaving him with a surprised expression. She then boarded a steel carriage drawn by flying beasts. With a loud cry, the creatures spread their wings, lifting the black carriage into the sky. The accompanying Imperial guards and eunuchs followed suit in their own flying vehicles. The sun must be rising in the west, Zhou Yuqing remarked, standing beside Yi Shao and watching the royal convoy disappear into the horizon. What is the Empire up to? Yi Shao gently patted Yi Ji's head. It seems you've single-handedly changed the Empire's attitude towards us. Impressive. Really? Zhou Yuqing turned to Yi Shao. By the way, what did the priestess say to you before she left? Yi Shao pondered for a moment. She mentioned two things. What are they? First, she extended an invitation from His Majesty for me to join the Federation's Extraordinary Association, offering me a branch president position. I will now have a voice in important matters concerning the southern region of the Empire. Really? Zhou Yuqing exclaimed. Is the sun really rising in the west? As a branch president of the Federation's Extraordinary Association, Yi Shao would not only participate in important imperial affairs, but also receive a fixed share of profits. Yi Gu hadn't anticipated that his actions would alter the original game's storyline so significantly. This was clearly an attempt by the Empire to appease and win over the Yi family, albeit a rather delayed one. It's like a long-time girlfriend standing at the edge of a breakup cliff. Her once gentle and loyal demeanor now turned dark and threatening to destroy her partner after the split. Only then does the other half realize the gravity and starts to placate her, though the seemingly sincere gestures are just superficial. The true thoughts of the second emperor remain a mystery to all. Night Owl pondered for a long while but still couldn't reach a conclusion. He turned to Night Spring beside him and tentatively asked, Dad, what do you think about this? Night Spring lazily yawned and waved his hand dismissively. It's just the usual power games among the nobles, the old tricks of manipulating people. I've seen enough of this over the years and don't want to get involved. Since you're the head of the family now, you should make the decision yourself. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. Watching his father's retreating figure, Night Owl shook his head helplessly. And the second matter? Zhou Yuqing tugged at his sleeve, pressing for an answer. The second matter is... Night Owl paused mid-sentence and turned to look meaningfully at Night Song. Night Song? Meanwhile, inside the flying beast vehicle soaring through the sky, Ji Lian was meditating with her eyes closed. She suddenly opened her eyes, recalling a scene from the palace earlier. Long Hai sat on the ornate throne in the grand palace, his stern gaze fixed on Ji Lian below. Are you suggesting we appease the Knight family instead of continuing to suppress them? Ji Lian bowed slightly, her voice gentle yet firm. Yes, that is my suggestion. Although the Knight family doesn't have many troops, their elite forces are formidable. Their extraordinary warriors, though few, possess exceptional strength, enough to rival the four dukes. If Your Majesty insists on eliminating the Knight family, it will consume a vast amount of the Empire's resources. Conversely, their strength could bolster the Empire's position among the myriad races. The potential of the demonized mutant warriors is so immense that even the dark races fear them. I believe Your Majesty is well aware of this. Perhaps we should consider a different approach. Rather than eradication, we could opt for appeasement. Long Hai cast a disdainful glance and let out a cold snort. Seated on his lavish dragon throne, his fingers impatiently drummed on the gilded dragonhead armrest. When I first ascended to the throne, the Yi family's reputation was already towering over the court. People even said that if the Yi family took the former emperor's place, they would do a better job than me. It took me years to weaken their influence and tarnish their name. And now you want me to appease them again? Standing calmly below the throne, Ji Lian replied, Your Majesty is the only bloodline left by the former emperor. This is beyond doubt. No matter how powerful the Yi family becomes, they cannot threaten your position. If the Yi family can be fully utilized for the Empire's benefit, it would be advantageous for Qin. Once Qin expands its dominion over the myriad clans, what do rumors matter? And what if they rebel? Long Hai's expression turned serious. I have suppressed them for centuries. They must harbor deep resentment. Moreover, the current head of the Yi family, Yi Shao, is an ambitious man. Old Master Yi Quan of the Yi family was fiercely loyal to the former emperor. As long as he is alive, the Yi family will not rebel, Jilian said softly. Besides, Yi Quan recently broke through to the 8th stage of the Tianqi realm, extending his lifespan. Seeing Long Hai deep in thought, Jilian added, if your majesty is still uneasy, I have a plan. What plan? Young Master Yi Gu of the Yi family is exceptionally talented, having caught the eye of Lord Lanmi from the War Academy. He is around the same age as Princess Long Ying. Long Hai immediately understood. You mean to have them marry? A celestial union? After a brief pause, Long Hai suddenly burst into laughter. Brilliant. Let Long Ying act as a spy by his side. Once the Yi family conquers the myriad clans for the Empire, we can seize the opportunity to eliminate them. Jilian hesitated. Through the celestial stone of the divine civilization, she had glimpsed two vastly different futures. This decision would alter the Empire's destiny, but she could not reveal the secrets of fate. When the news reached the Yi family, Yi Gu was bewildered. Marriage? Yi Shao, relaxed, said, Princess Long Ying is the most gifted young talent in the royal family. Having reached the Tianjing realm at a young age and fought on the battlefield of the myriad clans, Zhou Yuqing clasped her hands together. Such an outstanding girl is a perfect match for our little Yi Gu. Xia Xiao interjected anxiously, but Yi Gu hasn't even met her. What if? You'll meet soon enough, Yi Shao said. She is returning to the War Academy, and you will be classmates. Yi Gu thoughtfully stroked his chin, while Xia Xiao was on the verge of tears. Xia Xiao lay on her desk in the War Academy's elite class, looking utterly dejected. Gao Shenxue quietly took a seat beside her. The classroom was already filled with 17 students, each one a top-tier noble genius from the southern region. After all, extraordinary genes often came with noble lineage, and it was rare for commoners to produce super geniuses. What's wrong? Gao Shenxue asked. Xia Xiao pouted. Shuer, don't you feel sad? Xiao Yi now has a betrothed, so he'll have less time to hang out with us. Gao Shenxue thought to herself. She didn't mind, as she would make sure to be included anyway. Xia Xiao rested her chin on the desk, her voice full of worry. Dad always said that in royal noble marriages, the younger generation is just a sacrifice for family interests. Poor Xiao Yi, being forced to be with someone he doesn't even know. What if the princess is ugly, has a bad temper, bullies him, doesn't feed him, and makes him wash her feet? She might even be violent, tying him up and stepping on his head. She grabbed Gao Shenxue's hand. Shuer, is there any way we can save our childhood friend? Gao Shenxue blinked. I think someone like Xiao Yi is usually the one doing the bullying. Just as Xia Xiao was about to retort, the gray-robed scholar at the podium knocked on the board. Xia Xiao, repeat the significance of building the Great Wall for the human race. Xia Xiao stood up in a panic, and Gao Shenxue whispered, page 64, lines 3 to 16. As Xia Xiao began reciting from the book, the classroom door opened. A tall man with a scarred face led in a distinguished-looking young woman. It was none other than the Empire's 9th princess, Long Ying. She stood gracefully on the podium and bowed to the class. I am Long Ying. Xia Xiao stared in surprise at the exceptionally beautiful and elegant 9th princess, momentarily speechless. Gao Shenxue whispered beside her, now you can relax, at least she's not ugly. Well, being pretty doesn't mean she has a good personality. Xia Xiao still looked worried. Long Ying scanned the classroom but didn't see Yi Gu. She thought, as the principal's personal protege, he was probably receiving private tutoring. At that moment, Yi Gu was sitting cross-legged in Principal Lan Mi's luxurious, palace-like bedroom. The room's walls were embedded with mana stones that constantly transformed and transmitted spiritual energy. Lan Mi lounged on the bed, reading a book. Yi Gu suddenly spoke, Teacher, as the principal of the War Academy, did you ever lead troops on the battlefield of the myriad races? Lan Mi smiled, twirling her hair. That was a long, long time ago. That's why I had you all experience real warfare last time. As Yi Gu was about to recount his experiences in the illusion, Lan Mi gently placed a fingertip on his lips. Some things, even between teacher and student, don't need to be shared. If you can digest it on your own, it's better to do so. Yi Gu closed his mouth, his expression calm. Lan Mi's lips curled into a gentle smile as she asked, after experiencing 2 simulated wars and now this battle with the Chu family, you must have quite a few insights, right? Yes, Yi Gu replied after a brief pause, his voice low and resolute. The biggest takeaway is that being a leader isn't just about wielding power, it's about bearing responsibility. If you fail, it's not just your subordinates who might die because of you, your family, friends, and loved ones could also be affected. Every decision must consider the bigger picture, and even the smallest mistake could cost the lives of those who trust you. The pressure is unimaginable. Lanmi listened, secretly astonished. As the victor of the war, Yigu had gained this profound understanding without losing a single soldier, a realization typically reserved for those who have tasted defeat. She had originally put Yigu at a disadvantage in the illusion to make him experience the sting of failure. You know, Lanmi said, at your age, achieving what you have would make any other prodigy overly proud. It's a common flaw among geniuses, especially those who find success early. Usually, it takes a significant setback to bring about such clarity. In all of human history, I've only seen two people without this flaw, you and the late emperor. Seeing Yigu bow his head in silence, Lanmi couldn't help but reach out and poke his cheek. What? Getting shy from the praise. So cute. A leader needs absolute rationality. Lanmi's expression turned serious. Often, they must suppress their human instincts. All those who are remembered throughout history have done so. Yigu nodded in agreement, and then inquired about the illusion used that day. Lanmi explained with a smile that the illusionary orb could only be created once every 8 years and lasted only 24 hours. The conversation shifted to new abilities, and Yigu mentioned that he had completed developing them during the 16 years within the illusion, mastering the energy patterns and laying the groundwork for future skill integration. Lanmi smiled with satisfaction but couldn't resist a tease. It's a pity your opponent was so weak. Such a significant advantage, and you resolved it in just 16 years. After class, as Yigu walked through the corridors of the War Academy, a noble-looking girl blocked his path. It was Princess Long Ying, who had returned to the academy to study. Her presence immediately drew the attention of the surrounding students. I want to see what the future leader looks like, Long Ying said, staring straight into Yi Ji's eyes. Their conversation led to a challenge. Despite Yigu pointing out the significant difference in their levels, he ultimately accepted Long Ying's challenge, surprising the proud princess. Yeg followed Long Ying into a unique combat training room. The walls shimmered with futuristic technology, various magical devices hummed with activity, and a large screen hung in the center, surrounded by an array of fitness equipment. Unlike ordinary training rooms, this one lacked a typical ring and instead resembled a high-tech laboratory. This training room was specially prepared for the royal family. Since Long Ying decided to return to the War Academy, the palace eunuchs had worked tirelessly, sparing no expense to build it overnight. The most notable feature was an advanced virtual combat system. Long Ying expertly operated a few controls on the wall and inserted a magic stone into a slot. Instantly, two glowing white formations appeared on the floor. In virtual combat, we can fight as if in an illusion without worrying about real injuries, she explained. Impressive, truly befitting of royal technology, Yeg remarked nonchalantly. What kind of combat scenario should we choose? Long Ying asked. Whatever scenario you prefer, Your Highness, Yeg shrugged. Seeing Yeg's indifferent attitude, Long Ying bit her lip. Despite his Earth Realm strength, she always felt she couldn't defeat him. But she quickly regained her composure. This was an unknown duel, and she excelled at challenging opponents above her level, even those in the 100 Souls realm. Long Ying swiftly typed commands on the keyboard and pressed the confirm button. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped Yeg. When his vision cleared, Yeg found himself in an ancient forest. Moonlight shone brightly, and fireflies dotted the darkness, providing faint illumination. He checked himself and found that all his attributes were identical to reality, except the time flow here matched the real world, unlike Lan Mi's illusions. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar shattered the forest's silence. Yeg scanned his surroundings warily, and another roar echoed. A massive red crystal dragon burst from the distant woods. The beast, composed entirely of red gemstone crystals, rampaged like a giant serpent, leaving a trail of toppled trees and swirling dust. The crystal dragon opened its gaping maw, unleashing a gale that snapped nearby trees. In an instant, it closed in on Yeg, its enormous mouth threatening to swallow him whole. At the last moment, accompanied by the caw of a raven, Yeg's body dissolved into black mist, and the dragon's bite struck the ground, leaving a huge crater. Yeg's form reappeared on a tree trunk 10 meters away. He calmly assessed the 100-meter-long crystal dragon and Long Ying standing atop its head. This was her innate ability to awaken the dragon souls from ancient dragon beast fossils, recreating the form of these red crystal dragons. Starting off so seriously, it seems Your Highness is still holding a grudge over the previous defeat, Yeg said with a smile. I won't allow myself to fail a second time, Long Ying replied expressionlessly, beginning to weave hand seals and incantations. A crimson crystal sword materialized in Long Ying's hand, glinting coldly. She raised the crystal sword high, pointing it directly at Yigu, exuding the majestic presence of a legendary dragon knight. At her command, the red crystal dragon beneath her let out an earth-shattering roar, its massive body hurtling towards Yigu like an arrow released from a bow. Yi Ji's eyes narrowed as he swiftly drew his weapons, Shadow Moon and Light Departure. With a graceful leap, he deftly dodged the Crystal Dragon's assault, simultaneously executing his dark version of the Phantom Step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared atop the dragon's back, facing Long Ying. His blades, Shadow Moon and Light Departure, carved fierce arcs towards her. Clang! The clear sound of clashing weapons echoed. Although the crystal sword in Long Ying's hand wasn't sharp, it was unbreakable. Standing on the dragon's head, Yigu unleashed a barrage of attacks, utilizing hundreds of sword techniques mastered through the soul of his weapon. In close combat, his advantage became evident. With a skillful flick, Light Departure in his left hand disarmed Long Ying, sending her crystal sword flying. Shadow Moon in his right hand then transformed into a cold flash, aiming straight for her throat. In the critical moment, Long Ying remained calm. Her lips moved swiftly as she chanted a spell, and a red crystal shield formed instantly in her left hand, blocking Yi Ji's lethal strike just in time. At that instant, the crystal dragon let out a piercing cry, a sound not only deafening but also reminiscent of countless crystals grinding against each other, causing excruciating pain. Yi Gu, overwhelmed by the agony, was thrown off the dragon's back. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Long Ying clasped her hands together, casting a Tier 3 ability Water Crystal Condensation. The crystal dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a high-pressure jet of water, striking Yi Ji's leg in midair where he couldn't evade. This strange liquid crystallized upon contact, instantly encasing his leg and rapidly spreading across his body. Yi Ji's eyes narrowed as he swiftly swung the Shadow Moon, shattering the crystals that had formed on his leg. A crisp, cracking sound echoed as he executed a nimble flip in midair, landing gracefully on a tree branch. Impressive, Yi Ji thought to himself. This Long Ying was a tough opponent even as a child. Long Ying's abilities were among those that Yi Ji's dark copy technique couldn't replicate. In the world of extraordinary human professions, some skills were beyond his reach. Mechanics relied on their custom-built tech armor, beast masters needed their spirit beasts, and gunslingers' abilities depended on their firearms, which could even backfire if too powerful. Similarly, Long Ying's powers came from a red crystal dragon. Unless Yi Ji's could find enough crystal dragon fossils to piece together an identical dragon, he couldn't copy her abilities. Your reflexes are pretty quick, Long Ying remarked calmly, clasping her hands together to gather her soul power again. But let's see how long you can keep dodging. Third tier ability Water Crystal Formation. The red crystal dragon spewed multiple jets of liquid. Yi Ji leaped and dodged through the forest, each tree he passed turning into a red crystal statue. As he evaded, he searched for an opportunity to leap onto the dragon's back. However, Long Ying had wised up, commanding the crystal dragon to rise higher, making it difficult for Yi Ji to approach. Yi Ji attempted several times to slash at the crystal dragon's body, but even his enhanced Shadow Moon and Light Departure couldn't leave a mark on its tough exterior. The ancient dragon fossil that formed its body was far beyond his current level to damage. Are you ready to give up? Long Ying asked from her elevated position. Heh, you'd better hold on tight to that dragon's head, Yi Ji replied, sheathing his dual blades. He raised his right palm upwards and clasped his left hand around his right wrist, beginning to chant a spell. A black fireball appeared in his palm, rapidly expanding from the size of a soccer ball to the size of a truck cab, crackling with black lightning. Long Ying furrowed her brow. He's actually combining dark, fire, and lightning elements? This must be his own creation. Forcing such volatile elements together is risky, but if he succeeds, the power will be immense. We can't let him succeed. Long Ying swiftly formed a series of hand seals, pink soul power enveloping her. Fourth tier ability, Heavenly Crystal Tide. The red crystal dragon took a deep breath and unleashed a tsunami-like surge of wind and water, covering the entire forest. In an instant, all the trees turned into red crystal sculptures, shimmering like gemstones under the moonlight. Just as Long Ying was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a loud crash erupted. Yi Ji burst out from the crystalline sea, rocketing into the sky like a missile, the black fireball in his right hand crackling with lightning's might. Third tier ability Dark Thunder Flame Burst. Long Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, her pupils reflecting Yi Ji's figure. In Yi Ji's hand, a massive black fireball roared forth, trailing a black arc of lightning like a shimmering tail. The fireball's speed utterly defied Long Ying's understanding of fireball magic. As a second-tier spell, the fireball technique, while not consuming much mana, had a destructive power comparable to third or fourth-tier spells, making it a staple for battlefield mages. However, its greatest weakness was its slow speed, making it difficult to hit agile targets. Yet the black fireball Yi Gu had just unleashed was more than 10 times faster than a conventional fireball. Could it be that lightning elements are boosting its speed? Long Ying thought rapidly, instinctively leaping to dodge. The black fireball whizzed past her ear, the searing heat singeing a few strands of her hair. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, The black fireball exploded 10 meters behind her. With a thunderous roar, the black fireball burst like fireworks, releasing dense black lightning and scattering hundreds of lightning fire pellets. Even more terrifying, a shrieking black vortex formed at the explosion's center, creating a powerful suction that drew everything within a 50-meter radius toward it. Before Long Ying could react, her body was firmly caught by the vortex. The scattered lightning fire pellets exploded again, engulfing her completely. In an instant, her body disintegrated into dust within the storm of lightning and flames. As the booming noise faded, the simulation battle ended, and the two returned to the training room. Had enough fun, Your Highness? Yigo asked. Long Ying stood there, unable to calm down for a long time. That final move, was it magic or a superpower? Well, Yigo pondered. To be honest, I'm not really sure. I just sort of put it together on the fly. How did you do it? Long Ying's expression was complex. You managed to combine lightning and fire explosion techniques within a fireball. How did you stabilize such volatile elements without risking an energy overload? Yigo looked puzzled. Isn't it simple? You just mix dark, fire, and lightning elements together. Long Ying bowed slightly. I see. Thank you for training with me today, Yigo. Looking at the princess, who was unlike the other spoiled royals, Yigo was about to say something when Long Ying added, but next time, I won't be defeated so easily. Again? Yigo sighed. Do you have some sort of masochistic tendency? As the royal family's attitude shifted, the Yi family's status rapidly ascended. Yi Shao became the head of the Southern Federation's Transcendence Association, overseeing border affairs. The family's wealth grew, past negative rumors faded, and there were even reports advocating for the demonized individuals. Although the noble families didn't fully understand the situation, they all shifted their attitudes, seeking alliances with the Yi family. However, both sides knew well that this reconciliation was merely superficial. Centuries of rifts couldn't be easily healed, like a shattered mirror that, even when pieced together, still bore cracks. But for now, at least, this mirror was temporarily mended, maintaining a delicate balance. Phew, finally succeeded. Yuli softly wiped the fine sweat off her fair face, a genuine smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her mouth in the underground alchemy lab of the prop shop. On the lab table lay two crystal-clear test tubes, the third-ear potion and special synthetic liquid energy she had crafted according to Yega's request. Yuli carefully sealed the potions, her slender fingers gently caressing the smooth surface of the test tubes. She could already imagine the scene when Yega received these potions. He would show that signature gentle smile, his long fingers softly patting her head, perhaps even praising her. My little childhood friend, you're amazing, just as I expected. This thought made Yuli's cheeks suddenly burn. Hugging the potions, she threw herself onto the bed, burying her flushed face deep into the blanket, rolling around. After a moment, she sat up again and returned to the lab table to carefully study the formula. Can these raw materials be improved? Yuli tapped her lips with the tip of her pen, scrutinizing the ingredient list. The list included cheap supernatural materials, resulting in only low-quality third-ear potions. What if I replace crabshell powder with Tianxian beast bone powder? This idea made her hesitate. She had always followed Yega's formulas and methods strictly, never altering them. Changing the materials would mean adjusting the crafting method as well. But ultimately, Yuli gathered her courage and decided to try. Although she didn't have the rare Tianxian beast bone on hand, the first salary Yega gave her last month 5 soul crystals and 100 gold coins should be enough to purchase it. After extensive searching, she finally found a lead at the Mayu auction house. There would be a live auction on Friday. Friday arrived as scheduled. Yuli went to the most upscale auction house in Yazan City, shrinking her neck and pulling up her hood as she walked among the lavishly dressed nobles. While inquiring about directions at the service desk, she unexpectedly ran into Professor Li from the War Academy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the auction began. When the Tianxian beast bone was brought onto the auction stage, Professor Li was the first to bid, 100,000. Yuli clenched the auction paddle in her hand. All her life, she had been used to yielding, like when she always waited for others to pick apples first. But this time, she bit her lip and slowly raised the paddle. 110,000. Professor Li furrowed his brow, showing a hint of surprise. At this aristocratic auction, he hadn't expected anyone to compete with him for the Tianxian beast bone, let alone that his rival would be Yuli. The Tianxian beast bone, the remains of a nearly extinct mythical creature, is exceptionally rare even on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Despite its scarcity, the demand for this extraordinary material is limited. It is only used by top-tier alchemists. Even in a duchy city-state like Yazan City, there are only 5 top-tier alchemists. Yuli is just a mid-level alchemist. What does she need this material for? And where did she get so much money? Professor Li snorted, raising his bidding paddle. The bidding began swiftly. 120,000, 130,000, 150,000, 300,000, 310,000, 500,000, 510,000. The price soared to 800,000, and Professor Lee's expression grew increasingly grim. As a top-tier alchemist at the War Academy, his monthly salary was only 500,000. In the current era, alchemists were not particularly esteemed, and their creations were limited to a few items like top-tier life recovery potions and top-tier energy recovery potions. What should have been resolved for 100,000 had now escalated to 800,000. Sitting diagonally in front of Yuli, Professor Lee leaned closer, taking advantage of the unimpeded space between them, and angrily whispered, "Yuli, what are you trying to do?" Yuli kept her head down, her petite frame trembling slightly under his furious gaze. Normally, she would immediately back down if someone showed interest in something. But this time was different. She wasn't just doing this for herself. She was doing it for her childhood friend. 1 million. Yuli raised her bidding paddle, her voice soft but resolute. She was desperate to end this tormenting scene. Professor Lee's face turned ashen. He had a maximum of 850,000 at his disposal, which meant he had lost. He couldn't fathom how this mid-level alchemist from the slums, not even an extraordinary being, could have so much money. 1 million. Are there any other bidders? The female auctioneer asked with a smile. The auction hall fell silent. Then, 1 million, sold. In this auction filled with nobility, $1 million item was not remarkable. To the attending aristocrats, the bidding war between Yuli and Professor Lee was just a minor episode. Yuli took the Tianxian beast bone from the staff and had just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Professor Lee's icy voice behind her. "Yuli," she shivered, turning to see Professor Lee striding towards her. She quickly bowed and apologized. "Professor Lee, I'm sorry." Professor Lee stopped, staring at her lowered head. Despite Yuli's lowly status, he wouldn't seize her auction item. The academy had rules. If he, as a professor, were caught doing such a thing by the law enforcement team, he would not only be dismissed but also severely punished. This was a strict rule set by Principal Lamy, and no one had dared to violate it to date. What's there to apologize for? It's just normal bidding. Do you think I, a dignified professor, would bully a little girl like you? Professor Lee snorted. But I do want to know, what are you spending so much money on the Tianxian beast bone for? Just for an experiment, Yuli replied honestly. An experiment? What kind of experiment? Professor Lee raised an eyebrow. According to the alchemical compendium, only the mental power enhancement potion requires the Tianxian beast bone, and that's something only top-tier alchemists can brew. It's not for brewing a mental power enhancement potion. It's for an original experiment, not in the compendium, Yuli said hesitantly. An original experiment? Professor Lee was first stunned, then showed a disdainful smile. You, a mid-level alchemist, doing an original experiment? Yuli kept her head down, her hands twisting her clothes nervously. I recall, you've only been an assistant at the War Academy for a few years, Professor Lee said with a contemptuous and stern look. An alchemist needs to be patient and accumulate knowledge. You've only been an assistant apprentice for a few years, and you want to do original experiments? Yuli, is this how I taught you back then? Yuli stood there nervously, feeling at a loss. Professor Lee's cold eyes scrutinized her attire. As her former mentor, he knew all too well about her family's financial situation. Yet, she was wearing an enchanted garment made of divine Nanmu grass and extravagance far beyond her means. Professor Lee furrowed his brows, speculating silently. Could she have caught the eye of some noble? But it certainly wouldn't be because of her alchemical skills. After all, a mid-level alchemist isn't worth such an expense. A wry smile crept onto his face. In Yazan City, there was no shortage of wealthy nobles and wastrels. Even commoners, if they abandoned their principles, could always find ways to make money. I used to think you were a modest and dutiful child, but it seems you've become quite arrogant, Professor Lee sneered. Young people these days can't even keep their feet on the ground and are always dreaming of reaching the sky. While it's true that you have some talent to become a mid-level alchemist as a non-extraordinary individual, it's clear that arrogance has clouded your judgment. He continued his reprimand. Scientific research is not child's play. Innovation in alchemy is not something at your level. If someone of your caliber could create original potions, it would be an insult to all alchemists. Do you think this is a game? If customers knew that the buff potions and energy potions they were buying came from a mid-level alchemist, would they still buy them? Professor Lee's disdain was not unfounded. Even as a top-tier alchemist, he had yet to create an original potion. All the potions he made throughout his life were strictly following recipes left by predecessors. Despite countless attempts at original experiments, they all ended in failure. Yuli lowered her head, silent, with tears welling up in her eyes. She clutched the hem of her garment tightly, fighting back the tears. Stop wasting your money, Professor Lee said coldly. How about this? I'll give you 800,000 for that Tianxian beast bone. It's a waste for you to take it back for research. No. Yuli suddenly spoke. the most resolute word she had ever uttered. What? Professor Lee frowned. Before he could finish, Yuli had already grabbed the Tianqian beast bone and ran off. Stop. Did I say you could leave? Professor Lee shouted sternly, but Yuli didn't look back. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her tears fell like pearls onto the ancient cobblestone path, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, at the Yi family residence, Yigu sat at his bedroom desk, facing a black sword named Demon Sword, Dark Soul Ghost Dragon. Unlike in the Chu family's secret chamber, the demon sword now lay quietly, neither exuding malevolence nor whispering eerily, as if it were asleep. All right, Ghost Dragon, stop pretending. I can see you, Yigu said casually. Sorry, the owner you were trying to reach is not home. Please try again later, or leave a message after 3 seconds. Please do not misunderstand. This is an automated response. The demon sword replied in a demonic voice. Not home, huh? Yigu squinted his eyes and reached for the sword hilt. With a humming sound, his consciousness entered a space as dark as the universe. There, a massive black dragon coiled, its body longer than the Great Wall of the Empire. Hey, Yigu greeted nonchalantly. How did you get in here? The ghost dragon was horrified, its expression comically unfitting its majestic appearance. It had planned to feign sleep for 1,000 years until Yigu died of old age, but it hadn't anticipated that this human with mutant demon lord blood could directly enter the demon sword space. Ahem, the ghost dragon coughed awkwardly. I was asleep just now and didn't hear anything outside. Is that so? Seems like you've been sleeping well, Yigu said sarcastically. Yeah, always slept well, Guilong replied with a forced laugh. This massive, menacing black eastern dragon, despite its fierce and terrifying appearance, was acting so out of character that Yigu couldn't help but find it amusing. Playing cute with me won't work. Yigu sat down casually. I know your origins, Guilong. You're an ancient demon dragon with both dragon and demon bloodlines, once the steed of the ancient demon lord. After the demon lord was defeated by the gods and the demon realm vanished, you were sealed in the demon sword, slumbering underground ever since. Guilong's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know this? How I know is not important, Yigu said leisurely. Now that you're in my hands, what's your plan? Are you going to follow me, or pay me protection fees every day? Guilong fell silent for a long time, his eyes gradually turning sharp. Since it's come to this, I won't pretend anymore. His voice carried a metallic dignity. I had planned to fake sleep for 1,000 years and live in peace. I didn't expect you, an impudent little brat, to intrude into my domain. Although I don't know where you heard my legend or why you possess the demon lord's bloodline, you're just a 10-year-old human child. With your lowly Earthrealm strength, you think you can control me? Ridiculous. Oh, are you sure? Yiga squinted. Of course. Someone of my stature? Only the demon lord could ever surpass me. Seems like you've made your choice, Yiga chuckled. Don't blame me then. Seeing Yiga smile, Guilong felt a chill in his heart. Without another word, Yigu exited the consciousness space of the demon sword. He opened his eyes, picked up the demon's sword from the table, and gently traced the engravings on the blade. With a piercing caw, countless crows emerged from the black mist, circling and then dispersing. From the black fog, a crimson gate to the demon realm slowly opened. What is this? The voice of the demon sword trembled. Yigu, holding the demon sword, stepped through the gate and arrived at the demon tree. According to Hongko's report, the demon tree had expanded the demon realm to 6 times its original size. I brought something good for the demon tree, Yigu said, plunging the demon sword into the rock. The demon tree immediately extended countless vines, wrapping tightly around the sword. Stay away. What are you doing? It tickles. No. Let go of me. Aya. The demon sword let out its final wail. The roots of the demon realm tree rapidly entwined the demon sword, binding it tightly. No matter how much the sword's blade quivered and buzzed, it couldn't break free. Yega squatted in front of the trapped sword, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. How does it feel? How can you control the demon realm tree? The sword asked in terror. Didn't I tell you? I am the new ruler of the demon realm, Yega sighed. Since you're unwilling to serve me, you can stay here as a perpetual motion machine. Provide nourishment for the demon realm tree. You won't die. At most, you'll get a bit tired. She continued in a calculated tone. You're just a sword, and the ghost dragon inside you only has a soul, not a body. You shouldn't need rest. So, let's do the math. 24 hours a day, 168 hours a week, 720 hours a month. If you work like this for 1,000 years, the sword was stunned. What kind of demon capitalist are you? Souls get tired too, you know? Magic power depletion also needs time to recover. Keep it up. Yega patted the hilt of the sword, her face serious. You'll be a hero of the demon realm's infrastructure. Wait! The sword urgently called out as Yega was about to leave. offering a nervous smile. Kids shouldn't be so ruthless. What I meant was, I just don't submit to ordinary people. You're the new ruler of the demon realm, equivalent to a new era demon lord. Of course, I am willing to serve you. Oh, changed your mind, have you? Yega glanced at him. So, do you want to follow me? Or pay a protection fee every day? Of course, I'll follow you. The metallic voice of the sword was filled with determination. I am willing to be your most loyal blade, at your command. Yega laughed. Not bad, but it's too late now. Work for a while first, and we'll see how you perform. If you do well, we might reduce your working hours to 18 hours a day. She pointed to the demon-toothed beasts transporting supplies. Look how happy they are. The sword hesitated. What, you don't want to? Yega's face turned stern. There are plenty of demons willing to do the job. Willing. I'm willing. The sword finally resigned itself. Meanwhile, in the underground alchemy lab, Yuli was distractedly conducting an experiment. She added a drop of alchemical liquid to a boiling cauldron. Watching the purple bubbles rise, her mind on her professor's words. Lately, self-doubt had been plaguing her. She was indeed just a mid-level alchemist. Although she had created magic potions and liquid energy, those were all based on Yega's work. With her skills, could she really improve on Yega's creations? As she drifted off, the bubbles in the cauldron multiplied. Watch out! Gao Shue's warning jolted her back to reality, but it was too late. The alchemical liquid exploded, flames and purple toxic gas rushing towards Yuli. In the nick of time, a spherical mechanical drone flew in front of Yuli, deploying a colorless energy shield that blocked all the danger. Once the threat had dissipated, the drone quietly returned to Gao Shue's side, leaving Yuli sitting dazed on the ground, still in a state of shock. Gao Shue walked over to Yuli and helped her up. Her gaze fell on Yuli's face, her calm eyes filled with concern. Have you had something on your mind these past 2 days? No, nothing. Yuli forced a smile. Sorry, Schwer. I might just be a bit too tired. Gao Shue was silent for a moment before she spoke slowly. That drop of ZX solution should have been added when the water reached 75 degrees, but you waited until it was already boiling. That's like throwing explosives into a frying pan. Even as a beginner alchemist, I wouldn't make such a mistake. Yuli lowered her head and didn't respond. Seeing that Yuli didn't want to talk, Gao Shue didn't press further. If you're feeling down, take a few days off. Whenever I'm not in a good mood, I never do scientific research. Okay. After a long silence, Yuli suddenly looked up, curious. Schwer, have you ever felt down before?
Yes.
What was it about? Gao Shue thought for a moment and replied, when I couldn't see my godson for several days. Yuli was stunned. The scene shifts to the Yi family house. Xia Xiao linked arms with Yuli, taking her to play cards with Yigu and Gao Shue. The four of them sat on the floor, barefoot and surrounded by various drinks and snacks. Yay, I won again. Xia Xiao cheered excitedly. Xiaoyi, you lost again. I get to punish you. She picked up a marker and drew a circle on Yi Ji's face, then laughed heartily. Yigu touched the black circle on his face and said wistfully, why do you draw on my face when I lose, but you draw on your arm when you lose?
That's not fair.
Well, Xia Xiao hesitated for a moment, then pouted. I'm a girl. Drawing on my face would look bad. But your arms are already covered in drawings. It's fine, it's fine. You can draw somewhere else later. I just don't want it on my face. The cheerful atmosphere filled the room. Yuli tried to smile, not wanting to spoil the happy mood, but her eyes still betrayed her sadness. Yigu, ever perceptive, noticed and looked at her for a while before asking, Shaoli, is something on your mind today? Yuli was caught off guard by Yi Ji's sudden question. Her expression froze momentarily before she quickly waved her hand and softly denied it. Even when Yigu pressed her 2 more times, she still didn't admit to anything, just vaguely insisting she was fine. Knowing Yuli's personality, Yigu understood that if she did have something on her mind, she would keep it to herself, so he stopped asking. The small gathering ended quickly. Since it wasn't dark yet, Yuli stood up to leave. Yigu arranged for the butler to drive her home. Xia Xiao, however, felt the evening was far from over and wanted to stay and play. Gao Shue, holding a warm towel, carefully wiped the paint off Yi Ji's face before taking the basin to the bathroom. Xia Xiao stayed in Yi Ji's room, cuddling by Shueling, the white cat, who meowed in distress and eventually escaped to hide in Yi Ji's collar. Yigu, can I talk to you about something? Xia Xiao, having had her fill of cuddling the cat, crawled over to Yigu like a kitten, her eyes full of anticipation. What is it? Do you want me to go out with you again? Yigu asked with a smile. Of course not. Do you think all I ever do is play? Xia Xiao pouted. Then what is it? Well, Xia Xiao hesitated for a moment. Can you buy Yuli? Oh? Xia Xiao quickly explained. Yuli seems really unhappy lately. She was an assistant tutor at our war academy, but now she's quit and is working for some noble in the Southern Territory. That capitalist must have seen how diligent and skilled she is and tricked her into signing a lifelong contract. She waved her small fists angrily. It's so awful. How could he deceive such a pure girl? Yiga listened quietly, finding it all rather amusing. Yuli has been noticeably unhappy these past few days. She must be getting bullied by her new boss. Xia Xiao sighed. Instead of letting her be exploited by others, it would be better if you did. That way, we can all be together more often. Yuli is so introverted. Now that she's left the academy, she probably has no one to talk to. She placed her hands on Yi Ji's lap and gently shook them. What do you say? Please? Yuli has so many skills that could really help you. Yiga scratched his cheek. Well, okay, I'll think about it. Awesome. You're the best. Yiga. Xia Xiao cheered. It's great that both you and Shui can accept her. This way, Yuli won't be lonely anymore. Yigu thought to himself. Not only had they already accepted her, but he hadn't expected Xia Xiao to make such a request. This kind little angel, while he secretly had other childhood friends she didn't know about, made him feel guilty. He silently resolved to lie less next time. As night fell, Yuli didn't go home but instead went to the alchemy lab in the basement of the Yi family's tool shop. Under the dim lights, she focused intently on her experiments. Spending late nights alone like this had become a routine for her. Back at the War Academy, she could only use the lab at night to learn various secondary skills as an assistant apprentice. The difference was, back then, she had no pressure. As an ordinary civilian apprentice, no one had expectations of her or gave her any recognition. Even if she had a fleeting dream, it was just a midnight fantasy. But later, someone actually helped her realize that dream. She received approval and high expectations, but does she truly deserve such anticipation? Yuli stood before the lab bench, staring at the failed experiment with a pale face full of disappointment. The laboratory was silent, save for the faint clinking of glassware. Mechanically, she poured the discarded alchemical solution into the waste disposal and meticulously cleaned the used Erlenmeyer flasks, crucibles, and weighing bottles. The Tianxian beast bones she had bought at the auction were nearly depleted, and tonight marked her third failure. Her eyes fell upon her notebook, filled with dense research notes detailed summaries of her 3 failed attempts. Is it really impossible to create an original potion with just my own strength? She murmured to herself. At this moment, she desperately wished for guidance, but having left the academy, she could no longer seek advice from the alchemy mentors there. As for Yi Gu, she didn't dare to ask, fearing he would look at her with the same cold eyes as Professor Li, uttering those harsh words of criticism and mockery. Recalling Professor Li's reaction made Yuli's heart race. If Yigu also told her she was overestimating herself, how could she bear it? Just then, the wooden door of the laboratory creaked open. Startled, Yuli looked up to see Yigu descending the stairs, his signature, gentle smile on his face. Still working hard so late? My little childhood friend is quite dedicated. Yi Ji's voice was particularly clear in the quiet lab. Yuli's cheeks flushed slightly. Master Yigu, why are you here? Wrong title, isn't it? Yigu reminded her with a smile. Yuli's face turned even redder. Lowering her head, she whispered, barely audible, brother. Yigu walked over to Yuli with a satisfied smile and gently ruffled her hair. His eyes fell on her open notebook and the chaotic lab bench in front of her, where various test tubes and containers were scattered about. What kind of experiment were you doing? Looks like it didn't go well, Yigu asked. Yuli lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. I heard from Schwerer that you've been distracted during your experiments lately. Yigu casually picked up a test tube and played with it. Tell me the truth. What's going on? Under Yi Ji's calm yet unyielding gaze, Yuli finally couldn't hold back and told him everything. After she finished, she lowered her head deeply, hiding her eyes behind her white bangs, too afraid to look at his expression. In her mind, she braced for various possible scoldings. You dare to tamper with my potion formula? Do you think brewing a few potions makes you great? You're insulting my research. However, Yigu simply said calmly, so that's it. I thought it was something serious. Huh. Yuli looked up in surprise. Aren't you going to criticize me, brother? Why are you looking at me like that? Yigu asked, puzzled. Yuli nervously clutched the hem of her clothes. I thought you would... Oh no. I thought brother would scold me. Say I'm overestimating myself. That someone of my low level modifying your research results is an insult. She suddenly bowed deeply. I'm sorry. Yigu sighed helplessly and pinched Yuli's pale cheeks with 2 fingers. Ouch. Yuli's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at him pitifully. It hurts. You deserve it. This is your punishment, Yigu said coldly. But you got it wrong. I'm not punishing you for modifying the potion formula. After a series of brief yet sharp questions, Yigu seriously told Yuli, in the future, you'll meet many people, elders, teachers, classmates, even strangers. They will offer advice based on hearsay and attack you when you don't meet their expectations. But remember, you don't live to fulfill their expectations. Holding her cheeks, he looked into her eyes and said, "Stay confident and ignore those who flaunt their ignorance, but also recognize your own level and reflect on your real mistakes. You can be introverted, but in your professional field, you must never hesitate because of someone's casual remarks." After he finished speaking, he vigorously rubbed Yuli's collagen-filled cheeks. "Do you understand?" Mm. Yuli nodded with difficulty. I understand." Yega released his grip on Yuli's cheek. Yuli gently rubbed the red mark left on her face, unable to hide her shyness. "All right, let me see the summary report of your recent failed experiments," Yega said. Yuli promptly handed over her notebook with both hands. Yega took it and began to read through it carefully, his expression gradually becoming serious. Is it really bad?" Yuli nervously placed her hands on her lap, cautiously observing Yega's expression. "I followed the basic logic you taught me, but I thought I could use better materials instead of the cheap ones. But when I replaced the crab bone powder with Tianqian beast bone powder, the water element became too strong, causing the potion to become unbalanced. I tried adjusting the dosage, but it didn't work." Her voice trailed off. "I'm sorry. Maybe I really don't have enough talent." Yega took a deep breath. "You've only done 3 experiments and you call this a lack of talent?" His voice suddenly rose. "What about those scientists who have to run thousands of experiments to reach a conclusion? Are only the geniuses who succeed on the first try considered talented?" As he spoke, he reached out and pinched Yuli's nose. Yuli closed her eyes in fright and let out a tiny whimper. "First of all," Yega said expressionlessly, "you need to change how you address me." "I'm sorry, brother," Yuli said, opening her tear-filled eyes and looking at him pitifully. "Say it 1,000 times." Under Yega's stern demand, Yuli blushed and repeatedly called out brother. By the time she finished, her whole face was burning hot. The hardest part was having to look directly into Yega's deep eyes. Only then did Yega let go of her, satisfied, and began to explain in detail. He mentioned how Schwerer had conducted over 100 failed experiments while developing the Cyberblade and Soul Power Gun, emphasizing that even geniuses need to keep trying. Seeing Yuli's concern about the lack of materials, Yega casually conjured 10 pieces of Tianqian beast bone and placed them on the table. Despite the late hour, Yuli insisted on continuing her experiments. Before leaving, Yega casually asked about the professor who had belittled Yuli. Upon learning it was Professor Li Bing, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. But he knew well that the real victory wasn't direct revenge. It was letting Yuli prove herself through her own strength. Watching Yuli's focused back as she continued her experiments, Yega narrowed his eyes. This face-slapping had to be done by her own hands. As temperatures gradually drop, migratory birds return to the southern regions, signaling the quiet approach of winter. In this season, when everything should be at rest, the dark creatures of the shadow races grow increasingly rampant, posing a significant survival threat to the weaker species on the map of all races. Inside the principal's office at the Southern War Academy, Lanmi sat comfortably in her chair, wearing VR glasses and gripping a game controller intently. Her fingers flew over the buttons as she complained to her teammates in the game. "You guys are so bad. You can't even use your skills. My 10-year-old student is better than you. If my adorable student were here today, I wouldn't even bother playing with you." Just then, a knock on the door interrupted her game. "Come in," Lanmi shouted without looking up. The door opened to reveal Duke Wang In, dressed in full noble attire. A black silk top paired with polished black boots, a long Redan black cloak draped over his shoulders, and a soul crystal brooch pinned to his chest. His face, weathered by time, maintained its usual stern expression. "Principal Lanmi," Duke Wang In began in a cold voice. Lanmi pushed her glasses up to her forehead. "Oh, it's you, old Wang. What brings you here today?" She quickly put the glasses back on. "Wait, let me finish this game first." 10 minutes later, Lanmi finally removed her glasses, stretched, and asked, "So, Duke, what's the matter?" Wang In got straight to the point. Dark races were becoming more active beyond the borders, and the Night Watchers were shorthanded. He needed at least 300 elite transcendent warriors for support. Additionally, there were reports of rampant illegal trading by rebel forces outside the third defense line of all races, with the most concerning being the trade of dark blood. When Lanmi asked for specific locations, Wang In indicated it was near the territory of Night City and hinted that the Yi family might be involved. This prompted Lanmi to tease, "Don't always blame the Yi family. I know you're still holding a grudge about being beaten up by their old man in front of your sweetheart and getting kicked by the royal princess's spirit beast." After Wang In left the principal's office, he encountered Professor Li in the hallway, his face clouded with worry. Seeing Professor Li trying to avoid him, Wang In approached and whispered in his ear, "Professor Li, let's talk somewhere private." Professor Li's face turned bitter. He knew his fate was already sealed. Several days later, in the opulent domed meeting hall of the Federal Association of Extraordinary Beings, an emergency meeting was underway. The hall's interior boasted exquisite decor, with beautiful murals adorning the walls and a massive long table in the center that could seat 30 to 40 people. Duke Wangin sat at the head of the table, his fingers interlaced in front of him, his expression grave. Ladies and gentlemen, winter is approaching, and the proliferation of monsters has become an issue we can no longer ignore, he declared in a stern and steady voice. Additionally, we have intelligence that an underground rebel faction has been smuggling dark blood within the Great Wall, resulting in numerous cases of black blood infection in the border cities. The Empire has issued a strict order. We must resolve this swiftly. Seated around the table were some of the most prominent figures of the southern region, including heads of top noble families, leaders of the extraordinary and mage guilds, main representatives of Confucian, Taoist, Mahist, and other schools, as well as the chiefs of the demon hunters and night watchers. Night Owl spoke slowly from his seat. In the past few days, we've apprehended over a dozen vagrant peddlers selling dark blood and more than 200 users. But these peddlers are just small-time operators from outside the Great Wall. They don't have any useful information. The Night Watcher chief, Nangong Ru, crossed her arms, her beautiful yet cold eyes sweeping over Night Owl. Catching small-time dealers is useless. We need to find the source. The white-haired elder from the Mage Guild stroked his beard and said, with winter approaching, monsters are rampant beyond the third defense line, and the pollution from their dark energy is severe. Our extraordinary warriors find it challenging to venture outside the city, let alone investigate beyond the borders. Other representatives also voiced their opinions. The head of the Mechanists Guild and the main representative of the Legalist School both agreed that locating the source of the underground faction would be extremely difficult. The Demon Hunters chief stated that they were only responsible for hunting monsters and wouldn't get involved in other matters. After a round of discussions, Duke Wangin finally announced, I have issued a mission to the War Academy to dispatch 300 elite cadets to assist in the investigation. Additionally, I urge all city lords, especially those in charge of border trade, to be extra vigilant. Winter is the most active period for dark races. If we have internal issues, they could exploit the situation, leading to unimaginable consequences. As the meeting concluded, the holographic projections of the attendees gradually faded away. However, Duke Wangin used a private channel to retain the Night Watcher chief, Nangong Ru. The perpetually aloof and beautiful woman raised an eyebrow and asked, Why did you keep me behind? Duke Wangin kept Director Nangong behind, his gaze intense as he looked at the woman who maintained her aloof demeanor. Even in the presence of the Duke, Nangong Ru stood with her arms crossed, her legs elegantly crossed in long boots, her expression cold. Director Nangong, Wangin got straight to the point. The Federation's Association of Extraordinary Beings in the southern region is seen as powerful by outsiders, but you and I both know they are just a bunch of incompetent fools. Get to the point, Nangong Ru replied flatly. Ever since the Yi family took control of trade and transportation at the southern border, dark blood has started flowing into the Great Wall, Wangin hinted. Don't you find that suspicious? Are you implying that the Yi family is colluding with rebel forces? I'm merely raising a reasonable suspicion, Wangin sneered. Given that they are a family of demonic mutants, you know their nature best. They are ruthless, with no regard for honor or integrity when it comes to profit. Nangongru remained silent. Now that His Majesty has chosen to appease the Yi family by giving them such power, Wangin continued, they are already fierce and bloodthirsty. With their newfound influence, the Empire's nobility is eager to curry favor with them. Who would dare to question or investigate them? But I believe only you, Director Nangong, would not be intimidated by them. Nangong Ru merely snorted before cutting off the holographic communication. Wangin looked at the vanishing projection with a contemptuous smile. A subordinate, quietly pouring him tea, asked, Your Grace, do you think this kind of instigation will work? Of course, Wangin sipped his tea. At least for Nangong Ru, it will certainly work. This woman despises demonic mutants to the core. Later that same morning, in a War Academy classroom, Xia Xiao noticed that there were significantly fewer students than usual. In the past 2 days, a large number of students with extraordinary abilities above the 100-soul realm had left the school, seemingly on some mission. Yi Gu, Shuer, have you noticed? There are fewer people around the academy these days, Xia Xiao whispered during lunch. It's probably something to do with matters beyond the Great Wall, Yi Gu replied while accepting a bite from Gao Xinxue. With winter approaching and monsters becoming rampant, the Night Watchers and the city defense forces could be short on manpower, Gao Xinxue said softly, blowing on a piece of dragon turtle meat before feeding it to Yi Gu. Under countless curious gazes, Yi Gu had grown accustomed to being fed this way, only sighing inwardly at his own indulgence. I heard from my dad, Xia Xiao lowered her voice, that there are many underground rebel elements outside the Great Wall. They're trafficking something called, what was it again? Dark blood. Yi Gu interjected. Yes, exactly, Xia Xiao said excitedly. My dad said it's the most strictly prohibited substance in the Empire. Possession means execution, and trafficking it means public execution. What exactly is it? Yiga shook his head and explained, it's not an ordinary poison. It's a special concoction made from the blood of dark races, resembling blood in appearance. Dark blood is a dangerous double-edged sword. It grants ordinary people immense power comparable to that of the enchanted for a short period, but at the cost of severe addiction. Users suffer serious aftereffects and descend into madness, attacking and biting others uncontrollably, spreading plague. What's more frightening is that those infected also become addicted to dark blood, creating a terrifying vicious cycle. Yiga was all too familiar with this. As a gamer, he knew that this world line had already entered version 1.16, and the dark blood storyline seemed to have arrived earlier than expected. Why would anyone use something so terrifying? Xia Xiao asked in astonishment. Yiga shook his head and explained, the environment beyond the third defense line wall is extremely harsh. There, magical creatures run rampant, food is scarce, and being weak means death. Ordinary survivalists in the wilderness can only scavenge others' leftovers in the ruins, often competing with vultures and hyenas for rotting corpses if they lack strong power. Then why doesn't the Empire bring these refugees inside the wall? How can they accommodate tens of billions of wilderness wanderers? So many. Xia Xiao's eyes widened in shock. That's so pitiful. Not far from where the three were dining, a brown-haired, brownied girl with a bun was hiding in a corner, secretly observing. She was Nangong Qiuyue, diligently taking notes in her little notebook. Is that guy really Yigu? She glanced at Yigu, who was being fed by Gao Shenxue, and pouted. He's 10 years old and still needs someone to feed him. Ridiculous. Nangong Qiuyue compared the photo in her hand, confirming Yi Ji's identity and the two girls beside him, Gao Shenxue, the mechanic from the War Academy's elite class, and Xia Xiao, the Count's daughter and a Woodwater elemental ability user. This guy must be extraordinary to defeat someone of Count Chu Wanha's level without relying on his family. He might be involved in the Dark Blood incident too. She pondered, if I can find evidence, my sister will definitely let me join the Night Watchers. While immersed in her fantasies, Nangong Qiuyue looked up to find the three had disappeared. She quickly chased out of the cafeteria, running around the campus until she finally spotted them in a garden. Strange, I saw them come here. She looked around, then suddenly heard a voice behind her. Are you playing detective? It was Yigu. It's not a game. I'm seriously investigating a case. Nangong Qiuyue instinctively replied, then realized and almost jumped in shock, letting out a scream. Ah! Night Song scrutinized the little girl in front of him with suspicion. The girl appeared to be around his age, roughly 10 years old, with brown hair tied into a neat bun and bright brown eyes that darted around nervously. She was dressed in a black tactical jacket paired with black combat boots, and a tactical thigh strap holding a dagger, looking every bit like a mini secret agent. Who exactly are you? Why have you been following us? Night Song asked bluntly. Nangong Chua looked around guiltily. I'm just passing by. Who's following you? Really? Night Song raised an eyebrow. Because I thought I heard you mention something about a case and investigation? Nangong Qiuyue stammered, unable to respond, but inwardly, she was in a panic. Oh no, I've been discovered just as I started tailing them. If my sister finds out how useless I am, she'll never let me join the Night Watchers. I need to find a way to escape. At that moment, Gao Shenxue and Xia Xiao flanked her from both sides, completely blocking her escape route. Xiaoyi, who is this? A friend of yours? Xia Xiao asked curiously. No idea. Night Song's gaze grew sharper, so I'm questioning her. Suddenly, Nangong Qiuyue exaggeratedly pointed into the distance. Hey, look over there. As the three instinctively turned their heads, she transformed into a blur, dashing several meters away in a series of rapid steps, leaving only afterimages behind. Gao Shenxue's black ponytail was lightly stirred by the passing wind. Whirlwind shadow step? Night Song's eyes flashed with surprise. Where did she go? Xia Xiao blinked in confusion. No worries, I'll chase her. With that, Night Song darted off in pursuit. Nangong Qiuyue leaped between buildings and trees, finally landing on top of a magical tower. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, Night Song's voice suddenly sounded from behind her, planning for a next time? A ghost. Nangong Qiuyue jumped back in fright. How did you catch up? I just followed you up here, Night Song said, barely suppressing a laugh. Unwilling to back down, Nangong Qiuyue immediately used her whirlwind shadow step again, only to see Night Song perfectly mimic her every move. After a few rounds of maneuvering, Night Song grabbed her bun. Ouch! Nangong Qiuyue fell to the ground. How do you know my self-created martial art? Night Song was taken aback. This clumsy little girl was actually the future captain of the Night Watchers, admired by countless players. In the moment he was distracted, Nangong Qiuyue suddenly sprang up, launching a whip kick at his face. Night Song easily dodged, but Nangong Qiuyue lost her balance and plummeted straight down the tower. Nangong Qiuyue felt weightless as she plummeted from the magic tower, dozens of meters high. The cold wind howled in her ears, and her long hair streamed out behind her like the helpless wings of a fledgling eagle. Instinctively, she closed her eyes in terror. However, the expected pain never came. She opened her eyes in confusion to find herself surrounded by a flock of black crows. They had caught her just in time, preventing her fall. At the same time, Yesong landed gracefully among the crows. Still think you're not a klutz? Yesong raised an eyebrow at her. I just slipped. Nangong Choyue's cheeks flushed. Before she could finish her sentence, the crows suddenly dissipated into wisps of black mist. Without support, she fell to the ground with a thud. Yesong crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. So, you think the dark blood incident is connected to my family, and you wanted to investigate me? Hoping to catch me committing a crime so you could join the Night Watchers. Nangong Choyue looked down, fidgeting with her fingers. Yeah, but it was just a suspicion. That's too much. Xia Xiao fumed beside them. How can you accuse someone without evidence? Xiao Yi is so pure, kind, gentle, and adorable. Why do you always target him? Gentle and kind? Pure and adorable? Nangong Choyue's eyes widened. He can defeat Chu Wanhe? Destroy Wanjin City? Are you kidding me? He just pulled my hair but a moment ago. He has no sense of chivalry. Gao Shui spoke calmly. If Xiao Yi weren't gentle, you'd be lying in the infirmary with a broken bone after falling from the top of the magic tower. Nangong Choyue was at a loss for words and muttered softly. I admit that much, I owe him one. But he made me slip on purpose. Xiao Yi isn't that devious. Xia Xiao retorted, hands on her hips. He only teases me. He wouldn't tease other girls. Nangong Choyue was puzzled. Why do you sound proud about being teased by him? As Xia Xiao awkwardly tried to explain, a melodious and exotic tune drifted from the direction of the academy gates. The sound was unique, clearly not produced by human instruments. A troop of Lingao soldiers was slowly entering the campus. Hundreds of knights rode on spirit beasts, and over 300 infantry wielded serrated spears. In the center of the procession was a silver carriage adorned with foreign gemstones. Many students gathered to watch, making way for the procession. The four of them pushed to the front of the crowd. Curious about the arrival of the troops, Xia Xiao asked about their origins. Gao Shui explained that these were the Lingao, allies of the human race. 200 years ago, Principal Lanmi had saved a Lingao general, forging a lasting friendship. Nangong Chua murmured, the sudden visit of the Lingao army. It doesn't feel like a good sign. The ranks of Lingao warriors finally halted in front of the principal's residence. A luxurious carriage, drawn by two mighty spirit beasts, came to a slow stop. The door opened, and two noble Lingao warriors, dressed in battle gear, stepped out. Their cloaks, adorned with intricate tribal totems, swayed gently in the breeze, displaying a blend of red and yellow feathers that shimmered with a mysterious glow. The man, tall and handsome, was named Jilin. The woman, whose beauty was unparalleled, was named Feiyue. Their similar facial features made it clear that they were siblings. Jilin gazed at the grand building before him, a look of nostalgia in his eyes. It's been a long time since we last saw our teacher. The last time was on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans 100 years ago, wasn't it? Yes, Feiyue replied, her eyes falling on the stone plaque beside the villa. Engraved on it were the words, Residence of Lanmi, the greatest principal in history. She smiled slightly. It seems our teacher hasn't changed a bit. Let's go in. In the drawing room, Lanmi lounged lazily on a chaise longue, deftly cracking sunflower seeds with her slender fingers, each seed separating perfectly and the kernel landing precisely in her mouth. Generals Jilin and Feiyue of the Lingao clan. What brings you here today? She asked with a smile. After some pleasantries, Jilin's expression turned serious. Teacher, we have come with a matter of great importance that requires your assistance. Oh, how important? Lanmi's fingers paused in midair. It concerns the entire Lingao clan, Jilin replied gravely. Feiyue added, we do not trust the human empire. We only trust you. Lanmi's blue eyes narrowed slightly. Is that so? Now I'm intrigued. Tell me more. The next morning, the training grounds of the Southern War Academy were bustling with activity as all inner disciples were urgently summoned. Dihai stood on the podium and announced, this mission is quite special because your destination is beyond the Great Wall. The announcement caused a stir among the students. Yi Gu thought to herself, it seems that with winter approaching, the Night's Watch and the City Defense Army are so short-handed that even students below the Celestial Realm are being sent beyond the Great Wall. Sensing the students' concern, Dihai reassured them, there's no need to worry too much. Rest assured, your mission level isn't too difficult. It's merely a standard level mission. We wouldn't assign you tasks of greater importance. Moreover, although it's a level mission, completing it will earn you credits and rewards equivalent to a level mission. Professor Dihai's words immediately caused an uproar. The initially disappointed students suddenly perked up, and the classroom buzzed with excitement. Dihai continued to elaborate on the mission details. You will be divided into teams of 5, each with a supervising teacher or instructor. The task is simple escort supplies. Specifically, you'll collect the supplies at the second defense line of the Great Wall, traverse the 100 Souls Forest, and finally deliver them to our neighboring empire, the Lingao Kingdom. Afterward, Dihai dismissed the class, instructing the students to head to the school's mission hall to meet their teammates and supervising teacher, and to review the detailed mission briefing. At that moment, Yega's cyber watch beeped twice. He glanced down to see a message from the War Academy. Cadet Yega, you have been assigned mission number 0226. Please proceed to the school's mission hall to meet your team. You have one day to get acquainted and discuss tactics. The mission begins at dawn tomorrow. Yega frowned in thought. Such a hastily arranged mission, is it really just a standard clevel task? What concerned him even more was that he hadn't seen his teacher, Lanmi, all day. Could this be related to the group of Lingao that appeared this morning? As he pondered, Xia Shiyao and Gao Xinxue approached. Xia Shiyao stood on tiptoe, eager to see the mission number on Yega's watch. Yega, what's your mission number? She asked expectantly. 0226. Yega turned his wrist to show her the screen. Great, we're on the same team. Xia Shiyao cheered, thrilled. I'm 02262. Gao Xinxue showed the number on her watch. That's great. Xia Shiyao clapped her hands in excitement. We can do the tasks together again. We really are childhood friends, destined to be together. Yigu smiled to himself, knowing that their teacher probably arranged this considering their close relationship. When the three of them arrived at the mission hall, the sight was astonishing. The hall was more bustling than any other time since their enrollment. All the inner door students were present, creating a grand scene. They quickly found their designated pre-mission discussion room marked 0226. The room's interior was simple, with a long table, a few chairs, a wall painting, and a decorative vase standard meeting room setup. As soon as they sat down, Xia Shiyao couldn't wait to speculate about their other two teammates. Yigu analyzed. Considering the balance of strength, they might be students from the passing class. After all, I'm a direct disciple, and you two are in the elite class. It won't be that immature Jiang Xiaoming, will it? Xia Shiyao asked with a frown. Gao Xinxue rationally pointed out, even though we're in the elite class, that only represents talent. Xiao and I are in the Xin realm, and Xiaoyi is in the D realm. Compared to those in the Tian realm, we're not exactly top tier. At that moment, Gao Xinxue took a lunchbox out from her spatial ring. Discussing tactics requires energy. We need to refuel. Before Yigu could decline, she was already carefully feeding him. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Nangong Chuyue walked in. Seeing Gao Xinxue feeding Yigu, she exclaimed, "It's you guys." You. Xia Xiao responded in surprise. After some conversation, it was confirmed that Nangong Chuyue was indeed their teammate. Xia Xiao immediately warned her not to bully Yigu because of his demonic transformation, which led to Nangong Chuyue's indignant complaint, saying that Yigu was the real bad guy and recalling an embarrassing incident where he grabbed her bun hairstyle. When explaining the term childhood friends, Nangong Chuyue remarked that she had only heard childhood friends can't compete with new arrivals, leaving Xia Xiao speechless. Finally, the door opened again, and Long Ying walked in with a man in his 30s, dressed in a dark blue casual suit and wearing thin-framed glasses. Happy New Year. Seeing Long Ying, Xia Xiao's eyes widened, like a kitten encountering a natural enemy, instantly becoming alert. Why is it her? Are you our last teammate? Xia Xiao's voice was clearly filled with suspicion. Nangong Chuyue scrutinized Long Ying carefully and suddenly recognized her. Hey, aren't you the 9th princess of the royal family, Long Ying? The super genius girl of the empire's royal lineage? Yes, Long Ying responded calmly, her gaze slowly sweeping across the room, pausing briefly on Yigu before giving a slight nod. Pleased to meet you all. Yigu thought to himself, having Long Ying as the final teammate seemed too coincidental. Considering Nangong Chuyue's sister, Nangongru, the Night Watch director who was unfriendly towards demonized gene mutants, and the fact that Long Ying was his destined partner, this arrangement might just be a deliberate setup by their teacher, Lanmi, who loved stirring things up. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit with slicked-back hair entered the room, carrying a black leather briefcase under his arm. His appearance was more like a corporate professional than a teacher or instructor. Oh, everyone's here, he said, placing the briefcase on the table. Good. You all have a sense of punctuality, fitting for students rated as prodigies. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tsang Feng, the teacher leading this mission. You can call me Brother Feng or Teacher Tsang Feng, but it's better not to call me Tsang Teacher. Why not? Xia Xiao tilted her head curiously. No particular reason, Tsang Feng replied, adjusting his reflective thin-framed glasses. Since we're all here, let's not waste any time. We only have one day to prepare, and we leave tomorrow morning. They'll quickly go over the mission details. Except for Princess Long Ying, this is the first time for all of you to be on a mission beyond the Great Wall. so listen carefully. Every piece of advice could be a lifesaver. Everyone immediately sat up straight. Song Feng continued. This mission involves transporting and protecting supplies. The world outside the Great Wall is vastly different from within. You've all grown up safely thanks to the wall's protection. Once we leave the city, you must follow my instructions strictly and not act on your own. He activated his cyberwatch, projecting a holographic map. This is our route, which passes through the Hundred Souls Forest. Legend has it that this forest is enchanted by ancient spells that suppress the strength of anyone entering it to the Hundred Souls level. The creatures there are generally peaceful and sparse, making it the safest route despite the longer distance. Now, let's introduce ourselves, highlighting our abilities and professions to better coordinate. I'll start. Song Feng, 33 years old, an Esper from the Confucian Sect, specializing in Confucian heritage spell attacks. My strength is at the 7th stage of the 1000 Souls level, but it will be suppressed in the 100 Souls Forest. Confucian Sect? Nangong Choyue asked in surprise. Song Feng glanced at her and replied calmly, yes, what about it? Nangong Choyue tilted her head, looking puzzled. I heard that people from the Confucian school are all bookworms, but why doesn't the teacher look like one at all? Song Feng's lips curved slightly. Oh, then what do I look like to you? Nangong Chue scrutinized Song Feng's ethereal meticulously tailored suit, glasses reflecting light, and slick-back hair. Her eyes lit up, and she blurted out, you look like someone who sells insurance outside our night watch headquarters every day. Song Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Xia Shiyao was first taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now that you mention it, he really does, huh? Yiga quickly tugged on Xia Xiao's arm and whispered, all right, Yao Yao, stop laughing. The teacher is explaining our mission. Even if it's true, you shouldn't say it out loud. Xia Xiao immediately restrained her laughter and looked at Song Feng with clear eyes. Sorry, teacher. Please continue. Song Feng gave Yi Gu a resentful glance and said plainly, I've already finished. Who's next? I'll go. Nangong Choyue raised her hand enthusiastically and introduced herself. My name is Nangong Choyue, 10 years old, a future elite warrior of the Night Watch. My strength is at the 1st level of the Xian realm, and my extraordinary profession is a martial artist. I'm also a wind element talent, but I'm not very good at learning abilities, so I focused on martial arts under my sister's suggestion. My greatest strength is speed, and I'm especially good at close combat. Long Ying then gave a concise introduction. I'm Long Ying, 12 years old, at the 1st level of the Tian realm. My extraordinary professions are an ability user and a mage. Due to my special abilities, my combat style is closer to that of a beast tamer. 12 years old and already at the Tian realm? Nangong Chuyue's eyes widened. That's amazing. Longing replied indifferently, I come from a royal family and have taken many potential enhancing pills since childhood. It's nothing remarkable. Following that, Yi Gu, Xia Shiyao, and Gao Shunxue also introduced themselves. After taking a supreme spirit-gathering pill from Yi Gu, Xia Shiyao had advanced to the 2nd stage of the Xian realm, while Gao Shunxue had reached the 4th stage of the Xian realm. After a brief self-introduction, Song Feng adjusted his glasses, picked up the black briefcase from the table, and tucked it under his arm. Once you get back, make sure you're fully prepared, he instructed. Bring your primary weapons, backup pistols, smoke grenades, explosive charms, and all necessary supplies. We'll meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow to set off. One more thing, Song Feng continued. We need to choose a team leader. If anything unexpected happens and we get separated, someone needs to take charge. He turned to Long Ying, Your Highness. You're the only one among us who has fought on the battlefield of 10,000 races and ventured beyond the Great Wall. Your experience and strength make you the most suitable candidate for the role. Long Ying was silent for a moment before unexpectedly saying, No, I think there's someone more suitable. She looked at Yi Gu. Let Yi Gu take the position. Song Feng regarded Yi Gu with interest. In his memory, Long Ying had always been proud and rarely admitted anyone's superiority. Her humility upon returning to the academy suggested there might be more to the story. That works too. Song Feng gave Yi Gu a long look. What do you think? I'm fine with it, Yi Gu shrugged. Then it's settled. We'll meet outside Yazan City at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Dismissed. Back at the Yi family villa, Xia Xiao couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. Xiao Yi, did you know Her Highness Long Ying before? Yeah, Yi Gu replied casually. How did you two meet? Xia Xiao pressed, biting her lip. She seems to respect you a lot. Oh, we fought once. Yi Gu briefly recounted their 2 encounters. Xia Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. Xiao Yi isn't the type to abandon old friends for new ones. Childhood friends always win. Led by Gao Shunxue, the 3 of them arrived at her room. Yuli was already there, busy at the workbench. The table was cluttered with various bottles and tubes. Yi Gu immediately recognized the liquid energy he had asked Yuli to create. He picked up a device resembling a light tube and examined it closely. Gao Shinxue explained. This is the magic energy gun magazine that Yu Li and I developed together. She took out a level 3 magic energy handgun and detailed its pros and cons. Powerful but expensive, with limited magazine capacity, and only usable by Earthrealm marksmen. But with liquid energy, everything changes, Gao Shinxue said. Inserting a magazine filled with liquid energy into the gun, pulling the safety, and aiming at a dummy in the room. Bang! The barrel of the magic energy pistol glowed with blue runic light, and a dazzling beam of magical energy shot out from the muzzle. The beam hit the test dummy with pinpoint accuracy, creating a coin-sized hole in its chest and leaving a deep dent in the metal wall behind it. Why does it seem even more powerful than before? Jaeger asked with bright eyes, delighted. Yes, Gao Shinxue explained. It's because of a breakthrough in energy technology. Previously, due to the size of magic energy stones, the pistol could only hold a fifth of a stone fragment. But now, with the compressed liquid energy that Yu Li and I developed, a single energy cartridge can store more than 10 times the energy. Shaoli, you're amazing, Cici Yao said, holding Yu Li's arm. When did you start working with Schwer? How come I didn't know? It was just recently, Yu Li said shyly. Actually, most of the modifications for the cartridge were Schwer's idea. I didn't contribute much. So, does that mean this magic energy pistol can fire 10 such beams with one cartridge? Jaeger asked. Exactly, Gao Shinxue nodded. And the energy output is 30 higher than before. Most importantly, liquid energy is more stable and safer than magic energy stones, lowering the level restrictions. Even non-gunmen extraordinary individuals can use it. Jaeger gazed at the improved magic energy pistol, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Such a weapon had never appeared in future game versions. Clearly, his presence was already altering the world's historical trajectory. The development of liquid energy cartridges not only enhanced performance but also significantly reduced costs. Originally, one magic energy stone was enough for only 5 shots, making the expensive ammunition prohibitive for many of the Empire's nobles. Now, affordable ammo made the magic energy pistol viable as a primary battle weapon. Besides, Gao Shinxue said, taking out a small box, there's something else I want to show you. Inside the box were 2 devices resembling contact lenses and a microchip. This was an improved artificial system that required the control chip to be implanted in the body to function. Under Gao Shinxue's operation, the chip was instantly implanted into Jaeger's body via scanner. When Jaeger put on the special contact lenses, his pupils glowed with technological patterns. A transparent panel that only he could see unfolded in his vision, with an interface strikingly similar to his personal system. Although the system's functions were basic, it could already perform data analysis, item storage, thermal imaging scans, and connect to the network for communication and navigation. Jaeger tested the analysis function on the magic energy stone Gao Shinxue handed him, instantly obtaining detailed attribute data and information. The system can access most information through the network, Gao Shinxue said. We can also build our own database to supplement information not available online. Schwer, you're a genius, Jaeger sincerely praised. Though he, as a time traveler, had a more powerful system, Gao Shinxue's ability to replicate and improve it in such a short time was truly impressive. Seeing Jaeger engrossed in operating the system interface only he could see, Cici Yao couldn't contain her curiosity any longer. Schwer, can I try it too? Of course, Gao Shinxue said, installing the system chip for her. As soon as the device activated, Cici Yao stared in awe at the magical interface unfolding before her eyes. This is amazing. You can control it with just your mind, Xiaoshi Yao said, turning to Yuli. Her pink eyes glowed faintly with technological light, and a data analysis panel unfolded before her. The panel detailed various aspects of Yu Li, a 10-year-old non-extraordinary person, with 11 health and 0 soul power. The 4-dimensional attributes showed strength 0.1, agility 0.2, spirit 0.1, and stamina 0.2. The basic attributes included physical attack 0.3 and defense 0.2, among other values. Particularly striking were her special attributes: intelligence 11, charm 9, and luck 10. The secondary professions listed included alchemist and pillmaster, among others. Wow! Xia Xiao exclaimed, starting to curiously inspect the items in the room. A regular apple displayed detailed nutritional information, while a purple quality D2 model level 3 magic energy pistol showcased its power of 1,200 and other parameters. Even Yi Ge's custom lunchbox revealed its special effects. Can I check my own attributes? After getting an affirmative answer from Gao Shinxue, Xia Xiao immediately checked her attribute panel. I've improved a lot compared to a month ago, she said happily, looking at her strength of 60 and agility of 64. However, when she noticed her intelligence was only 5, her voice weakened. Why is my intelligence only 5? Am I that dumb? She then excitedly discovered that Gao Shinxue's intelligence was 12, even higher than Yu Li's. But when she tried to check Yi Ge's attributes, all the data showed as Gao Xinxue explained that it might be a system glitch, while Yigu speculated internally that it could be due to his transmigrator system. Hehe, now that we all have systems, can we be the main characters in a power fantasy novel? Xia Xiao said with a laugh. The next morning at 9, the five of them gathered outside Yazan City. Longing wore her usual long black trench coat, while Nangong Qiuyue had specially changed into the Night Watcher uniform, equipped with various weapons, exuding a bit of that cool goddess vibe from futuristic games. So, how do I look? Nangong Qiuyue struck a stylish pose. Not bad. Yigu replied honestly. Just don't do anything foolish. Nangong Qiuyue was left speechless. About half an hour later, Song Feng finally appeared at the meeting point. To Yi Ji's surprise, he hadn't changed into any special gear. He was still dressed in his familiar dark blue casual suit, with his meticulously styled hair, signature glasses, and ever-present briefcase. Mr. Song Feng, you told us to be punctual, yet you're half an hour late. Nangong Qiuyu said, arms akimbo, her tone full of dissatisfaction. Hehe, sorry about that. I got a bit delayed while making some preparations, Song Feng replied, adjusting his suit collar out of habit. All right, now that everyone is here, let's go. How are we getting there? Xia Xiao asked, her big eyes brimming with curiosity. Do we have some kind of transportation? We're not running all the way to the second defense line at the Great Wall, are we? Of course not, Song Feng said with a smile. The school has arranged transportation for us. What is it? What is it? Xia Xiao asked excitedly. Is it some kind of mystical beast mount? Like, riding a dragon or something? You wish, Song Feng said, pushing up his glasses. We're taking the high-speed train. 20 minutes later, the group boarded the high-speed train bound for the wilderness beyond the Great Wall. Unlike ordinary high-speed trains, this one had a special exterior designed to withstand attacks from various wild beasts, magical creatures, and dark races. The entire train was covered in black armor made of high-strength soul steel, with sharp spikes and cables running along its surface. It looked like a fearsome metal beast, and the tracks it ran on were made of the same special material, making each high-speed rail line leading into the wilderness incredibly valuable. As the train started, the sound of metal grinding against steel rails was clearly audible. The six of them sat facing each other in carriage A1301, looking out the window at the rapidly passing wilderness. Yellow sand filled the air, dark energy swirled, and mutated plants were everywhere. Occasionally, they spotted roaming beasts and ferocious creatures on the distant plains. The number of passengers on the train gradually increased, most of them bounty hunters, demon hunters, vagabonds, and adventurers, all looking exhausted and in tattered clothes. Their skin was marked with black and purple stains, silently telling the story of their harsh lives in the wilderness. I didn't expect there to be a high-speed train out here in the wilderness beyond the Great Wall, Nangong Qiuyu remarked. Song Feng took a sip from his thermos and began to explain the current state of the human empire in detail. In the vast world of myriad races, the human territory occupied only a small corner, with a total area of about 10 million square kilometers. To fend off invasions from other races, the first emperor of the Qin dynasty established 3 defense lines. The outermost first defense line encircled the entire territory, the second defense line covered 3 million square kilometers, and the innermost third defense line protected 900,000 square kilometers of the inner region. The inner region had a population of about 1 billion, while the wilderness spanning over 9 million square kilometers was home to more than 6 billion people, most of whom lived a nomadic life. So, our first emperor of Qin was truly great, Song Feng sighed. Without these 3 defense lines, we'd face countless invasions every year. Unfortunately, the first emperor passed away young, only completing the construction of the third defense line. The progress on the other 2 defense lines has yet to catch up to the pace of the 10-year construction period back then. Seeing Nangong Qiuyu's look of sudden understanding, Song Feng asked curiously, your sister is the director of the Night Watchers, and they mainly operate near the Great Wall. How come you know nothing about this? Don't tell me you're a slacker who didn't pay attention in first-year knowledge and history classes. Nangong Qiuyu was momentarily speechless. Summer Xiao couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Her pink eyes sparkled for a moment, and a transparent data panel appeared before her. After scanning Nangong Qiuyu's data, she was surprised to find that his intelligence score was 5 points, just like hers. But this realization made her pouted. That means she was also not very bright? She then turned to scan others' data. Teacher Song Feng had 8 points, and Long Ying's was a whopping 11 points. This discovery left her feeling a bit deflated. Was Xue Er merely comforting her earlier? Or were the people around her truly exceptional? The train had departed at 10 a.m., and by now, it was entering twilight. Although the high-speed trains in this world were faster than those on Earth, it would still take at least a day to reach the second defense line, the Great Wall. Yi Gu had been keeping an eye on the system map, closely monitoring their route. He glanced down at the little spirit cat, by Shueling, nestled inside his clothes. It was dozing off, its head resting against his chest. Summer Xiao yawned and stood up. Gao Shui looked up from her laptop and gently suggested that she get some rest. Before leaving, Summer Xiao noticed Yigu was still petting by Schwelling and asked about its condition with concern. Yigu explained that it wasn't sick. It was showing signs of evolving from its juvenile stage to its adult stage, had seen through the system that by Schwelling's evolution points had reached 99 out of 100. Summer Xiao gently stroked the little cat's head and ruffled Yiji's hair, sweetly bidding him good night. Meanwhile, several ragged ronin from the corner cast cold, watchful eyes at Yigu and Gao Shui as they prepared to return to their rooms. Gao Shui, like a doting mother, kept suggesting bedtime stories, ASMR, or late-night snacks for Yigu. Although he repeatedly declined, her persistence eventually wore him down, and he agreed to go to her room and tell her a story to help her sleep. By the time Yigu finally returned to his own room, it was already 11 p.m. He intended to check the strategy guide for the 100 Souls Forest, but as he turned on the light, he froze. Sitting on his bed was a stranger. A girl with long silver hair, deep red eyes, milky white skin, and cat ears and a long cat tail. Suddenly, a little girl with cat ears appeared in his room, looking no older than 6 or 7. She sat quietly on the bed, her crimson eyes gazing at him with a melancholic expression. Her pale face reflected sorrow, and her lips were slightly downturned, resembling a sick little girl upset after being abandoned by her father. "Who are you?" Yigo asked, bewildered. The girl's expression darkened instantly. She crossed her arms over her chest and turned her head away stubbornly, pouting her small lips and letting out a dissatisfied hum. She silently grumbled to herself. Can't even recognize his own spirit pet's human form. What a lousy master. No, he's not a master, just a contract holder. Yigu finally realized, are you Lingling? Bai Schwelling still didn't respond, sitting there sullenly. She didn't know how to speak up when she was a little cat. A few meows were enough for Yigu, as a beast tamer, to understand her. But now that she was in human form, continuing to meow would be too embarrassing. Yigu approached her and gently placed his warm hand on her forehead, leaning slightly to check her pupils. This sudden intimate gesture made Bai Schwelling shiver, and she hurriedly avoided his gaze. Though she used to snuggle into his clothes as a cat, she could comfort herself that she was just a pet. Now, in human form, the pride and shame of her past life as the empress of the Lingao clan surged in her heart. It seems the fever has gone down a bit, Yigu said with a gentle smile, his clear eyes like a mountain spring. Are you feeling better? Yes, Bai Schwelling finally murmured, her haughty expression softening. My Lingling's voice is just as cute as before. Not cute. I'm not. Bai Schwelling quickly corrected herself. I won't say such cute things. Yiga looked curiously at her clothes. Where did you get these clothes? Do twin-tailed snow spirit cats automatically generate clothes when they transform? Bai Schwelling blushed. Of course I used magic to create them. Checking the time, Yigu gently stroked her head. It's late. You've just completed your transformation and must be exhausted. You should rest. I'm a bit cold, Bai Schwelling whispered. Yigu checked her pulse and found that she was not only cold but also had a slight heart palpitation. This was a normal reaction for a twin-tailed snow spirit cat during evolution, combined with some discomfort from leaving her native land. Although she would recover after a night's rest, it was still hard on her. Come here. Yigu patted the spot next to him. Bai Schwelling obediently moved over and sat down. Yigu touched her forehead and started to circulate the Shang Shi Jing Hunju. Warm energy flowed through her body, making her feel as if she was soaking in warm milk. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she soon fell asleep in this comforting warmth. The little white-haired Catgirl closed her eyes, her body swaying slightly before she finally dozed off, leaning against Yiji's shoulder with steady breaths. Yiji's lips curled into a gentle smile as he carefully picked up the sleeping Catgirl and placed her on the room's sofa, tucking her in with care. The next morning at 10:15 a.m., the train was about to reach its destination. Songfeng, Longying, Nangong Qiuyue, Gao Xinxue, and Xia Xiyao were gathered by the window, making final confirmations of their mission route. Pointing at the map, Songfeng explained his meticulously planned path in detail. Most of the creatures in the 100 Soul Forest are generally docile. As long as we don't disturb them or intrude on their nesting grounds, we shouldn't encounter any danger. Following this route, we should reach the Spirit Demon Kingdom in about 3 days. Remember, you must follow my and the captain's commands. Everyone responded in unison. Songfeng specifically reminded them, when we set up camp at night, do not wander off, especially if you smell any unusual beast scents. That's likely a territory marker of a dangerous creature. He then gave Nangong Qiuyue a meaningful look. Especially you, Nangong. Don't do anything reckless just because you're not the best student. Nangong Qiuyue protested indignantly. Teacher, stop singling me out. Don't listen to Yigu. I'm not clueless when it comes to serious matters. I'm a top-rated student certified by the principal. Songfeng replied calmly. Well, your knowledge of various species is lacking. Make sure to study more when we get back. Nangong Qiu lowered her head in frustration. Got it? At that moment, Xia Xiao looked around and asked, we're almost at the station. Where's Xiao Yi? Is he still sleeping? Just as Gao Shenxue was about to get up and call for him, Yi's voice came from behind. No need, I'm here. He emerged from the carriage, followed by a white-haired, cat-eared girl. Xia Xiao's eyes lit up. Wow, is that Lingling? She rushed over like she had found a beloved toy. Bai Shuling instinctively hid behind Yigu, but ultimately couldn't escape Xia Xiao's enthusiastic embrace. So cute. Lingling is even more beautiful as a cat girl than I imagined. Xia Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Bai Shuling looked helplessly at Yigu for rescue, but Yigu just shrugged. As the empress of the spirit demon clan, she had her pride, but her soft heart and the snacks she had received from Xia Xiao in the past made it impossible for her to refuse firmly. Just then, the train's announcement sounded. Dear passengers, the K3 Tower Gate of the 2nd Defense Line Great Wall is approaching. Passengers who need to disembark, please proceed to the designated exit point. In the distance, a dark wall gradually came into view on the horizon. The towering 100-meter metal wall, with its distinct texture, looked like a continuous mountain range from afar. As the train drew closer, everyone truly felt the grandeur of the Great Wall. Even Yigu couldn't help but feel invigorated. In the game, he had seen the Great Wall countless times, but standing before the real, colossal structure left him speechless. The towering wall seemed to pierce the sky, with the pink soul steel material shimmering uniquely under the sunlight. At a height of 100 meters, equivalent to a 25-story building, its scale far surpassed any great wall he had seen on Earth in his previous life. The wall stretched to the horizon, seemingly endless, forming an indomitable barrier across the landscape. Amazing, Nangong Qiuyue exclaimed, his mouth agape at the breathtaking sight. The 3rd Defensive Line's Great Wall is even more impressive, Song Feng said nonchalantly. The walls there reach 300 meters, like a series of continuous mountains. Unfortunately, they were traveling through an underground tunnel on a high-speed train, missing the chance to witness the 3rd Defensive Line's Great Wall in person. The other passengers in the carriage, adventurers and scavengers who roamed the wilderness, were long accustomed to such sights, their faces showing indifference. In the corner, a young wandering warrior noticed the Night Watch insignia on Nangong Qiuyue's uniform. His eyes turned cold, and his calloused, dirty hand gripped the hilt of his great sword. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, an older wandering warrior beside him placed a restraining hand on his arm and shook his head silently. The young warrior reluctantly suppressed his anger and withdrew his hand. This scene did not escape Yegu's notice. He thoughtfully averted his gaze. In Yazan City, within the Duke's residence, Duke Wang Yin stood silently on the wooden bridge in the garden, continuously scattering fish food into the pond. Suddenly, a subordinate dressed in black appeared behind him, kneeling on one knee. Duke, the Yigu team has reached the 2nd Defensive Line and is carrying out the escort mission. I know, Wang Yin responded expressionlessly, continuing to throw fish food into the pond. Proceed according to the original plan. This time, I want to witness the fall of the Yi family with my own eyes. Yes, sir. The subordinate in black disappeared instantly. Wang Yin dumped the remaining fish food into the pond. In an instant, countless piranhas swarmed, their sharp teeth flashing at the water's surface as they tore at each other for the food, quickly turning the entire pond crimson. He sneered, Yi family boy, don't think you're the only one who can plot. Compared to me, you're still too green. Meanwhile, the Yigu team had arrived at the 2nd Defensive Line. Stepping off the high-speed train, the towering 100-meter metal wall before them was a striking sight. Teacher, how was such a tall structure, stretching for millions of miles, built 1,000 years ago? Nangong Qiuyue asked curiously, looking up at the wall. No one knows the answer to that question, Song Feng shrugged. Doesn't the court know? Wasn't it ordered by the former emperor? Nangong Qiuyue turned to Long Ying. Song Feng explained. The engineers who built it have been dead for generations, and the relevant records have mysteriously disappeared. Many advanced techniques have been completely lost. Long Ying added. What's even more puzzling than the technology is the construction material. The wall is primarily made of soul steel, a pink-grade extraordinary material. Even if we mined all the soul mines of the human race, we couldn't obtain such a quantity. It's the greatest unsolved mystery in our history. All right, enough chatting, Song Feng said, leading the team to the wall. Several Imperial soldiers approached for inspection. Upon seeing Song Feng's War Academy badge, they immediately saluted. So you're from the War Academy. The supplies are ready. Please follow us. Before long, a giant black iron box, secured with multiple layers of chains, appeared before them. The box was sealed with 3 layers of 9th-level runes and 2 electronic locks. These are important supplies. Please ensure they are safely delivered to the Lingao kingdom, the soldier said solemnly. Leave it to us, Nangong Qiuyue assured, patting her chest. Xia Xiao knocked on the iron box. Can we put it in a spatial ring? No. Items sealed with runes cannot be stored in any spatial device, the soldier explained, shaking his head. With the soldier's assistance, the iron box was loaded into an off-road transport vehicle. Song Feng took the wheel. Yigu sat in the passenger seat with Bai Xueling, now in small spirit cat form, on his shoulder, and the others settled in the back seats. As the city gates opened, the off-road vehicle drove out of the wall. The weather and environment outside immediately became harsher, and everyone inside the vehicle frowned as they looked out at the scene. Homeless scavengers can be seen everywhere in the wilderness. They carry tattered burlap sacks, moving through ruins and mountains of trash, searching for anything of value. Ragged adults and elderly people lead emaciated children, while a few kids nearby fight over a piece of moldy bread. The ground is cracked, black pollution has seeped deep into the soil, and even the plants look wilted. Small, scattered streams flow with dark, polluted water, yet many people still drink and wash from them, seemingly accustomed to this reality. The scattered villages and small towns in the wilderness are equally dilapidated, mostly built from scavenged wooden planks and rusty nails. This site reminded Yigu of the slums in Feizhou on Earth in his previous life. A few scavengers squatted by the roadside, casting cold, hostile glances at Yigu and his group as their off-road vehicle passed by. Their gazes followed the vehicle like venomous snakes, sending chills down their spines. Why did those people look at us like that? Xia Xiao couldn't help but ask. Come to think of it, there were several wandering warriors on the train who stared at us the same way, Gao Shinshua said softly. Yigu nodded to himself, realizing that Xuer had also noticed this. Probably the wild forces of the wilderness, Song Feng, who was driving, explained. The wild forces of the wilderness? Yigu asked. Yes. The area between the second and third defense lines is essentially a no man's land for the Empire, Song Feng continued. Here, violence and crime are rampant. To survive, some people have formed groups known as wilderness forces. Yigu recalled the plot, understanding that these groups were essentially gangs in the wilderness. Due to the lack of Imperial troops, these scavenger groups had become the most powerful forces in the area. The dark blood, that was also created by these wilderness forces, right? Yigu asked. So, you actually know about the dark blood? Song Feng said, his expression growing serious. He went on to explain how the wilderness factions were trading and consuming dark blood to gain power, and how they were trying to expand this business inland. However, he quickly pointed out a crucial fact. The dark blood wasn't created by the wilderness factions. He explained that it's a special genetic poison requiring complex alchemical knowledge to produce, made from demonic pollution, alchemical potions, and monster blood. Those mostly illiterate wildlings don't have the capability to make it. Yigu perceptively caught onto the key point. So, there's a big player behind the scenes doing illegal business with these wilderness factions? Exactly, the Empire is investigating this matter. Song Feng warned everyone to be extra vigilant during transport, as these desperate wilderness factions often hijack military transport vehicles. Nangong Chiyue asked incredulously. They dare to hijack the Empire's transport vehicles? Aren't they just ordinary people? Song Feng explained that while they are not superhumans, dark blood grants them incredible combat abilities for a short time. He lowered his voice and added, and they don't just rob, they eat human flesh. This chilling revelation made Xia Xiyao and Nangong Chiyue shiver, the two girls instinctively pulling their clothes tighter, their faces turning pale. Teacher, don't scare them, Yigu said with a helpless smile. We're taking the route through the Hundred Souls Forest. There are no wilderness factions there. Song Feng burst into laughter after being exposed, admitting he was just trying to scare them. The two girls felt both embarrassed and annoyed, but they realized that if they had done their homework, they wouldn't have been so easily frightened. As the off-road vehicle entered the Hundred Souls Forest, the environment noticeably improved. Abundant spiritual energy, unpolluted air, and towering shinling trees that required 4 or 5 people to encircle their trunks. Along the way, they saw many gentle and rare spiritual and exotic beasts. By evening, considering the nighttime temperature in the forest would drop to below -30 degrees, the group decided to set up camp. Song Feng arranged the night watch shifts, taking a 2-hour shift himself, while everyone else took 1-hour shifts. As night fell, snow began to drift down. When it was Yiji's turn to keep watch, he saw Longing sitting by the campfire meditating, the firelight illuminating her stunning profile. During their conversation, Longing candidly admitted that she was thinking about how to defeat Yigu, as she hadn't lost to anyone under 18 since she was 7. Oh, it's all right. If you keep losing often, you'll get used to it, Yigu said, turning to Longing. Stop overthinking it. It's time to change shifts. Go back to the tent and get some sleep. We have to continue our journey early in the morning. Longing gave him a deep look, but said nothing more. She stood up and walked towards the tent. The forest was eerily silent at night, with only the occasional sound of insects chirping from deep within the woods. Yigu added some firewood to the campfire and took out a few skewers of roasted meat from his system space, placing them over the fire. A crow perched on a nearby treetop, its crimson eyes flickering occasionally as it preened its black feathers with its beak. Not far away, a small spirit cat curled up on a rock, sound asleep. Stop hiding. If you can't sleep, just come out, Yigu suddenly said. Xia Shiyao, who had been hiding behind the tent, giggled and ran out to sit beside him. You spotted me already? Why are you up so early? It's not time to change shifts yet. Oh, I'm just not sleepy, Xia Xiao said with a stretch as she sat on a rock. I napped several times in the carriage during the day. This mission is so easy, even easier than a D-level mission. We haven't encountered a single yellow rank beast. Don't let your guard down. Danger often comes without warning, Yigu cautioned, handing her a skewer of roasted meat. Xia Xiao took a careful bite, blowing on it as it was still hot. She walked over to the large iron box sealed with chains and curiously knocked on it. What exactly are we escorting? Yigu explained the rules about not opening the transported items and described the characteristics of the Baiming Xian iron chains and the 9th level rune seal. Xia Xiao pressed her ear against the box, trying to listen, but to no avail. Yiga speculated that this might be a smoke and mirrors operation, using low-level extraordinaries and dispersed transport routes to confuse the enemy about which box contained the real target. As they discussed, the snowfall in the forest intensified. The wind howled, trees swayed, and distant howls of wild beasts echoed. Suddenly, Yi Ji's ears perked up, sensed many people quietly approaching, surrounding the camp. The spirit of calamity flew back to Yi Ji's shoulder, conveying information in its unique way. Yi Gu sent it to notify Schwerer and the others, then gently woke Xia Xiao, who had fallen asleep against his shoulder. Xiao, wake up. Is it time to change shifts? Xia Xiao asked groggily, rubbing her eyes. No. Yi Gu said solemnly, we're surrounded. What? Xia Xiao was about to speak when Yi Gu quickly gestured for silence. Don't talk. Follow my lead from now on. Okay, Xia Xiao whispered. Deep in the dense forest, dozens of shadowy figures moved silently among the trees. They carefully pushed aside the underbrush and soon spotted their target in the clearing ahead. A makeshift camp with a burning fire, an off-road transport vehicle, and a large iron box securely chained to the vehicle. By the fire, Yi Gu and Xia Xiao sat quietly. How many of them are there? 6. 4 more are sleeping in the tent. What level are they? Not sure, but 5 of them look like kids, probably low-level extraordinaries. Doesn't matter what level they are. In the 100 Souls Forest, their abilities are limited. Let's take them out. Soon, colorless and odorless white smoke began to drift from the forest. Moments later, Yi Gu and Xia Xiao, sitting by the fire, felt their eyelids grow heavy and collapsed into unconsciousness. Dozens of ragged men and women emerged from the forest. Most were filthy and reeked of a foul stench. Some even wore tattered animal skins and carried crude weapons like pickaxes and axes, resembling primitive savages. These were wilderness scavengers. A young man holding a boning knife approached the two and sneered. So these are the extraordinaries from the inland? Not so impressive. Yeah, a disheveled woman agreed. Just like the last group, they went down easy. There are still people in the tent. Don't be careless, a burly man with a thick beard warned. Don't worry, the young man said dismissively. This sleep smoke has a wide range and is specifically designed for extraordinaries. The ones in the tent won't escape. He reached out to grab Yi Gu, only for Yi Ji's body to dissolve into a cloud of black mist. A decoy. The young man paused, but the mist quickly enveloped him and seeped into his skin. What is this? His screams echoed through the forest as his blood began to boil, causing blisters to form on his skin. Within seconds, he was dead. While the other scavengers stood in shock, Yi Ji's figure appeared behind them like a phantom, wielding his shadow moonblade. A black line flashed, and several scavengers were cut in half. As the survivors scattered in panic, Song Feng, Long Ying, Nangong Qiuyue, Gao Shenxue, and Xia Xiao emerged from the forest. Xia Xiao raised 2 fingers, ability Wood Phantom Bind. Vines erupted from the ground, entangling 7 or 8 fleeing scavengers and merging with their flesh. Are these scavengers? Gao Shenxue asked. Yes, and it seems they're part of an organized wilderness faction, Song Feng replied. Didn't they say there were no wilderness factions in the 100 Souls Forest? Nangong Qiuyue questioned. That's what we thought, Song Feng said, approaching the bearded man. There's no way so many of you are here by coincidence. What is your objective? The bearded man initially appeared nervous, but his breathing soon became labored, and veins bulged on his neck as cold sweat dripped down. Suddenly, he burst into manic laughter. You high and mighty extraordinaries. Do you really think you'll leave this forest alive today? Yi Gu immediately activated his scanning system. Alerts flashed. Target's emotional state is highly volatile. Body undergoing mutation, strength and agility attributes rapidly increasing. Teacher, get back. Yigu shouted, just as the bearded man unleashed a terrifying surge of power, shattering the vines that bound him with a burst of dark energy. Song Feng reacted swiftly, retreating 7 or 8 meters in a flash. Long Ying, Nangong Qiuyue, and the others also dodged immediately. In the next instant, the lower half of the bearded man's body suddenly exploded. Boom! Demonic energy and blood sprayed like a fountain, scattering severed limbs and fragments everywhere. The bearded man stood dazed, realizing a few seconds later that only the upper half of his body remained. What's going on? Nangong Qiuyue asked, bewildered. These scavengers can self-destruct? Yigu explained. It's not that he wanted to self-destruct. Xiao's plant entanglement isn't just a simple bind. It fuses wood element directly into his flesh. When he unknowingly forced a surge of demonic energy, he shattered his body along with the wood elements. Understanding dawned on Nangong Qiuyue. Song Feng immediately asked if anyone was hurt and reminded. This man was contaminated by dark blood. If you got splattered by the demonic energy, you need to treat it immediately. Everyone checked and shook their heads, indicating they were safe. At that moment, Longing looked warily towards the distant forest. Be careful. There are more enemies. Dense footsteps echoed through the forest, and sinister figures began to emerge. In no time, at least 100 scavengers surrounded them from all directions. These people wielded various weapons, their eyes glowing with an eerie purpler light, and they growled like beasts. Their blood vessels were a deep black red, grotesque and terrifying. All of them are corrupted by dark blood. Yigu said gravely, raising his shadow moon blade into a battle stance. The group stood back to back, ready for combat. Xia Xiao exclaimed, how can there be so many? Nangong Qiuyue quickly urged her to use her wood-based abilities to control the enemies again. Ability Wood Phantom Bind? Xia Xiao clasped her hands together, and plants immediately grew from the ground, entangling the legs of the corrupted ones. However, this time the effect was far less potent. The corrupted ones easily broke free and charged at the group madly. Yigo understood well that using the same move repeatedly in a short time would weaken its effect, and plants needed time to fully integrate with their targets. The powerful corrupted ones only needed to break free in the initial 2 seconds to avoid being controlled. The corrupted ones charged like zombies, relentless and fearless. Yigu swung his shadow moon blade, replicated sword's skill black light draw, slash. A black sword energy swept out, but only forced the enemies back a few steps before they continued their assault. Gao Shenchua's system scan revealed. These corrupted ones have physical attributes on par with transcendent beings of the celestial realm. Then there's no point in fighting, we need to retreat. Yigu decided instantly. The battle raged in the forest. Nangong Qiuyue used her agility to evade and counter the corrupted ones, but her attacks were ineffective. They felt no pain. A corrupted one wielding an axe swung at her, forcing her to retreat continuously. Gao Shenchua's mini-robots exploded all around, blowing the corrupted ones to pieces, yet they kept coming. One corrupted one suddenly ambushed Gao Shenxue from behind, but Yigu intervened just in time, severing its arm with 2 swift strikes and piercing its abdomen. Don't get bogged down in fighting, Yiga shouted. Long Ying, go get the car. At this moment, Song Feng pulled a bundle of bamboo scrolls from his briefcase, unfurling them to over a meter long, filled with dense ancient text. He formed seals with his hands, gathering golden soul energy, and his eyes behind his glasses turned golden as well. Confucian Law 10,000 Scrolls Soul. The characters engraved on the bamboo scroll suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. These ancient scripts seemed to come alive, each character floating out of the scroll and into the air. Tens of thousands of golden characters hovered among the trees, like a swarm of dense fireflies. Xia Xiao was stunned. The scene before her eyes was like a special effect from a movie. The floating characters quickly rearranged themselves, and Nangong Qiuyue was equally astonished, blurting out, "What an awesome skill!" Song Feng remained calm, clasped his hands together, and shouted, "Freeze!" The characters swiftly transformed into talismans and attached themselves to the bodies of the polluters. In an instant, all the polluters were immobilized, their raised axes and lifted arms frozen in place. Burning Soul. Song Feng's hand gestures changed, and the golden characters ignited on the polluters' bodies. They regained their ability to move but were engulfed in golden flames, writhing in agony on the ground. "This will only buy us some time," Song Feng said gravely. "Prepare to retreat. You go first, I'll cover the rear." Longing quickly brought over the off-road transport vehicle, and Yigu, Gao Shenxue, and the others boarded swiftly. Just as they were about to start the engine, a loud crash sounded from the roof. A massive figure landed heavily on the windshield. It was a burly man, standing 2 meters tall, shirtless with bulging muscles and tattoos covering his chest. He held a gigantic broadsword wider than his shoulder, smirking as he peered into the car. His broadsword left a noticeable dent on the roof, and the windshield cracked. Yigu quickly checked the man's attributes. Berserker, 45 years old, 8th stage of the 1000 Souls realm, currently suppressed to the 9th stage of the 100 Souls realm. Profession: warrior, mutant. At that moment, another eerie figure appeared, a pale, tall, thin man with a long-haired female ghost following him. Identified as Yang Yin, a ghost tamer at the 5th stage of the 1000 Souls realm. A standoff ensued. After a brief exchange of words, the berserker impatiently raised his broadsword, ready to strike the people inside the car. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a figure flashed out, and a slender black straight sword intercepted the berserker's heavy blow. The berserker's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the suddenly appearing Yigu. The sound of metal clashing was sharp and piercing as Yiji's shadow moon sword blocked the heavy blow from the brute's broadsword. The two weapons were locked in a stalemate in midair. Not bad, kid. A transcendent at the earth level, daring to step out of the car. The brute sneered, eyeing the shadow moon in Yiji's hand. That's a nice sword you got there. Despite its slender blade, it actually withstood a strike from my broadsword without breaking. You've got some serious strength too. My wrist's a bit numb. I have a suggestion for you, Yigu said calmly. The brute frowned. What? Why don't you betray your boss and work for me instead? You can be in charge of cleaning the toilets at my villa, along with the maids. The brute's face darkened instantly. You're courting death. The broadsword rose again, even more fierce and domineering than before. Wham! The over-tumper-long broadsword came crashing down, and Yigu sidestepped to avoid it. The blade sliced through the roof of the off-road transport vehicle, splitting it in two. Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiyao, Long Ying, and Nangong Chuyue swiftly leaped out of the vehicle just as it exploded, sending flames into the sky. Seeing his attack miss, the brute's expression grew even darker. He twisted his wrist, sweeping the broadsword horizontally, its wide blade almost completely cutting off Yige's escape routes. Watch out, Long Ying warned urgently. Having once killed 100 Souls realm beast while still in the Heaven realm, she knew all too well the terror of this 9th stage 100 Souls realm warrior before them. She wanted to cast a spell to assist, but it was too late. The broadsword slashed horizontally, seemingly cutting Yigu in half. However, the split body suddenly dissipated into a cloud of black mist, reforming behind the brute. Yige's hand gathered a black fireball entwined with lightning, which he launched at close range at the brute's back. The crackling thunder and explosion sounded almost simultaneously. Yigu quickly retreated to avoid the aftermath of his skill. As the smoke cleared, the brute staggered a few steps, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his back charred black. Nangong Chuyue and Songfeng were both shocked by Yi Ji's power. An Earth realm transcendent capable of injuring 100 Souls realm warrior was beyond their expectations. Yigu quietly checked the brute's attribute panel, 9th stage of the 100 Souls realm, with only about 5 of his health lost. He knew that even when compressed to the extreme, his black lightning flame explosion skill had limited effect on 100 Souls realm warrior. No big deal. The brute wiped the black blood from his hand, irritated. I was careless, letting a little punk make me bleed. Damn embarrassing. The others quickly regrouped around Yigu. Xia Xiao asked with concern, Xiaoyi, are you hurt? Yigu shook his head. I'm fine. Yang Yin, impatient, said, stop wasting time. The boss must be getting anxious. Let's finish off these guys quickly. After some argument, Yang Yin finally decided, I'll handle these brats. You take care of that guy who looks like an insurance salesman. Song Feng remained silent. The ruffian hesitated for a moment, thinking about the boss waiting for him, and reluctantly agreed to switch places with Yang Yin. Yang Yin slowly approached Yi Ji's group, causing Nangong Chuyue and the others to become immediately alert. Xia Xiao shrank back slightly, whispering, this guy is a ghost tamer. I've never fought a ghost tamer before. Yigu didn't respond, keeping a close eye on Yang Yin's every move. He, don't be scared, kids, Yang Yin said, licking his lips menacingly. I won't be as rough as that uncle just now. I'll send you to hell gently. With that, he raised 2 fingers and began chanting an incantation, performing a ghost taming spell. Secret art ghostly mist. A hazy white fog suddenly rose in the forest, quickly thickening and enveloping Yigu and his companions. Meanwhile, the ruffian dragged his broadsword over to Song Feng, sneering, the wounds your student left on me, I'll just have to repay on you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame your student. However, Song Feng seemed not to hear, muttering to himself with a crestfallen expression, do I really look like an insurance salesman in these clothes? Huh. The ruffian was taken aback. Song Feng picked up a bamboo scroll, his voice turning icy. The emotional scars your companion left on me, I'll have to repay on you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame your companion. In the dense, white fog, Yigu cautiously scanned his surroundings. Visibility was extremely low, with only faint ghostly figures lunging at them, accompanied by terrifying wails. He finally realized that the Ruffian and Yang In were the elite monsters from the Dark Blood storyline in the original Wanzu map game, and his presence had caused a butterfly effect, triggering the plot early. Suddenly, a ghastly female ghost leapt out from the mist, her pale face almost touching Yi's, her 10 fingers clawing at him. But she just kept making threatening gestures, unable to touch Yigu at all. Yigu watched this performance with a blank expression until the ghost awkwardly froze in place. Without hesitation, he swung his shadow moon blade, dispersing her soul with one strike. Through the system interface, Yigu quickly established a communication link with Gao Shenxue and Xia Xiyao. As soon as the connection was made, Xia Xiyao's scream came through, "Aya, don't come near me. I can hear you." Gao Shenxue's voice remained calm. "Xiao, calm down," Yigu said. "Those ghosts have no physical form and can only hurt you if you're scared." "Oh really?" Xia Xiyao's voice noticeably steadied. "Yes," Yigu confirmed. "These ghosts are indeed fragile. They dissipate at the slightest touch. They can only harm you mentally if they sense your fear." Xia Xiao cautiously tried it out, extending her plant-like hand to pinch the neck of a ghost. Sure enough, the ghost instantly turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished. She blinked in surprise and delight. Although this fog affects visibility, you can clearly see the enemy's positions by activating the system's thermal imaging function, Yigu said seriously. "Now, listen carefully to the tactics I'm about to explain." Meanwhile, Yang In stood with his eyes closed in the ghostly mist. When he suddenly opened his eyes, there was no white to be seen. Only pitch-black pupils. This was the Yin eye, capable of seeing through the fog. Hehehe. Yang In chuckled coldly. "These kids must be terrified by my ghost spirits by now." To him, the mental strength of these low-level transcendents was feeble, and it would take only a few seconds for them to completely collapse. The only one to be wary of was Long Ying, the 9th princess of Qin. With her extraordinary talent, she had once single-handedly defeated 100 Souls Realm demon on the battlefield of all races. However, things quickly went against Yang Yin's expectations. His Yin eye couldn't locate Yigu and the others at all. Just as he was puzzled, tree roots suddenly wrapped around his legs and quickly spread upwards. "Is this that little girl's ability?" Yang Yin was startled, unable to understand why Xia Xiyao was unaffected by the ghostly fear, or how she could locate him so precisely in the fog. Without wasting a moment, Yang Yin summoned Ghost Spirit Lin. A black-haired female ghost wielding a giant scythe slowly emerged from behind him, her half-empty face looking particularly eerie. As Lin swung her scythe to cut the roots, a magic energy bullet suddenly shot out from the mist, hitting her precisely. The ghost let out a chilling scream. A magic energy gun? Yang Yin scanned the surroundings warily. According to his previous investigation, Yi Ji's team didn't have a gunner, and this level 3 magic energy gun, with the power of a deadly strike at the Earthrealm, required at least a 5th-tier Earthrealm gunner to wield. He swiftly leaped onto a tree, but still couldn't see any trace of the enemy. Just then, 3 more gunshots rang out, and the magic energy bullets struck Lin again, her screams echoing through the forest once more. Yang Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. In the forest, 3 marksmen, each armed with magic energy guns, had appeared. Each shot from these guns consumed a third of a magic energy stone, making this setup utterly astonishing. But what shocked him even more was that this was just the beginning. With the piercing roar of energy blasts, more magic energy bullets whizzed out from 3 different directions in the forest, forming a dense web of fire that enveloped the ghostly figure of Lin. The nature of the magic energy guns meant that each magazine could only hold 1 bullet, and such a barrage could only mean one terrifying fact: an entire squad of magic energy marksmen had been deployed. Under the relentless bombardment of dozens of magic energy bullets, the ghostly Lin had no chance to resist. She was shot down on the spot, her form dissolving into a pool of dark blood that slowly seeped into the ground. Watching the ghost he had painstakingly subdued fall like this, Yang Yin felt both uneasy and heartbroken. However, the enemy did not give him much time to grieve. The marksmen quickly turned their guns towards him, sending a volley of deadly magic energy bullets his way. Even with his 100 Souls Realm strength, he dared not face such heavenly-level attacks hidden. As a ghost tamer, his combat and defensive abilities were extremely weak, even more so than a magi. Least mages could cast protective barriers. Yang Yin had no choice but to keep leaping and dodging between the trees, eventually hiding behind a thick tree trunk, drenched in cold sweat. Where had this outrageously well-equipped squad of marksmen come from? And more puzzlingly, how had they infiltrated the 100 Souls forest so silently? Why had the guards stationed here not noticed anything? This can't go on, Yang Yin thought through gritted teeth. His Yin eyes had lost their effectiveness in the ghostly mist, rendering him unable to see his enemies. The very technique meant to confuse his foe's vision and senses had become his own shackle. He quickly raised 2 fingers and muttered, "Ghostly mist dispel," but the mist remained unmoved, leaving Yang Yin stunned. Just then, Yi Ji's calm, indifferent voice abruptly sounded from behind him. This is my shadow mist. Yang Yin's heart tightened as he spun around, only to see Yigu holding weapons in both hands, a shadow moonblade in the left and a radiant sword in the right. Yi Ji's arms crossed, and the weapons slashed out in sharp arcs, striking Yang Yin squarely in the right chest. Strangely, no blood spurted from the wound. Instead, black thread-like substances, resembling hair, flowed out. Yang Yin let out a muffled grunt, fell from the tree, and barely managed to land on his feet, clutching his injured chest. Damn, just my luck. Yang Yin cursed under his breath. As a ghost master, his body had several critical points: his back, right chest, left abdomen, and throat where he stored spirits. The injury to his right chest meant one spirit had been obliterated before it could even manifest. What shocked him more was Yi Ji's subsequent command. Xiao, restrain him. Schwerer, attack his left abdomen. Got it. Xia Xiao's voice echoed from the mist, and tree roots immediately ensnared Yang Yin's feet. He unleashed his soul power to break free and leaped to another tree, starting to form seals and chant incantations. But Yigu gave him no chance, repeatedly disrupting his spellcasting. Original martial technique interrupt cast. As Yang Yin was forced back step by step, a gunshot suddenly pierced through the mist. The bullet struck his left abdomen with precision, destroying another critical point. Gao Shunxue emerged from the mist, wielding magical handguns in both hands, accompanied by a well-equipped small robot. Amidst the barrage of gunfire, Yang Yin became covered in wounds, and his final chance to resist was choked off by Xia Xiao's vines. At that moment, a battered figure crashed heavily to the ground. It was the also defeated Kuang Tu. Song Feng gracefully descended from a tree, a hint of mockery in his voice. Oh, you guys are already done here? I was just about to rush over to save you. Song Feng couldn't believe that Yi Gu and his team managed to defeat Yang Yin on their own. He had just dealt with Kuang Tu and was standing on a tree, observing the mist in the forest and contemplating a rescue plan. To his surprise, the mist dissipated on its own, and Yi Ji's trio had already subdued the enemy. Although Yi Gu was the principal's personal student and Gao Shunxue, and the others were top talents rated as prodigies by the principal, defeating a peak-level 100 Soul Realm Master seemed unbelievable. Song Feng stared at the unconscious enemy on the ground, lost in thought. Kuang Tu lay in the snow, unconscious, foaming at the mouth, and muttering incoherently. What happened to him? Yigo asked, puzzled. Nothing serious, Song Feng replied calmly, adjusting his glasses. Just a minor brain shock. He'll have nightmares for a few days. What kind of nightmares? Xia Xiao asked innocently. Song Feng pondered for a moment. When he can recite the Di Lao Gue 10 billion times in his dreams, forwards, backwards, and randomly, without missing a word, he'll be fine. Where are Princess Long Ying and Nangong Choyue? Song Feng asked, looking around. Soon, they found the two in the dense forest. Evidently affected by the ghosts, they wandered aimlessly, their eyes vacant and unfocused. Xia Xiao chuckled. So they're afraid of ghosts too, huh? Yi Gu shook his head. Not necessarily. The ghosts controlled by 100 Soul Realm Ghost Master are extraordinary. Even a hint of fear can be magnified until it becomes uncontrollable. How do we break the illusion? Gao Xinxue asked gently. Song Feng approached the two and clasped his hands together, chanting a spell. Illusion break. With a soft sound, the two girls instantly regained their senses. Teacher. Nangong Choyue looked around in confusion, seeing Kuang Tu and Yang Yin on the ground. Did you take care of these two? I only dealt with one, Song Feng said, glancing at Yi Gu. The other one was their doing. Long Ying looked at Yi Gu with a complicated expression. You really defeated 100 Soul Realm Master? Nangong Choyue asked in disbelief. Of course, Xia Xiao said proudly. After inspecting the black iron box they were escorting, Gao Xinxue said, the box is intact, but the vehicle is completely wrecked. Teacher, what should we do next? At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps and snapping branches filled the forest. The group stood back to back, alert, as hundreds of armed polluters emerged from all directions, surrounding them. Damn, I almost forgot about these guys, Song Feng said gravely. Nangong Choyue gripped her straight sword tightly. The vehicle's destroyed. There's no way to break through. You've certainly exceeded my expectations, a raspy, deep voice said. The polluters parted, making way for a slender, white-haired middle-aged man who walked towards them, holding a black cane and wearing a sharp smile. I didn't expect my two subordinates to be defeated so easily, the man said leisurely. You truly are the heirs of the Empire's greatest family of mutated sorcerers. Who are you? Yigo asked, raising an eyebrow. Invading my territory and asking who I am, the man countered with a smile. Are you the mastermind behind these wilderness forces? Song Feng asked, his eyes narrowing. Yes, I am, the man admitted. Yigu silently used the system to check the man's information. Bao Bingqing, 37 years old, non-supernatural. He had not appeared in the original game plot, indicating that Yi Ji's presence had altered the storyline, bringing the Dark Blood incident forward. So, you're Bao Bingqing, the leader of the wilderness rebels, Song Feng said, staring directly at him. Don't you know you're the Empire's #1 most wanted criminal? You sell dark blood, wreaking havoc around the Great Wall. The Night Watchmen have been searching for you everywhere outside the wall. And you still dare to show yourself? Night Watchman? Bao Bingqing elegantly rested his hands on his cane, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. The Empire has indeed sent quite a few Night Watchmen to trouble my territory lately. Unfortunately for them, they're all now lying in my dungeon, crippled. This remark infuriated Nangong Qiuyue. She glared at Bao Bingqing, her eyes wide with anger. As someone who was partially a Night Watchman, such an insult was unbearable. Song Feng calmly assessed the situation around them. A large number of dark blood wild polluters had surrounded them, each one exuding a dangerous aura. To make matters worse, their transport vehicle was damaged. Although Bao Bingqing's strength was unknown, his ability to rise as a leader of a rebellious force in this chaotic wilderness indicated he was no ordinary foe. What do you want? After careful consideration, Song Feng asked. Nothing special. Bao Bingqing's gaze slowly shifted to Yigu, his dark gray eyes flickering with inscrutable light. I just want to invite the young master of the Yi family and all of you to be my guests. Be your guests? Song Feng frowned. You think we're fools? Nangong Qiuyue couldn't help but interject. You wouldn't send so many people to surround us if you had no ill intentions. Bao Bingqing responded unhurriedly. If I didn't, would you come? I know my guests wouldn't accept an invitation easily, so I had to resort to this method. Yigu stared directly at Bao Bingqing. What if we refuse? Then I'll have to escort you back in a less polite manner. Bao Bingqing's smile remained, but his tone carried a threat. At that moment, a transparent system panel suddenly appeared in front of Yigu, displaying 3 options. 1. Fight and capture Bao Bingqing, earning various rewards but becoming an enemy of the wilderness. 2. Break through and escape with the Iron Box, maintaining the current storyline. 3. Accept the invitation to Dark City, unlocking a hidden storyline. Yigu carefully weighed the pros and cons of each choice. The first option offered rich rewards but was highly risky. The second was relatively safe, but escaping with the cumbersome Iron Box would be difficult. The third was full of unknown possibilities. Teacher, don't be fooled. Nangong Qiuyue urgently whispered. He definitely has bad intentions. Song Feng was about to agree when Yigu made his decision. I accept your invitation, he said, looking directly at Bao Bingqing. This unexpected answer left everyone present stunned, their mouths agape, unable to speak. I accept your invitation, Yeg said softly. His words sparked a wave of astonished glances in the forest, except for Gao Shenxue, who continued to watch him with her gentle and calm eyes. Hey, are you out of your mind? Nangong Qiuyue whispered anxiously. This is clearly a trap. You're walking right into it. Yeg didn't respond, but he had already made his calculations. He silently considered the 3 trump cards he held: the combat puppet Iron Fist, the heavenly life-saving lock, and the earthly fiend talisman. In this 100 souls forest, even if they encountered a powerful foe, these life-saving measures could at least ensure the safety of himself, Gao Shenxue, and Xia Xiao. More importantly, he was deeply curious about the mysterious figure Bao Bingqing. Why was the leader of the wilderness forces completely absent from the main storyline? And what was his connection to the boss in the later Dark Blood arc? Seeing Yeg's silence, Nangong Qiuyue turned to Gao Shenxue and Xia Xiao for help. You two grew up with him. Are you just going to watch him do something so foolish? I trust him, Gao Shenxue said calmly. Tu trust Xiaoye too. Xia Xiao immediately echoed, clutching Gao Shenxue's arm. Longing said nothing, but her deep gaze remained fixed on Yeg, as if trying to see through his thoughts. As expected of the young master of the strongest mutated family, you certainly have guts, Bao Bingqing said, but then he suddenly started coughing violently. This is too dangerous. Song Feng said sternly. We're still on an escort mission. We don't have time for this. Bao Bingqing replied leisurely. You're worried I have designs on what you're escorting, right? Rest assured, I have no interest. As long as you cooperate, I'll treat you as honored guests, and you can continue your mission afterward. I never trust the words of an enemy, especially the mastermind behind the circulation of dark blood. Song Feng replied expressionlessly. Bao Bingqing let out a hoarse laugh. As a teacher at the War Academy, you can't even see the situation as clearly as your students? Do you think these are the only ambushers here? With your strength, do you really think you can break through? After some discussion, they finally reached an agreement. Yeg and his group would follow Bao Bingqing, while Song Feng would leave alone, but his communication watch was confiscated to prevent him from contacting the Empire. At that moment, a deafening beast roar shattered the forest's silence. Two gigantic beasts, resembling triceratops, slowly emerged. They had dinosaur blood, but were more menacing than ordinary triceratops long, powerful limbs, claws like steel blades, skin as tough as black rock, and backs covered in sharp spikes. Each beast dragged a massive iron car behind it, as imposing as an armored vehicle. Bao Bingqing elegantly raised his cane and made a pleased gesture. Yi Gu boarded the carriage without hesitation, followed closely by Gao Shunxue, Xia Xiao, and the others. The interior of the carriage was astonishingly spacious, with comfortable seats that could even recline, making it twice as large as the most luxurious RV Yi Gu had seen in his previous life. It was fully equipped with various facilities, more than enough to host a party. Yi Gu casually found a seat and sat down, gazing out the window while calculating in his mind. This carriage is really something. I'll have to get one and have it pulled by magical beasts. That would be quite the spectacle. This is it. We're going to be taken back as hostages, Nan Gongqiu said gloomily. Hey Yi Gu, what were you thinking? Once we're on their turf, their leader can do whatever he wants. It would have been better to fight back earlier. Even dying in battle would be better than this. Yi Gu glanced at her, a bit exasperated. All right, stop nagging. He thought to himself. How could this naive and talkative Nan Gongqiu turn into the long-legged goddess that everyone in the Night Watch idolizes in the future? The contrast is just too great. Anyway, aren't you a fast runner? Yi Gu said. If you don't want to go, you can still jump off now and catch up with teacher Feng. That's not an option. Nan Gongqiu leaned back in her seat with her arms crossed, puffing. I'm not a deserter. Since we're teammates on this mission, I'm not going to be disloyal. Yi Gu chuckled to himself, finding the little girl quite amusing. Just then, Longing looked over and asked, So, what's your plan? If we reach their territory and they turn on us, taking us hostage, these wild barbarians won't care about any code of conduct. I don't have a plan. Yi Gu shrugged. We'll take it one step at a time. Take it one step at a time? Nan Gongqiu nearly fainted, turning to Gao Shunxue and Xia Xiao. Is this the guy you trust? Xia Xiao pouted and huffed. I trust Xiao Yi completely. Both Shuer and I are his biggest fans. Do you have a problem with that? Nan Gongqiu was at a loss for words.
Fair enough.
Yi Gu smiled and stayed silent. He knew very well that the system's three options had already hinted at the respective plot developments. The third option, although only mentioning unlocking hidden plot lines, implied that even if they reached Bao Bingqing's stronghold, it wouldn't be a dead end. Otherwise, the subsequent plot would have no meaning. The triceratops-drawn carriage sped through the jungle, kicking up a cloud of dust. The scenery outside gradually changed, shifting from dense forest to a misty, perilous canyon. Through the fog, a black city loomed, surrounded by jagged peaks and steep cliffs. Yi Gu squinted his eyes. Despite his thorough knowledge of the human territory map, he had never heard of such a mysterious city, nor had it appeared in the game's storyline. Weren't we just in a forest? How did it suddenly become a canyon? Xia Xiao asked curiously. It's a barrier, Gao Shunxue explained. We just passed through some sort of barrier, which is why the scenery changed so abruptly. So these wild forces hide their strongholds inside barriers, Longing said. No wonder the Night Watch couldn't find them. The Triceratops came to a slow stop in front of the city gates. With the creaking of hinges and the turning of gears, the heavy iron gate gradually lifted. As everyone disembarked, Bao Bingqing approached, leaning on his cane and limping. Yi Gu observed his right leg carefully. The slightly hobbling gait was clearly not feigned. The cane was a necessity, not a prop. Coupled with his frequent coughing and poor complexion, it was evident that this man was in poor health. Yet, a crippled man could command the numerous wild barbarian forces, with even formidable figures like Kuang Tu and Yang Yin obeying him. It was indeed intriguing. Master Yi, please. Bao Bingqing smiled politely. Yi Gu nodded and walked confidently into the city hidden deep within the mountains. Most of the city was carved into the mountain itself, resembling a massive artificial cavern. Streets, residences, factories, markets, farmlands, and ponds were all present, with residents bustling about. Exposed black steel pipes snaked along the stone walls, occasionally emitting foul gases. Enormous old-fashioned mechanical gears turned incessantly, producing a deafening noise, evoking the steampunk era. The entire city was predominantly black, giving off an oppressive feeling. Welcome to Dark City, Bao Bingqing said. Nan Gongqiu looked around like a country bumpkin visiting the big city for the first time. I didn't expect these wild forces to have such a solid foundation. She had assumed scavengers lived in ruins. Though it doesn't compare to Night City or the noble cities inland. It's a place where people can survive, Bao Bingqing said, leaning on his cane. Come, I'll take you to the guest accommodations. Keep going forward, passing through the long market street. The stalls on either side are crowded with men, women, and children, all curiously eyeing Yi Gu and his group. It's clear that outsiders rarely visit this place. Large iron containers are neatly lined up on both sides of the market, some even cleverly installed into the rock walls of the caves. Each container serves as a family's home. Are these all wanderers from the wilderness? Nangong Chuyue asked in surprise. Yes, Bao Bingqing replied as they walked. This is our refuge from the monsters, he paused, and from you night watchers. If you didn't do bad things, would you need to hide? Nangong Chuyue muttered. Bao Bingqing responded with a cold smile but said nothing. They arrived in front of a massive factory-like building, its iron gate covered in rust and patches. As soon as they entered, a dozen burly men stood up, their cold eyes filled with obvious hostility. Yigu noticed that they all had Hunter T-100 large-caliber pistols holstered at their waists. These firearms, powerful enough to cause significant damage even to superhumans, could only be wielded by gunmen of at least the Earth rank. Ordinary people risked breaking their radius bones due to the recoil. Stand down, Bao Bingqing said calmly. They are my invited guests. The burly men exchanged glances before stepping aside. A dark-skinned, scholarly-looking young man approached. Boss, you're back. He glanced at the stretchers carrying Kwangtu and Yang Yin. Bao Bingqing explained briefly. They were outmatched and defeated by the young master of the Yi family. Liang Quan, treat them. The dark-skinned youth gave Yi Gu a surprised look before performing a healing spell between the two stretchers. Under the white glow, Kwangtu and Yang Yin quickly regained consciousness. Yi Gu was secretly astonished. Liang Quan was actually a first-rank auxiliary superhuman. Though the interior of the factory was dilapidated, it exuded a unique, post-apocalyptic charm. All the furniture was assembled from iron plates salvaged from the wilderness ruins. After a brief rest in the reception hall, Bao Bingqing suggested a private conversation with Yi Gu. Yi Gu. Xia Xiao looked at him worriedly. It's fine. I'll be back soon, Yi Gu reassured her, gently stroking her hair. The private study on the second floor was exquisitely decorated, with walls lined with bookshelves and two large leather sofas in the center. Bao Bingqing lit a cigar and got straight to business. He hoped the Yi family could facilitate their border trade. When Yi Gu questioned the dangers of dark blood, Bao Bingqing produced a small vial containing a black-red liquid and began recounting events from 20 years ago. The Great Qin Empire had conscripted over 1 billion slaves to build the Great Wall, only to abandon them when the demonic tide struck, leaving many survivors polluted by demonic energy. The residents of Dark City are the descendants of these people, who to the royal aristocracy were nothing more than numbers on a chessboard. Yi Gu didn't speak. He listened quietly as Bao Bingqing recounted the tragic fates of ordinary people tainted by demonic energy. For them, the contamination was like an incurable disease without any healing supers or medical supplies. Being tainted meant awaiting death, ultimately leaving their bodies to rot in the wilderness. Those infected with the demonic plague faced an even grimmer fate, destined to transform into demonic creatures. Bao Bingqing gazed directly into Yi Ji's eyes, his voice calm. As a family of demonic gene mutants, the Yi family should understand this better than anyone. We serve the Empire tirelessly, but once we're no longer useful, we're cast aside like livestock by the royal family. Isn't that the story of your Yi family? You fought on the Empire's behalf, achieving great military victories, but after the previous emperor's death, he let out a cold laugh. But I truly envy your family, Bao Bingqing continued. Your unique constitution allowed you to survive the demonic plague, making you the first and only gene mutants capable of withstanding and utilizing demonic energy. At least you can live safely in the mainland, letting your descendants breathe the freshest air. He raised a small vial in his hand. We ordinary people, on the other hand, can only rely on the blood of darkness. Rely on the blood of darkness? Yi Gu raised an eyebrow.
Yes.
Bao Bingqing stared at the dark red liquid in the vial, his eyes gleaming with fervor. People in the mainland only know it boosts combat abilities and makes creatures aggressive and frenzied. But it has another crucial function: it can alleviate pain, help us adapt to the demonic energy within us, extend our lifespans, and allow us to survive in heavily contaminated areas. Though our health will still deteriorate, at least it gives us hope. He paused for a moment. This is my creation, inspired by your Yi family. I've always wondered why only your family could evolve into demonic gene mutants. After extensive research and genetic analysis, I finally discovered the answer: you have a recessive demonic gene in your blood, indicating that your ancient ancestors were likely human-demon hybrids. Seeing Yi Ji's astonished expression, Bao Bingqing smirked. Even the Empire's genetic scholars haven't uncovered this secret. Don't be fooled by my status as a wilderness faction leader. I was once a brilliant genetic scientist. Under Yi Ji's probing, Bao Bingqing elaborated on the principles behind the blood of darkness. He produced a remote control and projected extensive research data onto the wall. The data showed that after numerous refinements, the blood of darkness could extend the lifespan of those tainted by demonic energy from an initial 7 days to 10 years. But, Yi Gu pondered, why circulate the blood of darkness in the mainland? Just for profit? Profit is part of it. Bao Bingqing replied leisurely. More importantly, I need the reaction data from different users. How do you plan to collect this data? Yigu asked with a frown. After these people consume the dark blood, how will you track their physical changes? Bao Bingqing's lips curled into a slight smile as he pressed a button on a remote. The projection on the wall shifted, revealing thousands of folders. Yigu turned to look. His pupils narrowing. Each folder meticulously documented the physical changes of a consumer at various intervals. I mentioned earlier that the microorganisms in dark blood are specially cultivated, Bao Bingqing said slowly. They are extraordinary microorganisms. Extraordinary microorganisms? Yes. Though they exist at the very bottom of the ecological chain, invisible to the naked eye, lacking combat ability or intelligence, they possess a faint supernatural power. Once these microorganisms enter a host's body, they act like biological transmitters, periodically sending back data on the host's physical transformation. Yigu was secretly amazed. This Bao Bingqing was indeed remarkable. It was baffling that someone so powerful had never appeared in the game's background story. The dark blood is already widely circulated beyond the Great Wall. From small towns to wandering adventurers, almost everyone uses it, Bao Bingqing said, flicking ash from his cigar. But the situation is different inland. I need data from there. The main reason is that there are more extraordinary individuals inland, right? Exactly, Bao Bingqing admitted. I need experimental data from extraordinary individuals to improve these dark microorganisms. The goal is to modify ordinary people's bodies, enhancing their resistance to demonic energy and ultimately creating new mutants. This data could also help cultivate crops that can withstand demonic pollution, solving the food problem in the wilderness, he continued, his tone growing more passionate. The Empire has always oppressed us underground forces beyond the Great Wall, but believe it or not, without dark blood, the death toll in the wilderness would more than double. Only it can keep those lawless outlaws in check. Bao Bingqing looked at Yigu. I admit I'm making money, but we're also evolving for survival. Since the royal family won't help us, we have to fend for ourselves. Yigu remained silent. You should understand by now, Bao Bingqing said, placing his half-smoked cigar in the ashtray. There are many noble families along the border, but those arrogant fools are not worth mentioning. Only your Yi family is different. As a family of demonic mutants, you should understand my feelings. I understand, Yigu replied calmly. But understanding doesn't mean I will participate. Bao Bingqing frowned. I can outline the plan, and I believe the benefits will satisfy you. Especially for the Yi family. Yigu shook his head, interrupting him. That's not the issue. Then what is it? Bao Bingqing's expression darkened. You don't trust what I'm saying? That's part of it, Yigu said, meeting the gaze of this formidable leader of extraordinary individuals. He knew that someone who had built such an empire in the wilderness must be extremely cunning. While your data and analysis are genuine, have you really told me everything without holding anything back? As the two stood in silent confrontation, the sound of a wheelchair rolling could be heard outside the study. A pale, sickly-looking little girl appeared at the door. She had delicate features and a serene demeanor, gazing at the two inside with a puzzled expression. Bao Bingqing's expression changed instantly. He stood up and quickly went to the girl's side, speaking gently. Xiu, what are you doing here? Aunt Zhang said you were here, the little girl said quietly. There are some parts of the book I don't understand. She glanced around the room and asked softly, Dad, are you in the middle of something? Night Song squinted her eyes, observing the situation in front of her. In the study, Bao Bingqing was gently talking to a little girl. Xiu, Daddy is discussing something important with a guest. Can you go back to your room for now? I'll come and join you soon. Okay, Daddy. The little girl nodded obediently. You can be busy. Aunt Baijing can teach me in the meantime. Bao Bingqing gave a doting smile and pushed his daughter's wheelchair out of the study, then called a maid to take her back to her room. Is she your daughter? Night Song asked, crossing her legs.
Yes.
Bao Bingqing answered briefly, clearly unwilling to delve deeper into the topic. He quickly returned to business. Regarding this deal, I urge you to consider it seriously. Every word I said is true, but I understand your concerns. Perhaps you should stay here for a few days and get to know the situation of the dark blood? And if I still refuse in the end? Night Song asked playfully. Will you silence me? Bao Bingqing was silent for a moment. No, I have no intention of making enemies with the Yi family. But before you leave, you will need to take a potion that will erase the memories of the past 7 days. All right then, let's treat it as a vacation. Night Song agreed. Bao Bingqing promised to arrange everything for the visit, including tours of the production facilities and access to research materials, showing a sincere attitude. Night Song left the study and returned to the hall, finding her female companion still enjoying snacks. Nangong Qiuyue was munching on 2 pastries, her cheeks puffed out and the corners of her mouth smeared with sesame and grease. Led by Liang Quan, the group arrived at a luxuriously decorated guest room. As they marveled at the nice environment, Gao Xinxue noticed the War Academy badge on Liang Quan's waist. Upon inquiry, Liang Quan admitted that it was a trophy from another six-person team they had previously captured. That team was also transporting an iron box but had been caught and was now imprisoned in the dungeon. Where are they being held? Take me to see them, Night Song said. Yi Gu and his companions followed Liang Quan through the dark, damp corridor, arriving at a sizable dungeon. Before them lay two neat rows of cells, numbering around 30 in total. To Yi Ji's surprise, nearly every cell housed members of dark races, nightmares, succubi, werewolves, vampires, and various other bizarre and eerie creatures. In a corner of the dungeon, a massive werewolf hide nearly covered an entire wall. Two enormous werewolf claws, thicker than an adult's waist, were nailed to the wall. Judging by the size of the hide, it was clearly a trophy left by a Chinpa realm werewolf warrior. Looks like you've had quite a few encounters with the dark races over the years? Yiga asked, glancing around. Liang Quan nodded in response. Surviving in the wilderness, it's inevitable to clash with the dark races. The first and second Great Wall defenses have too many gaps, and the dark races often infiltrate human territories. Over the years, the number of dark races we've slain is no less than that of the Night Watchers. That guy with the broadsword earlier said you captured many Night Watchers and severed their tendons. Is that true? Nangong Chiu you asked nervously. Liang Quan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. That's just a thug trying to scare people. At most, we rob some goods or use captives for ransom. The boss keeps these dark race members only to obtain experimental samples. There's no need to provoke the Night Watchers. When they reached a particular cell, Yigu recognized some familiar faces. Jiang Xiaoming was huddled dejectedly in a corner, surrounded by other students from the War Academy, and a burly, scarred man covered in wounds, the very instructor who had overseen the inner and outer gate exams, Scarred Tiger. Yigu? Schwer? Xia Xiao? Jiang Xiaoming exclaimed in surprise, then looked fearfully at Liang Quan. Are you with these bandits? I checked, his intelligence points are 2, Gao Xinxue said flatly. Yeah, makes sense, Xia Xiao nodded in agreement. At Yi's request, Liang Quan agreed to release the group, but only if they took a memory erasing potion. When the cell door opened, Scarred Tiger was the first to stand, but he quickly collapsed from excessive blood loss. After Long Ying inspected him, Liang Quan arranged for him to be taken to the infirmary. Liang Quan then led the group to a storage room, where they found a large iron box identical to the one Yigu and his companions had previously escorted, complete with a level 9 rune seal. After Liang Quan left, Jiang Xiaoming remained persistent in trying to understand Yi Ge's connection with the bandits. Meanwhile, even Long Ying from their own team was pondering. What exactly did Yigu and Bao Bingqing discuss in the study? Why were these bandits showing such respect to Yigu? Yega gently ran her hand over the surface of the black iron chest, speaking nonchalantly. Why do you want to know so much? Anyway, before you leave here, your memory will be wiped. Even if you find out, you'll forget it all by then. Jiang Xiaoming nodded thoughtfully, then looked around and asked, by the way, where's your team leader? I haven't seen them. He went on alone to escort the chest and continue the mission, Yega answered calmly. Huh. Jiang Xiaoming was taken aback. What about you guys? We're on vacation here, Yega said, nonchalantly. A timid girl from the average class spoke up. Yega, when can we leave here? Even though the bandits won't harm us for now, this unfamiliar environment is still unsettling. Yeah. Jiang Xiaoming chimed in. Our mission isn't done yet. We can't stay here forever. Yega paused for a moment. I'll be here for a few more days. If you want to leave early, you can arrange it after Instructor Scar Tiger recovers. However, she added, you'll have all memories from the past 7 days erased before you go. So you won't even remember the mission? Jiang Xiaoming's face fell. What do we do then? The academy said this mission was really important. I was hoping to use it to get promoted to a better class. Yega looked at the group of average class students in front of her. They all had only beginner-level abilities, making them the weakest team in the mission. This reinforced her earlier suspicion. Most of these iron chests were decoys, and the one Jiang Xiaoming's team was guarding was likely one of them. At that moment, a small white creature, by Shuling, poked its head out from Yega's collar and curiously jumped onto the chest. It sniffed lightly, as if detecting a familiar scent. Lingling, what's up? Yega asked. Bai Shuling didn't respond but placed its tiny paw on the level 9 sealing charm. It thought to itself, could there be a sacred relic of the Lingao clan inside this chest? It muttered an incantation and placed its paw on the seal again. Suddenly, the chest shook violently, and a brilliant golden light burst through the seal. Everyone was shocked. Watch out! Yega quickly grabbed Bai Shuling by the scruff. However, the golden light shot straight into her chest and disappeared. Everyone stared in astonishment at Yega, who clutched her chest and muttered, what was that just now? Meanwhile, in the 100 Souls Forest, Song Feng was flying alone with a book in hand. He was deeply worried about the student's safety, especially concerned about Long Ying and Yega, fearing it might affect his evaluation as an excellent teacher. As he regretted choosing this route, the sound of intense fighting reached his ears. He immediately stopped and hid in the bushes to observe. Pushing aside the shrubs, he was stunned by the scene before him. A squad of Lingao clan warriors was fiercely battling a squad of Blood clan warriors. Song Feng never expected to encounter troops from the Lingao clan and the Blood clan in the Hundred Souls forest. The battle erupted instantly in the jungle, with swords clashing and warriors falling one after another. Soon, the ground was littered with over a dozen bodies, mostly Lingao warriors. Their blood trickled through the snow and dirt. The Blood clan clearly had the upper hand. Not only were they more numerous, but their combat prowess was also superior. Over 30 elite Blood clan members were overwhelming the remaining 10 severely injured Lingao warriors. Despite their wounds, these Lingao warriors stubbornly defended a lavish chest, holding their ground with sheer willpower. Song Feng observed carefully from behind a tree. Even in the power-suppressing Hundred Souls forest, this Blood clan squad's strength was astonishing. They were likely all at the 1,000 souls level or higher, and each one was a seasoned veteran. A Lingao warrior, sword raised, charged at the Blood clan captain with a roar. The captain sneered, effortlessly parrying and seizing an opening to sever the warrior's right leg with a single stroke. As the Lingao warrior fell to his knees, the captain, moving like a phantom, appeared behind him, baring his sharp fangs and viciously biting into his neck. The battle ended swiftly. The last few Lingao warriors fell one by one, drained of blood and reduced to withered corpses. The Blood clan captain licked the blood from his lips with satisfaction and ordered a thorough cleanup. Song Feng held his breath, remaining perfectly still. In this situation, he had no confidence in surviving an assault from over 30 Blood clan elites. After confirming there were no survivors, the Blood clan captain approached the ornate chest. He sneered. These Lingao fools really thought they could deceive us with a few low-level warriors from the War Academy? One of his subordinates asked in confusion. Sir, what does and do Chin Song mean? It's a human idiom, the captain explained leisurely. The Lingao sent these men to distract us while the real sacred soul was transported along another route. But such a ruse is too crude. How could a group of students below the 100 souls level be escorting the true sacred soul? Listening from his hiding spot, Song Feng couldn't help but think. The Blood clan is studying human literature now? The Blood clan captain walked up to the chest, arrogantly declaring that once they obtained the sacred soul, the count would conquer the Lingao kingdom and make the Lingao empress his plaything. He pried open the chest with his cane sword, only to find it empty. At that moment, a dark red magic circle lit up inside the chest. Terrifying flames erupted instantly, engulfing all the Blood clan warriors. Their screams quickly faded in the eerie blaze. After ensuring it was safe, Song Feng emerged to inspect the scene. He recognized the flames as Yaomei Ling Firia trap had been set in the chest all along. This made him ponder. Could Principal Lanmi have intentionally used reverse psychology, entrusting the real sacred soul to the most inconspicuous team? In the grand palace of the Spirit Demon Empire, a stunning beauty lay reclined on a luxurious couch. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and a pair of orange-eared fox ears atop her head twitched slightly. Her deep red eyes, usually blazing like fire, appeared dim and weary. Even in pain, her regal and dignified face maintained an icy serenity. 9 scarlet foxtails elegantly coiled around her, subtly concealing her slender, pale legs. This was Su Yinling, the empress of the spirit demons, battling the turbulent demonic fire within her. She bit her rosy lower lip, sweat beading on her forehead, as she channeled the remnants of her spiritual energy to balance the fire inside her. I'm nearing my limit, she thought to herself. If the sacred soul doesn't return soon, she feared. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in her consciousness. Golden light burst forth like a shattered ice lake, flooding her mind entirely. Su Yinling's pupils contracted, her breathing quickened, and her face grew even paler. This sensation unmistakably indicated that the seal on the secret chest had been broken. Could her sacred soul have been devoured by someone else? Just as despair began to overtake her, a blood-red shadow descended from the ceiling, revealing a tall, handsome man. His skin was deathly pale yet smooth as jade, and his pointed ears and sharp fangs marked him as a vampire. How did you get in here? Su Yinling asked, forcing herself to remain calm. Count Nicholas, dressed in noble black robes, smirked. With my power, who could stop me? Su Yinling's right hand clenched the armrest so tightly it nearly shattered. What do you want? It's simple, Nicholas replied. You, and your spirit demon empire, must bow to me. In your dreams. Su Yinling retorted sharply. Even if I die in battle, I'll drag you and your vampire kin to hell with me. Before she finished speaking, the entire palace was engulfed in a strange, fiery blaze. Yet Nicholas remained unfazed, pointing out Su Yinling's predicament. She had exhausted 90% of her demonic power, maintaining the spiritual barrier against the dark energy, and with her sacred soul absent, her strength was nearly depleted. Think it over, Nicholas said as he turned to leave. Either become my vassal or my slave. After he departed, Su Yinling fell into deep thought. Logically, if the vampires had obtained the sacred soul, Nicholas wouldn't need to come here to persuade her to surrender. So, who had broken the seal? Meanwhile, in another place, Yigu awoke from unconsciousness. He found himself lying on a comfortable bed, recalling the experience of accidentally absorbing that golden light. Now, within his consciousness, there was a strange, scarlet flame, the very essence of that golden light. You're awake, came a voice. Bai Shuling, now in her Catgirl form, approached with a tray, averting her gaze as she handed him a cup of water and some medicine. Here, drink some water and take your medicine. Yega didn't reach for the glass of water and the pills. Instead, he softly asked, where are Shuer and Shi Yao? Bai Shuling stood by the bed and replied calmly, Gao Shenxue is in the kitchen preparing a nutritious meal for you. And Xia Shi Yao is helping her. Is that so? Yega leaned against the headboard and sighed. As the young master of a family of demonic mutants, he knew that he would have to learn to be ruthless and decisive in the future. But now, the tender care from his childhood friends left him feeling helpless. Such a pampering environment was hardly conducive to cultivating a cold and unfeeling heir. Bai Shuling gently placed the tray on the nightstand. On the tray were the medications, a glass of warm water, a bowl of milk oatmeal, a cup of chawanmushi, and a plate of fruit salad with dressing. Gao Shenxue said if you woke up, you should have this to fill your stomach first. With that, she turned to leave. Achoo! Yega's weak cough suddenly echoed from behind. Bai Shuling stopped and turned around to see Yega still lying motionless on the bed. Why aren't you getting up to take your medicine? Yega smiled weakly. My body is too exhausted. I've never felt like this before. I guess it's because I've depleted my soul power. Can't even muster the strength to eat and take your medicine? Yeah, it's a bit difficult. Yega said softly. It's okay, Lingling. You can go have fun. I'm just tired. My chest hurts, my head is spinning, and I can't lift my arms. Even if I pass out, it's fine. At least I won't feel anything when I'm unconscious. Bai Shuling's small fists tightened, and her fluffy cattails thumped against the floor in frustration. Muttering something under her breath, she finally returned to the bedside and picked up the bowl of oatmeal. Open your mouth. She scooped a spoonful with a porcelain spoon, bringing it to Yega's lips, her face full of disdain. You're going to feed me? I just don't want my sickly caretaker to die, she snapped. Yega smiled and opened his mouth, but winced as the heat hit him. It's a bit hot. Can't you blow on it yourself? Bai Shuling's forehead throbbed with irritation, but she continued to mutter, useless master, while carefully cooling each spoonful and even testing the temperature with her lips before feeding it to Yega. After feeding him, she helped him take the pills. How do you feel now? She asked seriously, staring into his eyes. Pretty good, but my whole body aches. It would be nice if someone could give me a massage, Yega hinted. Bai Shuling's eyes widened. You can't be thinking. Oh, don't misunderstand, Yega said softly. I wouldn't make my dearest Lingling do such a thing. I'll just endure the pain quietly. If I pass out, at least I won't feel anything. You can go turn into a little kitty and have fun. Bai Shuling stomped her foot in frustration, her face clearly expressing her exasperation. Nighttime. The moon cast a faint glow. The little girl in the wheelchair, Chu Chu, quietly gazed at the large opening at the top of the cave. Through it, she could see a small patch of the night sky outside, with the full moon hanging in it. Her dark eyes reflected the moonlight, and her face bore a focused expression. This dark city built inside a valley had been her entire world since she could remember. As a girl who couldn't walk, she had rarely seen the outside world. But every day at this time, she could sit in the garden and watch the slowly passing moon through the hole in the mountain. Isn't it lonely watching the moon by yourself? The sudden voice made Chu Chu startle slightly. She turned her head and saw Yigu, who had somehow entered the garden unnoticed, standing where she had been staring up at the moon. Aren't you the person who was talking to my father in the study earlier? Chu Chu hesitated for a moment, but quickly recognized him. Oh, you remember me?
Yes.
Chu Chu examined Yi Ji's face carefully. In her limited life experience, she had never seen such a handsome boy. Although she hadn't met many peers, she had seen plenty of movies through the holographic discs her father brought back. Yi Ji's appearance exceeded her imagination. Fair skin, clear eyes, perfect features, and a gentle voice, all in sharp contrast to the rough boys in the dark city. Why are you staring at me? Yigu tilted his head and asked, is there something strange on my face?
No.
Chu Chu's cheeks flushed immediately. Her shy nature prevented her from directly complimenting his looks. Are you a friend of my father's? She asked, changing the subject. A friend? Well, you could say that. The kids in the dark city are all afraid of my father. You're the first outsider I've seen who can sit and chat with him in the study. It seems he respects you a lot. You must be very impressive, right? Yigu didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, have you lived here since you were born? Not exactly, but I've been here as long as I can remember. Yi Ji's gaze fell on the girl's wheelchair. You can't stand because… My father said I was contaminated by demonic energy during a severe magical disaster when I was little. Chu Chu looked down at her legs, her tone calm. My legs were the most severely damaged. My heart and lungs were also affected. Although my father says it's no big deal and that people in the Dark City can live well even with demonic contamination, I know I probably won't live long. Yigu fell silent, then checked Chu Chu's physical condition through his system. Character attributes panel shows. Life value is only 0.1. Basic attributes are close to 0, but she has an explosive attribute of 999,999. Notably, she suffers from a rare mutated form of demonic infection, which might explain her unusual attribute values. What's wrong? Chu Chu asked, puzzled by Yi Ji's thoughtful silence. Nothing. Yigu snapped out of his thoughts. Chu Chu, how about I show you a magic trick? Magic? What's that? Without explaining, Yigu moved closer to the girl and reached for the back of her neck, his fingers threading through her smooth black hair. The sudden closeness made Chu Chu's body stiffen, but she chose to remain silent, captivated by Yi Ji's clear eyes. A faint electronic scanning sound came from behind her neck, but Chu Chu paid it no mind, her attention fully on Yigu. Here, Yigu withdrew his hand, now holding a small white flower. This is for you. Thank you. Chu Chu took the flower, puzzled by the gift's sudden appearance. What kind of flower is this? A snowdrop, known for its resilience. Oh, all right, the special show is over. I have to go. Yigu quietly slipped a vial-like object into his sleeve and turned to leave. When he was already 10 meters away, Chu Chu suddenly called out, "Two still don't know your name." Yigu stopped and looked back. My name is Yigu. What is this? Gaoshan Shui asked, examining the small bottle Yigu handed her. It's a gene collection vial, Yigu replied, noticing Gaoshan Shui's puzzled look. Isn't this your invention? Of course I know it's a gene collection vial, Gaoshan Shui said, looking Yigu in the eye. I'm asking what's inside. It's a little girl's genetic data, Yigu explained, noticing how Xia Xiao tensed up at the mention of little girl. Standing nearby, Bai Shuling crossed her arms and sneered. Masters found another little friend outside. Xia Xiao tugged at Yi Ji's sleeve, looking hurt. Xiaoyi, aren't the childhood friends you have enough? Have Shui heir and I not taken good care of you? Why do you need new little friends? Don't overthink it, Yigu quickly clarified. It's not what you think. Xiu, Gaoshan Shui said, having scanned the data in the vial. She looked at Yigu. Who is Xiu? She's the daughter of Bao Bingqing, Yigu explained. I met her by chance while talking with Bao Bingqing in the study. This girl is quite special. Bai Shuling asked pointedly, specially beautiful? Or specially cute? Xia Xiao's eyes turned sorrowful again at this. Yigu glanced helplessly at Bai Shuling, who clearly enjoyed causing trouble. Gaoshan Shui analyzed the data carefully. Indeed, very unusual. Most attributes are below 1, but her explosive attribute is 999,999. Exactly, Yigu nodded. I noticed her abnormal base attributes and wanted to collect her genetic sample for your research. Xia Xiao finally understood and sighed in relief. I knew it. Xiaoyi isn't someone who easily forgets old friends. No matter how many scheming little friends are out there, Shui heir and I will always be his best childhood companions. At Xia Xiao's request, Gaoshan Shui projected the detailed data. Besides the basic attributes, it included numerous professional indicators, vision, hearing, cell strength, and other physiological data. Her body is severely corrupted by dark energy, Gaoshan Shui analyzed. The corruption has reached her bones and heart. It's a miracle she's still alive. It must be the dark blood keeping her alive, Yigu said. Shui heir, can you help me research this special case of dark magic infection? Gaoshan Shui nodded in agreement. The next day, Yigu ran into Liang Quan as he left home. After some small talk, they left together, just as Jiang Xiaoming and the others saw them. Instructor Scar Tiger expressed concern about Yigu getting too close to the rebellious faction, while Long Ying speculated that there must be a secret deal between Yigu and Bao Bingqing. Liang Quan took Yigu to tour the factory where dark blood was made. Workers were busy, and large containers held unfinished dark blood and the corpses of dark creatures. Your boss said I'd be interested in dark blood, Yigu said, glancing at Liang Quan. But where is he today? These past few days, the area around the 100 Souls Forest has been quite unsettled. Liang Quan sat in the leather chair of the reception room, his expression serious as he explained to Yigu, you should know, with winter approaching, the activities of the dark races are becoming increasingly frequent. Especially for those of us living within the first line of defense, we often have to deal with them. Has something happened? Yigu asked, looking directly into Liang Quan's eyes. Liang Quan's face darkened. Last night, we discovered several squads of dark race troops near the Hundred Souls Forest. They've already clashed with our hunters. These troops are now alarmingly close to Dark City, and the boss is handling the situation. Yigu frowned. Are dark race troops usually this brazen within the first line of defense? Is the Great Wall so easily breached? Are the Night Watchers and the Imperial Army just for show? It wasn't like this in the past, Liang Quan explained. In previous winters, even if dark creatures crossed the Great Wall, it was just scattered individuals. But this time is different. These troops are organized and premeditated, which is why the boss is taking it so seriously. Yigu nodded and followed Liang Quan to a massive laboratory. The scale was astonishing, 3 times the size of the War Academy's lab. Inside, dozens of alchemists in hazmat suits were busily working. One of them, upon seeing Yigu, visibly recoiled, clearly shocked by his presence. He quickly lowered his head, and despite being covered head to toe in protective gear, it was evident he was trembling. Why are there so many alchemists here? Yigu asked curiously. These are all high-priced hires from the inland, Liang Quan explained. The boss, though an outstanding genetic scientist, can't carry out certain alchemical experiments as a regular human. Because he lacks extraordinary power, Yigu interjected. Some crucial experiments must be conducted by those who possess such power. During the tour, Yigu noticed that Liang Quan was indeed exceptional. The second-in-command of Dark City was not only meticulous and articulate, but also highly emotionally intelligent, making the entire tour a pleasant experience. Unlike the rough demeanor of Quang Tu and Yang Yin, Liang Quan exuded an elegant demeanor, more akin to a capable minister in the noble estates of the inland. Finally, Liang Quan produced a small vial. This is the latest version of dark blood, specially formulated for you. It can awaken the true power of the Yi family bloodline, and because of your demonic heritage, it has no side effects for you. You can maintain your sanity while unleashing power several times greater than your current strength. Yigu remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "Give me some time to think about it." Upon returning home, Gao Shenxue and Xia Xiyao immediately surrounded him. How did it go? Gao Shenxue asked calmly, gazing at Yigu. Yigu smiled faintly and gave a succinct, yet profound answer, full of intrigue. Another day passed, and Bao Bingqing continued to host Yeg with the highest honors. He took Yeg through every corner of Dark City, introducing his trusted subordinates, showcasing various experimental results, and painting a grand vision of his future plans. The Yi family probably doesn't want to remain under someone else's roof forever, do they? Bao Bingqing said meaningfully. Although it appears that the tension between the royal family and the Yi family has eased, everyone knows that a broken mirror can't be mended. Yeg gave him a detached glance. What are you implying? Ambition sparkled in Bao Bingqing's eyes. There are countless prime territories on the map of all races waiting for us to conquer. Your Yi family has the strongest warriors, and I have the dark blood. Together, we can establish our own kingdom and order, free from the royal family's constraints. Yeg merely smiled faintly and said nothing. As night fell, Bao Bingqing hosted a banquet at the only tavern in Dark City to introduce Yeg to his trusted generals. The tavern was modestly decorated, with a bar made of steel plates and furniture salvaged from ruins. The walls were adorned with the heads of dark creatures hunted by the locals. It was said that killing a low-tier monster here could earn a week's worth of drinks and 100 Imperial coins, while a mid-tier monster could fetch a gold coin. Besides the strategist Liang Quan, Bao Bingqing had 4 warriors at the 1,000-soul level: Quang Tu, Yang Yin, Old Dog, and Fei Long. These men were typical wilderness adventurers, rough and volatile, with faces full of banditry. They had fled to the wilderness beyond the Great Wall after offending inland nobles, and became bounty hunters before following Bao Bingqing. Along with the scavengers who had obtained dark blood, this force had become a dominant presence in the human territory's wildlands, even causing the Night Watchers' convoys to tread carefully. Quang Tu and Yang Yin were unfriendly towards Yeg, still holding a grudge from their loss in the Hundred Souls Forest. Quang Tu, in particular, couldn't understand why his boss was going all out for a noble kid. He slammed a large mug of beer down in front of Yeg. Young master of the Yi family, I toast to you. The beer in Dark City is strong. Let's see if your pampered throat can handle it. I'll have one. You can do as you please, Yeg said with a smile, raising his glass. Half an hour later, Quang Tu was vomiting uncontrollably, and the other hunters were passed out on the floor. Only Yeg remained steady, leisurely eating the fruit on his plate, with only Liang Quan still conscious across from him. I didn't expect the young master to have such a talent, Liang Quan said with a wry smile. The demonic bloodline gives me a strong resistance to many things. Alcohol is like water to me, Yeg explained. After that night, Quang Tu and Yang Yin's gazes towards Yeg became complicated, seemingly ashamed that a group of grown men had been bested by a younger man. Within a few days, Yeg had integrated seamlessly with Bao Bingqing's inner circle. On the surface, Bao Bingqing seemed genuinely sincere, almost without reservation, revealing secrets about the dark blood, the facilities of Dark City, and even his true strength. But the more sincere Bao Bingqing appeared, the more cautious Yeg became. Such earnestness was all the more reason to be wary. Bao Bingqing is not a newcomer. His eyes gleam with seasoned cunning, and his every move exudes the experience of years spent surviving the wilderness. As a formidable leader commanding numerous hunters and extraordinary individuals, how could someone like him be so candid with a partner he has known for just a few days, even going so far as to reveal all his cards? Yigo felt a sense of caution. The countless lessons from his past life had already taught him that trusting others easily comes with a price. This was a truth that the shrewd Bao Bingqing surely understood even better than he did. As night fell, Yi Gu went to the room of Gao Shunxue and Xia Xiyao. Shuer, what did you call me for? Do we have any results? Yi Gu asked straightforwardly. Yes, we have a preliminary analysis report, Gao Shunxue said, handing over a tablet. Take a look for yourself. Yi Gu took the tablet and carefully reviewed the content, his brows gradually furrowing. Is this a genetic mutation we've never seen before? Yes, Gao Shunxue replied seriously. I believe it's not just due to demonic energy pollution but also related to the dark blood she consumed. This little girl has developed a unique type of mutated cell due to the demonic energy. These cells are similar to those found in patients with demonic affliction. Without inhibitors, she would lose her sanity and become a deformed dark creature within a week. However, her mutated cells are more advanced than those of typical demonic patients. Even if she transforms, she will become a more powerful dark creature. Gao Xinxue paused for a moment and then continued. The dark blood has indeed acted as an inhibitor, allowing her to maintain her human form and sanity. But this inhibition comes with severe side effects. The dark blood sustains the balance in her body while also promoting the continuous evolution of those mutated cells. Over time, this mutation will only grow stronger. She looked at Yi Gu with a grave expression. When her body can no longer withstand it, she will ultimately become a dark creature. And she could very well become the most powerful dark creature in history, transformed from human pollution. Night Song silently gazed at the content on his tablet, his expression calm. After analyzing the available information, he was almost certain of Chu Chu's true identity. She was the real boss behind the Dark Blood incident in the main storyline of the original game, Map of the Tribes. In the game CG, she was the melodic siren responsible for the deaths of thousands of Night Watchers and tens of thousands of demon hunters. Recalling the game's storyline, Night Song couldn't help but feel a heavy heart. In the original plot, Chu Chu's fate was heartbreaking. Even though she eventually turned into a dark creature, she never actively harmed humans. However, her melodic charm ability was an uncontrollable passive field skill that would be released unconsciously while she slept. This ability initially affected only the Dark City, then spread to the Forest of 100 Souls, and eventually engulfed the entire wilderness. Across an area of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, eerie and ethereal music echoed through the land. Anyone who heard this music would gradually become demonic and insane. This catastrophe ultimately led to a large-scale siege operation by the Night Watchers and the War Academy. In that battle, not only did tens of thousands of Night Watchers, demon hunters, and elite warriors from the War Academy fall, but millions of ordinary citizens also perished. Even the Night family at the border suffered heavy losses. What's wrong? Gao Xinxue asked. Nothing. Night Song paused. Is there any way to save her? His concern was not just for the safety of the Night family. More importantly, since he had altered the world's timeline, the current situation was already different from the original plot. The extended survival of Bao Bingqing meant that once Chu Chu turned into a dark creature, her power could be even stronger than in the original storyline. Gao Xinxue replied, maybe Yuli has a solution. I've already sent all her data to Yuli through the system. Night Song immediately opened the system panel and contacted Yuli, who was working in the Night family's laboratory. When Yuli received this unexpected communication request, Night Song got straight to the point and inquired about the research progress. Faced with the pressure of millions or even tens of millions of lives at stake, Yuli was initially at a loss but quickly resolved to give it her all. Meanwhile, Chu Chu sat alone in her wheelchair, gazing up at the moon obscured by clouds in the small garden. She fiddled with the snowdrop flower that Night Song had given her, occasionally looking around, hoping to see the boy's figure. Days of waiting had left a bitter taste in her heart, but at that moment, a hand suddenly appeared in front of her, holding a new snowdrop flower. The girl was momentarily taken aback when she saw the snowdrop flowers in front of her. When she turned and saw Yi Gu, her eyes lit up with delight, but her composed nature quickly took over, leaving only a serene smile on her lips. It's you. You really do sit here every night, don't you? Yi Gu said.
Yes.
The girl looked down and gently played with the petals of the white flower in her hand. Maybe my life is just too dull, and I don't have many friends. Funny, I don't have many friends either. Really? The girl tilted her head. but I often see several girls around you when I look out from the pavilion window. They're not really friends, just childhood companions, Yigu replied, shaking his head. Childhood companions? Chu Chu's eyes showed a hint of confusion. As a girl who had grown up in Dark City, the term was unfamiliar to her. Yigu sighed. I originally wanted to be friends with them, but I realized they only saw me as a child to look after. A child? Chu Chu was even more puzzled. Anyway, Yigu said, looking up at the hole in the ceiling, there's no moon visible here tonight. Why are you sitting here so late? Were you waiting for me? Caught off guard, Chu Chu's hands fumbled with the flower petals, and she stammered, no, I wasn't. Weren't you? But I did come here specifically to find you. Find me? Chu Chu stared at Yiji's intense gaze, then shyly turned her head away. Yes, I wanted to chat with you. Chat about what? About your father. An hour later, Yigu had gathered all the information he needed. Although Chu Chu was smart and initially cautious, she eventually let her guard down under Yiji's skillful guidance. It was easy for an adult with a high intelligence to manipulate a young girl with little social experience. Yigu used the shadow-stepping technique he had copied from Nangong Qiuyu to swiftly move through the buildings of Dark City. He finally arrived at Bao Bingqing's tower. This structure, reaching up to the ceiling of the cavern, was the tallest landmark in Dark City, and its location had been revealed by Chu Chu. I feel rather ashamed, Yigu muttered as he reached the window of Bao Bingqing's room. Through the lit window, he could hear voices inside. Boss, those dark race troops have been getting more active around the Hundred Souls Forest lately, said Liang Quan. Yes, I know, Bao Bingqing replied calmly. I've already sent Madman and Fat Dragon with the hunters to investigate. How are the Empire's Night Watch and City Defense Forces even guarding the Great Wall? So many dark race troops have managed to slip past their defenses. They're all just a bunch of useless fools. The room fell into a long silence, broken only after 30 seconds by Liang Quan. Boss, I think it's time I come clean. I was the one who helped the dark race troops. I showed them how to bypass the Night Watch's first line of defense. Yiji's heart skipped a beat as he listened from outside the window. Why? Bao Bingqing turned to glare at Liang Quan, his voice full of anger. Liang Quan remained unfazed. Boss, remember my previous suggestion? You mean collaborating with the dark races?
Yes.
Liang Quan elaborated on the necessity of cooperation, from the shortage of raw materials for producing dark blood to the immense business opportunities it could bring. He even detailed a specific partnership plan with Count Nicholas of the Blood Clan's Ghost Source Castle. Heh. Bao Bingqing sneered. Their terms would undoubtedly include a large number of blood slaves. We can capture some wanderers from the wilds. They wouldn't survive long anyway. Before Liang Quan could finish his sentence, Bao Bingqing's cane had already pierced his chest. Blood slowly flowed down his clothes, pooling into a crimson puddle on the floor. Liang Quan looked down at the sword piercing his chest, blood slowly trickling from the wound and pooling on the ground. His face remained expressionless, maintaining a stoic silence. Although Bao Bingqing's cane sword had not penetrated deeply, the significance of this thrust was far heavier than the wound itself. You seem to forget how many of our brothers died at the hands of the dark races, Bao Bingqing said coldly, stepping forward and pushing the sword in a bit further. And how many of their families suffered unbearable torment. Now, you want to abandon your last shred of humanity, become a traitor, and hand your own people over to the dark races. I remember, boss, Liang Quan replied calmly. But I also remember why we're struggling to survive in this desolate place, because we were poor, powerless, and mediocre, exiled here by a single word from those nobles. The ones who made our lives miserable were also humans, our own kin. Boss, you're going soft, Liang Quan continued. On this dark path, we must be as cold-blooded, greedy, and ruthless as hyenas. Compassion is our greatest weakness. If humanity didn't treat us well, why should we care about strangers' lives? Since we're already on this dark path, why not cooperate with the dark races? Bao Bingqing narrowed his eyes. But don't forget, the reason we've built such a powerful force in the wilderness and earned the loyalty of so many brothers is not just because of the dark blood, loyalty, and your ability, tactics, and intellect, Liang Quan said, locking eyes with Bao Bingqing. So you can maintain your image as the honorable leader in front of our brothers, while I handle the dark matters. They stared at each other for a long time, blood still dripping steadily. Finally, Bao Bingqing yanked the cane sword out and turned away. I don't agree with this. Quang Tu, Yang Yin, Laogo, Filong their families were all killed by the dark races, and I promised to avenge them. This matter is not to be mentioned again, nor will we have any dealings with the dark races. Liang Quan sighed. All right. What about Yega and the others? Proceed as planned, Bao Bingqing said, folding his hands over his cane. The watchmen should be arriving soon, right? Yes. The patrolling scavengers have spotted them outside the Hundred Souls Forest. Bao Bingqing nodded. You may go. Liang Quan bowed and left the room. Outside, Yega leaned against the wall, contemplating the complex relationships within their faction. In another brightly lit room, Longing sat cross-legged, trying to calm her mind for cultivation. However, her worries made it difficult to focus. They had been in Dark City for days, and Yega's frequent interactions with Bao Bingqing and the other rebels made her uneasy. They were effectively under house arrest, with their communication devices and spatial rings confiscated, unable to contact the outside world. A sudden knock interrupted her thoughts. Opening the door, she found Bao Bingqing's confidant, Liang Quan. After showing the family crest of Duke Wang In, Liang Quan revealed his undercover identity as an agent placed by the Duke within the rebel forces. Though surprised, Longing quickly understood the Duke's previous inaction. "There's something very important I need to report to you," Liang Quan said solemnly. "What is it?" "Young Master Yi Gu from the Yi family has reached a business agreement with Bao Bingqing," Liang Quan began. "From now on, the Yi family will not only assist Bao Bingqing in bringing dark blood into the mainland, but also provide substantial funding for his research." Long Ying's face turned pale upon hearing this. "Are you serious?" She turned sharply to stare at Liang Quan. "In the past few days, you've seen it yourself. Bao Bingqing's treatment of Yi Gu is nothing like that of a prisoner. He's been showing him around the entire Dark City, the factories, and the laboratories, treating him almost like an honored guest. With your intelligence, you must have sensed something was off." Long Ying remained silent, her mind in turmoil. Although she had indeed noticed the odd behavior recently, hearing the full truth was still hard to accept. It wasn't just that Yi Gu had betrayed the Empire, but she was acutely aware of the dangers posed by dark blood. "You seem quite surprised, Your Highness?" Liang Quan observed the worry etched on her face. "Yes, I am somewhat surprised," Longing admitted with difficulty. "There's nothing surprising about it," Liang Quan continued. "Yi Gu is ultimately a genetically modified being. His family is notorious for their cold-blooded cruelty, feared even by the dark race. Your Highness might have been deceived by his appearance." Liang Quan then handed her a cyberwatch and a spatial ring. "These are your communication devices. I suggest you contact the court as soon as possible. The Yi family is a menace to humanity and can never coexist with ordinary humans." After Liang Quan left, Long Ying sat alone, contemplating the items on the table, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yi Gu stretched lazily as he got out of bed. The little white spirit cat curled up in the blanket was still sleeping soundly, its two fluffy tails wrapped around its body. With winter approaching, the cat had taken a particular liking to the warm bed. Though initially aloof, it couldn't resist Yi Ji's offerings of divine milk and eventually gave in. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside. Yi Gu walked to the window and saw a large crowd gathering in the square. Among them were Bao Bingqing and Liang Quan. Some people were shouting in anger, while others were weeping in sorrow. The air was thick with the smell of blood. Yi Gu quickly grabbed the still sleeping white spirit cat and rushed to the scene. In the square, a dozen bloodied bodies lay scattered, including Bao Bingqing's trusted lieutenants. Kuang Tu and Fei Long doctors and Liang Quan were desperately trying to save them, but Kuang Tu was on the brink of death, and Fei Long's condition was even more critical. Bao Bingqing's face was terrifyingly grim, as dark as a stormy day in June. Yi Gu stood silently beside him, his gaze fixed on the dozen or so corpses on the ground. Gao Xinxue, Xia Xiyao, Jiang Xiaoming, Long Ying, and Nangong Chuyue pushed through the crowd to reach the front. What happened here?" Nangong Chuyue stammered as she approached Yi Gu, her voice trembling while she looked at the bodies on the ground. Yi Gu simply shook his head, saying nothing. Bao Bingqing leaned on his cane and let out a deep sigh. "Can someone tell me what exactly happened?" A hunter with a bandaged arm stepped forward, his expression filled with sorrow. "It was the Blood Clan's forces. Kuang Tu and Fei Long led us on a patrol in the Hundred Souls Forest when we discovered a Blood Clan unit approaching Dark City. Although their levels were also suppressed to the Hundred Souls realm, their leader was incredibly strong. Fei Long lost his combat ability after just one bite, and we had to retreat." Yang Yin and Laogo, standing nearby, trembled with anger upon hearing this, their eyes burning with a desire for revenge. "Blood Clan?" The words seemed to possess a magical power, causing Bai Shuling to suddenly open her eyes in the darkness. A cat's head peeked out from Yi Ji's collar. Yi Gu crouched down to examine Fei Long's body, parting his neck. "What are you doing?" Laogo asked. Yi Gu pointed to the two small puncture marks on Fei Long's neck. "He was poisoned by blood venom." The Blood Clan captain must have originally been a Shura realm expert. Even though his level was suppressed, his blood venom skill remained effective. Being bitten by a high-level vampire causes a loss of 500 health points per second, and if the poison resistance is insufficient, the damage increases even faster. Bao Bingqing's sharp gaze fell on Yi Gu. "You seem to know a lot about the Blood Clan." "I just read a lot," Yi Gu shrugged. For students of the War Academy, understanding all races is fundamental. Bao Bingqing's hands trembled slightly on his cane, a quiver of anger rather than fear. Yi Gu noticed the genuine hatred in his eyes when he looked at the Blood Clan. After some questioning, they learned that the enemy had at least 50 to 60 Blood Clan warriors, including 40 low-level and 10 to 20 mid-level ones, with the total number possibly exceeding 100. Yang Yin Laogo, Bao Bingxing ordered sternly, gather all the hunters in the city and call back all the scavengers outside. The two men left to carry out the orders. Stretchers carried away the groaning Kuang Tu, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Bao Bingxing turned to Yi Go. I apologize. I had planned to discuss matters with you today, but it seems there's no time now. Are you planning to fight this Blood Clan unit? They might just be passing through, Yigu said. Intentional or not, my brothers can't die in vain. Bao Bingxing's tone was resolute. Anyone who dares to harm my people will pay the price. Do you think you can defeat them? They might have dozens of mid-level Blood Clan warriors. Bao Bingxing held up a bottle of dark blood and sneered. Do you know why I built Dark City in this valley of the 100 Souls forest? Because here, no matter how strong they are, they're still just at the 100 Souls realm. After Bao Bingxing and Liang Quan left, Nangong Chiyue frowned and analyzed. With the Great Wall in place, how could the Blood Clan infiltrate without any warning? The Great Wall does have its gaps, Jiang Xiaoming said, but for such a large force to go unnoticed, the Night Watch must have been asleep. He was cut off by a kick from Nangong Chiyue. Gao Xinxue looked at Yi Go. Now that Bao Bingxing and his men are preoccupied, maybe we can take advantage of the chaos to leave. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.